Yeah, it's a late start. What's happening? Hitting here. It is indeed a beautiful day in the neighborhood. First morning. Well, that's not true. Uh, day of First day off the THCO, but I wasn't high when I went to sleep. If that makes sense. So still adjusting the sleep schedule. In the past, I've noticed my transition off of heavy use of cannabinoids usually takes a few days to adjust. I think I stayed up too late, which is hilarious because I was asleep, I'm sure, by like 8 p.m. What's up, Roy? If you're still around. And then I never know what to do with the scheduling. I pushed it back to like 3:45, but then I only started like two minutes late. Shout out to four in the house. I'm not awake yet, so uh, you might want to give me a few minutes and check back later if possible. Yeah, off the THCO day one and a half, perhaps. First real day. First real day off of. Hey, there's Bex. What's happening? Is Bex not live? How is that possible? What's up, slow boy? How's my audio? Oh, that's right. I've got a camera. Now, how quick they forget. Oh man. Oh. Y'all ever just wake up with something to do and then it's just you're late or whatever and sitting here groggy, out of it. Don't know what else to do. Can't disappoint the people. It's Sunday morning. Nobody else is live. Although I should have realized that's what I should have just made a community post. Hey, I'm sure Bex Factor's live, and I'm not feeling well, so go check her out. Yeah, see, that was another thing, the coffee addiction. Because I really have trained myself not to drink it right when I wake up, and I think that makes sense. If y'all heard this thing, don't take in for the coffee drinkers, don't drink the coffee. Wait like an hour and a half because of the cortisol or whatever, the hormones. Oh yeah, that's right. At this time, though, I found he's been live for so long, unless unless the panel's going off and lit, uh, you know, I don't know. There's like 20 something people in there though. Oh, exactly. Yeah, yeah. Well, and that's another reason I started to push back the broadcast. It's funny not knowing what to do because it's like push it into the future. Because then I'm realizing, well, not a lot of times nobody else is live on Saturday and Sunday, and then if we get a panel going, keep the thing going, until later in the day. But then, uh, shit, fucking A. And I haven't heard the noise in this building. I don't think is near as bad as what I had thought. If somebody's just like in their room doing whatever they're doing, uh, you really can't hear the noise room to room too much. It's mostly stuff going on in the hall, or just like really loud stuff. Oh, good. Yeah, I'm sure I do. Yeah, Bex finished my yesterday stream at 2x. Yeah, I remember when Drew talked about that he used to 2x things. I remember thinking, well, I didn't really say anything, and then so I tried it, and I was like, what the fuck? But or no, he started playing the videos. I think maybe is what was happening. Yeah, my memory's not good, but I know eventually I tried it, but I started at like 1.25. Did everybody do this, or have some folks never done this? Then I went to 1.5, and I was there for a long time, and then eventually, like the 1.5 wasn't fast enough. And now, depending on who's talking, I can go 1.75 or 2. Right. So I don't know if Bex just listens fast or I talk slow. I'd like to think I have a little bit of a pace because some folks, I can't really understand them at 2x. What's up, Roy? Good to see you, man. Yeah, the THCO, just cannabis. Dude, I got way more stomach upset than I realized. I think what's happened is my body maybe has just realized that, hey, we can eat more food while this bozo's chiefing it up all day because he's not going to, because you know how like they say cannabis is good for nausea and all that. Well, um, and then the interocular pressure, like that is a real thing. Because man, all day yesterday I'm sitting here in front of the computer. I'm like, fucking, I didn't notice it at first, but I feel it right now, and that's been another adjustment I've noticed when I've come up with cannabis. So I can see why some people just choose to keep smoking it. I've never had a problem getting off of it. It's not addictive to me, but there's definitely like a transition. I think maybe my eyes are just used to having that those cannabinoids, doing something for them. Yeah, right now I can feel it. Um, well, I've got some crazy stuff going on there too, and I've been doing the THCO, lest we forget. So I'm on a synthetic, or have been, not now. But yeah, smoke moves your bowels for sure. Yeah, but yes, I agree. Yeah, I can't. But yeah, I haven't had a problem. I don't want to get specific, but that hasn't been a problem pretty much throughout this whole thing, believe it or not. Because I know so many people's toilet habits are real jacked up, and mine have been at times. Believe it or not, that part of it has rarely been an issue. Now, without getting specific, there's been some things I experienced specifically because of truck driving that contributed to that. But when I'm just have all day to do my routines, I don't have a problem there. It's not an issue. But hey, blessed. Believe me, I know. Hmm. Yeah. Well, again, I'm on some freaking gas station synthetic, so lest we forget, or I have been. So yeah, if I was just smoking flower, I'm sure it would have been a little different. But even then, some of the same effect. Why am I annoyed? See, there's another thing. Here's another transition: crankiness. Well, I just woke up and full blown caffeine addiction because I'd gone from, well, not full blown. Full blown, I would have tripled up instead of doubling up. But I had myself regimented at one 12-ounce serving per day, or two 6-ounce in one sitting, however you want to put that. And then I doubled it for some reason. Oh, I doubled it. I would just double it every once, but like literally every once in a while. And then I went 2 days in a row on double dose. And when I did that third day, I knew what I was signing up for. So I guess I've just decided not to quit. I guess I'm buying beans when I go shopping later. Yeah. That's another reason I probably won't be able to go long today. Um, so then I'm thinking, well, if I start late, then I've always got my mind trained that Z's going live, but it's Sunday, And yesterday I just forgot. It was like I wrapped up in time for his show, and then later on I'm like, oh shit, I could have just stayed live. Thank God OTW went live. Oh, that Tyler guy. Who was that OTW for that whatever that guy was talking about? Oh my God. Now I'm not. People can be inspired, but I don't want to necessarily be inspiring. Hopefully I'm not. Kidding, kidding. Thank you. Some folks have been very nice to me lately. So, um, good morning to you. I don't know. I'm on the computer and it says I have bandwidth. So I don't know. Maybe we could. Cause I'm on the phone because I might walk out the door, but then my computer's fired up here, which I'm pretty sure I've figured out that I think my Wi-Fi is no good it's built into that mini PC, but it works like it works most of the time. But every other device I have in here, multiple phones, a couple of different laptops, everything just seems to work better on this Wi-Fi than that. One day it just wouldn't connect at all. Freaking Wi-Fi, the one that's built in, the integrated Wi-Fi adapter. And I used to be tech support, so I can figure it out. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't even know that actually. I just skimmed. This is what happens with me when I say I'm a great, I'm fast at reading and all this. Well, I'm a skimmer. I realize I incorrectly. What does that mean? Anti-emetic? Huh. That's interesting, right? Well, at the risk of sounding like a broad, I'm bloated almost all the time. Is that TMI? I mean, I'm talking about actual bloating, like yeah, just about 24 hours a day. It's lessens, right? It comes and goes. And then the cancer grift, right? Pretty soon, I was telling Rob yesterday in one of the live in Paul's, I think, that one of these days I'm gonna call one of these live streams the cancer grift. And now I'm wondering, like, it looks like I'm going to live. I am living. Right? I've recovered. to a great extent, all of my same issues, like none of the actual issues have stopped. That's the thing, but everything's not nearly as bad. If that makes sense. Now, part of this is old Benton set his mind for the last year to doing more or less everything in my power to, uh, you know, with the right food choices. Look, I didn't even know what I could eat when this is how sick I was, y'all. I had to experiment to see what could I put in my body that would not just directly make me ill immediately. And I'm talking like some of the stuff back then. See, now I'm back on, I'm on meat, 6 days in a row meat, by the way. This first day, no meat. Day two, no THC. Oh, day one, no meat. No, well, I'm going to have tuna, but most likely, but no ribeye, I should say, or sorry, roast, whatever that was, pot roast. Not that great, man. The cuts meat. I think because I was just so starved for meat and beef, it was pretty delicious at first. But I'm realizing these are not very good, especially for the price. This is not good quality stuff. So somebody was commenting on the price, like, "Oh, that's a good deal" or whatever. But I don't know, man. Not really sure. And I still got half a watermelon left, half of a decent sized mini. What's up, Divine Spirit? I slept in. Uh, I did not occur to me to set an alarm because I only ever do that if absolutely necessary. So the point I'm getting to with my health is that um, it's still not good. But I don't. It doesn't seem like I'm. Seems like I'm going to be here at least for I don't know how long. But does anybody know how long? Some folks get diagnosed with some kind of, and I'm not diagnosed, but some folks get have some sort of heart problem or whatever, and the docs are like, yeah, you're fucked. It's congestive heart failure, which apparently is a huge thing now, and I'm sure it already was. But some people live 20 years with that stuff. So, and at a certain point this last year, I realized, I could live another 5 or 10 years. We don't know, but then I could be in some, I'm by the way 120 pounds, 122 pounds maybe. So if that tells you anything, and just I've been eating pretty much as I can eat without just directly making myself sick. If that makes sense. And I pretty much do that every day. But guess what? That's not a lot of food. Awesome. I found a really good channel, Musical The Secret, that you might want to check out. I don't really want to talk. I don't know how much I want to talk directly about the diet stuff because I know it just so many people are in so many different places and not everybody's in the same situation. So, but I found a channel it's interesting. The way the guy presents the information is interesting. It's all in the concept of weight loss though, and I don't know that Musical The Secret probably doesn't need to get involved in weight loss. I'm assuming. Oh, I've been resting. Yes, indeed. I've been resting. Um, and that's what I've said about my sleep. Every time I come off of any sort of cannabis, no matter what form, um, there's always an adjustment in my sleep. So went to bed a little later and then somehow just woke up out of a dead sleep. And it's like 2:45. I was like, what the fuck? Finish it off with a blowtorch. Oh, sirloin. Okay. And see, I have questions now because I've been watching this channel. Let's promote this guy's channel. It's interesting. I mean, not everything's for everybody. So, I don't know that this is the Benton seal of approval or anything. Oh, I'm watching me. I'm one of the 14. However many's in here. Let's see. Here he is. I've been watching so much. He's the first video. Some of y'all might have heard of this. Oh, do I have to add myself? Dude, hold on. Now there's two Bentons. Narcissistic before or in love with myself. Right? Oh yeah, yeah. And I didn't think you did anyway. So this guy's and he's in like this is a guy that does powerlifting and all of this. But the videos are interesting. I have to say. Um, and remember, folks, at a certain point, we're all just watching an old man try to operate a computer. Oh, good lord. How's this going to work? Is the question. Yeah, here it is. Snake diet, they call it. Maybe some folks have heard of this. I don't know. I haven't been in the weight loss or the dieting for quite some time. Yeah, but I'm interested in it. I get interested in topics that really don't pertain to me whatsoever sometimes. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question, slow boy. I have no idea. I've gotten more and more to where, and I don't mean music holds a secret, specifically, but I've gotten more and more towards just I sort of just leave people alone, and because there's been times where I had a certain view of whatever they were doing, but and I'm not saying slow boy's wrong. I just mean in general. I've taught myself to be a little more patient with, and some people are just doing dumb things. And I'm not saying that the blowtorch and the residue is, yeah, yeah. And again, I don't know. Like Benton seems smart in a way, but some of this stuff I just have no fucking clue on. And I can understand the being suspect of that, right? Because how many things happen that people should or could be suspicious of, and everybody just more or less it's just like, oh well, that's just the way it's done, right? Like the old man telling me that, 'cause I think we've all seen that picture of, um, from the 20s or the 30s, where it's like the Wizard of Oz characters or whatever it is, some kind of cartoonish version of DDT, talking about how DDT is good for you. Anybody remember this? But I met this old man. He was old enough too that he said when he was a little kid that his parents would spray with one of them sprayers, would spray the DDT in their room at night while they were sleeping, because whoever the authorities were had told them that this was like good for their kid or whatever. Like it's health, and that's what that. Anybody remembers that ad? It was like, this is healthy. So I try not to get too involved in. So people will do things thinking they're good, right? And then other times it's like I'm suspicious, but yeah. And then some of us slow boys just some of us grew up a certain kind of way where it's just like, I've had worse. Hmm. Well, and this is what I'm trying to avoid. And I don't think slow boy is probably an exception to this. And I don't want to pick on slow boy, and I can feel you know, I'm in this space right now where I don't want to trying to be diplomatic, I guess. But and I don't want people to be offended and leave, but sometimes, I pretty much am going to offend everybody at some point. I realized that months ago, but um, so and that's another thing I've noticed, because there are folks who really do have a lot of healthy habits and probably don't, consume things that are bad for their bodies. But I think those folks tend to, uh, like underestimate just how much the average person is just putting trash in their body on a daily basis. Myself included, I ate a lot of trash, even as I believed that. See, my thing was like I knew I could process certain amount of junk food, especially literally 10 miles a day on foot for years, living, with backpack, 35 pounds on my back. So, I was burning so much. So I knew, okay, I need to put the nutrition in my body, especially for my brain and my mental health. But as long as the way I looked at it was, if I was getting specific nutrients, then that lifestyle necessarily lended itself to consuming junk food at times and pizzas, things that actually have some caloric and nutritional value, but the seed oils, all the processed bread or whatever, all the things we know about. But yeah, and again, this is not slow boy, but there are a lot of people who do that, right? Um, there are a lot of people who do that. These are called a secret. I've noticed that, and I've probably been that person, and that's why I try not to give much actual advice. I shouldn't say try not, do or do not. When I'm at my best, I'm not running around here giving people advice, and that's not what slow boy's doing either. I'm just saying that, at a certain point, I learned to discipline myself. Like, why am I running around telling people everything? Yeah, Biden wants to ban gas stoves. Well, and we know what that's all about. The control act. Didn't Isn't California banning all of that? I think they are. I think they already got rid of, like gas powered lawnmowers and leaf blowers, like in LA. But we know that's never. They got too many. The Mexicans have to be able to earn a living. That's never going to stick, I don't think. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. That's a good way to say it. Good way to say it. Slow boy. But yeah, this is the channel, Snake Diet. Let me go to this. It's not, I don't recommend it. It's just if somebody would find this interesting. I guess maybe I got to play part of it now. Yeah, and that's what exactly, Roy. So now I'm just talking food at this point. I'm like my category is not that strict. I'm just realizing more and more that, you know, probably well over a third of all the food I've eaten in my life wasn't actually food as I would now consider food, even though, um, I'm not going to the strictest sense of trying to get the best quality wise, at least not now. Maybe if I had the money in the future, right? But just eat actual real food is pretty much where I'm at. Thanks. Thanks, back. Yeah, most in the woods have gas stoves. Well, there's a lot of wood stoves too, but yeah, there's a lot of gas stoves also. But yeah, a lot of folks have their own propane. So that's the thing is you can't, and we're talking about cities, right? This is a good distinction. So when they talk about banning these things, the reality is most of the folks that live in cities, like I'm talking about actual big cities, well, we've talked about the magabozos want to run around going, oh, it's the blue cities. It's the blue. No, they're all blue. There's no such thing as a red city. I don't know if y'all know that. With very few exceptions, there's not a red city in this, probably on this whole continent, right? In fact, other than Mexico, I know there's not. So if one lives in a populated area of, even several 100,000 people, that's a red, that's a blue city in Utah. Yes, but they're all blue. And those are where the people live who will go along, who will more readily go along with the communism. And lest we forget, during the fake pandemic and the George Floyd stuff, the BLM and Antifa marched all through places like Portland and Seattle, and the locals fucking lined up and more or less gave them a parade. Do y'all remember that? I mean, these are commies. So a lot of these folks in cities are fucking commies, and they want to be told no more gas stove. See, now they may not think there's anything wrong with the gas stove themselves, but see, this is the communism. This is what the person thinks is not relevant. See, and that's the corporate system. You see, it's obvious. So yeah, absolutely, divine spirit. There is something to the homesteading, and I never completely dismissed it. It's just not. I realize that's not for me in the long run. There's, if I was some version of hanging out on somebody's property, that would be a very limited thing because a lot of that is. Now, I don't mean. I mean like visiting. I'm still open to somebody maybe running an extension cord in a little window unit air conditioner and maybe a little. I'll come up with a wood stove somewhere. They make tiny little wood stoves. Um, cut a hole in the fucking wall, cut a couple of holes in the wall of a shed, and run an extension cord out there, and old Benton will take care of the rest, right? Um, Although I don't know if I want to try to make content all day every day either, but I'm definitely going to have to figure out how to make money online, and I'm not asking for tips. I kind of do things in my own way, but although anybody can pretty much email me the email that I put on my the description for most people. Yeah, but yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, if I have a gas stove right over there, it runs off of butane or propane. It's just a little camping. It's like for backpacking, right? So I mean, it's not even really possible to ban these things, but the cities, right? The cities can just say, hey, and this is how they do it. They say, okay, all new construction, no gas stove, right? And then the people who have them, eventually over time, as especially renters in these buildings, that will all be not even retrofitted. They'll just be ripped out and replaced, right? So it is kind of it's two Americas in a way, and I don't mean conservative Republican or conservative liberal. I mean like, city folk versus the country folk, right? Like that is a real thing. But then, as we've talked about, I think Yurt's talked about some of these things, how many of these people grow up in these rural areas, but then almost a high percentage of the children go off to the city, right? So like, what's the point of that? So almost to me, the rural or the homesteading or in a lot of senses, that's more, um, for the older folks, us older folks to some extent, but then some people, who will actually, and I don't have children, but some people who will raise their kids based on, actually keep them out of the system as much as possible. And then, so maybe when they hit majority age, they won't run to the cities, but they might still run to the city. Um, yeah, I agree. It's capitalism. Well, and this is my way of dealing with those concepts is capitalism is bad because I do, believe it or not, I'm not I hate communism. I hate any form of authoritarianism and tyranny, but I understand enough about the leftism that I'm not just, they have some points, okay? it's not like Antifa and BLM are running around and just having no points. They have some points. I don't agree with them, but it's not like they just are out of their fucking minds and they have no points. Yeah, they're out of their minds, but they have some points. So what I'm saying is that my thing is capitalism's bad. Communism, as far as I can tell, is pure fucking evil. So yeah, I would rather stay with what we have than, but now it is communist anyway. So like, what are we even talking about? And we have sort of have both in a way. And that's what they've talked about with China now. It's like, oh, well, their financial system and their business structure is more like America in a way. And that's more of a, in comparison to what the Soviet Russia was, right? I'm assuming. And this is none of this is my area. I'm just speculating. But then, the society structure is, it's authoritarian, really, is the way that the communism and the capitalism and all that, it loses its meaning more and more. I mean, realistically, we're talking about tyranny, right? And authoritarianism. That's why I want to get into this thing. Actually, I'm probably going to play Mr. Unslaved from yesterday, because I thought that was a great discussion about the gun control stuff. If anybody caught that, and yeah, probably most of you did, right? I'm gonna have to pace myself on this one, because part of this is a part of me staying in the room here is the coffee addiction, because I'm gonna wait about another 30 minutes probably and make myself some coffee. And then I could get myself worked up. It's like, what is this, right? It's like, chill out, calm down. Here, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some water. I have no idea how thirsty it was either. Great. Oh, Florida. I think you dodged a bullet. I don't like Florida, man. Yeah, I think you dodged a bullet there. Musical is a secret. I've never been a fan of Florida. Never. I don't know why. When I was a little kid, it was fun. We went there some, with my family. Actually, we had some Jehovah's Witnesses, musical the secret, that we grew up with, that I grew up with, or I was growing up. While I was growing up with this particular family, we were family friends with. Actually, my mom's best friend, now that I think about it, was the mom. She passed. Jill was her name, but they moved to Florida when I was, like 10 or something, or 12 maybe. It's more in there. So we'd go visit them at times. Oh, good. Well, and even gun control is kind of the wrong way to frame that. It was a bizarre conversation in a lot of ways, but and this is where Benton and his whatever I'm afflicted with helps, because I don't see the need to have the conversation, right? Because the reality is I have a God-given right to defend my life, right? Period. End of story. So that's it. So that's it. I shut the door. And that's where a lot of this fake pandemic stuff came in, is, well, I set my mind day one. Well, as soon as it got declared a global pandemic, I remembered '09 swine flu was also declared a global pandemic. I read the news more or less every day, or at least back then I was, certainly now not so much. But so I knew, okay, and I knew there was a jab. See, a lot of folks have forgotten there was a swine flu jab, H1N1. People just didn't take to it. The media tried to get the hysteria whipped up around swine flu, lest we forget, and it just didn't take hold. Oh, is that how south you are in Florida? Or you go north? You're from Florida, DS? That's interesting. Divine Spirit 313. Yeah. Do you live what? I just mean like yeah, I just don't like Florida. Yeah, all right. It's paradise. There you go. I like parts of it. I just mean, like, I don't know, man. I just don't like it. Let's put it that way. I like parts of it. I don't like the whole thing. Yeah, I don't like all of it. I like parts of it. North Central though, which is nowhere. I shouldn't say nowhere near North Ocean. That's not true, but it's a few hour drive, I guess. But yeah, like North Central Florida. I had a buddy that lived there for a while. I liked it there. Pretty close to Lake City area, Lake City, Florida area. I like that. There's nice roads in Florida. It is paradise for a trucker in some ways. Nice roads. Um, Yes, I just don't overall not a fan. It's overrated in my view, and especially now with all the folks that have moved there and um, you know their gun laws have been fucked up for a long time. They've just now gone to unlike the rest of unlike most of the rest of the South, right? Um, they've just now went constitutional carry. I don't know if y'all know that. And then we see what's going on in New Mexico, which that's technically just Albuquerque for that health order. But I thought it was fascinating that she's doing that under a public health order, that governor of New Mexico. So I kind of wondered what y'all thought about that, and what version of a psyop is that? Just to sort of, because there's some 8-year-old somewhere, and as a 48-year-old, and we have some boomers. I think that's one of them on the screen, not in a bad way, sir. Not in a bad way, but I get annoyed with the boomers sometimes, and the boomer within me, right? But shit, what's that thing? Too many things. Thinking about too many things simultaneously. Yeah, there you go. Old Ward, Florida. Well, and I've been to Miami, and actually, me and number two went down to Miami one time. Spent a day in Miami. It was great. Had a great time. I mean, there's a lot of cool shit in Florida. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But yeah, and I don't know if y'all knew this, but Florida for a long time was the most violent state, which is saying something. Just being the most violent state in the Deep South or in the South is a big deal, much less the number one state. And Arkansas is usually up there. Uh, and of course, here I am scrolling through Drudge Report or whatever. Yeah, I know it's lefty. That's fine. But oh, look, top 10 most dangerous cities in the U.S. and going, well, I know Little Rock's in there. And it's depending on how they judge, what population cutoff they use. My hometown's probably in there. There it is. Number 7, Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Number 8, Little Rock, Arkansas. And of course, Memphis is on there, which is, culturally very similar to where I'm from. And Monroe, Louisiana, which is basically this almost exactly like my hometown. Surprise, surprise. Um, Burn a blunt. Oh, I never even heard of these people. Some of them. Oh, you talking about violent crime? Oh, that's a little no, 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 no. There's way more violent crime in less populated areas than people. That's where you get your creepy, weirdo, bizarre crime. Is out in the middle of fucking nowhere. I'm not gonna let you get away with that one, DS. This idea that it's the meth heads ain't city meth heads. I can go anywhere in Arkansas. There's a motherfucking meth head there. Anywhere in this state, I can get in that car until the fucking clutch goes out fully, and I can drive all over this motherfucker. And everywhere I stop, there will be a goddamn meth head there. So I'm not letting you get away with that. That's bullshit. Some people just don't like cities, and that's fine. That don't make the country everything wonderful, because it's not. Does it have some benefits and advantages? Fuck yeah. Does it have some drawbacks and some disadvantages? Absolutely. There ain't no version of I'm in a rural area and now they're sending me to fucking truck driving school, and I got a job, and they got a place for me to stay, and now I got job training and I'm back in the workforce. That shit don't exist. Okay. Got to go to the city for that, even if it's just whatever y'all consider the city in your area. I'm from a city. It's a very small city, but I also enjoy the country. But this idea where we just take everything we don't like about cities and then we say, "Oh, this is wonderful." But yeah, your piece of property, that's your kingdom, right? A man or woman's house is his castle, his or her castle, right? But you're still around a bunch of meth heads. I don't care what you do. I don't care where you go. You got meth heads everywhere, especially in the South, but pretty much this whole fucking country. And guess what comes with meth and meth heads? Violent motherfucking crime. So, not on my watch. You're not getting away with that one. Yeah. I completely disagree. I completely disagree. I got an uncle, lives in the county in Arkansas. He's from the city in the county. Okay. He's lived in the country in the same county for 30 fucking years plus. And he said, these people will never fully accept me because I ain't from here, but he's from the same fucking county because I grew up a 45-minute drive that way. He said, I'll never fully be one of them. Okay. So this idea we're just going to go to the country and now it's fucking better homes and gardens or whatever. No, no. Now, are some people exceptions to that? Sure, they are. But I'm not going along with this because I've been all over this country way before I ever drove a truck, by the way. Let's not forget old Benton has taken 3 months at a time and just hitchhiked all through the deep south, all the way up to Dover, Delaware, right? Uh, I've been through more small towns than most of you put together. That's just a fact as far as actually not driving through it and looking at it. I'm talking about being in that motherfucker and and interacting with the locals to some extent. I've probably done that more than all of you put together, most likely. And I'm telling you, no, 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 no. These people are xenophobic. They're now there is a thing when the stranger comes to town, there is a certain appeal and allure, and some of that is like let's get some different genetics in the local fucking gene pool or whatever, right? But a lot of xenophobia, a lot of mistrust, you know, but a lot of welcoming people. But guess what? Also in the city, same dynamics. Some folks just don't like cities. That's okay. It's okay to just be like, I don't like. I just said I don't like Florida for God's sake. Although, yeah, I like certain aspects of Florida. Um, I don't dislike the country. I don't dislike country folks, but I've spent enough time in both environments to understand. I feel like I understand both of them fairly well. Although I grew up in certainly urban. But yeah, do what you got to do. And I don't want to. I'm not trying to. It's way too early in the morning, and I'm too cranky. First real day off the THCO. I can't just get into an actual fucking debate about cities versus country. But I made my point. We'll probably agree to disagree. I know the thing with Divine Spirit is she's probably equally as strong-willed as I am, or maybe more. So yeah, there's really I've said all I've got to say. You can say whatever you've got to say, but I'm not. I'm not trying to. I just don't want to get into it. I know that's another thing about my illness and just getting older. A lot of times I'm just like, no, man, I'll just say my piece, and then that's part of the reason why I'm attracted to even having a channel and doing live streams. That's part of the reason is because rather than me going on a panel and trying to get get can't get a word in edgewise, or me and Divine Spirit typing at each other, which might happen. That could happen at some point. But yeah, at some point I'll just get to come up here and say my opinion. For better or for worse, right? But, and why do I even care, right? But I don't want to be in a city when the shit goes down, right? And the shit's already gone down. The shit is going down. My thing is, I'm a single person, meaning it's just me. So I know it. I can pretty much just until I'm debilitated physically, right? Even now, I can just walk the fuck out of the city, and I can figure out how to get where I need to get to, right? So how many folks are going to be trapped in that environment and have been trapped in that environment? How many people were just trapped in that environment during the fake pandemic? So here's what I would say to the people who promote the homesteading. Am I still here? Oh, it's probably just my computer. Yeah, this Wi-Fi is fucked. I bet if I was on this laptop, I bet this would actually be working. Yeah, exactly. Hang on, this something's fucked here. What is the problem? Oh, I'm still here. Yeah, that was just StreamYard. That was fully fucking StreamYard there. StreamYard. It works most of the time. Yeah, StreamYard crashed. But yeah, look, I mean, I understand. And this is my thing for anybody who I won't even say woke up, for anybody that realized, hey, uh, some people just got trapped in cities during the lockdowns and everything. So I get it. Some folks are just like, I'm not willing to even risk being trapped in that friggin' Moloch hell pit. Oh, I get it. I mean, I don't even, I've sectioned off the entire left coast and said, that's my favorite part of the country. I'm probably never going there again. So some folks just said, fuck it. We're never going to a city again. I get it. I get it. But that doesn't mean that what I'm saying about cities versus country is not valid either. The thing is, if somebody's just like, yeah, I wouldn't be caught dead in the city because if they lock this thing down, how the hell do I get out of here? And we all know, may not be able to get out. We all know if this thing comes back, like everybody seems to think it is, as far as the lockdowns and everything, and that's going to happen at some point, no matter what. It could be years. Right? We really don't know. But, it's going to be way worse, of course. So then, probably what checkpoints, papers, please. I mean, do we really think there's not going to be some version of uh, a jab passport like within the U.S. I'm talking about? And see, uh, and this is what I talk about that I'm venting at war, that I'm at war, and the system, it went overt war on me, right? We've talked about this covert war being waged against the people pretty much all of our own lives, right? For the whole time we've been here, especially in the U.S. But um, this thing really showed itself during the fake pandemic, right? And it, as far as I could tell, it directly waged warfare upon me directly, right? And probably y'all as well. So I remember, and I drove a truck. See, I've got another advantage over y'all. I spent, there was a period of time where I could drive through any large city in this country any time of day, no traffic. That was about 2 to 3 weeks. And I'm talking about big rig, driving the big rig. New York City, New York motherfucking city, one car. I'm driving through there, and you're not really in the city. You're just sort of driving through the city, right? And at a certain point, some guy in a hoopty jumped onto the road and was doing that, driving like how New Yorkers drive. If anybody's ever seen the New York City drivers, but he's still driving like there's traffic. And it's hilarious, or like he was going to get pulled over and get a ticket. And that's when people out in LA were going like 150 miles an hour and shit. Because I didn't see a cop for about 2 weeks. Okay, weird, eerie. Now there's some places where you always see cops, like Memphis. There's pretty much always a Memphis on both sides of town. That's for a truck driver. That I'm going, like going up towards like Nashville, going through Memphis, right? Nashville. I don't say Vol. I don't know why I said that, but anyway, I say it to make fun of the people who call like Fayetteville, Arkansas. It's like, no, it's never been Fayetteville. What's wrong with you people? It's like Louisville, Louisville. That's part of their accent or whatever. It's like, it's not Fayetteville. What's wrong with you people? It's Fayetteville. It's always has been. Who's changed it to Fayetteville? Ridiculous. So yeah, Nashville. No, Nashville. It's Nashville, Tennessee. Now I can say Louisville, but the locals, as far as I can tell, call it Louisville. But that's their accent, as far as I know. So what I'm saying is that I went all over. I even went to Seattle. I went to fucking damn near Seattle. I went to King County when that was the hot spot of the country. Some of these places that they just sent me to because, hey, look what the loads are paying the most. Oh, that it just happens to be where the fucking hot spot is. And in fact, Seattle wasn't the hot spot. I hit a deer in Colorado. Took a whole fucking week to get back on an entire full 7 days to get back on the road out there, middle of nowhere, Colorado. Uh, when of course they sent the wrong parts and all of that. Just assume that people are not competent, but no one couldn't even get the parts at a certain point of the supply chain and all of this. So the point I'm trying to make, the greater point is, how could I experience all that and then get lulled into a sense of false security? So part of this, I think, with divine spirit is she's not going to get lulled into it. Not that she probably never was, but now I'm speaking for other people, but this is just kind of a thought experiment, conversation I'm having with myself here. But I think y'all know what I mean here. It's like, yeah, my thing would just be like, oh yeah, cities have their advantages, but I'm not going to risk being caught in one if they lock this shit down again, right? Yeah, it makes total sense. I get it. There's certain states I have no plan. The Northeast, I was like, no, I'm never going back there, bro. Yeah, there you go. There you go. So I get it. And then at least on one's own property, you know, while I have my own opinions about whether or not someone truly owns that land, the reality is you are at least controlling it to some extent for that period of time. And then in some states, like Arkansas, as long as one is not in the city limits, people can more or less do whatever the fuck they want on their own property. Like overall, like there's some, this is a state in Arkansas where you'll see some things where it's like, yeah, it's pretty much it's like a home. People pretty much just built their own house, right? With varying degrees of access to materials and also skill level of whoever the competency of the carpenters, right? And some states that's just not a thing. Like it's all regulated, and that is an advantage of some of these podunk poor states like Arkansas, that there's just never been an infrastructure created to go out there and harass everybody based on code and all of these things. That makes sense. So yeah, thank you all for listening, by the way. Yeah, do whatever you want. Exactly. Yeah, yeah. Um, so believe me, I get it. I understand the attraction. I think what I'm sensitive to is sometimes I'm perceived that people are sort of glorifying this one aspect of living while sort of pretending like the opposite way of living is just completely like there's no upside and it's just bad across the board, which maybe it is from their perspective, right? So I'm just kind of here to try to balance that out a little bit in a way. But who cares? I mean, ultimately, and I'm going to have to go to a city. That's the thing is, you know, if I made choices or if my life turned out a certain type of way where I need resources, but I don't have a network of people that are able or competent to help me, right? That's kind of my family. Everybody's got their own thing going on, and there's not really a structure. No, I mean, and nor should there be necessarily, but I'm going to have to go to the city, some version of the city, to access what I need to access to continue my life, right? That's just, unless something else were to happen. So we never know. And that's kind of one of the interesting parts of life is that I'm in a situation now that's going to resolve itself, here with so many of my belongings. And, most of this stuff I'm just not going to probably be able to keep in the long run, but it's just stuff. Who cares? Um, I got to find a place to go where I can at least do my basic things right in the long run without being able to truck drive. So that was my where to be in the long term was in the sleeper cab of a big rig, right? Living in a truck. Okay, I found a job that I'm trained for that I could live at my workplace, and I'm the captain of the ship. It's great. So, you know, I didn't think I would have to be. In a way, I already took care of my life. If that makes sense. Like I was responsible. Like I did what, from my perspective, what the system would want me to do. Right? Yeah. I got it. Oh, believe me, I got it. And now when I'm doing live streams from next to the dumpster behind the fucking quickie mart, right? Remember that's on some level that's my version of I got this, right? So it's not going to be pretty, at least during that transition phase. But yeah, I'll get to where I need to be, and I'll probably in that homelessness phase of no income, no resident. Well, there's a lot of programs, right? And yeah, the programs are annoying, and the programs are not run properly, as I experienced when Goodwill sent me to truck driving school. Just getting through that process, just me maneuvering through that process was very. It's set up to get people to quit. I mean, it's obviously just set up that people will just eventually just say fuck it and go do something else, right? I've just set my mentality. I will not quit. I'm doing this. This is what I'm doing. Nobody can stop me. And there was a lot of obstacles, right? And I just overcame every single one because why? Because I wasn't going to be denied. And that is a mentality. And I'm not always in that space, but certainly when I need to get there, I've been able to. Now, again, with the debilitation of the health issues, who knows? I have no idea what I'm going to be capable of in the future. But buy the ticket, take the ride. Bastardize that, Hunter S. Thompson. I think he popularized that. But yeah, it's probably get some kind of job training where I can do, if there's some kind of remote job I can do that doesn't take a whole bunch of my time, right? And then obviously one of my major strategies is I'm super good at just not spending money. And that's part of the thing is, necessarily having an income, going back into the workforce, and then I'm so frugal by nature, and then living in the streets with nothing, for so long, trained myself, you know, I know how to live with almost no money, right? So it was a mentality, and like in a way, I needed to sort of spend freely, if that makes sense. I kind of had to make myself just spend, just buy things I needed, And I remember a bunch of times just like being in Walmart and looking at something, and my inclination was, okay, I know I'm going to need this, but I don't need it yet. But okay, wait, because that was the living in the streets with nothing. I had to, a lot of times you know, was I can only buy specific things at specific times. So, but then just even the practice of, no, man, just go ahead and buy it. You got plenty of money. Who cares? Like, you're going to use it. It's not going to get wasted. So I didn't waste much money, although I've wasted some, particularly here in the last few months. I've certainly wasted. I probably just straight up wasted like about 2 G's, I would say. 1.5 to 2 G's. Just, but what is that? It's like, that's the thing. It's like 1 week's, it's like 2 weeks pay max. It's nothing if you think about it, out of 52 pay period, assuming one works every week, which I certainly was. But then again, no rent. I was living in a truck for a lot of that time. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. I already read that comment. I guess I thought that was a new one. Hey, what's up, Woody? But yeah, I'm not here to get into a culture war between the city folk and the country folk. And I've been around a lot of country folk, and I've never had a problem fitting in with them, as far as being able to be jovial and have a conversation. Now, if I was to try to go hunting or fishing with them, it'd probably be a little different. Although I have done quite a bit of fishing in my life. In my younger years with my dad, we went fishing quite a bit. But yeah, I certainly don't, what do they call that? Skin a buck and run a trot line. Like, I don't have none of those skills. I do have some pretty decent camping skills, actually. I'm really good at camping with a lot of practice, right? Great movie. Oh, I never saw that movie. Huh. Maybe I need to watch that. Yeah, it's a thing. But then when we talk about abundance versus lack, the reality is, my emotions, sometimes it feels like that there's a lack, right? Abundance versus a lack, but there's really not. And I truly believe that is sort of one of the dichotomies of this realm. Um, and the fact is, if I am what I say I am, I'm going to be just fine. Like, I'm going to be able to. It's going to be a piece of cake, right? And then we get into the fear and the hesitancy and the trepidation. Like, that's my human side, right? And when I say it's going to be a piece of cake, of course it's going to be a difficult, filled with lots of struggles. But I like that part, right? Um, that part's kind of fun. Just the struggle. Well, easy for me to say now from this. Enough. Then again, as someone who's so frequently talked about how Americans' lives are too comfortable, well, look how I've been living, right? For some folks, it'd be a nightmare to come try to stay here for 2 months in this type of place. But for me, this is like almost like a palatial, right? Based on how I used to live. So I don't know. Maybe, hopefully, I haven't adapted to the comfort too much. Although I still sleep on the floor by choice, lest we forget. Although this bed is freaking terrible, terrible. I think probably I passed out on it one time. Not from booze. I don't drink. From the THCO, I probably passed out on it here and there. Great comments, by the way. My apologies if I've missed anybody. Is Beck still around? I was wondering. Trying to balance out the mini rants with interacting with the audience, right? There we go. Apologies, Bex, if you're still around. Um, well, and yeah, the smart cities 15, but and then I'm confused because when I read about 15-minute cities, we already have that, as far as I can tell, right? Like, and I'm talking about, Seattle, Portland, Los Angeles, the big cities, right? Houston, Dallas. Isn't that what we already have? Is smart, I mean, right? So I understand what I'm thinking. Oh yeah, 100%, dude. 100%. See, music holds a secret. Yeah, they're sitting duck. They are. Yeah. I'm not, although even I am. Look, I had a self-defense situation on fucking live stream, lest we forget. Now, part of that was Benton thinks he can just go wander around in the dark at 4 a.m. near downtown in high crime areas, right? That's part of it. But I can also. But in the past, I could do, and I probably, I don't know, man. That's the thing is at 120 pounds, I can't physically defend myself. I could have. There was a time not that many years ago when I would have been very physically capable of dealing with that without a firearm. That dude was quite a bit bigger than me, even when I had my muscles and shit. He was, big, tall, and broad, right? Probably didn't weigh a whole lot. He might, but he weighed more than me. I can assure you. So at a certain time, I probably had more weight and muscle and strength on him to some extent. But then this fucking meth strength, man, this guy's definitely on meth. There's no doubt about it. You see what I'm saying? So now it's like, and then when I talk about, by the way, when I talk about homelessness and maybe even staying somewhere temporarily while I'm getting some version of job training, or maybe even just a certificate, they'll pay for a remote certification or whatever. There's all kind of certifications people can get, just to halfway earn a living, right? And, but then, yeah, if I'm going to go to that's the thing is, uh, can't necessarily have a gun on me at the fucking Salvation Army. Although looking back on it, if I had just not told anybody, the last time I stayed at the Sally in Austin, I could have definitely had it. I could have had a pistol on me the whole time, as long as nobody, as long as I just left it in the fanny pack and you know um, was discreet as possible, right? But although maybe not in the summer. Yeah, that was summer. Because I started with Snyder in August, so yeah, it would have been too hot. People, even then, maybe nobody would have said anything. I guess I could have just thrown it in my backpack to come in and out of the Sally. You see what I'm saying? But where there's a will, there's a way. But I'm already thinking about all these things, right? I'm already thinking about all these things. Okay, good. She's back. Yeah. What, a 15-minute city? Yeah, it's not very big. That's interesting. Interesting comments from Divine Spirit. She has one of those personalities though, where I have to, or she seems to, where I have to avoid just getting completely enmeshed in the chats, right? I bet Z's going through his version of this. I'm assuming. Uh, all right. What is the movie? Pig? Is that the movie? It's called Pig, Woody? Oh, did I get a super chat? Is that what? When did this happen? Is that from this broadcast? Is Big L in the house? What's up, Big L? How the hell did I miss a super chat? Chat secretary? Yeah. I think StreamYard's just fucking up because I don't Nashville, yeah. Nashville. I haven't gotten any super chats this stream, have I? I missed way too many good comments. Living on a large island, there are one industry towns at the end of roads where the industry ended 500. Yeah, exactly. Well, and you're right. And well, so the flip side of that is a lot of these areas are wide fucking open. If somebody has, any amount of money that they could just buy property, or if somebody's willing to move to some of these areas and just sort of deal with the bones of what's left, right? And sort of just build something. This was like the allure of Detroit for the last 10 years, probably. And I'm surprised I never really just went to Detroit like for a whole summer or whatever. Some of that was not probably that I wasn't carrying a firearm at the time. And I'm thinking, well, obviously I'm going to have to start carrying a firearm. I'm going to go hang out in Detroit all summer. That was the promise of a place like Detroit that had finally, in St. Louis to some extent, these cities, and I know you're talking about a smaller area, but I just mean in general, with some of these smaller areas that had um, an industry, right? So forget about Detroit. I just mean some of these areas that were thriving because of one local industry. There's so many of those places across the country where there's still something of a downtown, right? Um, even though it's probably not being used, currently. Um, And then like just Arkansas, there's not that it's cheap necessarily, but like there's definitely property, and I'm not recommending Arkansas for God's sake, but certainly I would never want to accidentally inflict Arkansas upon anybody. Uh, yeah, preference, and we all have preferences, and they're only really my preferences are only really important to me for the most part. I mean, with some exceptions, but anyway. No, you don't have to hush. We don't. That's not what I'm going with. It's just sometimes it's too many good comments, and not just you. You're not the only one doing good comments. But now it's coffee time, folks, because I am a coffee addict. It seems not really. But, there's the. So I was trying to time all this out where we'd run out of beans right about the time I was ready to give it up. But I always go back. I always go back. I do. This is a scale. I do 20 grams of beans to 12 ounces of water. I'm not crazy enough to have one of them things that like weighs the beans or weighs the water like while you're doing the pour over. Y'all know about this? It's like, yeah, I'm a fancy boy, but I just want the good tasting coffee. These are the shitty beans though. I bought the wrong beans. Sorry if y'all can't see this. I didn't really. It's kind of impromptu here. Didn't know I was doing this. Anyway, weighing the beans. I didn't know I was going to be doing this on the screen. Oops. Of course, since I like doing things that are hard, I could always just quit. Part of me, the way I was going to kind of taper down and not have to go through the actual caffeine withdrawals, but I can always just, go through the more harsh version. I can always just not buy more coffee and just suffer. What fun would that be? We'll find the grinder. I'm doing this all backwards since I'm trying to talk to y'all. That's going to fall. Apologies. We are producing on the fly. It's my grinder. This is like 20 bucks, I think. I mean, you get what you pay for, but it works. Oops. Something ain't right today. This is bizarre. This is the TH. This is the transition back to not smoking. Dang. Chocolate. Nice. All right. I'm just going to have to do this. It'd be fun to show y'all, but you're not going to be able to see anything. Let me just get this done. If I had the camera, if I had it set up where you could actually see what I was doing, it might be interesting. Not now. Boom, boom, boom. Although I think I might show you my little stove. I got this on Amazon. I think this was like 40 bucks. I think, if I recall, this runs off of butane or propane. And then I've got this adapter for like 8 bucks, I think. This little, this thing. This lets me use these bad boys, which are $3 if you can find them. So a lot of times these are sold out. And way better than some of those more expensive. Oh, they'll also run off of butane, like the. Oh, I don't have the adapter, but yeah, they also make an adapter for those green propane bottles. But those aren't that good. I've used them quite a bit. Those aren't that good. Anyway, let's get this show on the road. Let's get this show on the road. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Off the alcohol for 7 years. Yeah, man. Whew. What a nightmare. I'm glad I don't drink anymore. Good God. Good Lord. Sorry for the Bex wants coffee. It's 2 a.m. What's up, Rob? But yeah, my dad used to drink that stuff all day. The Folgers too, just out of one, just a regular old, regular old coffee maker. But I think he doesn't. I don't think he drinks quite as much as he used to. I got him on the pour over though. See, I got him on the pour over. My dad, which is so. It's just any way the person can grind their own beans, right? That's the key as far as I'm concerned. And then the pour over thing is more of it was a convenience because I was truck driving. Right. There is a bit of a technique involved. Of course, I got my fancy boy, pour over kettle here. What can I put this thing on so y'all can see? Probably nothing. Oh well, do the best I can. Yeah, cellular changes indeed. Yeah, I can too, but that's not now. No, not now. In fact, on my birthday, I drank coffee at like 5 p.m. and then stayed up all night, no problem. But yeah, no, not now. But when I'm fully into the caffeine, yeah. But that's not the good way to go. But I've been there. I've been there where I could drink caffeine and go straight to sleep. I have been there. I mean, just thinking about, you know, just thinking about, oh, I'm going to take a stimulant and go to sleep. Right? But I don't know. For some people, maybe that works. Who am I to say? But yeah, good to see you, Rob. And man, I'm telling you, these bottles for the price, these last a long time. Um, these do. I've never had good luck with those propane bottles. They just don't ever seem to, for me anyway, never seem to quite last as long as they felt like they should. These little propane or little butane cans go hard. They can. We're boiling. Y'all can see because we're not set up for this. Sorry for the whipping you around so much. This is not cool. All right. As much as I'd like y'all to see my fancy boy pour over technique, just you're not going to be able to see anything. It's all right. I'll be right back. $50. A50. Who? What in the world is that? Well, thanks. I don't know how much money that is. That's Australian. Wow, that's pretty much equal to an American dollar, I believe, or it might be even worth more. Thanks, Woody. Get a good bag of beans. Thank you, Woody. I will. So now it's yeah, I'm getting the good shit. We have some stuff roasted out of Bentonville, in the Walmarts, believe it or not. That is one advantage to Walmarting in Arkansas at times, is that we actually have some, believe it or not, some pretty good beans. Actually, good beans. But it's you get what you pay for, right? So yeah, I will. I'm definitely going to get some good beans. Thank you, man. Awesome. I love that, Woody. Man, I'd still like to figure out did Big L come in here, or is it just StreamYard's fucking up? You the man, Woody. He was already the man way before that, but awesome, man. Thanks. Now, do I, at the risk of counting the money before it's here, whenever, I'm kind of curious because I know just enough about exchange rates and all this. I think that's actually more than 50 US, but I'm not sure. I can't even spell. I spelled dollar with an E. Damn, what the fuck? I would never do that. What is wrong with me? Oh, hang on. Be right back. What the fuck? And I'm looking on my YouTube. I think I might actually get paid for all of the August super chats. I think I might get that this month, perhaps, because I've never gotten my first payment from them. And oh, 31.89. Okay, thanks. Well, still great. I mean, shit. I shouldn't have looked it up. Shouldn't have looked it up. I shouldn't have done that. But thank you, Woody. I guess the Australian. Oh, the USD is super strong right now. See, I haven't kept up. I'm out of the news cycle. That's what it is. Yeah, just the dollar is way strong right now, which is funny because how much of this collapse of the dollar crap have we had to hear? I'm over it, man. The dollar is going to last until Satan himself, as far as I can tell, decides that it's no more U.S. dollar or God, I guess, whatever. I mean, this is just again, I know certain folks that don't like the religious context, so and I don't either half the time. And this ain't a religious channel, but y'all know what I mean. Like, the way this system is set up, I don't want to hear nothing about the dollar. Right? I've been hearing that shit for 20 fucking years. Oh, the dollar's going to implode. The dollar's going to collapse. Every time they say that, fucking 2 months later, it's sky fucking high. It's actually too strong in a way, and I don't understand economics. Exactly. It's strong in comparison to the exactly. Thank you for correcting me because you can see that I'm not in the financial streets as much. I used to be in the financial streets quite a bit when I was learning about when I was educating myself about the bailouts and all that. You're right. It's not strong. It's compared. Most of these currencies are bullshit. And the fact is, people can talk shit on the USD all they want, but it's still the king. It's the king up right until it's not. And that fucking euro. Remember when they were trying to pump that thing up? And it's still euro's good. I mean, I guess that's number two. It's a pound sterling, though, right? So the pound sterling, the euro, and isn't that like the only three ones? I don't know. I'm not an expert. I have to ask my dad. I guess believe it or not, my dad's been trading currencies since like the mid. Actually, he started on stocks during the bubble, the tech bubble or whatever. That's when he got into that in the mid '90s, and then oh, what's up? Oh, I thought that was somebody else. Good to see you, man. Yeah, thanks, Gary. Appreciate it. But yeah, thank you, Woody, by the way. Very generous. Either way. I don't know why we had to. I got excited because I was thinking that it was probably equal to or greater than 50 US. So my apologies. I was trying to actually make it look like you were more giving than you really were, I guess. I don't know. And I kind of don't like the super chat element in a way. I love it that people are giving money, and I know people want to, and I enjoy giving. I'm giving a decent amount of super chats over my time truck driving. Actually, Uh, I don't know. What do y'all think about the super chat? Folks are generous. I like to give. Looking forward to being able to, because I haven't even really been able to give super chats here for probably about a month. Um, I don't know, but thank you, Woody. Thank you. I don't. But what do I know? I think if that were to happen, Gary, and I'm not good with predictions. Although it's weird because I'm good with certain trends. Like I'm ahead of trends a lot of times somehow. But yeah, uh, my predictions. If I could predict things, I would not. I would be independently wealthy. Honestly, like most likely. I'm just not good at predicting. And I could have bought Bitcoin, lest we forget, at $35. And I don't mean like, I mean like I knew what it was when it had no value effectively. I knew about Bitcoin more or less from day one as a computer nerd. And I know Razvan said that. He said Razvan was like, yeah, I was mining it on just like my old laptop and it was just pointless. So he's like, didn't even bother to keep up with it. Right. Same thing with me. I wasn't mining it, but I knew I could. Back then, they were trying to get people to just install it, and just go ahead and mine this stuff. Right. Just in case it's worth something. Hmm. One day. So I could have been, I mean, just for free. Like I was in the right place, the right time. I could be fucking crazy wealthy. But then what if it gets to $10 and I just sold it all, right? Because how could I know that it was going to go to 30,000? See what I'm saying? I'm not good with the predictions, but I am in the right place at the right time a lot. If that makes sense. Who cares? Uh-oh. Yeah, the giving, indeed. I love it. Yeah. I'm just curious. Like it's more of a curiosity thing. And then we get into like the transactional nature of certain things, which this is not that, but I don't know. I think y'all know about me. If I have something on my mind or I'm curious, like I'm gonna verbalize it at some point, even though I don't really know what I'm talking about. Exactly, Rob. What's wrong with that? And I'm the same way. That's one thing I recognize, especially in some of these bigger channels. Sometimes I just like the recognition, but I also want the people to get the money. But it's worth. It's like, oh yeah, YouTube takes a high percentage. Yeah, they do, but Uh, I understand that, but I still like that I'm being recognized. However, that's yeah. But thanks, Woody. Definitely gonna get some beans. Um, I don't know. I'm just rambling now. But all right, we'll try to move on. We'll try to move on. Divine Spirit. Dopamine hits. Well, and it's beyond. It's not just dopamine. I think dopamine's kind of gotten. It's actually dopamine in concert with some other chemicals. But yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, I like exactly. Yeah, yeah. Oh, really? Wow. This thing's pretty thick, but wow, really? Yeah, I use the glass because I want to drink it now, and the glass absorbs enough of the heat that I can use travel mugs, truck driving, but that's a different thing. Hmm. Oh, I better hang on. I know y'all don't want to hear me sipping. Let me take this off. Take the lav mic off. Have you really? What? Oh, you're in Vegas though. That makes sense. Yeah, I can believe that. Yeah, Robin says he's been recognized in random places for Paul and Slave. That is that weird. I bet that's strange, Rob, because you are kind of, you know, famous in a very tiny corner of the internet, right? Like you are, which is a real thing because you could just be wandering around Las Vegas and somebody's like, "Hey, that's that dude from that thing," right? And I think there's a tiny version of that going on in this town. With people see me around now early in the morning sometimes. I think at least a few of them are like, "Oh, that's that live streamer guy." He just walks around doing live. Later on, Bex. Hope you get some rest there. Great conversations indeed. Um, Dude, and I'll tell you how I got over this divine spirit, because my brain is set up for some version of this. My dad, he seems to have sort of figured it out in his own way, but I have a lot of similarities with my father, and like some certain, just we're just very similar in certain ways, very different in other ways. But my dad continues to tell me the world was ending and taking our money since he was a boy, to stop worrying about it. Yes, exactly. See, I had the opposite experience in some ways, because I was grew up in this Jehovah's Witness cult that, more or less told me from day one that the fucking world was going to end any moment now. But my just in general, not connected to my father, I was in I love books, and I was in a like a thrift store, like a Goodwill or something, one time looking through the books, and I found a book that was the title was something like how to survive the upcoming financial or banking collapse. Meanwhile, I found this book after 08, 09, and the book was published in like 1985. So, which made me realize it's like, okay, well, this type of propaganda, this type of thinking, this is nothing new, right? And remember, I was on the full Alex Jones show every day for years. I listened with my earbud. I put earbuds in and listened. And what I would do is they had now for a time somebody had an RSS feed. I'm talking about his actual pod. I would actually download the podcast, the MP3 from the RSS feed, an actual podcast, believe it or not. And I would just do it a day behind, because that way I could fast forward through the commercials. Because if anybody's listened to Alex Jones' radio show, it's just the amount of advertising is just insane, and I can't sit through a fucking four. I mean, I can, but it's like I'm not going to sit through 4 minute commercials if I don't have to. 4 minutes of commercials. And yeah, they got to get paid and all that. But so yeah, I really had the medical tyranny, and that's probably another reason why I freaked out so thoroughly. With the fake pandemic and all that, is just I'd had Alex Jones blasting me with medical tyranny information for literal years. So I felt like that was an advantage in a way. Once I saw it happening, it was kind of an advantage, right? From the medical tyranny side of it. Now, I didn't take advantage of it in the financial sense. And I think this is where Paul and that J Hub got at a certain point. If anybody saw that conversation from Proper Instruction Motivates People yesterday, although I don't even need to plug his stuff, I'm sure we all know. But and good to see you amongst us, Predator, by the way. Um, I saw he popped in. Probably a lady. Half the time now, it's like people are telling me, "Oh, I'm a girl." I was like, "Okay, whatever." Like that's Sterling Ray. Is that? I guess that's a woman's name, right? Isn't there probably a woman named Sterling somewhere? I'm assuming. And yeah, a lot of cool folks, man. A lot of cool folks in these streets. I do. It's the internet, and there's enough people are just. There's a lot of crazy people too. I mean, have you? Can we talk about that? Do y'all want to talk about the literal insane people? Make literal again, by the way. I'm talking about the actual crazy people. Uh, and I don't even want to mention anybody specifically lest they show up. Good God. Well, and we remember yesterday's show. I'm pretty good at knowing, when somebody's here most of the broadcast, but then they leave. It's like even if they don't tell me they leave, I can usually figure it out. It's like, oh yeah, I'm just not trying to hear that crazy person again. In the chat and sucking the energy out of the room and all this. Yeah, Tyler. Oh, we need to go watch that. I might do that because I think if I fire up one of these laptops, because I'm starting to think half of my internet problems here is actually this computer, the the mini PC. I don't want my phones because sometimes I'll do a speed test on this thing, and this is on Wi-Fi, right? This thing doesn't have I don't have service on this is my backup phone, and it's like I'll do the speed test, it's off the fucking charts on this thing, and then I can barely get anything on my desktop. So, and And then one day I had to reboot it like 4 times to even get it to connect at all. So I think that you get what you pay for. I mean, this is some just low end Chinese crap ultimately. But that's how good the electronics are now. The low end Chinese crap is still kind of good, right? Or pretty good, actually. Mm. Whose will do we follow? Well, exactly, divine spirit. That's, yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Well, and that's the thing is that as we know how the system, it tells us, right? So when they say they have to tell you, I don't really believe in that, but they do tell you for whatever reason at times. And what I've been told is that, under the idea of never let a good crisis go to waste. And then um, Machine Lies has been covering this with the stakeholder capitalism. And I was in his live chat as he was wrapping up whichever previous long broadcast he did before this one. And that's what me and him were talking about. And I wasn't on the panel, but I was in the live chat. You know, the reality is economically, this is very simple, and I can make this very simple to anybody. Nobody needs to know anything. It's a boom bust cycle, right? And we all know this, but so the bubble inflates, and then the bubble shrinks, and it inflates, and that never stops. As far as we're in that cycle of a boom bust, boom bust. So the system knows that there's going to be a contraction no matter what. So because this happens, then that happens, then this happens, then that happens, then this happens, then that happens. And that is the process whereby the rich get richer, as far as I can tell. Because every time this happens, just the regular folk who, like me, who just don't really give a shit about necessarily trying to go out here and just make a bunch of money. I just don't, it's never appealed to me to just go make a bunch of money for money's sake, right? I like money though. So now what Machine Lies is covering is that more or less they are just saying they're talking about managing that shrink, but they're talking about it as if they are causing it and they are, manufacture. So for people who don't understand economics, and I'm not saying I do, but for people who haven't for people who haven't walked around and thought about these things for damn near 10 years necessarily. So the system knows every time the thing gets inflated, at some point it's going to shrink again. Well, of course, the system's going to manage that to its own benefit as much as possible. So that's what I see with, if and when the time arrives to go off of the dollar to something else, I think that'll all be managed. Now, it obviously won't be managed in a way that'll be good for me and you necessarily, but although who knows? I mean, and then people like Tommy, who I take him at his word, he probably is, he probably has learned those skills of how to make this, how to, through the crypto and everything. Why not? Why can I accept that he's a really smart, sharp dude, but that he doesn't know how to just trade cat coin over time, as Paul would put it? What's so hard to believe about that? And then, I don't know how much Tommy has, but the fact is, I know a lot of people from places like Arkansas and West Virginia. When they get some money, they live more or less the exact same way they was already living, or pretty close. Right? It's a cultural thing. So when I first started talking with Tommy, and there was all this, people just assumed he was lying. So but I'm viewing this like, and part of it is because of how he's living. And I'm like, well, I'm from Arkansas, man. More often than not, when somebody who grew up in Arkansas gets some money, right? Especially through their own, I don't mean like an inheritance, I mean like through their own skill and hard work, right? They typically hang on to it. I don't know if y'all noticed that. It's a cultural thing. I'm assuming West Virginia is very much the same. But I'm specifically talking about people who, through their own hard work and determination and skills, build up some wealth for themselves. They tend to hang on to it. Even these athletes who end up in the NBA or not the NBA so much, but the NFL, well, the white guys, let's call it what it is. Some of them are the black guys too, but a lot of these guys from Arkansas who end up in the NFL, most of them make enough money on their first contract and they just live the rest of their life, whether they have a good career after that or not. It's something, it's something too that it's more of an old school mentality. Now, again, there's exceptions, right? Versus some of these people just, you know, they live beyond their means no matter how much they have, right? Which is the typical American thing. Well, but here's the thing, Gary. It's now it's been black boxes. So when we get into trading and all of this, and this is more my dad's field. I wish I could get him on here. Actually, my dad knows a lot about this stuff. Dude's been doing it all day, every day, going back to the mid '90s. Not even kidding. He's just following the financial markets. He's ate up with it to some extent. Um, although I know he doesn't do it as much now as he used to. I know he watches it every day, no matter what. He always knows what's going on. Yeah, man, that's true. Music holds a secret. Once you come to terms with death, it doesn't matter what fear they instill in your mind. Well, and I will say I am susceptible to fear and all of these things, but it's more of my own, right? Like that's my thing is this system doesn't really put fear into me anymore so much. Although I guess it does in some ways, but I don't know. I have to think about that a little more. Think about that. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of manipulation, certainly. And then with the black boxes and the arbitrage and you know the speed of trading and all that. I just don't see how. Now I know regular people can, but it seems to be damn near impossible. Whereas at a certain time, a person could just trade. And here's how crazy the thing was. My dad had enough money back in the day. He was going to try to train me to fucking trade. Fucking, and meanwhile, he didn't really wasn't ever really successful at it. This was kind of this is the fever of the. This is during when I talked about the boom bust. This was the fever of the and this was the .com, the pets.com. Do y'all remember that? I knew just regular people I went to high school with. Like I just ran into somebody and I just happened to bring it up, because I am even then was a news junkie to some extent. And you know, just regular people where it was tulip mania to some extent. And there was just regular people I knew that were some of them were making like $100,000, but then some of them were also losing $100,000, right? And this idea that just regular people should go out and fucking go on their computer and trade stocks, to me, that's just always been sort of insane. Um, I don't know. I'm just rambling now. Who even knows? But you know, star super chat. I'm gonna assume that Big L hasn't been here today because I know he's normally not even awake at this time. That was a mistake. Anyway, what do y'all got? Because Lord knows I can just sit here and ramble and ramble and ramble. So, I think we might go to. I think we might try to. Let's do that. Let's try to play some other broadcasts. There's been some interesting stuff I've seen lately. Now, I don't give a lot of advice or recommend things. I will recommend this, folks. Go get you a used ThinkPad if you want to learn about Linux. Just whatever you can get for like $100, $150. Most of these used ThinkPads I paid less than $200 on Amazon, and I had like four. I got four of them. I think I'm down to three, but oh no, I bought three of the four. The shittiest one I didn't get from them, but yeah, I've got two that are usable. And then see this runs L Ubuntu, which is like a lightened version of Ubuntu. I'm telling you, it's not. I just threw in maybe one day I'll do a live stream and I'll just install Linux. It'll take several hours to get the whole thing set up where somebody can just browse the web, right? It does take. I shouldn't say several hours, probably an hour and a half. But then it's just oh, okay, good. Thank you for the $5, sir. Good to see you, man. Been thinking about you too, actually. Yeah, that was the confusion. Musical as a secret was it showed up under my starred because in StreamYard they have a separate tab under comments when somebody sends a super chat. But I never saw him actually here, so I thought StreamYard was fucked up. But awesome, man. Good to see you, by the way. I meant to text you and call you, and I haven't done it. You know some of my tendencies when it comes to reaching out to people. I don't even like the term reach out for some reason, but yeah. Definitely want to holler at you here soon, sir. I hate that expression, but God, I'm just so ingrained in my speech patterns. I'm really gonna yell at him, right? Okay, cool, man. Glad you're here. Well, and see, this is, and, sports have been ruined for me. I used to be a gigantic college football fan and college basketball, but especially football. Um, in my later years, anyway. Basketball has always been my favorite sport, but um, the hell was I going to say? Yeah, it's just ruined it because this shit's not real, man. So yeah, this is the time of year I'd be. This is like week two. So yesterday, there was football games, and I didn't even know what was going on. I didn't know who Arkansas was playing. Like the idea of it being September and Arkansas has a game this week, and I don't even know who the opponent is. Like that's virtually unprecedented. But same thing with the news, man. Once that Chinese balloon story hit, and I saw how people reacted to that, I'm done. I still keep up with it to some extent, but I'm out. I'm out. I don't want. And so, look, somebody's, at a certain point around these CBO folks, somebody was like, "How do you even know North Korea is real?" I'm like, "You're right. It could just be fake." Like, I'm sure there's a landmass. I'm sure there's who even knows, right? But like that could all be fake. Who even fucking knows, man? That's how confusing things are. Well, I mean, see, this is the thing, Gary, and this is going to sound kind of insane to somebody like you, because he says diversify your funds and your equity in as many places as possible so fiat does collapse won't affect you. Well, I mean, it will affect you, but so it affects you less, right? But and that's smart, Gary. But the reality is, when I talk about myself as a strategic thinker, part of that is, some version of me intentionally never really getting to the point where I had to concern myself with any of that, right? And that's also how I avoided, not really having a big deal with either one of my divorces because we just didn't own anything. Now, me and number one, we were buying a house, but my credit was so fucked. Listen to this. You want to talk about men, Paul talking about men, not leading and all of this. And yeah, I was socialized to be masculine and, I was had the veto power in the relationship or whatever. But and I was the prize or whatever. I mean, it's whatever, dude. It's whatever. It's so ridiculous looking back on it. But my credit was so fucked that they wouldn't. And it's almost like the system just kind of knows like who I am on some level. We couldn't buy a fucking house with. I couldn't be on it. Like even though we were married, it was like all in her name, right? So when we fucking split up, I didn't have to deal with it. She just had to deal with it. You know how ladies can be, and I don't blame her, but probably just upset and emotional and didn't want, and I was too, by the way, of course. But I've tried to tell her. I said because we paid like 85,000 for this house. It's across the fucking street from the JB Hunt headquarters in Lowell, Arkansas. This is a boom. This is just a boom area. That whole area has exploded, and I mean the entire Northwest Arkansas has exploded. But this actual where this house is has exploded. That thing's probably worth 100, damn near $200,000 by now. It's got to be. And I tried to tell her, I was like, listen, I know you don't want to live here, but if you hang on to this thing for a year or two, and this was back in the day, I said, thing's gonna be worth fucking considerably more. She could have just sold it, but she just wanted to get out of it, which I understand, but not quite sure how I got onto all of that. But oh, the point I was making is overall, I've just have owned almost nothing in my life compared to what you see when most folks have a divorce or whatever. And some of that has been some of it's been my lack of ambition, certainly, but some of it's also been in me not necessarily believing in the system, even as much as I was a normie in a lot of ways. And then the way I was raised, right? Oh, the fucking world's going to end every day, any day now. Jehovah's Witnesses. I was raised in that religion, so it's like, what's the fucking point of going out here in this world and getting rich in this world if I'm taught that I'm actually trying to live for this, trying to make this paradise or whatever, try to be here on what in the Jehovah's Witnesses, it's like, yeah, the earth's going to be a paradise after the fucking Armageddon or whatever. Crazy. North Korea. Yeah. How do I know? I'm just accept now. I've met people from South Korea, by the way. I'm pretty sure there's a South Korea because I've met those folks and talked to them. it's like World War II. Some people think World War II never happened. I'm like, well, but I've actually talked, believe it or not, I've talked to some people who claim that they fought in World War II. I mean, I don't know. Uh, are they just delusional? I don't know. Maybe they are. Like that Buzz Aldrin has to still pretend like he went to the moon or whatever. Maybe they just, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, and that's another thing I realized because I mean, the fact is, I have possessions and things I've accumulated over 5 years of truck driving, and most of it's about to go away, right? Which is completely fine with me. But yeah, uh, yeah, there's something to that. There's something to that freedom of, just starting over. But yet, it seems like a thing that's not cool, right? Yeah, Music Calls a Secret lost everything he owned twice in two divorces. It's amazing I have what I have now. Eventually, we have to give it all up anyway. Yeah, it's don't mean shit, man. None of this means shit. And the easiest thing for me to do would more or less just be to. Now, I'm not quite rude enough to just leave a bunch of stuff in this room and just peace out, but you know, just get this stuff out of here and do whatever I'm going to do with it and just walk away from it, right? I mean, I got a whole box of just cables, like a big box of cables. What is this? Although that is, if you just have to wander into a Walmart and buy a cable, that's like $20, depending on what cable you're trying to get, or a Best Buy, God forbid. There you go. Yeah, I'm not a war guy either, in that regard, Gary Baxter. Yeah, me neither. All right, let me hit the head, shine out the 25 in the house, and I'll be right back. Ah, fuck. Hmm. Yeah, the Bentons don't serve in wars that much apparently, but of course some of them do. So I think my dad's brothers were in. No, they might have been in Korea. It was either I don't even remember which. My dad was born in 70. No, I was born in 75. My dad born in 55. So he was graduating high school like right around the end of the Vietnam War. And I think his brothers were like 18 years older than him. Yeah, that would have been Korea, right? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think at least one of his brothers, one of my dad's brothers, was in Korea. But like my grandfather was, dude, my football playing grandfather, the 10 catches for 303 yards, Big Jim, uh, and all these weird tie-ins with the sports that I've talked about before, and this part of Arkansas and all of that. Like my grandfather had to go in for like a physical to see if he was could be drafted, and they said he had flat feet, I think, or it was a heart murmur or something. I think the flat feet must have been a joke when I was a kid. I didn't understand it was a joke. Um, that doesn't even make sense. But yeah, like they think they said he had a heart murmur or whatever, but that was just the fix was in, right? Like, so my grandfather should have went off to World War II, but somehow he managed to avoid it. Or maybe just for whatever reason, Maybe he went down there with an honest intention of, well, if I have to serve my country, I'm going to serve my country, right? Um, but for whatever reason, he did not have to go to World War II. My grandfather, who played football all through World War II, by the way. Yeah, it's kind of a trip. I think it's part of the reason why he'll probably never be in the NFL Hall of Fame, too, potentially. Even though he has the statistics to be in he has better stats than multiple players who are in the Hall of Fame. There's no doubt about it. But I think that's part of it. The league was a little weaker because people were all fighting World War II. Anyway, I don't want to get into sports. Yeah, war stories. That's right. So, and why I'm bringing up Linux is if somebody, and if you just have an old laptop somewhere, even if it's not a ThinkPad, it might probably just put Linux on it. But that's the thing is, we talk about the government and all of this and Bill Gates, but then how many people are running Microsoft Windows? And look, I'm not saying don't run Windows. I'm just saying from a paranoid perspective, or not even paranoid, just from people who see, the system for what it is. And Linux certainly is not, it has its problems too, but, it's hard for me to see having a computer and running, although I'm running Google, on my phone. So, but just actually running Microsoft, and it sucks. Windows just is trash. It's just garbage. Now, if you're playing certain video games and you're doing certain type of things that require Windows, I get that. But if everything I'm doing on a computer, I can do it on Linux. There's no reason for me to be using Windows. And Linux ain't that hard to use. People can nowadays, and people can just Google. Like when I don't know how to do something, I just Google it, and then eventually I get taken to a page, and here's the instructions on how to do the thing. And yeah, sometimes I have to go to a terminal window and copy and paste a text command. Yeah, that's a thing. But I don't know. I haven't found it to be that problematical. Problematical. Dog tag. Yeah, that's because I think historically that was the dog. Like in the city, I think they had to have that back in the day. I think so because that's how when the animal control. I'm just assuming when animal control came up against in the city or whatever, just random dogs. Well, if my dog lives in my apartment and somehow it got out, now they know who to return the dog to. Pretty sure that's what that is, right? GI means, yeah, USGI, yeah, government issued. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, I've got some USGI gear, not here. Oh yeah, I do. That's USGI right there. That backpack you can barely see with the Amazon box, that's USGI. That was government issued right there. Surplus backpack. I managed to poke a hole in it somehow, very surprisingly. Most of that stuff's generally bomb proof. Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, I have some of mine on live stream in a way. I'm just glad I didn't have to shoot that guy. Imagine that would suck, man. Look how much my life would change. If he had just decided to, he wouldn't have had to take very many steps. I mean, I don't like to talk this way, but he was not going to have to. It would have been a step or two, and he would put his ass down. I mean, and then he was a tall guy with a long stride, and some people don't realize that. You know, I'd say he never got closer than 25 feet to me, probably. Let me see. Yeah, 20 to 20, might have got within 20 feet with max 20 to 25 feet. But if he just decided to go straight for me, people can cover a lot of distance, believe it or not, very quickly. And he was a tall guy with long legs, so long legs and long arms. So if he just decided to go straight for me, I would not have had much time to figure out. And so I was already decided what I was going to do. And I talked about this yesterday in Paul's live chat. He actually paused and considered. I could tell he was sort of reading me to try to see, well, wait a minute, is this guy actually? Because some people, yeah, they may be armed and they may, have it for self-defense, but not everybody will do what needs to be done in that moment, right? As we know. So I felt like he was kind of trying to size me up and see, like, wait a minute, is this guy bluffing? You know, I think he wanted to go for him. I know he did. Yeah, it was fucking bizarre, man. That was a very bizarre experience. I've had a lot of just confrontations with people in my, years of living in the streets with nothing, but nothing like that, man. This is shit has changed since the fake pandemic. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Where'd the lav mic go? So freaking disorganized this morning. It's gone. I don't know where it went. Oh well, we'll find that later. What's up, Mr. Sturek? Good to see you. What's up, Rachel? And appreciate 25 in the house. Since Z's not going live, I'll probably go at least another hour, I'm thinking, or maybe even longer. But y'all know I'm bad at multitasking, so give me a minute to do whatever I got to do on this computer here. If you would. Oh, fuck. I may not even, you know what? I realized I just installed a new version of. Oh, yeah, I do. I was about to say, I might not even have what I need. Yeah. Now, I remember at a certain point, I wasn't even able to do these streams because I'm not using Chrome anymore. As far as playing other content. Trying to remember. Brave does that. We'll figure it out. Yeah, I almost slept through the broadcast, believe it or not, Rachel. I woke up at like 2:45. Like, what the hell? I'm usually awake by 1:30, pretty much no matter what happens. Usually. Usually. Yeah, there it is. Waiting for StreamYard to mail me the login code. I haven't seen I Am the Dow around much lately. I guess he's on to bigger and better things, I suppose. Although I think he's actually asleep this time of day. 12:30. Yeah, dude, I wake up at 12:30 a lot for some reason. 11:32 though sometimes, but some of that was I was going to bed artificially early because of the THCO. There was nights it was like 4:30. I was like, fuck it, I'm shutting this thing down. Just laid down and went to sleep like 4:30 p.m. Yeah, yeah. The notifications. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I wonder how much of that is because I actually did, Rachel. I rescheduled the time because I woke up at 2:45. So the first thing I did was come here and be like, hey, I'm going to be late. But then I was only like 2 minutes late since I decided to stay here in the room. But I don't know. Oh wow, yeah, dude. That's one way I've embraced being an old man is I love going to bed early. I started going to bed super early like years ago, and although living in the streets and camping out in the summer, I pretty much had to wait till nightfall to actually go to try to go to sleep because of how hot it can be. But yeah. Oh, the back porch. Yeah. Back in bed, still dark indeed. Well, and see, and I'm not talking. See, I can't even say this or divine spirit. She'll think I'm talking to her. But um, anyway, forget about that. I'm not involved in people's sleep habits. Got nothing to do with me. But yeah, shocking, shocking, Rachel. But lest we forget, Mr. Woody hooking us up with the 50. Australian. Thank you again, sir, if you're still around. Okay. What else do we need to log into here? So enter the studio. See if this is going to work. Yeah, it's definitely something I've noticed. I adopted it. The going to bed early. I adopted it much earlier than a lot of folks, I think. Too much going on. Too much going on. What's up, Mr. Pie? Good to see you. We might panel here in a bit. Although I realize Mr. Pie is not always wanting to panel. I shouldn't assume that. Yeah, 9:30. Oh, I can't remember the last time I stayed up past 9:30. Shit. Although my birthday, I stayed up all night. That's right. I think it's good to do that every once in a while. I was fucked up for a few days after that, though. Oh, I love being up early. Yeah, 4 a.m. I love being up early. Love it. All right. Focus, Ben. Focus. It's already telling me I got a shitty connection. So this may not actually do what I thought it would. How is it 2023 and I'm in America? Now, part of this is just I'm in this motel and there's a ton of people here and the fucking, between the smartphones and the smart TVs, because there would have been a time when, by the way, po folks, this is all po folks in here for the most part, but everybody's got something that'll get on the fucking Wi-Fi, right? What the fuck, man? Yeah, sleep is so important, man. So important. It's like the number one thing. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what we're doing there, Mr. Pod. We're producing on the fly, which is not always a good thing. Y'all bear with me. And if there's other things to do, this might be a time to go check out some other material or, maybe, oh, by the way, there's the THCO, the empty vape. Now I could still get high off of it. There's enough in these, but it's so much to each one actually being empty that I don't want to risk inhaling like whatever's left in there. There's certainly enough. There's hits left in each one of these. It's got to stop at some point, right? This is I had to stock up. Paid like $9 a piece for those. Probably could have got them cheaper actually. But yeah. Anyway, run the speed test, sir. Let's see if we have. Yeah, there's definitely something wrong with this computer. Although I don't know. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah, let's do it on here. Let's do it on this mini PC. You see, like the page isn't even like there's this long. See, yeah, something's wrong. I'm gonna just have to reinstall. I'm gonna reinstall and see if that helps. I'm gonna reinstall my whole operating system. Oh, that's the DuckDuckGo. Yeah, what's this fucking computer, man? Oh, dude. And in fact, I talked about this on the broadcast, Mr. Sturek, talking about sleep. Because, when HRT, hormone replacement therapy, was first becoming a thing, I was really into weightlifting back then. So I was on, I was talking to people about, weightlifting and all of this and, getting specifically in a bodybuilder sense, although I wasn't ever doing bodybuilding. Oh, run the speed test. Hang on. So I was in that realm to some extent, and there was people who were intentionally. Yeah, see, look at this. Look at this. You see this? This is on my good computer, my mini PC. It's not even downloading. It's 0.03 megabits per second. And no, yeah, what is this? But then this, I just did it on this laptop. Y'all can see that. I don't know if you can see that or not. I have no idea. What the fuck is happening? This is crazy. So yeah, I think there's just, I need a new, probably gonna have to buy a USB web adapter. Oh, this is definitely not a signal issue. Definitely not a signal issue. Musical the secret, but yeah, I appreciate you trying to help. But no, but we're getting plenty of signal. It's the actual the hardware itself is probably bad or something wrong with it. It's a fairly normal thing to. Well, you know what could have gotten it? I'll tell you what could have gotten it also. Well, it doesn't even matter. I used to be in computers, I was in IT and all that. Well, and I want to say this, folks, just before we go any further. I used to earn my living in IT. I built with my own hands and configured over 1,000 PCs. I'm not even kidding. So my hobby was computers for years, but this was in the 90s and the early 2000s, right? So I was a computer expert right around the turn of the century. So I just want to make that clear that I appreciate that people want to help the troubleshooting, but since I'm here with the equipment and I have some of the knowledge at least, so I'm pretty sure it's just the thing inside the computer is going bad. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Because like I said, both of these laptops never have a problem connecting to the network. My phone that doesn't have service never has a problem connected. But the other day, that mini PC just I had to reboot it like 4 times before it would even connect to the Wi-Fi. So that's a bad sign right there. Bad sign. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. The problem with that, Mr. Pie, is that the PO box is that I don't yet know where I'm going to be physically. I've been on the move so much. Oh, hey, tiny guy who was good at basketball, also Robert Stewart, lest we forget. Yeah, weightlifter, computer nerd. Yeah, sports fan, sports fan, and a car guy at a certain point. Yeah, I've had a varied interest. Yeah. Yeah, I got into computers when I was in college, and I was ate up with it for years, man. I had a full blown internet addiction, like not kidding. So for years of my life, I worked in IT. I worked with computer hardware all day, and then I would go home and play with my computers. Right, I had like 3 computers, and I had this really nice setup and everything. Back in the day, and I was just ate up with it, man. Just all day, every day, internet computers, all fucking day. But I'm talking like 99, like 1998, 99, 2002, right? So yeah, been there, done that. I'm not an expert now, though. Yeah. Well, what I'm here to say, musical is a secret, is you probably could do everything you need to do on Linux, but that doesn't mean that you should. Right? You probably can, depending on what you're using. And you said you don't even use your laptop. What's up, Mr. Wayne? Good to see you. Yeah, that's right. Point guard, 5 foot. Well, I was about 5'8" back then. I'm 5'10" now, but yeah, about 5'8", 130 pounds. I was the only person my size for the most part playing basketball in those games. And I used to say white guy, but really it wasn't even wasn't even the issue. It was my size. It's just so small compared to the other players. Well, yeah, I never could dunk. Believe it or not, I had a pretty good vertical, man. I never could dunk I never dunked a 10-foot goal. I got so close. I could grab the rim one-handed. I don't know that I ever even got it two-handed on 10 foot. I could dunk. I did a lot of dunking, believe it or not, because we played on a lot of goals that were shorter than 10 feet. But then also, once people started getting the goals, and you could lower it down, right? Yeah, I love basketball back in the day. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. Well, and then see, I understand the hating it, right? Because it's a person would have to force themselves to use it See, so like what happened with me in Google Chrome is like it actually Google Chrome got so invasive it literally slowed down my computer. And I finally figured I was like, why is my computer so slow? So I finally figured it out. I was like, fucking Google Chrome is slowing down my whole computer. So then I got to investigating it, and they put so much of that telemetry and all that into the browser. It's just crazy. So then I'm like, okay, no more fucking Chrome. Well, part of that is some of what I do on StreamYard, it more or less requires Chrome. So, I'm just forcing myself into a space where it's like, okay, now I'm using three browsers to try to do the job of that Chrome did, right? So some of that is just I'm not going to use Chrome anymore. So yeah, it sucks. I would love to just go back to Chrome, right? But I've already decided that I'm not. So yeah, Chrome is the best, but then it's the worst when it comes to it just sends all your stuff, it sends everything to as far as I know, it was just sending like basically uploading my entire fucking hard drive to Google, as far as I can tell. Some version of that, like even just my files and stuff. So, like, what is this? So much so that it's slowing down my whole computer. Like, what the hell? But so is Windows. See, that's the thing is, yeah, it's a learning curve, just like everything else. Right? What I'm saying is, for basic shit, once a person gets it all set up and working, um, yeah, there's going to be challenges here and there over time, especially if something breaks. But and a lot of that is just not random. Just don't once you get it working, don't fuck with it. Right. Once it's working, don't just be like, oh, I want to try this new software. Like, don't necessarily do that. But then, or even if a person has a second computer, right? Maybe have a computer just for experimenting. If that makes sense. And way back in the day, what I would do is I would get my Windows, because I used to love Windows back in the day, and like so I would have my Windows set up, and this was back in the old days of like literally hacking the registry. So I'm in there like I'm in there fucking changing the registry settings and shit. So once I got it all set up the way I wanted, then I would boot off a floppy, right? And I had this software called Disk Image, I think, or Drive Image. I actually paid for this software back in the day. So then, because I had multiple partitions on my hard drive, back and again, this is all back in the day, I could just make an image of my system drive so that if something broke or I just made a change and I didn't like it, I could boot off that floppy again and I could just restore that image. So now I can put my computer like it was yesterday. I could just put it back to that state, if that makes sense. And then actually they actually worked that into Windows. It just became a feature of Windows, to a limited extent. So, there's ways around all of this. Is what I'm trying to say. But then it's like, how much time does one want to spend just playing with computers? Well, I enjoy it on some level, so I kind of like it. But not everybody wants to just be. Let's turn ourselves into a PC tech, and it's our hobby, right? Yeah, well, that's another thing. These distributions. So I wanted to try. He's talking about Zorn. So I wanted to try. I'm on L Ubuntu or Lubuntu. So there's a similar version called Zubuntu with an X, and the main difference is it uses a different desktop manager. So like the actual, my desktop and my icons and everything, the way I interact with the desktop is different. And I installed that thing and just hated it. Zubuntu. I ran it for like 30 minutes and I was like, oh, fuck this. And I just went ahead and put L Ubuntu back on it, right? So there's part of this Linux thing is there's so many distributions, just finding the one that would actually work for the person. But I'm telling you, man, L Ubuntu on on a ThinkPad, as far as I'm concerned, it's pretty fucking great. Or just any old laptop for the most part, like any old laptop. But yeah, some of these distributions is just the wrong one for you, right? And that is kind of the benefit of the Windows is just it kind of works for everybody in that respect. The Linux is certainly more of a like almost like a boutique type of thing, I guess. If that makes sense. Well, you have a computer. You do have a computer. I hate to break it to you. If you're listening to me through your smartphone, that's a computer. Has all the same components. It's got everything that a computer has. That is a computer. So, but I understand what you mean. You never had a desktop computer. But you have a computer, and in fact, I'm talking to you through it right now, and it runs Linux. By the way, I don't know if you know that. Well, iOS and Android are both Linux. So you are actually running Linux, whether you know it or not. But it's got the Android is obviously it's like overlaid on top of the Linux. If that makes sense. But Mac OS, I don't know if you know this, if people know this, what's the underpinnings of iOS is Linux, lest we forget. Now I'm not sure about the iPhone itself, but I know the actual desktop, Mac desktop, that is Linux, whether y'all know it or not. Yeah, it's a computer. Well, I just want to point that out. Oh, if you buy the right phone, like these Samsungs, you can hook it up. Like you can absolutely some of these phones, you can just hook them up to a keyboard, a wireless keyboard and a mouse, and a screen, and you can just run it like a PC more or less. Nowadays, no, there's nothing to do. No, I don't know anything about iPhones. I mean nothing, because some of my family's on iPhones, and they view me as the tech nerd who knows everything historically. I'm like, I don't know anything about. I know nothing about iPhone. I mean zero as far as using it. Hey, what's up, Moose? I didn't see Moose wandering. What's up, man? Good to see you, bro. Trying to produce on the fly unsuccessfully because, as we all know, for some reason Benton is unable to. Yeah, there you go. Turn it all off. Indeed. Turn it. Yeah, something is bad wrong. So I think later today I'm going to reinstall my operating system on my main computer, which that'll be fun, right? This thing's fucked. But I think it's going to end up being the actual adapter inside the computer, unfortunately. Fucking A, man. Although you never know, the way this router's set up, the router could just decide that, you know, that MAC address has been using so much of the network where it's intentionally throttling me down. That's possible, right? It is kind of bizarre to me that it was 0.03 on the download and the upload, almost like it's something's artificially capping it, right? That level, like just enough to browse the web, but not do anything else for the most part. Maybe watch a fucking YouTube video like at 240p or something. The producer, yeah. That is one thing about the StreamYard, man. It'd be nice if I could have multiple administrators. Because now, Mr. Unslaved, I have the keys, and then one other person can, which is Mr. Unslaved. So yeah, I wish Moose could just come in here and take over the production if he wanted to. While he's here, Truther Cop used to do that sometimes. If y'all and I knew so little about StreamYard back in the day. I can remember just driving the truck and every once in a while, or even being in the sleeper cab and watching, Truther Cop produced through the. I learned how StreamYard worked in part by watching him. Like I didn't even know there were banners, and then one day just there was a banner, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Oh, that's Truther Cops in the fucking background doing stuff. It's kind of a trip. Oh, I believe me, I've said that for years. That eventually I'm just gonna, eventually I'm just gonna throw mine in the lake. My phone hasn't happened yet, though, has it? It would be hilarious to see Paul wake up and throw you out. Yeah. I don't know if maybe he would. I don't know. It's funny. All right, I'm gonna shut this down. Not the stream. I'm gonna shut down this computer. Oh, I know. I know. That's one of the things. That's one of your many positive characteristics, man. Yeah. 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 Damn YouTube experience. That's right. I almost got when I was living in the streets. I wanted to get rid of the smartphone. The one thing I realized I'm just not willing to live without is a Google Maps, especially since I was regularly going to areas that I was not that familiar with in my travels. Like, it's too good. I can't give up the Google Maps. I was willing at that time. I was willing to just turn my back on the rest of it. But that was the deciding factor of not getting rid of the phone. I was like, because even with no service in a city, I can still go on Wi-Fi and I can do offline maps and just download, the downtown area, and then still searchable, and I can still like navigate and all of that, even with offline. So it's too good, man. And we can talk shit on Google. I talk about, Alphabet, Google, YouTube's help it. They have the best software. Now I don't fuck with Apple, so I don't mean that. I just mean on the internet in general. Like Google's got all the good, they got all the good shit, man. They really do. So even though I'm on Linux, like I'm still using Google, right? Well, there you go, Moose. It's a process, right? It's a process. I feel fucking weird, man. Some of this is that just getting used to not being intoxicated all the time, right? And I don't mean beer, I mean, or alcohol, I mean, the THCO, which I'm kind of glad they banned it in a way, because Lord knows I probably would have be back I'd be waiting for the tobacco store to open so I could go buy more fucking vapes. Yeah, well, there you go, Moose. Yeah, that's a thing, man. That's certainly a thing. Um, I'm having trouble focusing enough to even do what I'm trying to do here. I'm gonna drop the link. Maybe we can get. I don't know if Moose wants to come on, but if Mr. Pie and maybe a couple other people need a little bit of time. But then if we go full panel, that's the thing is if I drop the link and go full panel, I'm never gonna get into. I want to play some of these streams from yesterday. So that's a good question. I'm so bad at knowing when that is. Uh, as far as the daylight savings time, I have no idea. Hmm. Go full panel and kick us out. I don't like to do that shit, Moose. But yeah, I guess I should, right? Or I could. I just don't like doing that for some reason. Maybe I need to get over myself. But yeah, he asked him. Divine Spirit says, "What do I like about the phone? The pictures and videos. I can buy a camera and video recorder, get a flip phone, but have I know?" But exactly, it's too good, and that's what I mean. As I have been assimilated, and in some ways, I think we all have, really. I have merged with this thing. And again, this is my backup. But look how nice a phone this is, by the way, for a backup. This is a $200, unlocked, by the way. It's a $200 unlocked phone, which for a phone person, this thing's trash, right? If somebody's actually into phones, this is a $200. This is a Moto G 5G. It's, got Android 13 on it, the latest version, right? But this thing, I forgot what I was going to say about it, but does it even matter? Well, yeah, I've merged with this thing. Like, yeah, I am a cyborg on some level. I'm not. I'm just at this point. I've fully accepted that. As much as I'm really not a phone person, as in the traditional sense of a phone or a cell phone, I'm not. But I've been a computer person since way before this was even a thing. The fact that this is a computer and I can fit it in my pocket, although probably not a good idea to be radiating one's testicles, right? Putting in their actual pocket. You know what I mean? It's just too convenient. It's too easy. And this is what I've been talking to my dad about for a couple of years now. I said, man, like I respect it because he's never had a smartphone. I think he might have one now, but I'm not exactly sure. But I'm pretty sure he's never had a smartphone ever in his life. But he is on, he's got like an old i fucking pad or whatever. He's using the technology on a daily basis. But I don't know. Am I going to panel? I got to make a decision here. I'm finding that I'm not able to. Well, let's see if I'm actually able to get onto this laptop enough to play some other broadcasts because I do want to. I haven't done that in a while, and I want to. Let's focus for 5 minutes and see if I can make some progress. How about that? Sounds like a plan. Got to drop out of here though, temporarily. And then I need to plug my USB audio into the laptop. So turn that off. Unplug this. Uh-oh. All right. Plug it in. Plug it in. Now, the question is it going to make me restart my browser? Probably not. And as much as I like to think these live streams are just about me doing, content, I mean, half of this is we're hanging out, right? There's really nowhere else to hang out. So, is Machine Live still live? Question answer. Okay, settings. Oh, I gotta plug my webcam in too, don't I? No, I don't. I'll just shoot. Check out. Oh, headphones. Yeah, we need headphones. All right. Plugging into this. Got too much going on here. See, there's too much going on. I'm confused. All right, Mr. Pye, it's gonna happen if you're patient, sir. Oh, are you having some deep thoughts with Mr. Pye? And I enjoy that, Mr. Pye. But what I'm realizing is once we go there, we're probably gonna have to stay there for a while. So I want to at least go through some of this. If my tech is gonna allow it, I want to go through some of these streams I've seen recently, if I can. Which may not even be. We'll know pretty quick if this is even going to be possible or not. I'm almost to being able to find out if this is going to work. With my equipment here. So OTW News. I want to watch this Tyler thing over. I found this fascinating personally when this guy called in yesterday to. And I still think about it in the old, talk radio, especially sports talk. Calling in, right? And I'm assuming that. Assuming OTW leaves his life, yes, of course he does. Now, why am I hearing this through the phone speakers? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, I know why. There we go. All right.
I'm gonna have to go out and come back in. I'm sorry.
Y'all hear OTW? Because you may not be able.
Years of human history. that after there is the church.
There is no 6,000 years of human history in the Bible. It's been proven that the book of Genesis and all of these books, all the way the story of everything is all fiction, man. It's been proven. And I laughing at my fucking face right there. I see the little freaking. Don't make me trigger you, /shy. Don't make me go there. You know I can do it. I'll trigger you. Yeah, Benton too. So there we go. There we go. All right, now hold on a sec. Let me remove her comment. Hey, /shy. She's backstage. All right, so /shy, meet Tyler. Tyler, meet /shy. What's up, /shy? Oh, she fucking. What the hell happened? She lost connections. Oh, well. Hey, out of this world. The chat room.
All right. It works. Yay.
Yeah, I changed my name a lot on YouTube. So right now my name on YouTube is Flat Earth House of Death. I try to get it. I try to trick you. I try. Oh, China's or Russia's going to back down from China, and that might cause some dispute. That might cause some. China might do something to the other countries in Asia, right? So, like none of us really know what's going to happen. Like, I mean, unless like Russia decides to pull out and China decides to pull out. So, I mean, India's going to the moon, like.
No, they're not.
And then all of our like there was the like a native like there was a Native American crisis, African American crisis, and then what am I trying to say? Oh yeah, and then like and then you have like the people in Africa, like all of the people in Africa were starving to death, and it just seemed it seemed like all of this stuff was old news, and that we had kind of made some progress on feeding the starving children in Africa, because I mean you can't find, I mean actually I take that back, you can find some starvation in Africa, but it's not, I mean there's not a lot out there. I mean I don't even know
this is actually like so this portion is like halfway through this Tyler guy, and as far as I know nobody's ever seen this guy before, right? And I just sort of popped in to the middle of this while Tyler was already there, right? So I don't even really know what happened much before this, but I started watching, at the start of whatever. Basically, he's just more or less rambling about geopolitics, as far as I can tell. And then OTW kind of caught some heat for like not stopping the guy. I think most of us would have stopped him at India's going to the moon or whatever. Most of us would be like, wait a minute, hang on. But did they really? Right. But then I think OTW kind of caught some shit but I like to play a strategy sometimes of just give them enough rope to hang themselves, right? Mr. Pie, we got to get through this, man. We got to get through this. I can't, y'all may not, I don't know if y'all have noticed this about me. With my hypervigilance, I can't have somebody else on the screen while I'm trying to do all this. I'm not able to. There's something wrong with me. I remember at a certain point, I used to have a really nice car stereo back in the day when I was in college. And my best friend at the time was with me. And I never noticed this, but for some reason, when we had the music up real loud, if I was driving and I made a turn, I had to turn the music down. And I didn't even know I did that. And then finally, he just started making fun of me. And I was like, I don't even know why I did that. So like, it's like, I don't know why I can't like listen to this live stream, talk about it, and have somebody else on the broadcast. But I'm not able to for whatever reason. It's probably the hypervigilant. Yeah, there you go. She does tend to do that, and I do it also sometimes. And I'm trying to get. I am getting better at that. So sometimes when I'm popular, see, this hasn't been happening. I don't know if y'all noticed this. There was a time in which I could go into a live chat and I knew the first time I post a comment, it's going to be 10 different people saying hi to me, which is great. But then it's like, y'all know me. I want to just individually add everybody and talk, but now it's me talking to 10 different people in the live. It's like, see what I'm saying? Like, that's not what the broadcast is about. It's somebody else's channel, you know. But then other times I'm in there posting, and it's like, oh, fuck this dude, you know. No, I thanks, man. No, and I shouldn't say no. I should say yes. I like y'all to kind of know my little explanations. But yeah, I'm one of those people who, for some reason, my personality is set up to explain everything to people for some reason. I don't know why. And we are sort of doing a thing collaboratively here or something. You know, it can be a benefit to be like, yeah, I'd love to have fucking 9 other people on the screen while we go through this, but that's just not what I'm able to do for whatever reason.
If I can find any today, like starvation in Africa, and if you look up the statistics on Google, it says that the starvation is happening in the Middle East, and it's mostly a water problem. So I don't really, you know, and then I kind of have like a propensity to believe that there are some crisis actors, like with like maybe Ukrainian crisis.
And to me, the fascinating part of this is he's saying all this in answer to like a specific question that OTW asked him, and then he's one of these people that he starts off with the topic, and then he goes to another topic, then he goes to another topic, which I do that also, but I'd like to think I'm connecting the things, hopefully, whereas this guy's just all over the place. So I'm already kind of interested just hearing, especially when he says India going to the moon. I'm fascinated by these people I've recognized they come into these panels and into these YouTube streets of the post-conspiracy or the truther type stuff, but then they're so new to conspiracies or whatever in some regard. Like this guy probably believes in all kind of conspiracies, but then does he really thinks India is on the moon? What does that even mean?
Crisis actors, because some of the Ukrainian like conservative.
Try to avoid. Try to say UK. Wait. Try to say UKR. Say UKR. Don't say the word.
As far as I can.
Yeah. Right? Just say UKR. Okay. Don't say.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's part of the guidelines here on YouTube. We're not supposed to talk about it.
Yes, sir, brother. Yeah. So like, I mean, it's just crazy. Like, you know, how are we standing up to Russians just, you know, taking out apartment complexes and, you know,
talking about Ukraine, which for some reason OTW doesn't seem to think can be talked about. Although maybe OTW is running ads. I don't know. So maybe that it probably. Some people were like, why does OTW not want people saying Ukraine? But if he's actually getting ad revenue from his replay views, even if it's probably not much money, but I'm assuming that's why he can't say Ukraine, because some of the it'll limit who can advertise on his videos, I'm assuming, because I believe that the algorithm or whatever is listening for certain keywords. It's the way I understand it. So, yeah. But so, and I'm fascinated with these people who seem to be awake in a certain way, but then in other ways they just believe that, you know, oh, we and we're doing this and Russia's doing that. But when they say we, they mean the United States government. And I do accidentally lapse into that at times where I'm like, but I very quickly correct myself because I'm not. That's not me. I've never been in the Middle East. I've never been in Iraq or Afghanistan. See, I've never, been involved with Ukraine. I haven't done any of this. Nothing to do with me. Nobody asked my opinion. I was not consulted. Yeah, he has been angry. OTW.
Like I saw a video of a bunch of children going into an underground bunker. I'm like, how is this happening? It just doesn't make any sense. And then, like, you know, the people of UKR are still doing okay. Like they still have media attention. They still have. It's not completely falling apart. It doesn't look like you know, Putin really doesn't. They're not making him out to look like Hitler. So it's like, yeah, maybe we don't need to do anything, and they just look like they might pull out. But
now you know what? You're getting a heavy reaction from the chat here. Okay. So, and I don't even understand how come nobody's clicked the link and come up here now, because we got here Rob saying, why are you concerning yourself with shit you have absolutely no control over? This is Rob Cleveland's asking this question.
Well, for me with the politics, for me it just is like it's just kind of exposing how politics, like the politicians are never going to represent the people. The billionaires are never going to represent the middle class or the lower class, and the imperialism right now, like the.
Well, but isn't that the reason not to concern? He's confused. These are the reasons to not concern oneself? But he turned he at some point admits to some sort of mental illness, probably schizophrenia. I think he says he's been diagnosed with schizophrenia, I believe. And I'm not sure I agree with that, Moose, but we can talk about it if you want. I'm not sure I agree, but I'll have to think about that.
Tesla technology or the electricity replacing CO2 is just going to be more slavery in other countries. I mean, it's going to include child slavery. So, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like a doomer. I mean, I kind of consider myself to be living in the end times, but yet the end times have always been here, according to the Bible. So I get that. But
okay, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. All right, and I'm going to say to Sly Shy,
the dude is just all over the place, man. And now we might have to back up because he actually, at a certain point, oh no, it's still coming up. Yeah, at a certain point, it gets pretty wild, is all I can say. I don't even want to try to explain it.
Hi, Sly Shy, click the link. What are you doing down there? What do you guys want me all to show your fucking comments up on? You guys panel walkers, just fucking click the link, come on up here and ask them the questions you want to ask them. Why do I have to be here clicking on your fucking comments? Explain that to me, guys. I mean, what am I, a fucking intermediate there? I'm supposed to fucking translate what the fuck you guys are saying in chat? Come on, guys. Click the fucking link. Got 52 people watching right now. Make sure you hit that like button while you're at it, and then share and subscribe and that fucking notification bell. And if you guys want to help support the channel, which I do have a couple of supporters already today, thank you very much for everybody who's contributed. So if you want to support the channel, there's a link at the top of the live chat and also down in the description. So much love. We are presently 12:42 p.m. here Eastern Time, Montreal, Canada, the 9th of September. And, it is presently 65 degrees Fahrenheit over here. So I just wanted to do that little broadcast filler real quick to, OTW, too busy texting the host. Oh, yeah, did you text me? No, my mother did, though. Thanks for having me check my phone, Christos. All right. So, yeah, all right. So that's what I'm saying. It's like how people down in chat seemingly want to have interaction.
Yeah, they probably want to get me put me in a guillotine or something, or burn me at the stake.
Well, no, right now, I just have a bunch of little chat warriors down there. It's just like, dude, I have maybe 3 broadcasters down there. I have maybe 5 panel walkers down there. I have no idea what's going on. It's just me and you. And so, I mean,
well, and my connection's fucked during the daytime. I can listen to shows, I can watch shows, but if I'm here, in my motel room, I can't really call in. It's just not a thing I can really do with this internet. I pretty much have to go to the fucking library, which is fine. I like the library. I'd rather stay here. So, yeah.
I don't know. And it's just really funny. So Sly Shy, there we go. Now she's piping up. Stop playing with me. You want your co-host. Sly Shy, obviously co-host. He was here. He's not here. He's maybe busy. If he's not showing up, that's fine. Click the link, Sly Shy.
Paul to man. Sort of straighten this guy.
Sly Shy is a very interesting part of the community. She's she's like kind of one of the truth advocates. So she has one of her own shows where it's a Get Right with Sly, I believe. I think, did I get that right, Sly Shy? Get Right with Sly? Is that how you say it? Well, handle it, OTW. Make him get it. Oh, okay. So I'm okay. I'm the one who's supposed to ask him about the fact that he's completely indoctrinated and he doesn't realize the paradigm that he's in is an illusion. Right? This is what you want me to tell him, Sly?
Well, and see, this is where I'm kind of on OTW side here, because what OTW seems to be talking about is, it seemed like the live chat was sort of expecting OTW to be able to deal with this kind of guy, like Paul might deal with, right? But look, we ain't Paul, man, and same thing with me. I'm not necessarily gonna settle his hash, but I would have stopped him at India is on the moon, me personally, because I would have been like, wait a minute, what? I just would have wanted him to clarify, because he might have just meant, that's in the news. But of course, I don't believe that, this guy, Tyler, he might just not being clear about what he's saying here, right? But lest we forget, Tommy fucking, they were calling him a Luminormie for a while, that he just believes. And in fact, I think Drew came up with a Luminormie, but I was saying that Tommy believes in normie narrative, what I used to say. So I've got a pretty good battle going in the live chat too, Mr. Pie and Moose. That's interesting. But back to this, because please bear with me. It will get interesting, I'm sure.
Shy, you want me to get into that and explain to him how he's a slave? This is what you want me to go through. You want me to go there? You want me to do a Paul?
Yeah,
you want me to pull a Paul on him, right?
No, I don't.
I'm sure this is what you want to see. All right, so we got another donation just walking. Rob Cleveland with his 777. Thanks a lot, Rob. Much love, man.
I'll just patiently try to wait, and then maybe this guy will run into Paul at some point, or I'm a little surprised nobody got this guy's contact info. We do, in some way, it's nice to have somebody who will actually come up on panel and just say some things that are, that we all don't agree with, because, I'm not necessarily trying to be in an echo chamber either, right? So like this J Hub guy who's been going on with Paul, like it can be an interesting dynamic to sort of have, the opposing view, being verbalized, or an opposing view, even though the vast majority of the audience doesn't agree, right? I think that there's a place for that. First, that's just my opinion. I think there's a place for that.
You're the best. All right, so all right, Slash, I can do it. You're laughing at my fucking face right there. I see the little freaking. Don't make me trigger you, Slash. Don't make me go there. You know I can do it. I'll trigger you. Yeah, Benton too.
Thanks.
Really great.
I
There
was
we go.
not available.
There we go.
Believe me,
All right,
I would have loved to have joined
Let
in.
me remove her.
If it was technically possible, I would have been there.
Hey, Slash, she's backstage. All right, so Slash, meet Tyler. Tyler, meet Slash. What's up, Slash? Oh, she fucking. What the hell happened? She lost connections. Oh well. Hey, out of this world just walked into the chat room. Goes,
Yeah, I changed my name a lot on YouTube. So right now, my name on YouTube is Flat Earth.
I do like the Flat Earth House of Death name, but I tried to find that channel. Maybe it's not a channel. Maybe it's just his screen name or whatever. But I'll be right back. I need to grab some water. Oh yeah.
I tried to trick you the other day. I set my name as Amendum. That's that whole
okay.
atheism community that I'm being banned from. So
okay, wait. Let's pause right there. Why are you being banned from that community? And be straight.
Okay, this is where it gets interesting. So thank you all for your patience. I knew if I tried to just go right to this moment, I would not be able to find it. 3 hours and 16 minutes in, and I'm just not into it. It's just not. John Wayne asking, what do I think of Flat Earth? I love ideas. I love, intellectual concepts. But my thing is, if I'm just not interested in a particular topic, I pay almost no attention to it. So I know the basics, right? But I've just never found it that interesting for me personally. So, and I do identify as a conspiracy theorist, meaning that for me, this is entertainment, right? So that particular, if I'm willing to consider it a conspiracy theory, I just mean from my own perspective, as a person who loves conspiracies, that particular one just never really did much for me personally. So I don't know, but I don't believe in that. The idea of a ball hurtling through space and doing these various rotations and all this and revolutions. That shit doesn't make any sense to me. But so maybe it is flat. I really have no fucking idea, but I'm pretty sure it's not a ball. So I'm one of those guys. I'm trying to be in the middle, but either way.
Forward and honest, because we'll sniff you out, man.
because the community, they don't respect my history. I was honest with them, and I basically came out like
oh, I'm sorry.
a long
I'm sorry.
time ago.
So he's talking about this atheist community, online community that I guess is trying to cast him out in some way. But so now he says, if you hear what he's about to say here, this shit is wild, man. And this is why I do think, without exploiting somebody and without mistreating people, I do think there's an opportunity to sort of curate some of these folks, meaning, sort of keep them around where they want to keep engaging over time. So, this would be a great character, I think, to have access to. I was hoping he would come to my channel, right?
Because the community, they don't respect my history. I was honest with them, and I basically came out like
oh, I'm sorry.
a long
I'm sorry.
time ago about this girlfriend I had, and I was in and out of AA, so I had really serious problems. And my ex-girlfriend used to try to overdose on Klonopin a lot, and so one night she was overdosing, and I can't even remember if I think she picked me up while she was actually overdosing on this Klonopin. So I didn't think she was that messed up, but that fucked up. But she was definitely. I was like, do you have to go to the hospital? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, I mean, because this was kind of like an oncoming thing. Like, I love this girl a lot, and I couldn't help her, and yeah, she just couldn't stop swallowing all those Klonopin. Um, so one night, like we're laying there, and I'm asking her if she needs to go to the hospital, and this is the messed up part. So she's all intoxicated, and
Okay. And this is almost like watching a car crash, but okay, this is just some random person who ended up on OTW's live stream, right? He ended up joining the panel, this guy, Tyler. As far as I know, this is the first and only time any of us have ever interacted with this guy. I was watching this live. I know at least some of the people in here were watching this live, and just I got this feeling and this sense of like a foreboding as he started talking about this girl and getting, being cast out of this community. So presumably what Tyler's doing is he's trying to find a new group of people, that he can interact with to deal with his own social isolation. Because I've talked about before that seems like that's what folks are doing here, right? Is dealing with their own, social isolation, and myself included, right? So that seemed to be my understanding of what was happening. But then now he's telling this story of why. So OTW wants to know, like, okay, why did these people, these atheists, why are they kicking you out? Especially, if he's not trying to be an actual Christian or whatever, presumably. Well, thanks, Moose. I appreciate that, man. Thanks, man. That is certainly a compliment. I appreciate it, brother.
in my opinion, I get consent from her to have sex with her, and then I have sex with her. So my sister after the fact gets her virginity stolen from a high school rapist. So
Now he's talking so fast. In fact, I'm probably gonna have to slow this down. I actually missed the part, but you see how he jumps from one thing to the other. And I know I do this too, right? But I'd like to think I'm not as bad as this guy. Although maybe I've just practiced broadcasting more than he has. I'm not exactly sure. This is key, I think. Let's go back a few seconds.
So one night, like we're laying there, and I'm asking her if she needs to go to the hospital, and this is the messed up part. So she's all intoxicated, and in my opinion, I get consent from her to have sex with her, and then I have sex with her. So my sister after the fact gets her virginity stolen from a high school rapist. So like a serial high school rapist, and then after that, I realized like I was a rapist.
Oh, are you talking about this guy? Yes, psych evaluations. Yeah. Or are you talking about something else? I'm a little lost, Divine Spirit. That's nothing new for me to be lost in a live chat. Well, see, that seems to be what he's saying, Roy, is that as far as I can tell, this guy did nothing wrong in the context of his relationship with this lady, but I don't know because I'm relying on his version of events, right? But I think the thing is, Tyler seems like the type of person who he probably takes things very literally. So he probably just believes people when they tell him that, well, actually, because we know under this new world order of the leftism and all this. Okay, good, thank you. We know after this, all this leftism and the way things have gotten with the third wave feminism that, and by the way, third wave feminism, some of those folks think all intercourse is rape. And I don't even really want to say that word, but this guy's about to say that. So because and people used to make fun of me. Oh, why are you reading about feminism? Why are you reading about gender studies? Well, part of that is I didn't know this at the time, but the answer could have been, well, because I'm going to be doing live streams in the future and I need to understand this material because one day this guy's going to show up and describe a certain scenario and I'm going to have insight into it because I'm going to be able to view it in the proper like cultural context, if that makes sense. So I think that he probably didn't do anything, although who knows? I have no fucking idea. But probably what's happened is the other people said, well, wait a minute, she was intoxicated. She can't consent. And legally, I know like in the entire state of California, that's the case. An intoxicated person can't consent, period. So some folks would say, oh, that's a SA or an R. I'll just say SA and R. SA meaning a type of assault, and R meaning, the word that they don't want to say necessarily. And I don't even like that I'm censoring myself, honestly, but it is what it is at this point.
Because I raped my girlfriend while she was intoxicated. So after that, my love life after that it gets her virginity.
But imagine just saying these words, right? Like regardless, of anything, just why would he even speak this way? This is what really got my attention, is that he was willing to speak about himself in this way. This is crazy. So it's like, dude has got something going on.
And yeah, I have sex with her. So my sister after the fact, gets her virginity stolen from a high school rapist. So like a serial high school rapist. And then after that, I realized like I was a rapist, because I raped my girlfriend.
How many of y'all have seen Fast Times at Ridgemont High? Have we seen that movie? So you hear what he's saying. So let's back up a little bit. If anybody's seen that movie, the young blonde girl who was like 16 in that movie, and Rick Darris asks her out on a date, and he's like 20 something, and he picks her up in his Camaro or whatever, and then he drives her somewhere, and she loses her virginity to Rick Darris. Does anybody remember this in Fast Times in Ridgemont High? Well, that's in the current climate, that's considered the R word. So that's what this guy's talking about. Right now, when we watched, when I watched Fast Times at Ridgemont High in the 80s, or whenever I saw it for the first time, probably in the 80s. Of course, I was a child, but I don't think anybody watched that movie, which I think was PG-13, and thought, wow, she just got R'd, or she was just the victim of an SA, right? I don't think that happened. So, like what he's describing with his sister, it's probably some because when he said a serial person. So in the movie, Rick Darris was presented as if this is more or less like he was probably captain of the football team type, but then now he's a few years older, and it's kind of, he's probably deflowering a lot of the young gals, right? Not this guy, Tyler. I just mean whoever deflowered Tyler's sister, right? Might have been some version of a Rick Darris, but we now view this very, as if it's a very bad thing, right? But what I'm here to say is that if we just look at human behavior, it's more or less normal, as far as I can tell, for the 16-year-old, to maybe have one of her early experiences with somebody like a Rick Darris, who has experience with a girl who has no experience, right? And the fact that she kind of knows that this is the path to go down, I'm not recommending any of this. I'm not condoning any of this. I'm just saying it seems like just a thing. And it's a fictional movie. I get it, and this was California, I believe, but so probably very different in Arkansas or wherever Tyler's from. But am I making any sense? I mean, I think I am. Certainly feel like I am. Anyway, back to the clip.
While she was intoxicated. So after that, my love life just went really downhill, because I had to tell every girl that I had to tell my atheism community that
No, you didn't. See, this is what I love, is it's a crazy person, like but someone who could potentially provide content, and maybe, right, maybe our community, if I'm willing to call it that, could maybe support and help him enough, although probably he's beyond all of that, most likely. But it's worth a shot, just on a human to human basis, and especially metaversally. The reality is, I can communicate with him over the metaverse, but I'm not really associated with him, IRL, if that makes sense. But yeah, absolutely, Mr. Pye. I agree with that to some extent, depending on the circumstances anyway. I might want to keep that in public. I might not want to go into somebody's land and do that necessarily. That would all be situational, clearly.
Technically was a rapist, and yeah, that was pretty much like the worst thing I ever did or ever went through, other than like abortion. So
wait, and by the way, what does he even mean by abortion here? Well, you're not a lady, so what are you talking about?
Yeah, like they don't accept me because of my history. They think they think maybe I'm psychopathic because of my mental illness, and yeah, so they just don't really think I'm stable. So they ban me from all the live streams and all that. And yeah, so I used to be big into like the Egyptian metaphysics community, and that.
So as a person who was watching this in real time, what I'm thinking is, okay, this guy is, he's probably intelligent enough to know that he wants to find a new community, and that he probably understands that he'll just tell them. He might try to hide this, but he seems like the type of person that's going to tell on himself no matter what. And he probably wants people to know all of this for whatever reason. And then, so he's talking about they're not accepting him. So I'm presuming that Tyler only wants to try to find people who will accept him as he is, right? Which I can relate to that. But I find it very interesting that he's just talking about these things, and I don't want to defend him in the chat, but I'm thinking as he's saying all this, like, man, regardless of the situation itself, like, why is he choosing to identify with these ideas, which I find very bizarre. Him being willing to take on this mantle of being a literal R, a person who commits R, right, or essays. So finally, I just asked the actual question. I typed in the live chat, has this guy ever been convicted of any crimes, specific type of crimes? And he almost seemed disappointed when he answered, but I don't want to give away too much.
That community was mostly covered by Black American intellectuals online. So I floated back there recently. I got caught up into a lot of drama with them too, because I was trying to resurrect.
Well, and to be clear, this is one of those America's Egypt communities. Have y'all seen this? Like the Mississippi is the Nile and all of that.
Okay, so is it me, or he just like got zapped by? He got zapped by God.
Yeah, God zapped him.
Just like God zapped him.
Yeah, and I, again, as a person who enjoys that's could be part of it also, Roy. Actually, I didn't properly account for that. You might, that's probably also part of it, or at least somebody who, because we see this with J Hub yesterday, right? And see, I can juxtapose some of these panelists. So from Paul's broadcast yesterday with J Hub and me more or less saying, yes, this is communism. J Hub is waffling on firearms ownership because of because of collectivism. So you're right, Roy Duggan. That's Tyler might not be aware that he's trying to conform to the collectivism, which is the lefty notions around sexuality, right? And leftists are never going to run my behavior, although I'm retired now, thank God. But in the past, I would never allowed fucking leftists to control how I view my own sexuality. I mean, for God's sake, that's insane.
Hold on a second, Sly Shy. It's like Rob Cleveland's in the chat going, abort mission. It's already over before it began.
Hey, why aren't we stopping this guy?
Clearly.
Why aren't we stopping this dude to like get clarification on first of all, you talked about India.
Stopping him is not interesting, Christos, but I agree. I mean, he probably should have been stopped he should have been stopped for clarification at India going to the moon. But the reality is, if OTW had interrupted, probably we never would have gotten to what we heard, Christos. And I'm not mad at Christos. I just mean generally, like, this is sometimes the strategy of giving someone enough rope that they may hang themselves. That's a very effective strategy in some ways. And I notice that OTW does that, and I do as well, to some extent. But it's not. But then it can become a version of, if I have a hammer, then everything looks like a nail, right? So it's kind of knowing when to do that and when not to. So I probably would have just quickly jumped in. In fact, I know I would have, just to clarify on the India, but then I would have let him go right back to it, after the moon landing stuff.
He'll go into the moon. No one said anything. Just let him say that right after talking about him entering the truth reverse or whatever. And then we're just gonna look past it.
Real quick, and I don't think it's a coincidence that one of the hashtags OTW used for this, you see it up there actually, it says hashtag no loser failure. And then the reality is, it's funny because I've talked about that the human brain cannot process negation. So the reality is we can't say, you can only really tell somebody's brain loser failure. You can't tell them we don't want loser failures. The brain doesn't understand the no in that context because it can't act on a negative. The brain doesn't know what to do with no loser failure, but it knows what to do with loser failure. So in a way, you see, OTW probably unknowingly manifested a loser failure, because this guy, based on his own description of his life, which I do on some level, I've always liked people who will just sort of, much like myself, who will just kind of tell it like it is, even if they look bad, right? These are not bad traits in a human, by the way. Now, I do believe my own view of this guy is that he is under demonic oppression. And I will sort of challenge the audience a little bit, meaning that, part of the way that that we and I have built this channel up into whatever it is now, and whether or not that's something to be honored. Part of the way that we have done that has been through me talking about demonology, wicked spirits, spiritual war, and all of these things, right? So, at some point, I identified very early on, and then with the Jerry Marzinski material that I know, I'm pretty sure Christos is familiar with, and I know Rob is for sure, right? Like this is the Marzinski is an actual psychologist or psychiatrist, and he says that pretty much everybody he deals with, especially the schizophrenics, that's just straight up demonic oppression. Now we can debate what does that mean? What are these entities? Is that just something that the person is creating for themselves? Who knows? I don't know exactly what it is or how it works, but I don't think there's any doubt this guy's being demonically oppressed. But that's how I term that, because I'm always going to see that in a Christian context because of how I was socialized, right? So I'm not trying to foist religion on anybody, and certainly not a fan of religion myself anyway, right?
He said, in his opinion, he got consent, and then it just went on full out saying all of that. Like,
no, he did. That's the thing is, Tyler, if what happened is what happened, Tyler did nothing wrong, most likely. But Tyler is believing these people who have listened to the lefties and the feminists and the gender studies people and just your liberals, which I don't even like to call them that, because there's nothing wrong with actual liberals, but yeah, more like toxoplasmosis. But the thing is, I mean, I think y'all know where I'm coming from on this. Well, that's fine. And Pie's going hard in the paint, so do what you got to do, man. I'm here for it, Mr. Pie. I'm here for it.
how do you what? Like,
Hey, wait, I was trying to encourage. I'm sorry,
Oh,
Christo.
we're just no, it's just like we're just gonna,
Well, and
holy,
I do have some regard and affinity and affection for as a human being for Sly Shy, and I've actually talked to her quite a bit, and she used to be on this channel a lot actually at a certain time, but she just kills the show after this. So the show, was going off in kind of a new, interesting direction, and it's not even Christos. Christos is actually, this is valid criticism as far as I'm concerned on some level. But Sly Shy just kills the show after this. And I ended up just going and doing other stuff. Whereas if Tyler had stayed up there, probably I would have been engaged for the whole rest of the stream because, or at least as long as he was on there. But I've seen enough Sly Shy. We've all seen enough Sly Shy. We've all, and no offense to Christos, but we've all, certain panelists, myself included, we've all seen and interacted with enough where it's like, look, we can do OTW, Sly Shy, and Christos anytime we want to, effectively. We right now we have limited, exposure to Tyler. So I'd rather see Tyler, right, in this context. I don't need Sly Shy to come up here, But anyway, that's just me. What do I know? And I'm sure people have been watching my broadcast and have had similar frustrations at times. So, show me a human, I'll show you a hypocrite. I'm sure I've also fucked up. Yep. But see, and this is where I'll play the middle a little bit, Moose. You're not wrong. However, and she was in here earlier, by the way, just lest we forget. So, nothing against Sly Shy in these contexts. Believe me, people could be talking about me this way, and it would not be invalid. But we know with certain people, myself included, at times, are just going through something emotionally at the time, and they sort of just need to work it out. And her version of working out some of whatever she's going through, with her emotions or whatever, is to go on a panel and talk about it. Again, now we're back to social isolation. But then I think it is up to the broadcaster to sort of to know when is the time not to add a particular element. And myself too, I'm not very good at this either necessarily. Well, there's more. Oh yeah. It was, I agree. But then what ends up coming out of it is just Sly Shy manages to just take it back to regular old Sly Shy stuff, which is fine, by the way. And believe me, there's times where I'm out of material and I would love to have a Sly Shy up here doing the same old thing. See what I'm saying? But we've all seen it and heard it enough. It doesn't mean we don't ever want to see it and hear it. It means we don't want when the interesting thing is happening, let's not kill the interesting thing so that we can go to the thing that we've all seen a 1,000 times. That's what I'm saying.
Backstage, he came back.
You just gonna accept that people want to label you that, bro? Or are you really gonna
Wait,
say that you did? Like it went from
Well, see, and Christos is addressing he's actually addressing it. He's saying, you know, that's what I was baffled by is like Tyler things like, are you really just gonna, because these people told you that you're this thing, you're just gonna take the ball and run with it? Well, yeah, apparently he is. It would have been fascinating to be able to dive into that, and if we could have at least kept him on the line long enough to, if we could have at least kept him on the line long enough to at least get him over to my channel, because I think Tyler, just as soon as he saw that the people are turning against him, he more or less just looked like he dropped off. Although OTW might have kicked him, I'm not exactly sure.
we're
Hold on,
getting
he's
messages
coming
here. What the
back up.
situation
By
is.
the way, it's not even over yet. See, we're not even done yet. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Musical Secret. Exactly. Get in where you fit in.
All right, so guys want questions? He's here right now. Go ahead and ask him.
wait, I got questions for your ass.
See, Slash Eye wants to go. She wants to ignore the Tyler stuff, and she wants to settle OTW's hash, which is fine. But we can do that later. We don't need to do that now, Slash Eye. We can do that. We can still do that after we're done with Tyler. We're not done with Tyler yet. Although he did disconnect, and we had no way of knowing if he was coming back. But most likely, he was coming back.
I'm trying to understand because I heard you yesterday.
And by the way, I'm not critical of OTW at all. I think he's doing great overall. That's just my opinion. Now, I don't watch every minute of all his live streams, but you guys see me there enough. You know I'm there regularly.
That Paul has taught you well, right? So I'm trying to understand why you couldn't get into the Paul mode or the OTW news mode and help them get it.
He ain't Paul. That's why. He's OTW. Thank God.
Relax, Slash Eye. These things take time. You're all stressed out. And you're all happy. You got a new face now. You already want to fucking eat them all up. Okay, I get it. Can you calm down?
But see, she really doesn't though. See, that's the thing, OTW. She wants to go in on you for her being critical of the way you handle this guy. Which, by the way, some of that might be valid, or it might not. But we can do that later. That's my point. We don't need to do that now.
Relax.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I didn't want to. I did not want to come up here.
So if this was me, and the broadcaster was like, "Hey, you know, if what OTW just said," I would have been like, "All right, man, I'm going to hang back for a minute." Like she keeps coming. That's how I know it's an emotional thing, because she's, in spite of the logic that's being presented, yes, it was insane, untapped content, and it's not even over yet, by the way. So, but see, he's sort of putting up a boundary in a way, and she's just bulldozering ahead, right? Versus, hey, can we just stop and reassess? So many aggressive people don't have that mode of, okay, I'm going forward. Oh, the person is stopping me. Now maybe I need to just reassess, because I can always go in later. I think that's what a lot of aggressive people don't realize. In some ways, Sly, you can back off, but then you can go in later. That moment's it's always good. The opportunity to go in later is always going to be there. Good question, Divine Spirit. Probably because he is actually in the so-called power position, like he likes to say that, and then people give him shit about it. But probably because in this particular internet ghetto, he is in a power position at least, and in certain regards, he is in the power position. That's a real thing as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, I wanted you to come up here because obviously you're hungry.
I know. No. I was in the chat trying to encourage you to start asking questions. I was trying to point shit out to you, help you out.
See, this is and to me, this is the tragedy of this situation. Why is this conversation happening while the guy is right there? Like he's back. And now we can say, okay, OTW should have kicked Sly. That's fine. Yeah, maybe he should. I don't know. But, Sly should know to back off. That's my thing. Why doesn't she? So she's wanting to criticize OTW. So let me criticize Slash Eye. Slash Eye, why didn't you know to back off at least until Tyler's not on the screen anymore? And then go in. Because I don't even think Slash Eye did anything wrong. I think the timing of all of this was the problem, like Moose said.
But then you asked me to come up here. Now
I
you're
was
saying
more inclined. Slash Eye.
I'm not upset.
I know.
You know I'm not upset.
Let Sir Tyler here present himself and reveal himself by himself. I didn't need to do anything or come down on him. He opened up by himself. I didn't need to do anything. Sly Shy. So we're at this
we
point.
don't want you.
So
we don't want you to come down on. We don't want you to come down on anybody because you said.
She's not hearing what. See, this is a thing about listening, and I do this too, right? I'm not some perfect listener either, but I don't think Sly is even hearing what OTW is saying, or if she does, she just doesn't care. One of the two, right? I don't think she's hearing what he's actually telling her.
Multiple opportunities, and I did not. I chose not to. So,
yeah, but you. I'm sorry, but you did say. But you did say we don't want to chase you away. We don't want. You know what I mean? You kind of let them know that you might have some people that might.
Sly Shy, you're not wrong. Let's just do this later when the guy's not on the fucking screen. Like, this is where reading the room does come in and become a thing. And I will be a little critical of people at times, certainly. And I'm not, I'm not above that criticism either. I hear you, Moose. Yeah, Benton School of Broadcasting. And I can't go down them. I can't go off on those tangents right now, but yeah, that's interesting.
Beg to differ with some of the things that he's into. But as it being your show, really we trying to, we want you to take control of your show. You do this. You don't want everybody else running your shit. That's why
running this shit, Sly Shy, on some level.
Didn't want to come up because I wanted to see you handle it. That's why I said you handle it.
I can see through your eyes, Sly Shy, and I get your perspective, but I was actually handling it. I was. But in my way, all right, not Paul's way, or all, I have to do this my way. I try to do things differently.
Oh, is it frozen? Hang on. Is the screen share not working now? Because I'm seeing.
If I would have went and done the Paul rap, then I would have kind of like taken away the Paul dynamic, which this is OTW news.
Now my screen share is frozen on my screen. Can y'all hear this or what? Oh yeah, we'll figure it out. Okay, something's wrong with my StreamYard is what it is.
So we got to create the OTW news dynamic, right?
See, and that's what I was saying. But you, listen, that's what I'm saying. But you kept reading the chat instead of taking, you kept calling out Rob, me, people that were saying.
Froze, but you still got the audio. Okay, I see what happened. Well, let me just redo. I bet if I redo the share, and part of this is that I've chosen not to use Chrome anymore. That's part of the problem. Believe me, this would all just work if I was on Google Chrome, but then the rest of my computer wouldn't work. And literally everything on my hard drive would be sent to fucking Google. Or Microsoft, rather. Microsoft, I mean.
You have to read the chat. You kept pushing the finger on the best comments. It ain't our fault.
True that. All right, okay, you have a point there. I'll give you that. 1 point for Sly Shy. All right.
So that means something in the background, though. Seriously.
Who, me?
Oh, honestly, yeah.
In the background of my house here?
No, like on your phone or whatever during the stream while this guy's talking.
Nope.
Okay.
No, OTW's because he's French. I think he reads in French, right? He can read English, but I think you can tell it takes him a while to figure out when he reads something in English. I figured that out a long time ago.
Yeah, okay. All I'm just saying is, we'll have to definitely hear a little more. I think there's a time and place for stop signs and conversations, especially with some of the things that were just said. Because, bro, you made yourself sound really bad there, and I could only assume that maybe you want to re-explain what you just said there. I don't know if I heard you correctly.
Because Benton, yeah, I agree with you. Benton wants to know. I had put up the comment. Okay, yeah, we want the meat and potatoes. Ben wants to know: have you been convicted, sir, of any alleged sex crimes?
No, but
No, but he almost seems like disappointed here. I find bizarre, so I got to go back just to this.
Because Benton, yeah, I agree with you. Benton wants to know. I had put up the comment. Okay, yeah, we want the meat and potatoes. Ben wants to know: have you been convicted, sir, of any alleged sex crimes?
No, but I have a nudity charge. I got a nudity charge on LSD.
Are you serious? I guess you are serious.
Let him talk OTW.
Why do I get?
Well, and see, this is it's interesting facial expression too. It's like I think Tyler's starting to realize, okay, I haven't actually found my new community, and Tyler does seem to be community shopping. So I think he's starting to realize, okay, well, this is, or maybe just remembering what he's been through with this other community, or communities rather. I don't know. It's interesting to see this sort of unfold in real time.
Get these phone calls every time I'm live, man. You people, Jesus.
That's your code.
This is what I mean by I don't get phone calls, because highly suspect really pushes back on me when I say that. That never happens to me. almost never where I'm doing something and then I'm annoyed because people are calling me. No, I just don't get phone calls now. Yeah, every once in a while, you know, every once in a fucking blue moon, right? But on a day in, day out basis, people are not hitting my phone.
That's your co-producer calling
Go
you to
ahead,
tell you to
Tyler.
do better.
Yeah, I mean, I got some drunken Publix.
Good catch, Divine Spirit. Well, I'm just talking about I'm just talking about a specific type of crime. I'm not concerned about the rest of this stuff. I just wanted a yes or no, and he said no. So it was like, what I was going to try to do is eventually get around to, hey, man, I understand that the fucking communist system here says that that was, a crime that you committed, but I don't. That's not necessarily the case, right?
Well, the technical definition of rapes is like the technical definition of rape. If they're intoxicated and you have sex with them, there is some ambiguity there. But yeah, she was my girlfriend, and yeah, I went to all of my friends at all the old heads at AA meeting I was going to, and I like started telling them like, yeah, like I think I raped this girl, and they're like, no, you didn't rape her, she's your girlfriend, like don't worry about it. So like they just told me to brush it off, and I never brushed it off. Like, and I'm definitely not celibate. I mean, because
Sounds like he started so Tyler didn't think anything about it, but then his sister had some sort of experience after this to where that was her view of what had happened to her. I have no idea what happened to her. And then, so it seems like after the fact, he came to this conclusion where he more or less agreed with that viewpoint. It seems to me.
like I'm still a porn. I mean, I'm still a porn addict, but yeah, I mean, I started having sex when I was 14, so I mean, I'm just like I don't think I can be in a relationship, but
Well, you see, he's answering things nobody asked, right? This is disorganized thinking, by the way, and I that's funny. May have that's funny, man. Hell, I even forgot what I was going to say now, but that's okay. I think y'all know.
yeah, I'm just I share groups like I'm just an evil person. Like I don't, if it's between Jesus and Satan, like I don't think there's enough room between. I think that Satan is occupying too much space between me and Jesus for me to actually be a saint or be a leader or something like that. Like I just feel.
And this is what I'm talking about with the demonic oppression. This is, that's just how I view it. So whatever, whether or not demons exist and, whether or not anything written in the Bible ever actually happened, it could just all be completely made up as far as I know, right? Or not completely, but lots of it could just be fictional stories. And some of it probably is, and I believe it's largely metaphorical anyway, but, this is really the only way I can really think about these things. So I think he seems to be aware that he's in some sort of, at least a moral sort of quandary, right? Where maybe he has a true desire to turn away from all of this evil, but he's for whatever reason not able to do it.
Like my atheist community calls me a witch. I don't get any. I don't really get any views over there, but yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Come to think of it, Tyler. Do you know Jack Talcott? Because
Well, does he though? I mean, that's the thing is, why did we rush him out the door? This is and I don't know that OTW kicked Tyler, but I think Tyler just was like, hey man, they don't want me around, which is kind of sad in a way, right? When somebody is, reaching out, and the dude's clearly going through some stuff, right? Now I don't necessarily want to get involved in trying to support him or, prop him up or whatever, but realistically, whatever the so-called truth community is, we might have we might actually be able to help him just enough where he could at least take the ball and run with it from there, right? Yeah, exactly. Pressure from the chat, which I get. I've fallen victim to that at various times myself.
I'm going to send you over there because I think you might be in the wrong place, Bo. Dude, seriously.
All right, I got you.
All right, have a great day, man.
See, I think he dropped off. So when he's like, "Do you know Jack Talcott?" I'm not even sure he knows Jack Talcott, but he might, right? If he found OTW, he might know Jack Talcott. I don't know. But this, to me, this was the crying shame, and I don't blame OTW. But this is the social pressure because you see, and this is just humans, right? Like we all do this to some extent, it seems. But you can see OTW, like the tone of voice, he becomes a little condescending, and Tyler I'm not even saying that. I don't know, man. I really don't. I think I could work with the guy to some extent, at least enough to sort of get him pointed in a direction where he might be able to pull himself out of whatever he's. But most likely, the dude's just fucked. I mean, let's face it. Most likely, the guy's fucked.
Yeah, you know what?
Can I-
Come to think of it, Tyler. Do you know Jack Talcott? Because I'm
No.
going to send you over there. Because I think you might be in the wrong place, Bo. Dude, seriously.
All right, I got you.
All right, have a great day, man.
All right. Can I help there a little bit, OT?
Go ahead, Slyshy. Go ahead.
I'm gonna cut you off, Slyshy, real quick and just butt in here for like 5 seconds,
Go ahead.
literally 5-10 seconds. I think that was a good move, OTW. You know, I give you trouble sometimes about your judgment or discernment with like things on streams, but I think we all saw it here after like the past 2 minutes of what he was saying. I'm glad. I think you made the right move, and that was an amazing last comment to make. That you know, maybe he will go check out Jack Talcott's, and you know, praise God. Maybe this is exactly what needed to happen. You know, so he can
Yeah.
actually find the people that you need to go be with over at Jack Talcott's. I think that actually might be a perfect fit, man.
Well, you know, I did
Great
put
stuff, bro.
in the title of the show, you know, and I was just realizing at the moment when I realized my title, then I said, okay, wait a minute, what is this? A fucking loser failure fucking attraction channel? I was like, I write in the title, no loser failures, and holy fuck, man, by the grace of God, he sends me one. I'm like, wow.
Y'all, you don't.
And
You don't
you know what
remember
blows
what-
me away the most is the guy who knows he's a loser failure, and he doesn't read the title.
Well, and this is what I'm talking about. Exactly. The human brain cannot process negation. So, yeah, he did read the title, and his brain read loser failure. Oh, this is the place for me. Like, it really is that simple. If it said, like, well-adjusted, well-adjusted, healthy, mentally healthy folks only, he wouldn't have showed up.
Listen, did you hear him? Did y'all hear the insanity when he first started
Yeah.
talking? He said he's been in a lot of mental institutions, so he's been fake farmed and indoctrinated to believe everything he watched on the news. You know what I mean? So he was a red flag from the gate, OTW.
But what do you mean red flag? Like, there was a lot of interesting material in there as far as I'm concerned. That's kind of like, you know, that's this line of reasoning. I could construe that to mean that Slyshy would not want J Hub on Paul's panel, right? Oh, red flag, because he's like yesterday J Hub's on there more or less saying that not everybody should be able to have a firearm, which is to me is insane, because the reality is there's more guns than people in this country. If somebody wants a firearm, they can 100% get a firearm, period. There's effectively zero persons who are highly motivated to get a firearm who just can't do so. It's laughable, right? So number one, we can't stop people. Determined people who want to obtain firearms, you can't stop them in this country. It's literally impossible. Impossible. So why are we even entertaining, right? But Paul decided to entertain it, right? Probably because Paul has a certain skill as a broadcaster. What happened? Is that how I sound down the hall? Because nobody will tell me when my audio's fucked. So I'm probably on the phone mic, and just people will just listen to me talk on the phone mic for extended periods of time, if that's what you mean. So yeah, I may be on the phone mic and just don't know that I'm on the fucking phone mic. Yeah. So hang on, let me check. Maybe I am. It says I'm on my wired headset, so I should be all right. So maybe I didn't understand what Christos was saying. All right. Oh, and the truthers eat our own, by the way. So truthers eat their own. So there's some version of that happening. Okay, good. Well, never mind. He might have just Christos might have meant something else, right?
That's why I asked if he was trolling, Sly.
Yeah,
I
but
figured he
look,
was.
y'all gotta pay attention. Y'all gotta pay attention. Remember what happened the other day on Paul's broadcast? The guy sitting there bagging up shit, and then he did what he did. Like they be sending these people.
Well, so see now after a brief discussion. Oh, thank you. Okay, never mind. But yeah, after a brief discussion of what just occurred, now we just transitioned into regular old Slyshy material, which is fine. I like regular old Slyshy material, but not when something novel is occurring, right? Anyway, that's enough of that. DoorDash. What? You got DoorDash out there? Mr. Pie? That doesn't even seem possible. DoorDash. What? Unless you're not actually where I think you are, Mr. Pie. Maybe you're not. Maybe I misunderstood where you're located. Maybe they actually have DoorDash out there. Yeah, that's right. Well, and believe me, my skill's not that high either necessarily, but yeah, I'm not trying to put I'm more say that I'm going to broadcasting school. That's what that means, Moose. It doesn't mean that I'm running the broadcasting school, although, maybe I could run one of the 101 classes here pretty soon, right? Truth 101, Truth Streamer 101. I've seen some other live streams because, now I just get fed these random small channels here and there. And I've been, looking at a lot of Linux material lately. And I went into just some Linux live stream yesterday and no viewers, it was like 3 viewers, but it's it's like a 5K sub channel. And, the topics were interesting, but, on some level, we're in this truth communities, we are doing some pretty interesting and just better live streams than some of the stuff I see in other genres, in other areas. So, and these are actually like computer nerds too, right? And, the show is just not what it could be, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's what I thought, man, Mr. Pie. That's what I thought. So like, that's a pretty far drive, probably. So I figured you were probably joking. Yeah, 20 minutes from town, they wouldn't DoorDash. All right, now we got to do this J-Hub stuff because I was watching that yesterday going, man, I can't wait to replay this if I'm able to. Oh, wait a minute. I still think my mouse works, but it doesn't. All right, let's go over to Unslave now. Oh, wait, that's not going to work. See how many letters do we have to type to get to proper instruction? Oh, they're making me work for it. There it is. Proper space I gets us there. I don't know exactly where this is, but somewhere near the top.
The young people that's watching all over the world are not fit to lead, by the way, in most of these situations because you're too emotional. And she goes on to say, I'll play the rest of it. Something's got and call it for safety is what it may seem to some folks. Your thoughts on any of that? If you're aware of any of that? Something to someone else try to insult me by tagging me. Like, go fuck yourself. Don't tag me. Get out of my life.
I'm good now. Am I good?
Hello, hello. Testing.
Am I good now? I'm good.
2 guns up. D block double R, 2 guns up.
Rob says Zoomer hieroglyphics. Yeah, that's what it is.
Friend, my boss.
All right, apologies. We're gonna fast forward a little bit here.
New Mexico. Wow, Governor. So Timmy, somebody down there mentioned the New Mexico governor. Yeah, they're running games again. We're going to take rights, and her logic was, well, I have a power to stop all constitutionally protected activities in the name of a health emergency. Right. So apparently we used the death of a child to start a health emergency to stop people lawfully carrying guns. And we're supposed to believe that this is for safety or that this is about the child. Of course not. It's about these same folks, by the way, have $1 million houses. Nobody knows how. They make $100,000 a year, but they got $1 million houses. Everyone else in the area that makes that pay rate doesn't have the same kind of houses. So one would start to believe they're doing backroom deals. And in those backroom deals, they're getting paid to push policy to take rights and call it for safety is what it may seem to some folks. Your thoughts on any of that? If you're aware of any of that?
Yeah, no, it's funny. I was just for the past hour and a half going through that just because I thought it was bizarre. So I looked up all the articles, and then the articles are always sensational, right? But if you actually read her executive order or emergency order, it's bizarre, right? It's the health that's from the Department of Health. But yeah, apparently the guy Patrick Allen, who is a secretary of the Department of Health in New Mexico, is saying they're just claiming that it's for the public lands of New Mexico only, right? So it's not saying private. It's not saying law enforcement. It's not saying the licensed slaves. Like security officers, they're only saying it's in the public. So to me, it's like that's their territory is what I think they're trying to say. But I was just next going to go over actually what what is the New Mexico's definition of person, because they only say person, they only say firearms, right? That's a whole game with that. But yeah, I was just getting into like where actually do they even claim is their jurisdiction, like the New Mexico Department of Health. But yeah, I mean that's what I was getting into. But yeah, I mean it's just usual games, I think.
So what exactly are they trying to are they saying it's like you said, the New Mexico Department of Health is
the New Mexico governor wanted to press folks to prevent gun violence, and then the Department of Health, the Secretary of the Department of Health, issued an order to all persons, right, that in the public, only in cities, in like a very specific situation, in the public, in state parks and public schools and public territory or state territory, can you not possess a firearm according to their definition.
All right, let's hear from your bozo.
Yes, all the examples you cited are crimes. Kids shooting other kids, shooting from cars. So what's the value of the civil order? Why not just do better law enforcement?
Both. The value of the order is that it gives me three things. One, it says it's a statewide issue and it's a message to everyone to start leveraging the resources and arresting people. Two, the jurisdictions come at this, including with the DOJ restrictions, differently, without leveraging the additional resources, arresting, and where do they go? We're going to make sure that everyone is bumping up their services. It's a message to the Metropolitan Detention Center. It's a message to the HMOs. You better figure out treatment. We have been sort of stalled out, to your point. This order basically says stop stalling out.
And this is why, not that it matters, because you got a bunch of feminine, inauthentic corporate males. This is why women are not fit to lead, by the way, in most of these situations, because you're too emotional. And she goes on to say, I'll play the rest of it. Something's got to be done because of these children. No, something doesn't have to be done because of the children. You're not sending a message that people who are lawful need to be criminalized because you got emotions about some child that was killed by some deviant. This is ridiculous logic. It's an absence of logic. It's strictly an appeal to emotion. And that's why women don't belong in positions of decision making like this. Typically, I won't say all of them, right? I won't do a broad brush statement, but typically women like this especially have no business in these positions. Again, I'll go all the way with it. The majority of men have no business in a position like this of any kind of discernment or determination or leadership because they're overly emotional and they appeal to authority and emotion. And that's not what we need to govern / self-govern a free country. It's the opposite of what we benefit from.
And to your point, just arrest everyone. Well, I also have to have the ability. I can't arrest everyone. There are literally too many people to arrest. This would allow us.
If someone's got a concealed carry permit in Albuquerque walking down public street, they're not going to get arrested.
I can make the point that they should be. And this is the point. I'm willing to do anything and everything within a shred of evidence-based effort. Because if you're not horrified that on any street corner in too many cities in New Mexico, there is someone with a gun sticking out of their waist or their belt. And I'll tell you, if you're a young person, you're not allowed to have a handgun.
Well, it's a crime already.
I got it, but we won't be able to arrest all of them. So imagine, just in a perfect world, if this was upheld, it gives all of these police officers the ability to focus on the real criminals.
Last follow-up.
Yeah. But your point is valid.
You took an oath to the Constitution. Isn't it unconstitutional to say you cannot exercise your carry license?
With one exception, and that is if there's an emergency, and I've declared an emergency for a temporary amount of time, I can invoke additional powers. No constitutional right, in my view, including my oath, is intended to be absolute. There are restrictions on free speech. There are restrictions on my freedoms. In this emergency, this 11-year-old and all these parents who've lost all these children, they deserve my attention to have the
mommy. The state's mommy has to give her attention to the dead 11-year-old and take everybody else's privileges with declarations of emergencies. This is the devouring mother we spoke about. Remember that archetype? We're going to go into, by the way, falsely empowered codependence. That's what this whole system is. These are interpersonal home psychological dynamics, but it plays out because we're in a holographic universe. Everything you see in the self and in the home goes on in these political structures. So this is a definition of a devouring mother. She will keep all the men under her from being men and dealing with the dangerous fears and learning to respond and govern ourselves in the name of safety. So that's what they want. A bunch of weak, disempowered men who don't have God-given rights and freedoms, can't defend themselves and each other, out of a fear that something may happen to the children.
Right, hang on, we're back.
Devouring mother, tyrannical father, every single time. Thoughts, gentlemen?
I kind of think, I definitely think that she's out of order, even in her place, as being a health, having some designation as a health,
all right, be right back.
Whatever it is that she is, she's not in any authority to take away any type of, firearm rights, anything like that. That's the first thing.
The problem becomes, J-Hub, what we talk about here, that there's dual jurisdiction. Everybody who calls himself a United States citizen and identifies as that person and votes and pays tax has accepted that these people have an ability to regulate them for the welfare of the general public. And this is why I'm hollering from the top of the mountain all the time over at Anton's and everywhere else. You guys don't understand what you've opted into. You got to get out because this is who's now running your life with policy. Go ahead, sir.
I mean, I don't know. You said that was New Mexico. I'm not too familiar with the laws and all that kind of stuff. But the fact that some kind of, health, whatever she is, she's not the
a moron.
She's not, over the firearms department or the, whatever the department is. She's not over that. She's
That's the governor. That's the governor.
Yeah. So she doesn't even. To me, it seems like it could easily be a lawsuit put in place to say you don't even have the authority to make these claims. One thing I will say though, Paul, is me personally, I do believe that in some areas guns are necessary. All types of guns. I'm sure this is totally counter to what most people on this channel that listen to might think, but I feel like in major cities like New York and things like that, everybody doesn't need to have a gun because everybody doesn't have the same discernment, or it's a lot of crazy, stupid people out here.
But J-Hub, you have to use logic when we're taking this idea of governance out.
There's There's a lot of crazy, stupid people out here. And I missed a lot of things that I kind of wanted to respond to that J-Hub's already said a bunch of dumb shit. I can already tell. but I framed this properly. The reality is none of us can do anything about a lot of crazy people out here, a lot of crazy, stupid people. Because, like I said, more guns, more firearms and people in this country, it is not possible to prevent a highly motivated person from obtaining a firearm. It's fucking possible. It cannot be done. Impossible. So you hear his argument makes no sense. This is an illogical argument. Now back to what Sly Shy is saying. Does that mean Paul needs to stop him every single time he says some dumb thing? I mean, is J-Hub going to keep coming back to the broadcast? And let's not forget, sometimes I run off otherwise well-meaning people because I get into these modes where I jump on every word they say. I think I did it to RT recently to some extent. I've done it to Freedom Grower a bunch of times. Yeah, it was wild. But yeah, that's the thing is, so when I say that his thinking is disorganized, right? Or not even this guy. So when I talk about Tyler's thinking is disorganized, that's true. However, Tyler was able to speak with accuracy. Now, the fact is, he may not believe that India went to the moon. I have no idea, but that is a news item, right? That's a thing that at least people believe, right? To some extent. So he wasn't necessarily inaccurate unless he thinks that actually happened, right? Thanks. Hey, Sterling Ray, good to see you. Well, and there's no such thing as a gun-free zone. See, this shows us just how programmed we are. Not us, but although I've said that the so-called truth community is just as heavily programmed as the regular, as everybody else. It's a different manifestation, but that doesn't mean all of us individually, right? But, just these false premises that people run with, like it's not possible to have any area that there's no firearms. That's just not a thing, right? Now at schools, are there times when there's no firearms? I don't know. However, this is just not a thing. It's just not a thing that can be done presently. So why is the discourse centered around literal impossibilities and inaccuracies? And I know because I was trying to get my equipment working because my phone was something was up with my phone. And I know because I saw this in real time yesterday. There was a bunch of stuff he said that was just, you can tell like J-Hub doesn't track, like he's not picking up the information. So let's say that I wasn't fully aware of the news story with the New Mexico governor. Before I wanted to comment, I would just ask a couple of specific questions, probably clarifying questions, so that, okay, so now I don't look dumb when I start to talk about a thing that I really don't know what I'm talking about. Because let's face the fact, J-Hub doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about here. He really doesn't. However, this is where we get into the collectivism. And, when we talk about all this talk about masculinity. And then so I was going off in the live chat yesterday and I was saying things like, hey, when I grew up, there was almost no talk of men and masculinity. The only thing you might hear about was the so-called Marlboro man, the stereotypical, or John Wayne or something, like an archetype or a stereotype. There was almost no discussion of men and masculinity. And at the same time, I was socialized in my area where almost all of the boys passed into manhood through an actual process built into our society and our culture. So formalized and informalized processes, rather. This was a thing. It was facilitated that the boys would pass into manhood because we have to have men, or we did at that time. See, back in the Arkansas time warp that I grew up in, and the propaganda was still that, because see, I grew up with the Cold War propaganda. So there was still this idea of American exceptionalism and something, this conservatism in America, mom and apple pie and all of this, right? All these things and that's coming off of the post-war period, right? The, all the Ozzie and Harriet, Leave It to Beaver propaganda of the 50s. Well, at a certain point, I came to realize, oh, wait a minute, society did not just organically evolve to Ozzy and Harriet, Leave It to Beaver. And in fact, it was never that anyway. No, this was the propaganda of the system. And just like people do what they're told. So when people are told, hey, man, you're the breadwinner, you're the protector, you're the provider, you go off to the fucking salt mine every day. Hey, wife, you're the homemaker, you stay at the house and raise the kids, right? People didn't just come to the conclusion that this was a superior way of life and say, hey, and I would say part of that, how we know that is because it has broken down over time. It's not like people were like, hey, this is our way of life, we're living this way, we're sticking to it. Yeah, that's the Amish who do that. And even I'm sure their community and what they're doing gets degraded over time. I'm sure it does. Like, I'm not putting them up as something to aspire to. I'm saying, like, those are the people who seem to be living that way because they view that as the way to live. However, there's probably also versions of, they've also been influenced and guided and steered over time. I would just have to assume, but who knows? But then you look at the groups who just refused to assimilate. Is like some of your native tribes, although some of them assimilated, but there's some of them, like the Lakota Sioux or whatever, the ones who are really having a bad time, and the groups of people who have the worst metrics in this country are the Native Americans. And it's mostly the people like the, that Pine Ridge or whatever reservation. That's your Lakota Sioux. And here's the thing about the Lakota Sioux, that all attempts at genocide and to kill their culture, because the government, right, Benito Mussolini's helicopter hand has directly tried to just destroy their culture, and it's not able to. Have you noticed this? It can't. Now, eventually, it'll probably just die out because, so much time will have passed, and this is me speculating, so much time will have passed that, now those connections are not there. But right here, right now, there's people in their, what they believe to be their traditional garb doing their whatever, ceremonies they did. It's still going, right? So I got to view the Amish as some version of that on some level. But this idea of mainstream American society, just because we're better than everybody, we just chose to live in a superior way while also living, increasingly secular lives and while increasingly adopting technology over time, right? Like, this is just insane. As I'm describing it, this is fucking insane. I'm describing insanity. So, and I kind of forgot how I got onto all of that, but I must have needed to cover all that for some kind of reason. I know it must have had something to do with the J-Hub and the firearms and all of this. Oh, men and masculinity. So, if J-Hub, so when I was socialized, it's not because the people around me had any sort of superiority or were just more in touch with the old ways. No, that was the propaganda. And the people where I'm from love propaganda. And in fact, I'm from an area where I grew up. One of the major, we had every NIMBY in the world, meaning not in my backyard, meaning things people don't want to live around. Pretty much everything that nobody wants to live around is in my hometown. Why? Because there are people who are poor and broke and desperate enough, who also are brainwashed enough that they want everything undesirable in their backyard because they want the jobs. Okay. So part of that is there's a fucking, the National Center for Toxicological Research is 5 miles as a crow flies from the house I grew up in. Okay. So, but these people, it's called the Arsenal, the Pine Bluff Arsenal is what it's referred to as. These people where I grew up, they love it. They love that thing. They love the jobs. They love the military. They love the government. They just hate Democrats. Although, believe it or not, Arkansas used to vote Democrat. So even back then, I had a Democrat governor. See, this is how lost these people are, right? These people are lost. So as I'm talking about, these weren't MAGA. These were a lot of these people. Now, some of them, didn't like Democrats, but dude, Arkansas the whole South used to be Democrat, lest we forget. How things have changed. I agree, man. Most of the I call them events. Yeah, most of the events are definitely staged, 100%. Well, but they're not. Here's what's going to happen. Now, I'm not good at predictions, but this is what's going to happen. Well, when I talk about American society is fully communist, okay, but it's covert. Well, what I mean, a big part of what I mean is that when the children go to school, most of the children go to public school. Most. And regardless of how conservative the state may be, such as Oklahoma, well, right now, there's kids attending an elementary school in Oklahoma, and their principal is a drag queen who apparently was charged, although never convicted, of viewing predator material online, possessing and viewing predator material online, but somehow beat the case and the charges got dropped. Probably through the incompetence of the officials, so-called, right? But then again, this is someone who will serve the system. A person, by the way, a person who went and got high levels of education in order to work as an elementary school principal in Oklahoma, on the outskirts of Oklahoma City, as far as I can tell, probably doesn't make a lot of money, probably has a lot of student debt, or did, right? Maybe got scholarships, who knows? But MAGA is not out here getting fucking master's degrees and doctorates in I think this thing's a doctorate, has a doctorate or whatever, right? So on paper, the drag queen has no criminal record, presumably. I don't know, Carl. And I know Carl. I do annoy Carl when I talk about communism sometimes. So can I get away with collectivism, Carl? And I'm glad Carl's here to sort of get me back on track. So I'll give you a minute, Carl. And good to see you, man, by the way. Well, and this is where my Benton's kind of dumb in the moment, Carl. So I'm not completely understanding your point, but I realize that's a me problem, not a you problem. So, but thank you, Carl, because I do sort of just run off into, but please bear with me. I'm still operating on my own Cold War programming to some extent. I'm not know that I'll ever completely erase the Cold War stuff. So, but yeah, and I am kind of meandering and jumping around a bit. So please bear with me. But good to see you, sir. So I'll kind of I'll pause a little bit there, and we might just go back to the. I'm so far away from whatever Paul and J Hub were talking about, and Timmy. I'm so far away from that now that I might need to go back to it. So I have a lot to say about these things. But so here's where I'm going with the. And by the way, Carl, you know me, man. Like, I've had actual trans friends, for God's sakes. Like, I'm not opposed to these people. I'm not even opposed to that. I'm not necessarily opposed to these activities. I'm opposed to children being exposed to it at a very young age. That's the part that I'm not in favor of. And I don't believe it should be promoted in society at all. I'm for the tolerance and inclusion and acceptance where we recognize that, yes, some of the people amongst us are this way, and we're going to deal with it and accept it anyway, right? To some extent. I've talked about my best friend growing up. We now know as an adult that he is and was a certain thing that I don't even want to get into because it's not about that. But as long as he was willing to hide various aspects of himself, he was accepted in our community, right? My thing is, I just don't see any need personally to have any of this in the schools. But then the left-leaning folks, and maybe Carl's probably is that, right? And anyway, it's fine with me. I'm certainly no conservative. Let's be clear. Of course, I don't even really believe in that necessarily, but and I don't think there's any conservatives in government. And the people who claim to be conservatives, none of them practice conservatism. Effectively zero. America does not practice traditional family values as America seems to believe that's what they are. That's not a thing that's happening. Yeah, are there exceptions? Sure, it's not a thing. And you got Christians going to church and the pastors are all divorced. Think about that. Like, the people aren't living what they say they are in the first place. So the conservatism's dead. It doesn't even exist in the first place. I see no evidence of so-called conservatism. But this is a point I'm making, Carl. Let me make my actual point. And good to see you. I'll make my actual point, which is that it doesn't matter. And I will probably, me and Carl will probably get on the same page with this. Carl, here's where I see things going. Is the kid, and maybe I'm not even saying this is better or worse. I'm saying this is the way I see it going. The children who are now in school, their parents a lot of their parents falsely believe that well, we as parents are conservatives and we want to raise our kids with certain values. They're not raising the kids with those values. So the kids are being raised by the internet's raising the kids, the peer group is raising the kids, the school is raising the kids. Pretty much all of the teachers come up through a university system that I consider to be leftist communist. Now, maybe that's me misusing the terms, Carl. So that's possible, right? And this is my limited understanding of Marxism as well, I'm sure. I'm not a qualified Marxist as far as being, I've never studied the material well enough to actually be able to engage in an actual intellectual discourse with Marxists, although I can follow along and listen, and I can add a point here and there, right? Certainly. And I enjoy the intellectual discourse. And I'm certainly no lefty, but I'm more to that side of the fence than a lot of the people here. I'm certainly, if you make me choose liberal or conservative, I'm a liberal, period. Doesn't mean that I think it's right to kill babies. See, that shows you how fucked up this black and white thinking can be, trying to put me in just one box. It's insane. I'm a dynamic human being. I can't be put in one of two categories based on politics or a view of the world. It just doesn't work that way, right? But if you make me choose, I'm a fucking liberal. If you make me choose, I'd rather not identify as either one. I'm certainly no conservative, never have been. Although I have some views that are very conservative, right? So you see how it works. Okay. Okay, well, okay, well, wait a minute. I like this because me and Carl can get on the same page here. Yes. No, this is just how I view it. I'm fully open to that. I might not be right, Carl. In fact, maybe there's not a connection, and maybe I'm working with concepts that I'm just using the wrong terms for. Like, that's very possible. I mean, and that is kind of how lost in my own sauce I can be. Which is also, that's sort of how the realm is now, right? So, and this is where it's helpful to have somebody like me and somebody like Carl, because in certain instances, I'm the one who's sort of being like, now, wait a minute, this doesn't really make sense. And, trying to set some boundaries. And I think that's what Carl's doing here. And I appreciate it, sir. So I'm going to have to train myself out of saying communism. Really, I'm going to have to pick another term. I'm going to have to be more specific in my speech. So And Carl's been trying to get me to this point for a while, I've seen, although that may not be his intention. So thank you, Carl. Much appreciated. You're not wrong, man. Yeah, you're not wrong. So when I say communism, what I mean is what I was indoctrinated to believe communism was. At the same time that Soviet Russia, the portrayal was Soviet Russia was the enemy of America and vice versa. And, we now know that whatever propaganda was being given to people in Soviet Russia, again, as far as what they were being told about America, was a lot of that wasn't accurate necessarily. And probably a lot of what I was indoctrinated with by this system with respect to what was going on in Soviet Russia was probably also not correct, Carl. So, yeah. But thank you, sir, because I'm definitely going to have to train myself out of communism and talking about communism. But and I do know a lot of the times I'm talking to people who are gonna, it's almost like a code word or a word that's had a lot of invective goes along with it, right? If that makes sense. So I think you know what I'm saying, Carl. Realistically, I just have never I've never read a lot of the material, and realistically, I need to probably just go study Russian history, honestly. So I'm just not educated enough, Carl. That's really what it comes down to. I haven't educated myself on these topics enough. So anyway, so let me go ahead and try to transition off of that particular point. But I still think my greater point has been made. I believe it has. That where I'm getting to is that you have people in America who think they believe certain type of ways, and they believe they have an enemy. And so MAGA has identified lefties, right? Or what they like to call liberals. So it's an us versus them, an in group versus an out group. And then so they're trying to say this is what's wrong with society, is that society is letting that society's letting these liberals and these leftists influence society, which is true in a way. It's debatably true. However, those same people are sending their kids to be educated by people that the parent views as the enemy. That's the point I'm trying to make. Now, if I'm doing that in a poor manner because I keep referring to communism, then that's my failing as a broadcaster, and we will get beyond that, Carl. I can assure you, because I value the fact that people like Carl will come to my broadcasts. So it's very important to me that people with certain, there's levels to this, and certain people are above my level in certain ways, and the fact that I am able to, in some level, attract these people, that's very important to me. So if part of that is I need to get my head out of my own ass and educate myself a little more, by God, I will, Carl. So yeah, I see where you're coming from now, Carl. And I need to go back and read all this later because I'm not sure I get out of my own mode too much when I get a little too deep into the actual live chat. Again, but see, that's the thing is, Mr. Pie, they're divorced. Your family in Texas is divorced, Mr. Pie. They just are. So they don't live their values, especially if those are Christian values. They don't live their values, period. They just don't. That's just a FACT fact. What they think they believe in, they don't practice. Therefore, they don't believe in it on some level. So the reality is, Carl, we don't need to talk about communism. What we need to talk about is these people don't believe what they think they believe. Period. They don't. So that what MAGA believes in sending their children to school to be indoctrinated by people that MAGA views as the enemy, which is insane. It's insane. Because traditional family values, people don't get divorced. That's the ultimate point I'm making. Traditional family values is we get married and we stay married. And the mom doesn't work. The dad goes off to the salt mine, whatever his version of salt mine is, and the mom raises the kids, and then dad shows up at night to provide the discipline or whatever, or in the afternoon. Okay, that's not happening anymore. Your family, maybe your family in Texas is an exception, but I doubt the extended family is. Right? Maybe the old folks are. Maybe the old folks live that way. This is just the reality, and it's nothing against Mr. Pie's family, but I can go into any Christian church anywhere in this country. The majority of the people are divorced. That's just a fact. It's an FACT fact. And some proportion of the pastors and the leadership are divorced. Well, under traditional family values, none of that was allowed. None of that was allowed. The Amish can't do that. Except for what the Bible says, adultery or whatever. And again, I'm not trying to get into the Bible. I'm just saying the people are not living what they think are their values, period. They're just not. So where I'm going is a couple of more generations of kids being indoctrinated through this public school system. And my opinion is, and this is the point I've been trying to make this whole time, my opinion is the people here are never going to give up their guns, although some of them will. But like the people where I'm from and where in most of this country, they will never give them up. But you know what they will give up? They'll give up this body. They'll give up this life, right? This is all going to go away, meaning this life. But then assuming this realm continues, we're going to have a couple of more generations, and that's who's going to turn the guns in. Just like happened in Australia. I think Australia is just a little bit ahead of where America is in a way. So I fully expect within a couple of generations, Americans will turn them in. And how many people in the South especially are going to inherit their daddy's guns, and their daddy inherited some of those guns from his daddy. And then how many of those kids are going to turn those in under a gun buyback program? And believe me, that's already happened. It's already happened where somebody somewhere went off to university and, their whole family believes in certain things or thinks they do in traditional family values and, mom, apple pie, guns, the American flag, the whole thing, right? I guarantee you some of those people have already inherited an arsenal and turned the shit in. I promise you it's already happened. So I see in a couple of generations, that's what I fully expect. So hopefully we're now on the same page. Good to see you, Carl. Thank you very much for your comments. They are very well received and appreciated. Hopefully now that I'm out of my THCO haze, hopefully later today I'll be sharp enough to go back and read the rest of your comments. So anyway, and then back to the masculinity thing. Here's the and I agree, Carl, that this idea that communists were weak and that's ridiculous. Of course they weren't. Are you kidding me? Right? Like look at World War II, for God's sakes. Those were communists, right? So, if World War II happened, according to the official fiction, Germany invaded Soviet Russia, and those Soviet Russians, you want to talk about masculinity and all these things, and not having a bunch of trannies running around. Can I even say tranny? I used to be able to say that on here. Now I don't even know if I can say that, but I guess I can, since they got me in the Matt Drudge's internet ghetto here. But Carl's right. Those were big, strong, toughest of the tough, right? My dad respects Russians. For somehow, my dad has some huge respect for thinks they're just badass on a masculine level, right? So yeah, Carl's right. I'm making a false equivalency with communism and a lack of masculinity, and that's a mistake. I agree. You're absolutely right, Carl. I see the error in my ways, and in fact, that was not my intention. So, in the current climate of the all these issues around masculinity, and then taking this to the J-Hub stuff and the things that have happened in American society, and we can call them whatever we want to call them. I choose to view that as collectivism, but maybe I'm just wrong. Good to see you, Land of the Blinded. Perhaps I am, so maybe I'm just using the wrong terms. But whatever this is, we've now gotten to the point where J-Hub probably considers himself masculine and the leader of his family, and apparently has a wife and kids. As far as I can tell, it seems that way. And he doesn't understand that part of his role, as far as I can tell, is to just to recognize what he is as a man. And what that means is, if I'm willing to consider something that I might refer to as God or creator, I'm not an atheist. I'll tell you that. I believe in God, but again, this is not a Bible channel, not a religious channel. But then again, I am an actual preacher on some. I mean, that is the core of my essence. It seems is to do some version of preaching. But thank God, not in a church. Thank God I dodged all those bullets. Right. So the Jehovah's Witnesses did me a great service, because they otherwise, left to my own devices, I might have just gone right into religion. Might have wasted most of my life, preach as far as actually trying to be a pastor or something. Which Lord knows I'm more of a tent revival style than I am trying to help people fucking raise their families and stuff. But anyway, whatever actual positive roles religion may fulfill or may have fulfilled for people historically. But the fact is, I know that as a human being, I have a right to defend my life. And that has nothing to do with the government, has nothing to do with J-Hub's opinion, has nothing to do with where I am on the map. It has nothing to do with anything. I have a right that nobody can deprive me of unless I allow them to. I have a right to defend myself, period, end of story. Well, part of Benton and part of Benton's masculine code and part of the way I was socialized, and also my personality feeds into this. Once I know something to be true and right, and part of this ties into how I was brainwashed, through the Jehovah's Witness cult. Once I know something to be true and right, I don't go any further. I stop. I'm there. So the fact that some people can't behave correctly, J-Hub, has nothing to do with my right to defend myself. So this is where I start to interpret this as collectivism, Carl, is this idea that, well, yes, Benton, we know that you, Benton, are probably complete. In fact, I know I am. And I've never committed violence against anybody. And and I have no criminal record. There's no reason to believe that I would be anything other than responsible with a firearm. Meanwhile, I have a right, period. As a human being, I have a right to defend my life, period. Period, end of story. If somebody comes with the intention of ending my life, I have a right to end theirs if that's the only way to keep mine from ending. Period. Period. And if, God forbid, if I had to actually put that feller down recently, maybe I would have been prosecuted. Maybe I wouldn't have been prosecuted. I don't know. But there's a chance that the local authorities would have just said, well, actually, we don't see any crime here. We see a man who was had his life threatened and feared for his life. And I did fear for my life. Now, I wasn't, you see, when I'm in fear, I'm not, I still have my faculties, and I probably do dissociate on some level, right? I'm not experiencing a strong emotion necessarily, but intellectually, I'm understanding, wow, this guy might very well be in a position to end my life, right? He's certainly behaving as if he might be. Whether or not he's, done anything overtly, see? Because what we know of the law is a lot of it's based on how I am interpreting the events, apparently. Building nothing but discourse and discontent. Yeah. And I know you don't mean me, Divine Spirit. I know you don't mean me, but yeah, I do find her comments interesting, so I get distracted. And it's not just her, by the way, a lot of your comments. But yeah, I feel like if Carl's still around, I feel like I made my points. So thanks, Carl. But yeah, so if I notice something to be true and right, why would I even entertain Jay Hub's foolishness? Because this is foolishness. Now, I'm sure he has his own reasons and motivations for his foolishness, but it is foolishness. Yeah, I know. So let's go back to this, because I do want to get into this a little more.
Outlaws don't listen to laws. That's why they're outlaws.
Shit, now I can't hear it. Why can't I hear it? Oh, I turned my headphones down.
So if you outlaw guns, the only people who have them are the outlaws. You've now criminalized a whole bunch of good people who want.
Well, and sorry to stop you there, Mr. Unslaved, but oh wait, I got to share the screen. Sorry to stop you there, Mr. Unslaved, but that's not a thing that can happen. Anybody in this country who wants a firearm absolutely can get their hands on a firearm. You cannot prevent somebody who's determined to access a firearm. It's not a thing that can happen. So even Paul is sort of, and Paul's not doing anything wrong. Even Paul's at least entertaining this notion. And this is where Benton, and again, it's probably not a good broadcast. So if I was up there, I would be losing my mind and just going, what are you people even talking about? You can't keep anybody that wants a gun can get a gun. So what are we even talking about? And then I'll just stop talking, and we'll just see, not Paul again, but I'll just see the blank expression on J Hub and maybe even Timmy to some extent, although Timmy's with it. And yeah, Timmy's voice annoys me too, but unfortunately, Timmy makes a lot of good points. Unfortunately, kind of wish he didn't, but he does. Because I took an immediate dislike to Timmy, I can assure you, but he's got something going on up there in his noggin. So in spite of myself, I must accept and respect Timmy. Based on my own code, I must respect Timmy, even though I really don't want to. That's the way that goes. But sometimes it's good to have an asshole around who'll just say, what are you people even talking about? This is crazy. You can't, there's no version of somebody who wants a gun not being able to get a gun. So what are we talking about here? This is crazy. This is nuts. This is insanity. What are we even talking about? And part of this is the system propaganda, meaning we've all had these messages blasted at us over time, so much so that we all sort of just accept that premise, at least partially, that, oh, well, yeah, it is possible to keep. If you outlaw guns, only outlaws will have guns. Well, I understand.
You don't want a bunch of crazy outlaws getting guns they're going to do crime with. Great. If you make law.
Okay. And I know we might be having okay. If I have a right to defend my life, and I know I do, What anybody else wants has nothing to do with that. So how can we have grown, mature adults like J Hub is otherwise? He's probably very responsible. He's probably a very good father. He's probably a good husband. I have well, in a way, but the point I'm making is that an actual masculine man who's been socialized properly is just going to say, well, I have a right to defend myself and my family, and he's not going to entertain any notions to the contrary. And part of the assertive or the aggressive or the dominant, part of the male female dynamics, part of the, when I've said that the best way to raise a child is in a home with a father born a man and a mother born a woman, that's what's best for the child. And I'm not saying that other people can't raise children, because certainly they can. I'm saying that's what's best for the kid. Best. Okay. And I don't think that's debatable. So part of that is the man is more of the disciplinarian, right? That's the role. So part of that is the man just setting a boundary to the world saying, well, I have a right to defend myself and my family. So what anybody else wants, what anybody else feels, what anybody else has an opinion about means nothing. And I'm not here for it. I'm not going to entertain it. You know why? Because my role is to set that firm boundary, be the fucking Rock of Gibraltar in a way, to be the fucking, I'm the fucking rock in a hard place, in the storm or whatever. I'm the thing that can be counted on. I'm not entertaining your foolishness, J-Hub, because it is feminine. But I don't even want to call it feminine because that's an insult to women, right? It's more of a in the yin and the yang, it's more associated with the yin to entertain some of these things at the level of going through these emotional processes, when what we're talking about is, I have a right to defend my life. I have a right to defend my family. We see how dangerous this realm is. I myself was in a recent self-defense scenario. Why would I entertain J-Hub's foolishness? Why is J-Hub entertaining J-Hub's foolishness? It's because he is under peer pressure and wants to be accepted in society. And society is no longer accepting across the board of, hey, I have a right to defend my life and my family's life. And what anybody thinks of that's their fucking problem. Now we got people want to play both sides. See, and this is where I think Music Holds a Secret comes in. I would respect J-Hub if he just said, yeah, I'm against guns. I don't think anybody should have them other than the government. Now, I don't respect that viewpoint. I could respect J-Hub if he said that. I can't respect this thing where he wants to be seen as a proponent of gun rights. No, you're not. No, you're not, J-Hub. Because anything short of what I'm saying, as far as I'm concerned, is to be against so-called gun rights. Anything short of my viewpoint, as far as I'm concerned, now I'm certainly on one extreme end. I don't think felons should lose their gun rights. You know why? Because if it's shall not be infringed, that's an infringement. See how society itself has backed away from what we think we believe, because people could say, oh, Constitution. People who think they believe in the Constitution don't believe in the Constitution, because almost nobody has a problem with felons losing their right to own firearms and possess firearms. Nobody has a problem with that. But if I'm going to have the courage of my convictions, I got to go out here and say, well, actually, I don't even think felons should be prevented from having firearms. See, I don't think anybody should. Now they're like, oh, what about the mentally ill? Well, they can get them anyway. I don't know what to tell you. The mentally ill people can get them. Now, if we're putting people through background checks and databases, right? Do you really think the system doesn't know when a mentally ill person gets their hand on a firearm? Of course the system knows. Of course it knows that mentally ill person now has a firearm. Of course it does. Yeah, I didn't think that he lived in another country, but you might be talking about somebody else. Well, and again, Sterling Ray, in Texas, you can brag on Texas all you want. Texas prohibits felons from firearms. So Texas deprives some of its citizens of their gun rights. Texas does. And I was in Texas for much of the fake pandemic. Texas ain't shit, Sterling Ray. This idea that Texas is this big swaggering John Wayne of states, that's a fucking bullshit lie. Texas is a bunch of fucking pussies. And I know because I got drunk a bunch of times during the fake pandemic. And I walked right up to big tough Texans and I told them to their face they wasn't shit because they're cucked to the mask. I said, y'all ain't shit. I said, Texas is a bunch of bitches. I said, y'all ain't shit. Told it to their face. Big tough motherfuckers. You know who stopped me? Not a one of them. I just pointed right at them. I said, y'all ain't shit. I said, this is disgusting. So this is fucking, I wish I had it on, I wish I'd recorded all of this. I said, this is disgusting what y'all are doing. Because you know what? Of all the places I went truck driving, that cucked to the mask, nobody cucked harder than Dallas and Houston. Houston was one of the worst places that I got harassed over a mask. Houston, Texas. So Texas ain't what it's purported to be, Sterling. It's not. It's a bunch of pussy bitches who, when they're told to cover their motherfucking face, that's what they do. And I spent hours in gun stores in Texas waiting in line, and every motherfucker in there had their face covered in a Dallas gun store, and it's the one that the law enforcement goes to. And if I had my nose out, the MAGA Trump voter would say, "Hey man, you got to have your nose covered." So I'm over this Texas bullshit. Fuck Texas. Texas is a bunch of fucking pussies. Pussies. They are not what they're not. Texas is not what people think it is. Bunch of pussy bitches. And it's disgusting. And yeah, did Arkansas do some things I'm not proud of? Yes, it did. Is Arkansas a bunch of pussy bitches like Texas? Fuck no. Some of them? Sure. Could I walk around Arkansas getting in motherfuckers' faces, telling them they're not shit without getting my ass kicked? Hell no. Somebody would have whooped my ass. Yeah, not in Texas. Walk right up to them, tell them they ain't shit to their face. Big old gigantic fucking Marine Corps looking dudes. I think one of them was in the Marine Corps. Yeah, y'all ain't shit. Fuck Texas. Fuck Texas. Paper tiger. Oh, it's going blue, by the way. Texas is going blue. I can't wait, Sterling Ray. If you live in Texas, and I know I love you. I love you, Sterling Ray. I'm glad you're here. At the risk of running you off, your state's going blue. You're going to be in a blue state if you're in Texas. Blue. Think about that. Y'all don't remember. Ted Cruz almost fucking lost to Beto. Lest we forget, that was a very close race, folks. Texas going blue very soon. Okay. Because Californians ain't moving to Arkansas. Not yet. They'll get here eventually. And I was in downtown Austin, Sterling Ray. And I used to go to the Trader Joe's. Now you can say, oh, Austin, that's not Texas. What are you talking about? It's the 11th largest city in the country. It is Texas. Austin is the fucking capital of Texas. You can call it the People's Republic of Austin all you want. It's a goddamn state capital. It's the 11th largest city in the country by city limits. This is one of the most populated states in the country. Of course it's going blue. It has no choice. Part of the reason states like Arkansas can even be red is that nobody lives here comparatively. There's less than 4 million people in the state. Okay. But Austin, I used to go in the Trader Joe's downtown Austin. Every single person that worked there was from California, Southern California. I mean, 100% of the people, because I got to know them. There was not a single person that worked in that store that wasn't from Southern California, in downtown Austin. It's over, man. Texas is done. Texas is over. It's a wrap. And I know Big L's from Texas. My apologies, Big L. I hate to talk shit on your state, but it's a wrap. Y'all are done. And that's another advantage of Arkansas. No big cities. There's not one big city in this entire state. Same thing with what? Mississippi? Right? Alabama's got Birmingham. You know, there is something to be said for having 0 big cities, right, in the entire state. But Texas has got 4 of them. And Dallas, I don't know if y'all know this, Dallas-Fort Worth is literally the fastest growing area in the entire country right now. And who's moving there? Conservatives ain't moving there. Conservatives don't move to the city. And I've already said there's no such thing as conservatives. Conservatives aren't moving to fucking DFW. Not in mass. Those people flooding in are Democrats. Period. End of story. Now, there's already been conservatives moving to Dallas-Fort Worth over time, and that some of them are born there. But that's so when Dallas-Fort Worth is the fastest growing area in the entire country, that's mostly blue. That's blue flooding in. So yeah, Texas it's a wrap on Texas. You might as well. That's a lost cause. Forget about that. That's over. That's over. Sorry about your luck. It was a good run as far as I can tell. And you know, this is some of the college football ties into this because of I'm from Arkansas, and when I was growing up, we were in the conference with all Texas teams, right? And we beat them all except for Texas. So where I'm from is we were in a conference with all these other teams. They were all colleges in Texas, and we beat all of them more than they beat us, except for UT, you know, the Longhorns. So Texas A&M, we beat them more than they beat us. Like all of these Texas teams, every single one of them. So, yeah, I'm used to you know, sort of being in competition with Texas, right? And we were like the redheaded stepchild. So I'm sick of all this idea that Texas is about something. Texas ain't shit. Paper tiger. I'm sick of it. It's disgusting. Dallas and Houston cucked to the mask as hard as any place in this country. And one of the worst places I've ever been during that was Houston. One of the absolute worst. Oh, Louisiana too, by the way. Louisiana was off the charts fucking horrible. It's not just Texas. Louisiana was off the charts horrible too. Some of the worst experiences I had around a mask were in Houston and fucking Louisiana. Now, yeah, did Arkansas cuck? Everybody cucked to it to some extent, as far as every part of the country, to some extent. But the reality is not nearly as bad, because there's still enough scary rednecks compared to the rest of the population in the state who nobody is brave enough to tell them what they have to do with their face, right? So that is an effect. Now, are those people in Texas? Sure they are. They're outnumbered. See? And people can say, oh, that's the cities. Yeah, exactly. You mean where almost everybody in this country lives? Is that what you mean? You're talking about the place where almost everybody lives, right? Effectively. Because if we're going to divide the entire country into the rural folks and the city folks, y'all are way outnumbered. Way outnumbered. So I don't know what to tell you. But again, I'm not here to be a proponent of city living. That's not where I'm coming from. I'm here to, in some way, help the folks realize that this idea that, oh, we're Texas and we love guns. Yeah, Texans do love guns. What's that got to do with them being pussies who want everybody to cover their face? What does somebody loving firearms have to do with them loving a mask? And I absolutely know a person who loves guns and masks. I know a person who loves guns and loves to cover their own face some of the time. So just this idea that someone loves guns so they hate masks, that's insane. That's crazy talk, because that's not a thing. We can't just assume that, oh, because people love firearms and they're from Texas, that they're against all the fake pandemic measures. No, they are not. That is not a true statement. And I ain't here for it. But anyway, good to see you, Thunder Chicken, and I'll get off my high horse, hopefully. Take a breath, Benton. Take a breath.
Laws against everybody having a gun, only they will have the guns, because the good citizens follow the code, the outlaws don't. So the same laws that you're making to stop what you claim it's supposed to stop is only going to proliferate.
I'm not going to follow it. See, not the good citizens. Now, Paul's right, because the people who want to do the right thing, who are mistaken. But a lot of folks are just, well, I guess I'm, in Arkansas. And we would laugh. See, this thing that this New Mexico governor did, trying to say a public health order over this in Albuquerque because the violent crime rate apparently is above some certain metric. So the governor's decided that she can declare an emergency and all of this. Now this would never happen in Arkansas in the short term because we've got Sarah Huckabee Sanders, right, who has to pretend to be some conservative even though she's not, because she's certainly no conservative, because there's not a single conservative anywhere in government. But she can't be viewed, right, as someone would be somebody against guns. She has to be viewed as a proponent of gun rights. But if Sarah Huckabee Sanders did that in Arkansas, we would just laugh at her. Like literally, everybody would laugh and go right back to living their lives. And nobody would pay any attention to it. So part of this is, I don't think it's a coincidence that this is happening in New Mexico, where at least some portion of the population is going to more or less do as they're told in this regard. Whereas in Arkansas, yeah, in Little Rock, right? In Little Rock, some of the people probably already think that way, right? But most of the people in this state would just laugh at her and just say, what are you even talking about? This is crazy. Yeah, Huckabee, exactly. And her dad was the governor, lest we forget. Her dad was governor of Arkansas also. And he got in after Clinton. Yeah, loves guns and masks. Yeah, that's a robber. That's right, loves guns and masks. That's a good one. Yeah, later on, DS, and I don't blame you. I've got a little, my energies have gotten a little out of whack here, so I'll take that as my cue to sort of calm down what I'm doing. Yeah, have a good day. See you later, DS. Good to see you. Well, and hilariously, Mike Huckabee at a certain point, when I think when Joe Biden had become president, and I don't remember exactly what was happening, but there was Huckabee had tweeted something about, and this was when he wasn't governor of Arkansas, but Huckabee had tweeted something about the Pope and not being, I can't even remember what it is to even say it, but he appeared very foolish. I don't know. I think that's Oklahoma Thunder Chicken, because Oklahoma did that. See, I think you're just misremembering. I'm pretty sure that never happened here. I believe that was Oklahoma Thunder Chicken. But if somebody will tell me where it is, I'll go live stream from it. I've never heard of it, and I don't know where it is. If you'll tell me where it is, I'll go fucking find it next time my car's working. So yeah, I want to know. I know they did it in Oklahoma at a certain point. Whether it happened here, maybe it did, and I'm just not aware of it. Wouldn't surprise me. Hell, we had Hillary here for so long. That's a version of Baphomet, right?
Proliferate a subculture of crime, because in those areas it's precisely where everyone goes to run drugs and to take over the tenements and to turn the civilians into part of their operation, because they ain't got guns. So when the gangs all got guns and they're in the fucking trap house in the 20-story building, whatever it is, the citizens up in there ain't got guns. So when they knock on the door and say, hey, we're the Crips and we're gonna run drugs out of your apartment and pimp some hoes, you don't mind, we're gonna give you a few bucks, and they see they got strapped up to the gills, guess who they're gonna listen to? Right? Because they ain't got no way to protect themselves. So either they're gonna call police and risk being labeled a rat in that neighborhood that they still gotta live in, or they're gonna do business with them begrudgingly. You may even have guns and still feel like you gotta do business with them because you're outgunned. But you see what I'm saying? What kind of logic is that, to take all the guns and abilities away from the good people who want to protect themselves from thugs and criminals, so only the thugs and criminals have them?
No, I definitely understand what you're saying. Like I said, I'm from the country. Everybody had guns. I grew up around my whole life, but I just, some, inner cities where people are living in townhomes and 5 different people living in the same home.
Well, and yeah, I guess so. It says 2018, August 16th of 2018, Satanic Temple unveils Baphomet statue at Arkansas Capitol. Now, whether or not it's still there, I have no idea, but it says the statue of Baphomet, who is seated and accompanied by 2 smiling children, can't be installed. Wait a minute. I don't even know what's going on. So this article says that they unveiled it at the Capitol, but it doesn't say that it was installed and left there. They unveiled it to protest a 10 Commandments monument already on the Capitol grounds. But then it goes on to say that the courts are going to have to decide if this is a thing that can happen. So it says the 10 Commandments monument was sponsored by Republican Senator Jason Rapert. Interesting name. And installed quietly in 2017. So, but I think that's in Oklahoma. and then somebody smashed it to pieces. So it says less than 24 hours after its installation, a man drove his car into the monument, smashing it to pieces. Okay, that was Arkansas. Okay, so it got installed and somebody destroyed it. So no, there's not a Baphomet statue so the answer is no, there's not a Baphomet statue at the Capitol in Arkansas, although there was apparently. And there was one in Oklahoma, same thing happened. The same man also destroyed a 10 Commandments monument outside the Oklahoma state capitol. The Satanic Temple had originally tried to install its Baphomet statue in Oklahoma, but Oklahoma's Supreme Court ruled the 10 Commandments monument was unconstitutional and took it down. The Satanic Temple then suspended its Oklahoma campaign. So yes or no, is there a statue of Baphomet at the Arkansas Capitol? The answer is no, there's not. So I'm glad we cleared that up because I was pretty sure that was the case.
In different bedrooms, everybody having a gun.
So, and this actually further backs up what I say about my home state of Arkansas, meaning the government can decide certain things are okay and the fucking people ain't having it. That's the point I'm making. So much so that maybe the people will just go destroy the fucking statue, which is apparently what happened.
Whatever they want, you can't trust the person living above you and up under you. It can just get real dangerous. That's the only thing I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's right to take people's guns away or nothing. I'm just saying it makes it hard and it's something that you really got to think about kind of deep. But just to say everybody can do whatever they want at all times, everybody really shouldn't have that freedom to me because it's
No. Everybody can't do what they want at all times, but they can. The fact is, I can absolutely leave this room right now and I can do whatever the fuck I want. And nobody can stop me until they stop me. And then probably based on what I've chosen to do, depending on what that is, if someone feels they have to stop me, that's probably going to be the authorities and I'm probably going to be convicted and put in prison. But the reality is, J-Hub, see, we're dealing with things that don't exist. And you know what involves things that don't exist? Emotions, right? So it's a feeling. We're feeling our way through this instead of thinking our way through it, J-Hub. But because we're talking in words and language, see, we seem like we're addressing things with logic and reason. We're not, J-Hub. See, if J-Hub was addressing these issues if he was starting with logic and reason, which is where I start, even though I have emotions, I don't start with the emotion. I start with the logic and the reason. Okay, when I talk about ideas. So the fact is, J-Hub, I already can do whatever the fuck I want right up until I'm stopped from doing what I want. See what we're saying? See, even that nuance gets lost. So let me back this up because I think this is a key point.
definitely understand what you're saying. Like I said, I'm from the country. Everybody had guns. I grew up around my whole life, but I just, some, inner cities where people are living in townhomes and 5 different people living in the same home, in different bedrooms, everybody having a gun to do whatever they want. You can't trust the person living above you and up under you. It can just get real dangerous. That's the only thing I'm saying. I'm not.
Well, number one, can't keep them from having it because remember, if they want to get one, they can have one. So the fact that the law or the authorities made an announcement has nothing to do with J Hub talking about living in a building where there's people below him, above him, on every side of him, and then him envisioning, what they have in their apartment. The fucking government can make whatever announcements it wants, J Hub. That has nothing to do with the fact that if somebody in one of those, boxes stacked upon each other wants to have a firearm, nobody can stop them in the short term. They absolutely will succeed if they're determined. They will succeed in getting their firearm. Period. End of story. There's nothing any of us can do about that part of it. That horse is out of the barn, and you can't get that horse back in the barn. There's literally more firearms than people in this country. Literally. Yeah. Thank you, Star. And apologies for talking shit on Texas, but I really do feel that way and believe that, and I know that all to be true. So I have to. When I know something to be real, I have to speak it, come what may. And I think this is key what J Hub's about to say here, and that's why I'm going back over this, because it's a feeling. See, this is an appeal to emotion. The idea that, and apologies, I'm on the laptop, shitty webcam, the integrated webcam. The idea that anybody can prevent me from having fire. This is insane. It can't be done, right? And the idea that I don't already have total freedom. I do have total freedom. If I'm willing to accept the consequences, I can do whatever the fuck I want. And that's scary, and that feels some type of way. See? So what does the person do? So that this is by the way, this is a process of repression that J-Hub is going through. He knows he's not dumb. He's kind of dumb, but he's not dumb across the board. He knows in his mind, in his logical mind, that he's talking about things that are impossible. But it's the feeling that goes along with the thought. That's what's tripping him up. And what I'm here to say is that, under this idea of the rugged masculinity or whatever, the man, J-Hub, is supposed to just go, yeah, absolutely. Everybody has a right to defend themselves. Everybody has a right to defend their life. And this is just something that we are all going to have to learn to live with, right? See? The fact that he's from the country and now lives in the city has nothing to do with it, or that he grew up in the country and then he moved to this. That's nothing to do with anything, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. In New York City to some extent. Now, here's my thing is, here's where I will sort of contradict myself. The reality is, if all of these millions of people move to New York City, and if most of them think it's okay to have these very restrictive gun laws, and then while they recognize that criminals can't be prevented from having firearms, if that's how they choose to live, I don't necessarily have a problem with that, because I'm not going to go live with them in New York City, right? Now, if it was literally every city in the country, that might be different, right? And if it was across the board, that's different. So I'm sort of talking out of both sides of my mouth here, but my thing is, I'm just not going to go. I'll go visit, or I did. I probably won't even go visit now, but so I know when I go to New York City, if I choose to visit New York City, I understand that I'm sort of choosing to enter into their environment, right? Sort of that ship has sailed in New York City, it seems, if I'm making sense.
I'm not saying that it's right to take people's guns away or nothing. I'm just saying it makes it hard, and it's something that you really got to think about.
It's not hard. No, it's not.
It
It doesn't make it hard. That's a lot. See, this is the thing that I really shouldn't even associate with femininity. It's just this is a man not being a man, is what this is. No, sir, I have a right to defend my life. Deal with it. Put your big boy pants on, J-Hub. Put your big boy pants on and accept that I have a divine right to defend my life. And I'm the only being who is qualified and capable to decide how does that look. And if it looks like Benton with his fanny pack everywhere he goes, sorry about your luck. Now, the fact is, I may very quickly be in a situation where I will have to choose between me being armed 100% of the time, and by even me saying this, I'm in a building with children. And what if mom is hearing me say this, and then mom goes and tracks down whoever owns this thing and tries to say, well, I heard this guy talking about guns, blah, blah, blah. You see, I already know I'm in that environment. See? So I already know, just with me thinking I get to defend myself, or knowing that I do, it's a trade-off in my life. It's not a trade-off when it comes to how J-Hub views it. It's a trade-off in what environment am I going to choose to put myself in. So I've chosen to put myself here, and I'm choosing to loudly verbalize things. Whereas if I just kept my mouth shut and wasn't doing live streams, nobody would ever even know or care, right? But I understand, just by me talking about it, now I'm opening it up where some people might get their feelings involved, right? But that's their problem. It's not my problem. Now, legally, could they kick me out of here and I've got 20 more nights? I have no idea. I don't know. I just don't know, right? But probably nothing would happen, most likely. Probably, I'm assuming, right? Well, and lest we forget, Moose, my hometown was just named the 7th most violent city in the country. And Little Rock's number 8, I believe. So, I grew up hearing gunshots. Now, where I lived, it was more the rednecks just shooting out in their yard, right? Because my parents had money, and I was insulated. I didn't have to grow up in the ghetto, right? But yeah, and when I went to stay with my grandmother, who lived at her business for years in, just right there in the ghetto, I heard gunshots all night long. It was just normal, just gunshots. We're in the city, and there's somebody who, it's not good, right? It's not good. It's not a good thing. But to me, that is the assertive energy. The assertive energy is the one that can just say, this is how it is. Y'all's feelings ain't got nothing to do with this. Deal with it. Deal with it, J-Hub. And part of that is J-Hub needing to be able to go home to his wifey. And look, the fact is, some of these women have absolutely adopted strategies where they just know that if they want a certain type of mate in a male, they need to let him at least believe he's in charge. But a lot of them women know who's in charge, and it ain't him. And I'm not talking about J-Hub because I don't know anything about his situation, but I'm saying, part of that is when I talked about, my dad was the head of the household. My dad had the veto power. Same thing with me in both of my relationships. Both of my marriages rather. So part of that is what I say goes. Now there was times, number one was very Capricorn, for God's sakes. I didn't know anything about astrology back then. Lord knows, just Capricorn would have been enough to keep. And nothing against Capricorny, by the way. It's just, I don't want to be having mental fucking battle of wills with my fucking spouse. And I'm very strong mentally. Unfortunately, so was she. So there was times when she was able to assert herself. And I just saw that, if after her fighting me so hard, I finally just realized, well, let's just go ahead, and it's easier to just give her way this one time, right? So even I'm not living up fully to what I thought I was across the board. But the point I'm making is that generally speaking, I had the veto, and she wanted me to have the veto. But increasingly we were seeing that that's not the case. But that's what I would say, that the masculine energy, that's part of it, is just say, this is how it is. I hear the plaintive cries. I hear them, and I'm not moved, right? And now if somebody wants to directly, aggressively fight me, like my first wife did, at least in one occasion I can remember, and actually got her way, I was like, all right, I guess I just going to have to acquiesce here. Or I'm going to just be battling her every day for the rest of fucking time, right? But overall, it wasn't that way. But good God, man, trying to impose, well, anyway, good Lord. But yeah, he's not doing his job, period. Or he could just say, yeah, I'm completely against guns. Nobody should have them but the government, blah, blah, blah. Again, I could respect that, although I don't respect that viewpoint. I could respect him if he took that. He's trying to have it both ways. Trying to have his cake and eat it too, which apparently is not even a thing.
Everybody really shouldn't have that freedom, to me, because
everybody shouldn't have that.
But you can't err on the side of taking away everyone's freedom.
Everybody shouldn't. This is what I'm talking about, Carl. So when I start freaking out and talking about communism, Carl, if you're still around, this is what I mean. Americans don't even believe in freedom anymore. Now, I don't mean that you don't. I don't mean that this audience does. And I mean, we're reaching a time in which even Americans don't even really believe in freedom. So when I was growing up, if J-Hub had the audacity to talk this way in public, people would have just been like, you're out of your fucking mind. Why? This is crazy. Like, we're Americans. We believe in freedom. I mean, that's already gone to some extent. We see it right here.
People living in the same home, in different bedrooms, everybody having a gun to do whatever they want. And you can't trust the person living above you and up under you.
You can't trust them with their kitchen knives, J-Hub. See, this is completely illogical. You can't trust them with a kitchen knife, J-Hub. You can't trust them with an automobile. You can't trust them with a baseball bat. If you can't trust them, J-Hub, you can't trust them.
It can just get real dangerous. That's the only thing I'm saying. I'm not saying
it's already real dangerous. That's why I need the firearm, you jackass. See, he's actually making my point. I don't think he realizes it. This is the reason why I need these things, because I can't trust these people. If I could trust these people, it'd be completely different. I can't. I'm not going to.
You may even have guns and still feel like you got to do business with them because you're outgunned. But you see what I'm saying? What kind of logic is that to take all the guns and abilities away from the good people who want to protect themselves from thugs and criminals, so only the thugs and criminals have them?
No, I definitely understand what you're saying. Like I said,
Exactly. So the answer, J-Hub, is yes, you're right, Paul, and I'm now seeing the error of my ways. But see, he really does believe in a disarmed society. He really does. He just hasn't faced it within himself. J-Hub believes in disarming the public. He does. He just won't come out and say it. He believes in it, though. It's no question about it.
I'm from the country. Everybody had guns. I grew up around my whole life, but I just, some, inner cities where people are living in townhomes and 5 different people living in the same home, in different bedrooms, everybody having a gun to do whatever they want. And you can't trust the person living above you and up under you. It can just get real dangerous. That's the only thing I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's right to take people's guns away or nothing. I'm just saying it makes it hard, and it's something that you really got to think about kind of deep.
No, I don't have to think about it kind of deep. No, I don't. I've already thought about it, and my mind's made up, and it's not open. So I am a very open-minded person. I practice open-mindedness. In some ways, I'm not open-minded. I'm not open to this. I'm not ever going to change my mind. I'm one of the most hardcore people you will ever meet. I don't even think felons should be prevented from having them. Hell, if they're that dangerous, why are we letting them out of the penitentiary in the first place? On some level, we've decided that it's okay for them to rejoin society, right? The felons, welcome back, convicts,
But just to say everybody can do whatever they want at all times, everybody really shouldn't have that freedom to me, because it's a lot of stupid people out here. Just
right, but you can't err on the side of taking away everyone's freedom because there's a lot of stupid people. You have to err on the side of giving everyone freedom and dealing with.
No, I disagree. See, Moose, this is where I got to come at you a little bit. This is where, listen, this is what it is. If I'm perceiving that J-Hub is presenting himself on a certain level, right? To me, this is behavior that causes him to lose. He loses respect and loses status in my eyes. See, and Moose, this is where I think people can be too tolerant. This is just my opinion, and I do think that people who believe themselves to be conservatives are way too fucking tolerant. Because it's the lefties who are intolerant. By the way, the ones who claim to be inclusive are the most exclusive. See, they do the most excluding while simultaneously portraying so-called conservatives as people who exclude. See, in fact, the left is the least tolerant, not the so-called right. It's the right that says we don't care what anybody does behind closed doors. It's the right that's fully accepted homosexuality and said, you can't. Anytime it comes up anywhere, these conservatives always go, well, I don't care what people do in their personal life. Well, guess who does care what you do in your personal life? Lefties. They care a great deal what you do in your personal life. Or forget about lefties. Authoritarians care what you do in your personal life. So, I will hate on the dude when he's presenting himself as some sort of, head of household man in a way, but then he's behaving in this manner. Absolutely, I'm going to hate on him because maybe he will correct himself. I don't know if he will or not. Ultimately, it's not my concern if J-Hub corrects himself. My thing is, I could interact with J-Hub on a level. I could be his friend on a level. I'm never going to be tolerant of his views on these matters ever. Anytime it comes up, I'm going to be very, very strict with how I communicate my ideas. I'm going to be strident. I'm going to say, no, man, you're wrong. I'm going to say, I have a right to defend myself. What you think of that is your problem. And I'm just going to shut up and look at him. And then he's going to try to go into his foolishness, and I'm going to stop him. And I'm going to say, no, man, I have a right to defend myself regardless of your thoughts, your feelings. So I don't even know what you're talking about at this point, because I keep laying down the law, and he keeps wanting to go back into a loop of, well, maybe this and that and the third. No, man. Once my mind's made up and I know myself to be right, this, that, and the third ain't got nothing to do with it, partner.
The stupid ones. See what I'm saying? You can't do pre-crime. You can't take away everybody's abilities because some people can't govern themselves. You have to let everybody govern themselves.
They are doing pre-crime, and Paul knows this. They are doing it. It's already happening. I hear people who think they're conservatives. I've heard people who believe they're conservatives say certain things, and I just type in the live chat, that's pre-crime. That's literal pre-crime. So even the people that think they're conservative or MAGA don't even actually believe those things.
Selves till the stupid and or criminal ones come to the surface and you deal with them. Everyone else is left alone.
Yeah, like I said, I agree that, you know, in this case that we watched the video, she shouldn't be taking guns from anybody. You know, Arizona is a
Well, they're not. See, this is where J Hub doesn't track. She's not taking them away. So, and this is where Benton is helpful, and Timmy also. Timmy did a good job, and shout out to Timmy, who apparently went and read the actual New Mexico public health order. Good on you, sir. But so what actually happened is the governor of New Mexico declared an emergency, a state of emergency, under which she's decided that she has the powers as governor to then dictate, okay, in Albuquerque, people cannot openly carry firearms or even carry. It didn't say openly, it said carry firearms, which leads me to believe that also means concealed. So she's basically saying, okay, because the violent crime rate has risen so high in Albuquerque, based on an arbitrary metric, by the way, based on an arbitrary metric, the crime rate went too high. Just like during the fake pandemic, these certain counties would say, well, now our case rate is so high that we're going to put these measures in, see, or this let's keep it at the state level. Some of these states declared, it was declared a state of emergency, right? And then the governors decided that gave them rights to do things. And then what we saw in states like Texas is that Randy Kelton sued, and actually he didn't even sue. He filed criminal charges against the governor of Texas. And the next day, the governor rescinded all of his emergencies and all of his things that he was trying to say. He rolled it back the next day, and so did like 7 other states, because the fact is that those are crimes. The governor was committing crimes. Okay. So in a way to get to not have to go through potentially being charged with crimes, although we know the fucking system wasn't going to ever charge him or take him to court, the governor of Texas for that. So New Mexico probably is so tyrannical. New Mexico probably just doesn't give a shit, right? And New Mexicans maybe don't care enough to actually, and maybe New Mexicans just say, well, that's Albuquerque, and we don't like the city anyway. So, and New Mexico is similar to Arkansas in that regard, although Albuquerque is actually a big city, as far as I can tell. How many people live? What's the metro of Albuquerque? I've been there. I'm pretty sure it's bigger than Little Rock. Oh, good, Snafu. Glad to hear it. Maybe we'll play it here shortly. Give me a minute to get organized here. And apologies to Mr. Pie. I claimed I was going to open up the panel, and I never did. So if I misled you, sir, that was not my intention, but apparently it happened anyway. So, and since I'm on caffeine addiction, I think we're going to pause there and make a cup of coffee and then be back shortly. And can I play music on here? Well, it sounds like shit through the StreamYard, so I guess I won't. Yeah, man, I'm doing great. I'm ill, like I am literally every day, but I think people also, it gets a little confusing with my cancer grift, right? With my cancer grift, it gets a little confusing sometimes, but I am ill on a daily basis. There has not been one single day since I got off of booze that I haven't been physically ill. There's not been one 24-hour period when I did not experience illness to the level where your normal person would go to the hospital. And that's not an exaggeration. There has not been one 24-hour period where I was not ill enough to where most folks would go to the doctor. So whatever that means. But yeah, we'll be right back. All right, I'm not fully back yet, but I guess I could have left Paul going, right? Shit, I just thought of something I wanted to say, and now I forgot it again already. Damn it. Damn it. What's up, Sophia? Good to see you. Apologies for the loud noise there. I'm grinding the beans. And all right, let me just play the rest of this, or let me play this, and then I'll be back in a few minutes. Won't be too long.
The state where most people are kind of spread out, except for a certain few cities.
Oh, that's New Mexico.
New Mexico. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You know, so it's really spread out, except for a certain few cities. So it's not. You shouldn't be able to make a statewide claim like that. You know, if, like I'm saying, if the people within a certain city, that's kind of what I was getting to. So like if the city of Las Vegas or something said, hey, we're having too much crime in this area. We don't want any guns in that area. I kind of think that should be okay.
Right, but it makes no
if,
sense.
No, if the people voted, listen, if the people in that city voted and said, we don't want guns in our city, it should have to come to a vote. And if they voted for that, I think that they should be able to choose to do that.
You can't vote people's rights away. 60% can't vote to 40% into slavery. It's consent to the governed. Each individual person has to consent to be governed. That's the foundation of law of this land. No one knows that anymore, cares, but that's the way it was built to be, because we didn't want a democracy. We didn't want an idea that you could vote 60%, vote the other 40% of their rights. Right? It's simple. If you either want rights and freedom or you don't. If you don't, go find somewhere else where people live collectivism. Every other land on the world does collectivism and democracy. This land was supposed to be God's country. We had free will here, right?
No, I agree. Like I said, every state, New Mexico, you said this is New Mexico?
Yeah.
Nevada, New Mexico. 95% of that state is like that. The same way with Texas. I'm in Texas. 95% of Texas is like that. It's only when you get into Austin, inner cities of Dallas,
right,
where I think the laws should actually change. That's the only thing that I'm saying.
But again, it's not laws, it's policies.
And it's if they everybody in that jurisdiction agrees to it. Everybody that says they're under that rule, you can argue or not if you should be under that rule. But if everybody that is under that rule agrees to it, then they should.
We don't need rules and policy for common sense, right? It's very simple. Just making a policy isn't going to stop the guns from being there. Like I said, it's going to stop all the regular people who follow policy from having them. So the guns are still going to be there. They're just only going to be in the hands of criminals. So all you need is common sense. We just don't want criminals having guns. Hello? Do we need policy and rules to figure that out? You know, how do you identify a criminal? A crime is about to take place or has been reported and it's been observed. This is the foundation of the law of this land. If there is no reason to believe a crime has been taking place or about to take place, then you have no ability to take somebody's rights. I'm not in the business of doing pre-crime on everybody. You know, in New York, they hop out on everyone and strip search you now because they think that because it's New York, everybody could just give up their rights because someone voted maybe or someone said something. So do you want to be walking down the street and because you're black and in a certain area, they're going to go up against the wall every fucking other night? We're going to go through your shit and see what you got. You know, I'm not in favor of any of that. I'm completely the other way. I'm for a land where whoever, whatever jumps out and says up against the wall, they get led. That's what I'm for. I don't care what you call them. I don't care what costume they have on. That was America. We all have guns. We're all doing what's true and what's right. We're all God's people. For those who are doing wrong, you get fucking dealt with. And putting on a costume doesn't change that. But they got everyone appealing to emotion, to appeal to authority, to appeal to an idea of safety, which can never be done. It can never be effectuated. Right? It's just it's a utopian ideological prospect, and it's not reality. You can never guarantee anyone's safety. If you take away people's ability to keep themselves safe, they have to rely on others to come there to keep them safe. By the time the people show up, they're already harmed and the person's gone on their way. So this is just an absence of logic where people can't figure out how to use logic and governance together because there's too much emotion injected into it. If you want to live in a free country, sometimes your children may get killed by evil, horrible people. If you want to live in a collectivized country where everything's written down and it's regulated 1,000 ways to Sunday, you still may get harmed by evil people and your children. More importantly, not only do you have to worry about the thugs and criminals on the street, you got to worry about the state coming to harm you and your children. So with that option, I'd rather default back to the original position, dangerous freedom. Everybody has to have guns. An armed society is a polite society. And the ones who want to do stupid and criminal shit, they're going to get dealt with by all the good citizens around them at Slave Mart who are packing. And that's going to keep them from wanting to do evil shit. When all the people around them at the store got guns hanging out of their pants, they're going to think twice about sticking up the old lady and hitting her over the head to take her purse.
Yeah,
see what I'm saying?
I totally agree with you, and I'm right with you on everything you're saying, right? But it's I'm not even saying that I agree with the decisions that they're making. I'm just saying it's kind of up to them if that's what they want to agree with. And everybody is stupid enough to agree with it, right? If me and you were saying we don't want to live in a place like that, but it's 100,000 people that are saying they're stupid enough to want to believe in that and agree with it, then they should have the right to do that too.
Yeah, and it applies to them, not me. If they want to all get together and agree to have that bullshit govern them to maybe keep them safer, great, have at it. Good luck. You're gonna have to pay for it too. It's called protection racket. But I'm not paying into it. I'm not going to be part of it. I want my rights. I don't trust that. That's bullshit, right? So
no, I agree. Like I said, I'm not looking for anybody to come protect me the same way. I'm agreeing with everything you're saying, but I'm just saying if there's somebody out there that's dumb enough to want to do whatever they want to do, regardless of how stupid it is, they should have the freedom to do that too.
Sure.
They should have freedom to be stupid. A group of stupid people should have the freedom to be stupid.
Absolutely. The problem comes that with the nature of the way communities and tribalism is psychologically, is it never works that way. How it always works is the stupid people get together to take the intelligent people's freedom of choice and bodily autonomy. Have you not noticed over the past few years? People like Cynthia and others have got together thinking they know something and have accepted an idea. Well, it's a woman who's been on here. The point is that she thinks that it's in our best interest to listen to people who are known liars.
All right, we're back. Thank you for your patience. I'm back. And I don't mean back from making the coffee. I mean, I'm back from THCO land. How long was I gone? It feels good to be back, folks. So much so, I'm so happy and excited to be back with you in my more normal form anyway. That I was supposed to go to the grocery store this morning. Then I have to wait for them to open, obviously. So Walmart is at 6, but I buy most of my stuff at a grocery store that opens at 7. But if I had taken Mr. Pie's advice and paneled, I could have kept the live stream going and paneled, but I'm sorry, and shopped while people were paneling, right? Just listen with my earbuds and maybe say something every now and again if I need to, but bring somebody on. I can do all that while I'm shopping, right? And I have before, multiple times actually. I could have gotten all my chores did, but I was so excited to be here back in my more normal form off of the THCO that I just went ahead and plowed right through. Right, it's been 5 hours. It feels like about 2 hours. Honestly, that's what this feels like. Oh shit! Oh, and I forgot. Dang it! This is why I have to focus when I do the pour over. There's a certain technique to it, and I skipped a step here at the end, but it'll still taste all right. It does affect the flavor to some extent, though. Where am I going to put this? Okay. All right. But yeah, I was so excited, especially now that I finally figured out why I haven't been able to do streams from my room. Like even in the morning, like when the internet is not congested, because the internet's not really congested until later in the day generally. And then finally realized, I'm like, wait a minute, how come when I use this laptop in the middle of the day, it works, but then my my main computer is having these network problems. And I finally figured out, I just think the actual physical Wi-Fi adapter inside the mini PC, I think is bad. So I'm just going to probably buy one. I almost bought one recently for other purposes. Actually, now I wish I had a USB Wi-Fi adapter specifically. Good stuff. I'm back. That's right. The content machine is back. Let's go. Good to see you. What's up? Thanks, brother. Yeah, I'm back. I know some of y'all miss me, even though I wasn't really gone, but I kind of was too, right? I was gone. I was out there, Jack, at least on the just high all day, every day, right? Internet miscreants buzzing around. That's right. So I don't know. We might panel here in a minute. I'm as far as my energy levels and everything. Although I am on a second cup of coffee here, so a second double cup, I guess, because I guess Americans, we just consider one cup of coffee to be, more or less like 20 ounces, right? 12 ounces, 16 ounces, 20 ounces, 24 ounces. It's like 5 to 6 ounces is considered one cup of coffee. So yeah, my second double cup. Chris. All right, we're dropping the link. I think I've gotten through everything I wanted to cover. I'm certainly going to keep streaming. Probably, I don't know how long, but we're going to be here for a while if you folks are into it. But we're probably at the end of what I can do solo, and it would be a shame to wrap up now and then, I would pretty much just need to click in stream and just go right now to the grocery store, which I really don't want to do, and I'm certainly not going to do it later in the day once everybody's out and about. I can't stand being in there, especially on a weekend, even though it is Sunday, right? That used to mean something historically, but now it doesn't. There you go, 12 ounces. Yeah, indeed. Good to see you, by the way, Miss Sophia. So yeah, I guess we're going to drop the link here and see what occurs. I wonder what Highly Suspect's doing. He might be available. Let's see. Suspect. Maybe he's around. Maybe I can send him the link. And I probably am going to do more kicking. So just understand, if somebody just chooses to come up, if something else happens, Oh, it's Snafu. Great. This is what I want to cover anyway. He said he dropped a new video. What's up, man?
Mr. Benton, I hope you're feeling better today.
Uh-oh. I can't hear Snafu, but that might be a me
Can
problem.
you hear me now?
Yeah, hang on. Hang on, Snafu. I'm having technical difficulties. Oh, I know
Can
what
you
the
hear me
problem is.
now?
Never
It's
mind.
like
Hang
that
on, Snafu.
commercial.
I can't hear you. Sorry about that, brother. I can hear you now.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? It's
Yes,
like that
sir.
commercial.
It was on my end. It was on my end.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Hope you're well, Mr. Benton. How you doing today?
Yeah, doing great, man. Thanks for asking. What about you?
I'm better, man. I just got out of the hospital, dude. But
What?
hey, I wanted to let you know you could play it if you want, or I just want you to watch it, you for sure. But I'm gonna leave the link. I did a video on that gun control New Mexico optics, but I always go down memory lane and everything. But if you need to fill time, you're more welcome to use it. But I definitely want you to check it out, or anyone check it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out.
For sure. But it is
Yeah,
big optics, man, and they're pushing it. And just remember, Trump said the same thing: first take the guns, then do the process. And so did Biden. I mean, they're all on the same page. And again, these are optic. Every other country, like, we know where that goes. So good subject, man, and I'm glad you are bringing it up.
Right on, brother. I love all this stuff. I mean, I don't love that it's happening, but I certainly, enjoy talking about it, and as do you, right? So.
Well, yeah, no, and it's good, man. You're putting your truth out there and others and sharing and doing your thing. So kudos to you, Mr. Benton.
Well, hey, brother, I can tell you're not feeling that well. So, I don't want to get into the particulars. So I'm glad you're out.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually go lay down and rest, man. Like I said, I just got home a few hours ago. Been in the hospital for a while, but
fuck,
yeah,
man.
it's just the autoimmune kicking my ass. Sometimes the flare-ups get bad. Things happen. So
yes, sir.
It is what it is. You know how it is,
I do, yes, unfortunately. So yeah, absolutely, brother.
Right. So life is fragile. Make the best of it. That's what I tell people.
100%, man. So
all right,
yeah,
brother.
I'm glad you stopped by, bro. I'm gonna play that video, and then while we wait.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, if you need to waste time later down the road, if you're more welcome to use any of my shit anytime you want. But I know you. I tell everyone share everyone's shit. So like I know Moose been starting to go live. You're doing your thing. Do everyone. So even the ones I don't even agree with, I get it. They all have truth yos, but real recognize real, and Ben, you've always been straight up. So I just want to say I appreciate when you do subjects like this. They do get me hyped up.
I love it, brother. Thank you, man. It's good to see you, and I hope you're feeling better.
All right, you too, man. Yeah, you have a good night or day.
Yes, sir. Right back at you. We'll talk to you later.
Later.
Yeah, we've finally just accepted that that's just snafu. We've sort of, I think we've grandfathered him in, or he's exempted now, potentially with the chirping fire alarm. And I don't know where he lives. He might not have control over that. But yeah, that's a sign of mental illness. But I'm not going to try to foist that on snafu today. But I think I am the one who came up with that. But although Adam Carolla came up with the idea, because he used to notice when certain people would call into love lines, he could hear the smoke detector battery. But snafu's right. Some of those are wired up some kind of way where there's like a built-in battery or something, and you can't really get to the thing depending on if someone is renting, or you know what I'm saying. But I can't be inside with that. I just can't be around that. So if something would happen. So something could be done, right? But I get it. I get it. But it was gone for a while. So the thing is, wherever he was, it was happening. And then we gave him so much shit about it. Presumably it stopped happening. And then now it's happening again. So it kind of lets me think that it's probably beyond his control fully. I have to think. Plus, what if it's defective and it started happening again and he's been in the hospital? It's probably the least of his worries, right? So, I am a human being, right? I'm going to give people a little bit of leeway here and there on occasion. Is OTW in the house? Okay, awesome. Good to see you, bro. You're welcome to hit the link. Although I want OTW to know, I've had internet issues, especially later in the day. I haven't really been able to do stuff like that. Although I'm seeing it's not just the congestion on this Wi-Fi in the motel that's the problem. It's also some of my own equipment. So I'm in the process of figuring all that out, Mr. OTW. But yeah, let's go ahead and show Snafu's channel, if I may. And I dropped his link down there, and apparently he did a gun control video, or not a gun control video. My apologies. He did a video about the New Mexico deal. I'm going to watch that. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm just his fingernails on the chalkboard for me. What's up? Oh, dude. Yeah. Believe me. Yeah, take your time, OTW. Take your time, partner. But this is Snafu Snaps 8, 52 subscribers. If y'all are so inclined, we're going to watch this video now if y'all want to see this. Or I guess if you don't.
You know, life is full of deceiving illusions. The truth, yo, is how you decipher, and discern for your own. But remember, the elites, the subliminal messaging, the illusion. There is nothing new under the sun. And what we are witnessing today in the world is the beast system agendas being put in play. The optics are high, and that's the truth, yo.
3, 2.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
1.
I like the Winnie the Pooh stuff. Not a big fan of the beeps. See, just the beeps. He obviously has a high tolerance for beeping. Just that beeping bothered me. Now I'm showing. I don't think I can show this on stream. I may not be able to show your video on a live stream. All right, Snafu, I'm definitely going to watch this on my own time. Here's the link if y'all want to watch this. I can tell this is interesting, but I don't have, I'm not going to be able to do this right now, Snafu. But wow, I didn't realize that you had quite the production values on these videos. Very impressive. Anyway, there's the link to the vid. Hey, we got Mr. Dominic. What's up, brother?
Good morning, Ben. I came in to be a filler for a little bit, I guess, until somebody else comes up.
Awesome. Thanks, brother. I love that. How are you?
Myself, I'm doing pretty good, actually.
Nice.
And yourself, Ben? I heard you earlier, and then I kind of snoozed back for a bit. So how are you doing?
Man. Oh, I'm good. I'm doing great, man. I've been getting high every day on synthetic cannabinoids, so I finally am off of that. I've had a bunch of vapes I was hitting, so I do these cannabis binges from time to time. So,
is it for health reasons?
No, I like to get fucked up.
Oh, okay, good enough. Okay, and I'm pretty sure you tap into other planes when you're doing that.
Well, this is just me being like super stoned. I basically get as stoned as I can get all day, every day for weeks at a time. Sometimes. Yeah, so that's pretty much what I've been doing. Been as high as humanly possible for about a month, I think. I'm not even sure how long it's been, to be honest with you.
Oh, sometimes we got to do what we can do. I get it.
It's just the thing I do. I don't recommend it. I don't try to defend it. It's just, it is what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I've never done any actual drugs. I think that's important. Not that there's anything wrong with actual drugs, but I mean like cocaine, meth. I've done opiates. I've never done any of that stuff, even one time, believe it or not. So like, but then alcohol, I used to abuse alcohol recently, and not doing that anymore, thankfully. And then I became a pretty heavy cannabis user in my 20s. And then that only really stopped because I chose to start working as a long haul truck driver.
Mm.
So I'm not able to. When I'm employed, I'm just not able to do it.
At that point, we probably just start doing coffee.
Yes.
A different version of a drug or a stimulant.
Yeah, psychoactive, lest we forget.
Yeah, very much so.
Sir. Yeah. Anything on your mind? Go ahead, sir, please.
There's always something that travels through the mind. But well, like I said, this is being a filler here. Interesting because I get to watch and hear the community once in a while, and I enjoy your speeches usually more times than not because you bring it down more to earth. You're actually sharing with people. You choose to not to work for whatever reason, obviously for health reasons. Sometimes I think you were talking about your back.
Oh, well, no, I have some illnesses. I'm just not capable of doing long haul trucking anymore, unfortunately.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens to a lot of people.
Oh yeah, that's just how it is, man.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I was out of the workforce for about 10 years by choice. That may be what you mean.
I've done that myself.
Yeah, man. That's important to do if one is able to do it, I think.
You make sacrifices, and some of the rewards, I won't call them consequence. The reward is you run out of money, or at least you get close to it, and then you start appreciating. Do I really need all this stuff?
Yes, exactly.
Sounds
and
nice.
I've accumulated some things in the last 5 years that I would not have accumulated otherwise, because I was living out. I literally lived out of a backpack and traveled all around the country for many years, and in fact, for about 6 straight years consecutively at a certain point. And in that lifestyle, I was limited to what I could physically carry. So then started driving a truck in 2018. So over that period of years, I've accumulated some just stuff, right? So now I have all this stuff here that I'm most likely not going to be able to continue to have. So it's got to go somewhere. It's got to be dealt with. So I've sort of been procrastinating, I think, in some way of doing that. But I'll get it taken care of. Definitely. So I feel you on the minimalism, or just the idea of like, what, at some point I'm just like, what is all this stuff, man? Like, what even is all this, right? It's crazy.
A lot of times it becomes cluttered in the head, in the mind. When you think about it, and when you try to move it around or try to get rid of it, it's like, wow, that's even more exhausting.
Yes, that's where I'm at on some level. So, and I'm capable of real quick, I'm capable of walking away from it. It's just, it's not really, it's more to my advantage to sort of deal with it as it is and sort of get everything resolved. But that process is it's just not that enjoyable of a process, I've found.
Well, sometimes the process of accumulating it, you got to take the sweet with the sour, kind of. When you accumulate it, where was I? And when you're trying to get rid of it, that's probably the best time to find out, where am I?
Yeah, that's true. I'm definitely there right now. So it's an interesting time, man. I'm in a transition. So I don't know what I'm transitioning into, but as far as my living situation, but it's just like everything else. It's going to, everything always works out. It may not work out the way we might have expected or chosen. So that's sort of how I can keep from freaking out, is by realizing that, well, it's going to work out one way or the other.
Well, you're giving a voice to the people that are probably in the more extreme cases, like they're literally constantly living without some sort of shelter. Because really they don't really have a voice more times than not. Like, are they going to be able to get an internet or get a computer or a phone, and would even get the audience so people can appreciate other aspects of our existence here?
Well, but I do want to point out that phones are free, lest we forget. Phones are literally free. Yes. 100% free. It's called Obama phone.
Oh, in America, you mean? Okay, I'm thinking.
Yeah, I forget that not everybody's here. Where are you at? I never knew you were in another country.
Toronto, Canada.
Oh, okay. Yeah, in the U.S., when I pay my cell bill, they take a fee for something they call the ACA, and that pays for poor people's internet access. So in America, cell phones are free, 100%. So when people are like, "Hey, why do these homeless people have phones?" It's because the government gives them to them. That's why. It's free from the government.
Well, we always say from the government, but who's actually giving it to the government? Probably corporations. But yeah, I get it.
Well, but the state, the corporation is the state. It's all one thing. So yeah, as far as the state is concerned, it's literal Benito Mussolini fascism. So
only Benito. We're not going to bring in Tito and the Spanish boy.
Nice. I like that. Yeah, Benito.
Well, they did the right thing with him. I think they hung him upside down.
Yeah, that's right. He was hanged, supposedly.
Yeah.
And,
finally, the citizens did something.
That's true. Yeah, according to the official fiction, of course.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, I'm willing to at least reference the. I always reserve the right to reference the official fiction.
Yeah, it's always pen to paper.
Yeah.
Well, okay,
yeah, Toronto, man. Real quick, Toronto. Actually, I've always wanted to go to Toronto, and I sort of wish I had. And the fact is, I'm probably not going to leave America at this point, unfortunately. But yeah, I always wanted to visit Toronto and just never quite made it. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a bummer. I hear it's a great city. There's a lot of positives from what I understand.
It's very multicultural here. Canadians have always had that, or throughout the world, only because we're beside America. Canadians are very polite, I guess. It's a greenery city, but again, it's only I think it's the main city in Canada. There's other points like Vancouver, maybe Montreal, and of course we're closer to a lot of the major U.S. cities like New York and all that.
Yes,
so, business-wise.
Yeah, absolutely. And Detroit is damn near, like, if you look at it on the map, like Toronto's not. If you look at where Detroit is and where Toronto is, like, there's some kind of almost some overlap if you look at just the geography of where those places claim to be, right? It's not that far away.
But then again, in Toronto, they've used many agendas here. Even when they brought in, SARS. When SARS came in here, that was a template of something that was to come later on. That was all about how can we control not all. The agenda usually have lots of things, but how to control tourism. How does a major city that it's one of those things where I think Benton. We can speculate on. Is there other hidden hands involved in all this? And Toronto's just one of the places they do a lot of the templates on.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like here, we got a whole bunch of Asians here now.
Yes, I knew that. Yes, I was aware of that. Yes,
it's just a different form of migration. Is this the only thing is most of them aren't allowed to have citizenships.
Well, and I want to just say, for my own purposes, I probably sound like an American who's not interested in other cultures, but but I'm not that. I'm not what most of the people are like where I'm from. So I think it is important to, I like multiculturalism as far as me experiencing it. I don't necessarily want it as far as, I don't think it's something that is great across the board necessarily, but for me personally, I love enjoying. I would love to go to Toronto and just go to the museums or whatever. I'm into culture and just in general. Yeah. So most folks where I'm from are not. So I'm a little different in that way. So I just want to make that clear. I'm not in any way I like being around all different types of folks. For just me personally.
Well, the thing is, we live in a realm right now that it's been importing, exporting all this time. So the ideal of nationalism, I've been to other parts of the world, so I feel more comfortable when I'm actually seeing the human race intermixing with itself. I get it. America, a lot of people are living in these, we'll call them ghetto cities. That's not an offense, but it's just a ghetto city. Individual groups living somewhere, but meanwhile, most of their products are very international. So
yes. Very true. Yeah, it makes sense. Welcome to the panel, Sophia and Christos. How are y'all?
Hey, Grand Rising, y'all.
Indeed, sir. Indeed. Hey, I'm going to fade to the back just real quick if y'all got something y'all want to talk about. We lost Sophia, unfortunately. Hopefully she comes back. Come back up if you want to, Sophia. I just need to take a quick break, but I'll be back. I'm not trying to run away just because Sophia's here. Yeah, it's been 5 hours, so I need to take a little break. But if you want to chop it up with Dominic, or what do y'all want to do?
Sure.
For sure, yeah.
Cool,
Dom
man.
and I can hold it down. Hopefully Sophia comes back up. I haven't heard from her in a while.
Yeah. Cool. Well, I'll be back in a few, but I'll be listening.
All right, cool. Dom, do you know Chris Dyer? He's out of Canada. He's a muralist as well as a painter. He's become pretty famous, but he's originally from Peru. But at a very young age, he moved to Canada. I believe he was out of Toronto. I could be totally wrong. It might be a different area in Canada. But Dominic, have you ever heard of this guy? Chris Dyer. He's been a famous artist for past decade and a half.
No, sorry, Chris. I've never heard of his name.
Right on. I just like to ask the Canadian friends on here because he's a Canadian native and he's probably one of my favorite artists. That's all.
Hi, Aaron.
How's it going?
What's up, Aaron? I don't recognize the name or the thumbnail. Could you help jog my memory, Aaron?
And off he goes. Off he goes.
I don't know. I thought I maybe recognized that name. That was weird. Anyway, yeah, I wasn't sure what to expect with that. But Dom, I appreciate the new picture. I assume that's you and your wife there, right?
Yes, it is.
Good stuff. I didn't realize that Benton was actually going to completely leave. Here we go.
How's it going?
Hey, what's up?
I'm
What's
here,
up?
Christos. I just need a break, man. I'm here.
Yeah,
but
you're
I'm not
fine.
here.
No, you're good.
Benton needs a break from creating the fake Davy Crockett psyop death.
Oh yeah. May peace be upon Krakow. Forgot about that.
Davy Crockett was
upon him.
He was never dead.
Where is he?
You and Drew made that entire psyop.
Oh, okay.
You and Drew made up that entire psyop, and I exposed you all.
Oh, where is the expose? I'd like to see this.
Yeah, didn't you also say that Charles Waz is a reptilian, bro?
Is he dead now? This guy, or is he Saint Germain? Is he dead now? Can we officially say he's dead now?
Benton, I don't even know why you're still in the U.S.
You trying to talk with an Andrew Tate accent, bro?
I should
Almost
leave.
had it.
You should come to Australia.
Well, if you're in Australia, you're not from Australia. Certainly, I can spot an Aussie accent, and that ain't one. I've known enough Aussies by now. That's not a person from Australia saying that. Although you might live in Australia, you could live in Australia, but you certainly didn't grow up there, sounding like that.
He's blowing his nose real quick.
Yeah.
What the hell is going on, man?
I don't know, and I don't mind. I don't mind a little bit of a shtick or somebody trying to do a bit, but they got to get to it. I'll play along to some extent, but not. I'm not trained in improv, for God's sake.
I missed some of the beginning of your stream, Benton, and I know you're probably still on your break here, but just reviewing what happened on OTWs yesterday, I'll have to go back and watch your review because, in retrospect, yeah, I mean, there's a reason right at the beginning I say quit trolling, bro. You're just throwing out keywords.
Yeah.
And sure enough, I think that's probably what it was. I actually started believing the dude was like some mentally ill person that was just on here. But all in all, whatever it is, I agree with you, Benton. Go along with it to a certain degree.
Yeah.
Entertain it to a certain degree. Yep.
Well, just to kind of see, what content can we bring out of it is what I'm saying. But then, maybe he is a real person as far as maybe he just is that mixed up. I don't know, but I don't have an issue with the way it worked out. In the end, it was just more of I saw an opportunity, right? I saw an opportunity for something to happen. That's the only thing that or just at least get the guy's contact info. Maybe I can have him over here one-on-one and figure it out, right? But I gave my criticisms earlier, so I don't know that I need to rehash it. But I don't think you really, and you might be right. He might have just been playing a game or trolling on some level, right?
Indeed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, OTW, real quick. OTW, we covered all that earlier. We replayed it, dude. It was wild, man. Yeah, we replayed all that like hours ago now, I think. So yeah, it was good stuff, man. I was very engaged in that broadcast for sure.
Yep, and this is why I keep going to OTWs. I mean, I go a lot of places, but I mean, OTW is fucking. I love how you never. I mean, he does not just say this when he says you never know what's gonna happen. I mean, his channel has really lived up to that multiple times. You never know, and sometimes you hit a jackpot of metaversal insanity.
That's right.
Sometimes it's pretty damn tasty.
Exactly. No, you're good, OTW. We've just been live for a while, so I was a little critical, but not too much. I think Sly Shy caught most of the criticism,
Well,
actually.
I just, yeah, you know, when Slash Eye came up and then slightly before, I just felt like things weren't getting addressed that really should have been, and like this guy needed to be slowed down a little bit. But you know, we just let him go ahead saying some pretty bizarre things, and then Slash Eye, it's yeah. So we don't have to go rehash the whole thing. I probably will agree with you when I go back and rewatch this, because there was a couple things I was like, guys, are we just gonna like ignore that he just said X, Y, Z here within the past 30 seconds? Like, it was just, let's hone in on the most pressing and most evident slash bizarre comments that were made, rather than getting hung up on certain details that maybe really don't matter when there's this guy saying what he's saying right in front of us at that time. So
yeah, man, I get it. And fuck.
I got more to say if you lost.
Yeah, I wish you would. Now there's somebody that wants to come up that I'd like to bring up, but I'm gonna have to be here for it is the problem. And I'm at this point, I'm just gonna either end the stream or y'all are gonna have to take over for a while, because I'm just, you know, I'm like, dude, I am a version of. Well, real quick, we heard what snafu sounded like. I am a version of that. I'm trying not to use my illness as a crutch here, but I need some time, right, to not be putting out this high level of energy comparatively.
Ben, go take a break, and if you find that we're not yapping, just do this all out.
Yeah, it's all good. But the thing is, this will be interesting for the show if I bring this person up, but I can't bring them up and then just leave. Like, that's never going to work. So
Who is it? Is the Antichrist?
It's an ongoing bit that the audience will notice. It's like an ongoing thing, but the person is not here necessarily on a consistent basis, and I don't really have control over when they show up. And then if I don't bring them up, then I may not see the person for 2 weeks or whatever. But now it's like, yeah, I've been doing fucking almost 6 hours now. I need a break, right? But then I can just click in stream anytime I want to also. So it's a dynamic where I understand some people want to talk to me or whatever, but it's like, yeah, I need people to come up here so I can keep the stream going so that I can have 20 minutes to myself. So then I'll be energized after the 20 minutes, and then I can come back and do the show. So that's part of my frustration right now. So.
Looks like the person that's in the backstage says they can take over the show.
Well, but they're going to say things that is going to cause me to come back no matter what happens.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. That's no matter what, I'm going to end up on here. So I guess I'll just sit here. I'm either going to click the button or I'm going to sit here. I don't know what it's going to be yet. And I see Christos dropped off, but it's just kind of an it's an interesting dynamic in these live streams that sometimes, like, what I want to have happen or what I need is just cannot happen. And it's just literally impossible for whatever reason, which I find fascinating. And then other times it's a lit panel and there's like 4 people up here and I can't get a word in edgewise, but like I really want to add to the conversation. So, but the time I need people, that when I need the can't get a word in edgewise, I can't get that. It's funny how the timing works out, you know. I need motherfuckers to come up here. I need people who can't shut the fuck up to come up here right now, and I can't have that. And then other times, it's like I want to say something, but these people can't shut the fuck up. You know, it's funny how it's like I can't get what I want when I need it. You know?
It's not like Zoom, where Zoom you can actually put up a little icon hand. It sounds like Patrick wants to jump up from OTW.
Yeah, that'd be great, man. That'd be awesome.
If you need a break,
up. Yep. But I'm telling you, if I bring this person up, Ice Grills, I can't then leave. That's not a thing that can happen, unfortunately. I will be here talking if that person's here. Period. End of story. See.
Okay, you know yourself quite well enough.
Yeah. Well, no, that's just what the thing is. That's the bit. I have to be here for the bit. Period. I just have to be. You know? Well, can't do the bit without me. So I kicked them, but they're probably going to come back. So. So we'll just wait and see what happens. I don't know if nothing happens. I guess I'll just click the end stream button. And then y'all will everybody will just find somewhere to go, or I guess we'll just all wait till Paul goes live. So we'll see. We'll just see what happens. I don't know what to say. But thanks for being here, brother. I appreciate that part of it.
No, it's no problem. You did say something earlier. I don't want you to have to talk even more than you need to, but when we're talking about government, you said state. Is state corporation? Is that what you're trying to say?
No. Benito Mussolini, the writings that are attributed to Benito Mussolini, as far as I can tell, was the first time what basically, I'll bottom line it, as far as the state is concerned, everything is the state. The business, you, me, the land, literally everything is the state from the state's perspective. And I firmly believe that's where we're at in North America at this point.
And who rules the state, if you know that? And who rules the state at that point?
Satan.
Okay. But
that's my own view, right? That's my opinion. It's my opinion. Yeah, my opinion. Right.
And then is there like generational wealth in between, maybe, or just directly to?
That's the administrators.
Okay.
That's not. They don't run anything. They serve their master Satan, and then they're rewarded by Satan. They don't. The Rothschilds run nothing. They serve Satan, as far as I'm concerned. Well, they are some of the administrators. See, they serve pure evil in my mind. But that's my view of it.
Might picked into it. Like I know there's like lords, and you're probably talking about the lord.
The prince of the power of the air.
Yeah,
what I'm talking about. Yeah, like
we are getting
Satan
closer
from the Bible.
We are getting closer to the age of Aquarius, so everything will be more about the air.
That's right. That's the air. Yeah, Aquarius being an air sign. Very true, sir. Very true.
That's why we have.
You probably know. Well, but and I have to stop you here. See, this is where, when I get the idea that people care, and some people do care about me, but I've stated numerous times I need a fucking break, and here I am running the goddamn show 5 hours in. See what I'm saying? So what is? And I'm not mad at you, Dominic, but I'm like, what is this? Because I know nobody else is live. There's a whole bunch of people that want to have a live stream. They want to have somewhere to go. And I'm just sitting here saying, hey, I need people to come up here, take over the goddamn show so I can have 30 minutes so I don't sound like a complete fucking raving lunatic. My nerves are shot. And it's not happening. See, why is that? Is it the oppositional defiance? Like, by the way, dude, people can't work together. There's no working together. There's no, hey, we see Benton who provides us all this content, needs a fucking break. Let's go up there and take over the show so he can get his fucking faculties back just enough to take over the show again. But it's not going to happen. See, it's some form of oppositional defiance. Like there's something going on. Because when I want to have a panel, but I want to be heard, these people won't let me talk, Dominic. They talk over me. They won't shut the fuck up. But those same people, because now I want them to come take over the show, none of them are here. See, but some of them are absolutely watching. And I'm not mad at Christos. I'm not mad at Dominic. You're the ones who are trying to help, right? But what's going to happen is I'm going to leave, and then, lulls are going to happen. I need the fucking motor mouse who can't shut the fuck up. See, we need you now. Where are the people who have the diarrhea of the mouth? Where's Lubass? He can't shut the fuck up. See, Snafu. I love Snafu. He can't shut the fuck up. Well, he's just been hospitalized, apparently. Where are the people who can't shut the fuck up? Where are they?
Some would possibly argue that Dom is one of those people at times when he gets into a good flow.
Oh, well, unfortunately, he also knows how to listen. But yeah, let me go ahead. I'll just let you guys take it and see what happens. Have fun,
indeed.
Folks. Have fun.
Yeah, and after what Benton was saying, I was even going to mention earlier how yesterday Benton had, thanked OTW for going live. And just it kind of made me stop and think, like, this is kind of like a duty thing, just kind of how he mentioned there's people out there that want to live chat and kind of like a meeting ground metaversely, and no one else is live, and then Benton's doing his part, and I can understand his frustration because there is a degree that I see of one could say, from my perspective, some people not doing their part, and it's not to say that everyone needs to hop on the panels,
But people that either have never hopped on a panel, just do something novel. We like new faces in the community, right? Someone new hop on, or someone that may be like a quote unquote regular panel walker, like just come through for a little bit, say a couple things, and there are people that do it and come through and help out. But yeah, I think it just kind of comes down to, if you want to consume content, and have a place to go and interact with others, and kind of do your part to help fulfill that goal. Then if you do consider yourself part of a community, or at least just kind of observing a community dynamic, we can all just step up a little bit. Like a situation like this, he's asking for people to hop up. Yeah, people should hop up more. It makes me think as well about some panels that I've seen, whether it's Paul's or even back when I first started hopping up on here, like Ian's. Like, there's some really cool stuff that can actually happen when you start getting between 6 to 8 or 8 to 10 people. And I'm not saying it's this linear thing of like more is always better. I know it doesn't, just because you have a bunch of people on a panel doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be an exciting, engaging conversation or whatnot. But there still is that variety that's added. And of course, if it's somewhere like OTW's, probably gonna have a Royal Rumble go down. Everyone's running into the ring, and but yeah, I can understand what Benton's saying here, or feeling any type of frustration for. And I don't know who's unmuted, but if anyone else wanted to talk, Dom, I didn't know if you were about to hop in here.
I'm here, Crystal. It sounds like some people, if not a lot of people, get used to the idea of going to a restaurant or a cafeteria. There's this constant noise going on in the background. They're not be somewhere where it's just a couple of people. But I get it. People enjoy that. As you say, it might even be called novelty. Somebody new, like yesterday, you guys had somebody new come on. Obviously, nothing but attention seeking, but I've been kicked out of other panels. Okay, so can you break it down a little bit? Why did you get kicked out? Were you over vocal? You never stayed on topic. A lot of people sometimes never stay on topic. Like I said, I've said numerous of times, we're on a device called Streamline. It's not like Zoom. Maybe it's designed that way, where you don't have an icon where you can say, okay, can I be next to talk? It's like going to a family function and everybody's just yapping, but yet nobody's really hearing each other. And when they do, they hear key points and then they run with it, like as though they have ADHD. No offense to them, because they have an amazing mind. Same with autism. But unfortunately, a lot of people, they get a certain word and they already brought into the chat their likes and dislikes. So they're not adding. What they're doing is doing the same old, same old. I don't agree with you. Okay, I hear you, ego. I agree with you. I hear your ego still. Opposed to somebody just gave a valid point about some, and I'm just using that as an example, what Ben had said. The ruler could be, and that's my word, by the way, Satan. Somebody could say, okay, so let's entertain that ideal, because that's what we're here for, more times than not, to entertain ideals. If a person just wants to make it about themselves, well, then make it a biography or have your own podcast. But when we're invited to come up to somebody else's house to have a chit chat, we got to remember that's that person's house, and to call him on it by saying they're right or wrong, him or her, in their house, regardless if you think you're right, that's their domain. And a lot of us are living in our own domain as we're looking through these devices. Other people think, I don't give a damn. I'm just kidding. Well, if you don't give a damn, then why are you ripping into another person? That shows a sign that you still care. Your indifference, you probably say, oh, that's interesting, and leave it at that. Maybe even ask questions. Why do you think that way? Why do you believe it? Why do you know that? It becomes a shit show. You know how I feel about that, Crystal. It becomes a shit show. Bunch of guys yapping, and that's fine. And it's going to continue. I'm not here to change it. You just observe it.
Yeah. And I like how you said that. Basically, whatever you were just saying there just kind of communicated to me. Yeah, there's times where you just simply observe. I almost don't. What's understood doesn't have to be explained.
Mhm.
You put it perfectly. Yeah.
Well, it's being recorded too. It's interesting when somebody says, "Well, what did you say?" I said, "Do you not go back and replay this stuff?" Well, no. I said, "So you're just here in the moment, and whatever you leave." And that's why some people literally say, "Well, I'm just joking." I'm like, "No, you're not joking. You're being sarcastic." And that's it. Dare not talk to somebody that actually listens from within and hears other people. Because most of them did, well, I can't say, well, that's overgeneralization, but most people are like peddling the same thing over and over again. And that's fine. But when somebody does come up that's somewhat interested, hopefully some of them might make it personal. Some people might just be ideals. It's always funny when somebody's trying to debate you on just an ideal. I said, it's not mine to own. I'm just putting it out there.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people do that. But then there's other people, they come in here and they talk about their own personal situations. That's fine. But remember, they're talking in front of a whole bunch of people. Like I don't think I would have the confidence to say, well, guys, I'm going to talk about my personal thing. And meanwhile, everybody at the mall is looking and hearing me. I'm like, no, I'm not that kind of person. But other people do. But that's fine. But they only do that because they don't say, okay, well, whatever you just said today, would you be okay if your kids and your mother and your husband heard this? If they say yes, well, then you're the very few. But the rest of them would say, well, I'd be very embarrassed. So then why are you ripping into somebody then? It's an inquiry, but I get it. It's part of the shit show, anyway. Even what I just said, people are going to try to go through a fine tooth comb and say, well, I don't agree. I don't give a shit if you agree or disagree with me. I just shared what I did, note it. If it brings value to you, if not, so be it. I like to think it brings value to me. That's why I share it.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I had something I was going to add on, and I was agreeing with what you were saying, but my headphones just died. So just keep flowing. Give me like 60 seconds. I'll be right back. I just got to plug them in.
We're all going to practice silence right now, guys. Mm-hmm.
All right.
You're back. Welcome back, Christoph.
Yeah. Hey. Oh, is this guy still in the? Nah, those are old messages. I like how you call it noise, Dominic. Whether that be just people talking over each other or people getting lost in their own misperceptions, maybe of what's going on. I think it's something about that word resonates.
It's noise for me.
It's a very indifferent. It's like a very neutral word, right? It's like you're not like necessarily making judgments of that. You're just like it goes back to what you're saying about observing. Because I mean, there's lots of things that are technically noise, right? But
chatter. I can use the word Crystal. Sorry, chatter. It's chatter for me. When people get into a state of meditation, they'll realize how much stuff they've accumulated. I think me and Ben were talking a little bit on the material part where you have all this stuff. What do I do with it? It's the same ideal. They have all this stuff here. They might turn around and say, okay, Dominic, I don't care. I said, then why weren't you the gatekeeper when it was coming in? Hearing other people bicker with each other, to me, is noise. For me, I'm not telling them. They could do whatever the heck they want. It's for me to listen inwards. And then my thing is discernment. Should I remove myself or should I practice the state of silence? And that's why I keep quiet, because I realize I'm always here to practice something. Now, I'm not here to prove to somebody else a point. I'll share points. Proving a point is just a person showing it from the eye of the beholder, Plato's cave. That's what they're coming from. They're going to tell me their story of something they saw with their senses, and they're going to try to convince me or somebody else. I can't see it through your senses, so please do yourself a big favor. Share it. Let other people perceive it. Now, I get it. That's, to me, 101. But I don't care if you're 20 years old or 80 years old. A lot of them are still going to be in that childlike state. They're wielding their feelings, and usually they're underdeveloped. Forget about feelings. Feelings is a good thing to have when they're developed. But when they're underdeveloped, this is why people say the word trigger. You triggered me. No. You just revealed within yourself. That's already there. My presence, if I'm beautiful, okay, and you think, oh, wow, you're beautiful, that's a trigger. No different. Oh, I don't like the way you look. I said, that's your trigger again. But again, that's just me. You know, I'm doing psychology, social, whatever. That's for them to learn. I get it. But sometimes some channels are designed solely for entertainment. Only thing is, I hope the people that are doing entertainment are at least getting paid half decent for it. Because the rest of them, you know, I wouldn't want to be David Chappelle up there doing a comedy skit, and they're all having all these guys out in the crowd saying their 2 cents. And I'm like, okay, no problem. But I'm getting paid many zeros with a 1 in front of it. So yeah, you can say whatever you want. But if I'm not getting paid nothing, then I have to ask myself, why am I here? Am I here to tolerate somebody else's lack of respect? You know, I've told you before, Christoph, how I feel about respect. Respect is considered another human being. Best we can do is hear them. But when somebody says, I agree or I disagree, that's their ego talking. I don't give a shit if your fucking ego agrees or disagree. This is your life. You know, I'm the kind of person who will tell people to their face, I don't give a shit about you. And I don't say that out of malice. I say it out of sincerity, because they're the only ones that live in their own life. They live through those lenses. I can't leave my kingdom to go into your kingdom.
I like how you pointed out people are still existing within their own paradigm per se. When it goes to this metaversal stuff, you know, whether it's someone's laying in bed on a panel or just in the comfort and the confines of their own home, and not even to make it that like specifically literal, material, physical, but there's a insulation that is just gonna have an effect one way or another. And you know, some people will say some wild-ish and do some wild stuff on these streams, and then have some type of disconnect with life and reality, and what they did or acted out on a stream, as if that stream is just going to go away. And you know, just like you pointed out, you know, all this is recorded. And that's what I wanted to say earlier. I think that I almost forgot. It's just a simple point, but I often think to myself, you know, what the fuck are these people doing some of this stuff just to be archived and record? Like, yeah, go ahead, Dom.
Some of them do it unaware. Like, for example, I'm different. When it's recorded, it's a public conversation. If it's not recorded, then I'll get a little bit more private and make it more personal. So I didn't say it metaphorically. Most people just forget. Now, some people can probably do astral travel. You never leave the vessel. When you're in the shower, you're still there. When you're in the car, you're still there. Whether or not you're making love to somebody else, you're still there. You've never left that vessel. Now, some people, when they do mind-altering things, they go into a different, higher level of whatever they are. But you're still contained in that vessel. That's the Chinese, not Russian dolls. You go inside of a car with a suit. You're still there. Whoever you think you are or aren't. Now, you can test it. So that if I'm here, when I go to sleep, who runs the body? Not you. I'm talking about the ongoing program. When I'm talking with you right now and you're hearing me and vice versa, who's running the liquids in my body? Not me. I use the word not me, but who's the one that's speaking? I know it sounds very clever, but people aren't willing to go down. It's not even a rabbit hole, fucking being a rabbit. That's a waste of energy. But I get it. You know, people use this analogy. Oh, I'm going deep. I said, you better wear some arm floaters. Why? Because you might eventually one day actually go in the deep end of them. Most people live very superficial in their awareness. I'm just using the word awareness. A lot of people like to believe things. Oh, okay. You know, I get it. There's a new term now, metaverse or whatever. You know, we always have to give a name to something, but dare never re-examine it and say, okay, but it's the same old, same old. You know, dare not people understand what the written work does to your brain. That's what I'm just sharing in so many ways. This is what I do when I go to communities. Other people go to communities for different reasons. They want to be entertained. I don't want to spend any more money watching something on a TV. I don't like TV. Well, it's a square box. So isn't your phone a square box? Well, sure it is. Isn't your laptop a square box? Yeah. So where do you feel as though you've deviated from it? You went from a bigger screen to a smaller screen? It's how you discern. You know, this I've even asked this question just recently to another panel. When we play this right and wrong, is that a judgment or a discernment? And if it is one or the other, from what position are we doing? Are we doing it from the program, which is called the ego, or are we doing it from somewhere else? If not, then you'll just wean out the rest. And most people say, no, I want more comedy. I want more Rocky Horror picture kind of stuff, which is fine. Sorry, Christoph. I'll mute myself for a bit.
I was just gonna say, you throwing subliminals down? I'm just joking, bro. I hear exactly what you're saying, man.
Could be, but what's a subliminal? Like, obviously, the person says spelling affects them. I said, but the enchantment is already done from within. You know, like, if a person doesn't understand the language English, then how can the spell be put upon them if they don't know the language, unless they understand sounds and frequency? I'm actually trying
Have
to be
you ever been?
go ahead.
Yeah, go. No, keep going.
I was just gonna say, I'm actually being direct, Crystal. Most people aren't really looking to be focused. Now, that's an overgeneral statement, because the most I've ever met in all these communities, what, maybe 2,000-3,000 people? Yeah. Go ahead, sir, Crystal.
Have you ever gotten accused by another of like engaging in spiritual pissing contests?
Accused, no. Have I been involved in it? Yes. And it's usually my ego that's involved.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not even like talking specifically to you, but just like the human experience. I maybe not use that word human, but I think that's been, you know, I think we've all experienced that to a certain degree at some point in our process and growing up and evolving and our awareness and I'm really being careful about the words I use here. Yeah, but I know at times like I actually accused Cage. Shout out to Cage. I accused him of this actually early on when I first started meeting him on like Ian's panels at We Are Awake TV and whatnot. And I was just starting to get to know everyone, and you know, just. And I'm open to the idea that I could be wrong when, you know, when I think I see someone doing that, and that could just be my own ego. You know what I'm saying? But I know that for sure that is like a thing that does happen. Just like people get engaged in pissing contests, like a quote unquote spiritual or metaphysical, whatever, like pissing contest, where I've just been on panels in the past where I start to see that rather than a sharing of awareness and ideas and a quote unquote build, I start to see that maybe one or more people. And again, I'm not saying you're doing this here. But I've seen that dynamic of people almost like one-upping each other's seams rather than just a genuine back and forth and discussion or disagreement and you know, the dynamics of a build. That some people, it's like, okay, I can tell that this person's reason for engaging in this dynamic and conversation is only to continually position themselves and one up the other motherfuckers within the discussion. And Cage, I'm looking at you. But nah, it's not about Cage, but that whole concept I've definitely seen in conversations in real life and here on the metaverse, whether it's spiritual or not, for lack of better words. You know, it's a dynamic that's I don't want to say infantile, but you or someone else had mentioned like arrested development, people being underdeveloped or like still in a childlike state with certain things, which you could even like like there is a kind of a strange correlation there, like biology and psychology, actually, if you want to kind of get deep into that, with the whole term pissing contest. Not to get into piss, shout out Brian O'Shea, but yeah, there's a couple of jokes I can make, I think
we can even say it could be a spitting competition.
Uh-huh.
They got to open their mouth. They got to open their mouth. I guess, Christoph, when we're hearing that, is your views debatable?
This feels like a trick question.
No, it's not a trick question. No. Just try to put aside right and wrong just for long enough, because then maybe you can develop something in that area. Do you think your views, not my views, not Ben's, do you think your view is debatable?
No.
No. Okay. So then what would people be arguing about then? They're bringing in their rights and wrong, and they don't know nothing about you. Sharing one's view, all it is now, we could probably have a discussion about the language you use when you're describing that view. This is where people don't realize, even you said it earlier, I could be wrong. I said, well, then where's the position of being right? That's judgment. And that's fine. When you're by yourself, if you want to judge yourself, fill your boots. But when you're in another person, take the back of the bus, surrender yourself long enough to hear that other person. You're not hearing another human, not you in this case, Christoph. You're not hearing another human being when you already come in with your judgments. Because discernment would say, okay, well, in this particular moment, this application applies. In the next moment, the other thing that I thought would serve me, this one serves. That's discernment. That's wisdom. Knowledge is so limiting. Knowledge is judgment. Most people are stuck in belief systems. Oh, I believe a guy named Jesus exists. That's all you can do. But let's say you met him. What would you do then? They would have to actually use knowledge. They would have to judge he's good or bad. But would you have discernment? Would you know where that individual, if he ever existed, what was his life story? Ben's talking a little bit about his life story to us publicly, and he's able to communicate. I'm sorry for speaking on your behalf, Ben, but that's what I perceive it as. I don't know the human being, but I can at least give him hope the best for him. But most people come in with this axe, and then they say, well, you're the accuser, so you're working for Satan already. Well done. And most people bring in their experiences, not their observation. I'm just saying that I'm the observer because that's all I've ever done more times than not. And I have experiences. I'll move my hand. I'll have a thought. But they're not mine to own. When somebody says to me, Dominic, it's my wife, I said, well, then you must think everything is yours. My wife, my kid, my car. I said, you don't own nothing. You own the illusion, the play of it. These are just words. That's all they are. But if a person goes inwards and say, well, fuck, they're all starting to connect now. Opposed to most people live with this many split personalities, which is fine. And I don't, like I said, Crystal, we've had this conversation. I don't care what age that person is. Probably easier to talk to a child because they're at least engaged in their imagination. Elderlies are caught up in their, well, I've lived 30, 50, 60 years. And I'm like, oh, okay, so what did you learn in those years? Did you learn where the sun and the moon should be in each different days? No, not really. Did you learn that certain types of food you could eat that would benefit your body if you ate them at a certain time? I didn't know that. Do you do that? No, I don't practice it, but I'm aware of it. And this is what we're sharing with each other. It doesn't matter. We can even share comedy if we want. As long as people give it the caveat, okay, guys, we're coming into this chat. We're going to rip into each other. No hard feelings, but we're going to entertain everybody else like WWE. But at least at the end of the day, they're going to have a beer. But some of these guys, they'll say shit like it's not personal, but it is personal with them. How I know that?
Yeah.
They drag it on. Weeks go by. They're still fucking bickering with each other. I said, okay, so you're trying to prove a point. Tell me how that works out. Fuck, I got a whole lifetime to fucking live. That's just me yapping. Sorry, guys.
It's like, what you said there makes me idea of the best way to.
Sorry, Christoph.
What?
I wasn't hearing you. Your voice wasn't clear. Sorry, buddy.
Am I coming in clear?
Yes, now you are, my friend.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was just thinking of the whole idea of like the best way or the only way to win is to not play the game. And that actually, reflecting back, I've stopped myself from even bothering with certain engagements with people. Whether
Crystal, you might be too far away from the mic. Sorry, buddy. Sorry for interrupting. I'm not speaking clearly. But
Yeah, I don't know.
There it is.
I gotta look at these headphones. Something.
Now we can hear you. Yeah, I can
Yeah,
hear you now.
okay. I was just saying the whole idea of like the best way to win the game is to not play it at all type like paradox theme that I've seen in life, and that there are situations where reserving myself and just continuing to observe rather than engaging in being maybe reactive or emotionally charged within a moment's time, within a conversation in real life or on the internet. Just being reserved and figuring that some things aren't even worth it because people are going to be entrenched in a certain belief system. Ideas have people don't have ideas, and it will be a bad faith interaction. You won't be able to come down to something with some people, so it's better to not even engage to begin with, and having that discernment to know when to engage and not to engage.
I guess discernment at that point, Christoph, some people can do it with their hemisphere. Most times now you do it intuitively. So some people have to engage. That's how they learn. To avoid it doesn't help. A lot of the stuff I've done it with myself. The shit that I say to myself and I ripped into myself. I've done a lot of that inquiry from within, where other people, they're still thinking it needs to be done from without. As long as you learn something from it. It's not about, I don't agree with somebody else. What do you agree with oneself? I think I'm somebody else's friend. I say, okay, so whose friend are you within? Same with one enemy. I've had this conversation with people. I'm like, you can't really appreciate an enemy until you realize you're your own enemy. A true friend will be a true enemy. And if you have one or two friends in one lifespan, that's an accomplishment. Same if you have only one or two enemies, that would be an accomplishment. Everybody else is just indifference, or they're miserable in their own existence. Now, they might try to mask it by saying, well, I want to be happy. I said, then why are you trying to be like a drug addict? Happiness is a moment. Same with sadness, same with anger. If a person doesn't know how to be angry, how would they do this five steps of grieving? That'll be a loop for them. You should be angry if you lose a parent through a car accident. You should be sad. You should even be bartering if you need to. But unfortunately, most people don't engage in all that because they're stuck on certain types of emotions. In this case, it's feelings. Some people are stuck in another type of emotion, their reasons or their thinking. I heard Ben say, and it's a valid statement, closed and open-minded, but we have many receivers. Open, closed, narrow, shallow. Open could be very dangerous for some people. It's splitting. Closed could be a person that's been conditioned by their parents or their community, but they've never questioned it. You should be able to question things like reason, thinking, feeling. Questioning others is a waste of energy unless you're sharing with each other. Why would somebody question my reason? They should be questioning their own. Exactly. Even when you talk, I admire Gage. He's been in my garage, got to meet my wife. I saw the young boy that he still is, but he's also very old in a lot of other areas, very wise. But he stays true to themselves. He tries to anyway, and hopefully as he gets older, he can be way much more ahead of the game than I am at 58. But this is not a spitting contest. I have to change the word now. Because I heard there was a name labeled to me. I thought it was quite nice, by the way. I even told the person, I like the name. I like the name. Because I said openly, it's not about me. When I'm in public, it's not about me. Fuck, you don't need a sign in the bus that says get in the back of the bus for elderlies. Now, back in the days when we had fucking stupid things like, we still do have now, slavery and mastery. When did we think we're above another human being? Now, other people could say, well, I didn't make the rules. I said, but you're benefiting from it. Again, this is getting a little bit more into that other stuff, and I don't know if that's how Ben wants to go with this. So, but anyway, go ahead, Christoph.
Yeah, sorry, I was just about to go into the chat here for a second. Yeah, man, it isn't a spitting contest. It isn't a pissing contest, indeed. And that's part of the illusion to even start off on that footing, going into this world.
Now, if it's sports, Christoph, it's different. Sports is different. There has to be an outcome. 1 + 1 = 2. So 2 people are participating. The outcome is we're going to win this trophy. Hopefully you learn something. As much as you win, as much as you lose. But if this is, but most guys come in with it. They come in with the sports mentality. There has to be a winner. Not if you play chess and you're not worrying about the outcome. You could play anybody then that knows how to play chess. But that's That's a program that most of these, and I'm going to lean more towards guys because it's usually the masculine energy. They come in. Well, Dominic, I prove a point. To who? It's a question. I'm always asking questions. Like when my buddies say, Dominic, who cares? I said, that's a question. Do you care? What do you mean? Well, if you're ripping into another person, that's a form of caring. Indifference would be a person that says, no, I don't care what you do, one way or the other, unless you're the observer. And if you're observing, it's okay. Discernment. Do I really need to put my 2 cents in? Not really, Dom. Do you need to say something?
Yep.
I want to say something, but I really don't want to fucking bark over other guys. You know, and I'm not the alpha when it comes to those kind of conversations.
Yeah, being there's a certain word I was looking for, strategic, calculated / strategic to a certain degree.
That's judgment again.
Engagements, and that goes back to what I was saying about discernment.
Well, that's why it flows more freely. Women that are engaged more in their intuitive, because the midbrain is usually what communicates with the mind, where it's a flow. You know, even what you're saying, Christoph, strategic and all that. If you're truly in the flow, some people might use the word you're channeling. You know, you hear somebody, you're listening from within, something will percolate and come out when it's appropriate. But for a lot of guys, they're very hemispherical. I know when I'm talking to somebody that's very scholarly, because they read things from left to right or right to left. It's a very scholarly approach. I get all my information from the written word, which is great. And if they hear it, they might even use their imagination. But some people can truly engage intuitively. Dom, I don't read books. I don't even take information through hearing. You know, this is why we have the word inspiration, insights, and all these different kinds of stuff.
Yep. I was just thinking about the word inspire a couple days ago, and it just occurred to me that when I look at that word and I say it, the spire aspect really gets me, just like the power of a castle, and also spire kind of ringing, rhyming, and melding a little bit with the word spiral, spire, spiral, and there's even Spyro, which was that dragon, which is a little bit before my time, but that's just a pop culture reference. Purple Dragon. We're going to talk about castles and spires, and but yeah, inspire makes me think of in spiral. So it's like when one is truly inspired, you could say that one is in a spiral, like in a positive way, not like spiraling out of control, but rather like a corkscrew, kind of like in a DNA fashion, like gracefully walking up or down a spiral set of stairs. There's just something about that word inspire, and when you kind of break it down, look at it a little bit, and some of the connotations that maybe it has metaphysically, for lack of better words.
Again, Crystal, you already brought in Cage, but I have my relationship with Cage, so I don't mind talking about his name here. Where
I like Cage.
You have the regardless we like or dislike him. But you have the ability, like some people, they can put words in. So now you're saying positive. We're using the word in the positive. So this is the effects. Now, in the negative aspect, that's where sounds and frequency kicks in now. The positive is the programmable part. So now as you use the word, people say, okay, Dominic, we're going to use gematria and all that. That's all in the positive. That's the program. So now your brain's going to be programmed to understand gematria. But what about the part that you don't see? That's in the feminine side. That's why when people talk about negative and positive, people think they bring in their likes and dislikes. I said, no, keep your likes and dislikes up to door. If you're going to philosophize, you have to do it the wise, science, however, you have to keep them at the side. Because once you realize there's the negative, which is the unknown, then you have the positive, which is the known. Think about a car, how it works. You also have that grounding, because you're in a form. That has to be grounded. Now, I'll use the word, we're in the form, but we're not the form. That's what we're generalizing. I'm not the form. Because, other people might say, oh, Dominic, I don't agree with that. Oh, okay, whatever. There's that agreeing and disagreeing shit. I don't think that's a compliment when somebody says to me, they agree with me or disagree with me. I said, I've just shared a whole bunch of information, and there's nothing that inspires out of you except I agree or disagree or give me a whole fucking shit emojis. What the fuck is that shit? But hey, that's just me talking, and I'm just talking out loud. But that's the shit that goes in my head. I'm like, wow, you know, a man just came on for 5 or 6 hours and trying to get a whole bunch of people that truly like the fucking bicker, and they can't come out now. When he volunteered, asked them to come out there.
Yeah, hey, good point.
No, because most of them are they're wounded and they're looking for other people. Hence why they want to do trauma bonding. You know, which is fine as long as you learn something from that. It makes no sense to get into an argument with another human being if you're not going to learn from it. Say thank you very much for taking me in the back room there and having a little confrontation. But then we bitch and complain about the elites. Who gives them pushback? It's a question. Who gives them pushback as we're using their stuff? Went on a tangent there. Sorry about that, Crystal.
No, you're good. I mean, you made a couple different points there.
Always points. Always points. There's always a bunch of points there.
Yeah, I think it made something that looked like a star by the end of the.
Maybe we could turn some of those stars into bolts and throw them into the chat for all the board wrenches.
Damn.
Gotta make some comedy.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, trauma bonding and yeah, man. I'm pretty. I'll say, I've seen a certain evolution within myself, and I'm gonna continue it, going forward with any of this type of internet stuff. That I've been trying to stray away from engaging in shit that I know is ultimately just gonna raise cortisol levels and not gonna help me. There's stuff that I can observe, the circus and the fuckery, and maybe I can be in the peanut stands a little bit and have some fun and engage appropriately, but having any type of actual like full-on problems with people or like having I don't want to fucking have ongoing feuds just because I don't like this person or they don't like me, blah blah blah. Like OTWs, yeah, I'll have fun in the chat with people like Mitch and whatnot, but having any type of legitimate contempt for others, I think is just stupid and goofy. You know, I know it's not just the internet, but there is that aspect of what's the fucking point with a lot of this shit. It doesn't go anywhere. Kind of like you would say noise, like having actual heated back and forth or like yelling contests or like powered plays of like, oh, I'm gonna throw this person in the back and then let them back up and different things like that. It as Benton may say, doesn't amount to a hill of beans. And in fact, there have been certain dynamics where afterwards, I don't, it's not productive, and I just see that the fruits of it. And some people may think that some of the shit that I engage in is not productive in that same shit, and I would beg to differ. But then again, that just comes back to the views and perspectives, and that becomes in itself. So, but yeah, I'm just thinking out loud right now, bro.
Sorry, but again, we don't have these little icons.
I appreciate what you're saying. Go ahead.
Because sometimes I feel inspired to add on, as I know you're trying to share more, where it's noise to me when it becomes a whole bunch of people chattering and nothing can be truly heard. So when somebody's having an issue with somebody else and they're being clear in what they are, that's not noise. It's actually productive. No different when somebody's talking about, I had an amazing time and everybody else doing the same thing. That becomes noise because you can't decipher any information. And I'm here to see things noteworthy. For me, I'm being a little bit selfish here. I like to think I'm being rationally selfish, where I'm trying to understand who this other human being is from within myself, hence the word understand. So as I'm hearing somebody, I'm like, okay, but if I'm hearing you talk and then I'm talking and Ben's talking, and it becomes noise because there's no clear cut, where am I supposed to go? Anyway, can I make a quick humor here? Because I know Ben's probably never heard this before. There's a guy that's in chat and his name's Benton. Is he a troll or an agent? I had to put that out there. I know people, I don't know if somebody got that humor. I hope somebody got that humor.
I got it. I got it. Yeah, it's really me, but yeah, I get it. That's funny. Thanks for.
okay.
Yeah, I got it.
Go
Because
ahead.
I was supposedly gone, but really I was here the whole time.
I know you are.
Yeah. No, I know you know. I get the joke. That's funny. Yeah, that's good stuff. And you know are we glitching? Huh.
No.
Oh, never mind. Okay. I saw Moose left a comment, but and that is important that people have a sense of humor, I think. See, I learned a lot about Dominic by realizing he has a particular style of humor, perhaps.
Yeah.
That I find that interesting. And also, well, and real quick, did you say you've met Cage in real life?
Yes, I have. Yep.
Oh, awesome. See, I did not know that. And I've been very critical of Cage, but I only know him from, metaversally, right? So, that kind of helps clarify for me some things. So I won't necessarily be as quick to write him off, based on what you said. So that definitely helps me to know that.
It's like anything else. It's like having a villain in wrestling, and then you get to meet him personally. I'm like, oh, that's an act. Yes, not everybody live the way they are public as private. I admire the people that do that.
Yes.
I admire that of people. I just don't think some of my own personal fucking 20 years of shit that I went through and the shit that I put myself to get to that point should be public, especially when other people are talking about it. Again, I know to go in the back of the bus. I've heard you talk, Ben. You open yourself up, and I really appreciate that of you. But I don't feel as though I need to be the next flea market guy besides you selling the same wares.
Oh, dude, 100%. No, I'm right there with you. It's just I figured this out a long time ago. Just there's some people who don't mind telling all their business to everybody, and I'm one of those people for some reason. Why that is, I have no idea. But yeah, I'm a very private. Here's the dichotomy and the paradox. I'm actually a very private person. I know it sounds insane, but I love my privacy, and certain things I just won't ever tell anybody. Not like a secret, just. There are things I'm not trying to share with folks, but for most of what I'm up to and most of my thoughts, I want everybody to know. It's strange because I recognize most people are the opposite in a lot of ways.
Well, some people are.
I don't know what it is either.
Some people are secret, Ben, publicly and privately. If a person can share privately some of their personal feelings, that's a great start. But some guys, I'll lean more towards guys than girls, women, because I've been in groups of women. And I'm like, fuck. I wish my guys were like this, where they just don't even know how to share. They'll try to spring it with things like, oh, look at sports. I try to get into details about sports. Oh, Don, we don't get into details either. I'm like, oh, so we all stay on a superficial level.
Yes. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I can't deal with it either. Yeah, that's a tough one.
No, I just learned to be the observer then. For me, I used to go to the airport. And I just people watch, bird watch. Oh, look at that person. He's a backpack. Hey, there's a family over there. I get to observe people for their personalities. But then I go inwards. And I'm like, okay, then I use my imagination because I'm not living their lives. So when I hear my buddies say to me, well, Dominic, I don't care about that kind of stuff. Okay, let's swing it then. What do you care about? Let's talk about that. A lot of them, they've never heard that question before because they're so used to, got to go to work. I got to accomplish a task, which is fine. You're a trucker. You've been a trucker. Fuck, I've had many talks with truckers. The shit that they have to go through,
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Why? Anyway, I don't even want to get into that right now. But
okay.
Yeah.
No problem.
I just mean that's my way of disciplining myself because I almost just went off on some big truck driving rant. So. But yeah, I hear you, man. A lot of great stuff today, by the way. I was listening intently, certainly, and. I'm not even trying to wrap up. I'm just saying, in general, man, that was pretty good stuff. And a lot of what you were verbalizing, Dominic, are things I feel like I resonate with or understand or comprehend to some level. But then I do really appreciate when certain folks are able to, even go deeper and make different connections than I myself have made. And then I saw I feel like I knew what your intention was when you were asking Christos, are his certain ideas debatable. So like when I was talking about as far as I'm concerned, Satan is in charge of this realm or whatever, at least for the time being. But yes, that is debatable for me. Now, I believe that, and that's something I've accepted. But then I also recognize that a lot of that is because that's how I was programmed, and that's how I was socialized, and that was the cultural, that was all in the culture. But then, so what I would say is, yes, that of course it's debatable, but then some things for me are not debatable. So it's almost like on a case by case basis. So for
You said
Christos,
view.
without, well, real
I
quick,
said view.
Christos.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Benton,
well,
just to
real quick.
clear.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But hang on, a view or a perspective of an idea, right? Or not, or a view of a situation.
The eye of the beholder and the
Of
Plato's
course, it's
cave.
debatable. Yeah.
Sorry,
What's
the
that?
eye of the beholder or the Plato's cave. It's a view. It's an observer. Once you start talking about it, then that's debatable. But the view itself, it's in secret. It's my view. It's when I see something.
Thank you.
When I
That's
see
all.
this.
Sorry.
Okay. I see what you mean now. I got you. I probably just misunderstood earlier. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. I'm with you now. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. And some of that is just me.
Tired.
I think, well, what I'm saying is that I think in visual terms so much that I use those in a way kind of almost like a metaphor. So I realize now that it was really just the confusion in the language. I think it's interesting.
Yeah, there's Benton, there's the observer and then there's the experiencer. So I could experience the language as I described that object in the sky called the sun, and you could be right beside me. You could only share me your views.
No, yes.
Yeah.
I think I understand that. I was just confused earlier, but yes, I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. And we've talked enough about meditation. I'm certainly, I am separated from those things to some extent versus getting swept away, although I'm a human, so I get swept away sometimes as well, obviously. But yeah, I'm with you, brother. It's good stuff.
Plus you've done a lot of fasting too, so that helps.
Yeah, that also certainly. Yeah,
it sure does.
Gonna probably get back to it here soon. Probably gonna do a little more.
You gonna try a long one?
I can't because of my low body weight. But,
okay.
I'm actually already in. Well, I've spent a lot of time just in low calories out of necessity, but I've been able to put some weight on a little bit, not a lot, but I've gained a few pounds. I've gained enough pounds to where I feel like I could do at least a few days without, because I'm so underweight. I can't even really, I pretty much have to eat every day just to halfway maintain my body weight. But I feel like I could at least go for a few days now. And I certainly think that the health benefit, as far as healing some of this stuff, I think it'll help. So yeah, looking forward to that, definitely. So yeah, big fan of fasting. Although the intermittent fasting, I don't really think that's even fasting at this point. What do you think, Dominic?
Intermittent opposed to long fasting?
Well, I just mean I don't even really think that's the same. Like when people say intermittent, I don't even think that's really the same thing at all. I don't even think that's even fasting, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, the whole concept of, I guess, if you go by the clock, you eat your last meal at 6. Next 4 hours, you're processing it, and then you're in fast mode. Your body's not having to do any work.
Yes.
To process food, so you're in a fast mode. Hence the terminology, say 6 or 7 in the morning. You're breaking your fast. So it does serve. Hence the thing about Buddha. Let me fast and meditate on that. Let me fast, abstain from my vessel, having to work, and then I can meditate. I can listen. Because there's something. If people value the concept that people that do body consciousness, they're communicating with the body. So the body is its own intelligent. So if you're making it work, then your body can't actually be there, or at least your harmony of your body and plus whoever you are, if you haven't done the fasting. But you're talking about intermittent fasting. It serves. I think a lot of bodybuilders do intermittent fasting.
Yes, it's nowadays. Yeah, definitely.
And then of course there's long fasting. You do it gradually. Long fasting will help your vessel. It also teaches people what happens if you have to go weeks without eating food. Or it makes you realize, geez, a three-course meal a day. When did I get that program from? Not everybody's designed to eat 3 courses a meal, a day, and then you got to factor in your blood type and all that. So there's a lot to it, obviously, People just think fasting is either for spiritual or to reduce their body contents. I'm sorry, their weight.
Indeed, sir. Indeed. I see Mr. Unslaved in the chat. If he wants to, he's welcome to participate in any way that he chooses. As always, I just want to put that out there. It's good to see Paul.
I've been getting back into my intermittent fasting.
Well, I mean, I do it pretty much every day of my life for years now. I guess maybe I'm just figuring that I'm going to need to do a little bit of longer fasting to get the full healing benefits as far as the healing, the physical healing side. But I've been doing the intermittent for years now, been doing it for a long time. So yeah, there's something to it. I just think it's a little overblown. I just think it would be better to call that something other than fasting. To me, fasting would be at least 24 hours, no food. That's the way I would look at it. Like minimum,
I hope I don't become Paul's next little amusement toy to play with.
Yeah, he's focusing in on you there. Yeah, that's funny.
I didn't know what he was talking about with that comment you're showing.
Hello, everyone.
Hey.
How y'all doing?
I'm doing great.
Wonderful.
How are you?
Good. I enjoyed listening to Dominic. He made a lot of good points.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Please.
So as I was listening and as I was reading chat, a couple of days ago, I can't remember where it was, whose stream it was on, but Sunshine Time and I were kind of having a little discussion in the chat where she and I were wrestling with a similar situation. And I was trying to find out how to address it because I do wrestle with it sometimes too. And I wanted to try to reach out to her to tell her where I'm at with it and to try to use the wisdom of what Dominic said. I can only speak from my experience. I cannot tell other people what to do or how to, proceed with whatever. But I would like to share a couple of things with her. I think she's still listening. When Benton and I first met on here, I understood and resonated with his story when he talked about having been brainwashed with the Jehovah's Witnesses because I saw it happen to my sister. And my sister was, she was raised like I was, yet she fell in with, somebody came knocking on her door one day and where she lived at the time, which was in the state of Montana. And she went down that rabbit hole and it ended up making her, it's such a doom and gloom religion, so to speak. And it ended up making my sister so depressed that she and 3 other people ended up dead. And I was very young at the time when that happened. I was 16. She was 23. We had different fathers, so there was a large age gap between us. But obviously, at age 16, it highly impacted my life. And even though I had been raised a certain way, taught certain things by my mother, which I do, some of that I still hold dear to, it shook me up at 16 years old, knowing that ultimately false teachings, I guess, maybe, I mean, they might be real to somebody, but those false teachings ended up with my sister dead. And there's a whole lot more to her death, which isn't what I'm going to go into right now because I'd like to try to address to, excuse me, I apologize for my voice. Kentucky allergies are no joke in the month of September. It's horrible. But Miss Sunshine Time and I were going back and forth. I think we're at a similar place with trying to sort out ourselves and our belief system and what we think God is and the whole nine of what some of the things that are discussed on some of these panels. And she had asked the question, well, how do I let go of Jesus? And there was a reply to her. I think it was from the lady that goes by the name Jeep Girl, Jersey Girl, something like that. She had said in the chat that when she finally let go of Jesus, that it was like that's what helped her like get over everything. So I find myself in a time in my life where I cannot let go of what I understand the Christ to be.
Sophia.
Let's
Hey,
get it.
hey there. Who am I speaking with? Is that Paul?
This is Sack Talcunt. How are you?
Hey there, Paul. So I
Sophia,
guess
this is the falsely empowered codependence we've been talking about. Haven't you been seeing it on Jack's panel with all these folks? They got all these different ways that they're all connected and codependent, and they got these emotions about how they're powerful and what creates that, but it's not real.
Well, I guess, to address that, I guess for me, like Dom was saying a minute ago, I cannot put on any other person what my experience is. And for me, I am still at a place in my life where Jesus Christ is very real to me, but not in a religious aspect. I don't like organized religion. I walked away from organized religion because I found it to be harmful, but I could not let go of that Christ that I had known from a very young age in my childhood. And I'm not going to let go. I choose to hold on to my relationship with Jesus Christ, and I will not be ashamed of it. And Sunshine Time has to choose for herself and make up her mind what she wants to do
But
with her
that's the point, is that
relationship.
everybody here seems to think that they're special and unique and get to choose what to believe. That is the cornerstone of ego. You don't get to choose your own beliefs and experience based on what you like and don't like and what feels good to you. You have to observe what is.
Oh, trust me, it does not feel good to me. I have battled with this. There was dark times in my life where I cussed God out and I didn't understand a lot of things.
Where do we get the connection
It's
that this God thing is connected to Jesus Christ?
Well, for me it is. Like I
I
said,
know for you, but where do we get that idea?
it's something that is written on my heart that I was born with, that I will not
Okay.
let go of, and I will not deny the
How do
saving
you know you
grace
can
of Jesus
remember the day
Christ.
you can remember the day you were born and what was on your heart?
I know what was in my childhood. I know that I went around at a very young age singing Jesus loves me, this I know.
And you didn't hear that from anybody around you? You didn't
Oh,
have a
I'm
bunch of
sure I'm sure
Of
my
course,
mother
so you
taught
were
me that.
programmed and influenced and imprinted on at an early age about this idea, and you haven't let it go since. It's called mind and heart control, and everybody's under it.
Actually though, my relationship with Jesus Christ is what gives me peace and helps me
I
understand the
understand that.
world.
That's a falsely empowered, codependent coping mechanism. You need a being that doesn't exist in your reality called Jesus Christ for you to cope with a life where you need to rise to certain occasions and be what you can be. So I understand most people choose religion from day one as an opening to the masses.
I
It
said at
makes
the
them feel
beginning,
warm and
it's not
safe
religion.
it makes them feel warm and safe and comfortable and never have to do and be anything. It's
No,
why you all find yourselves on Jack Talcott's panel every day,
I
because
said
it's the
it at
same idea.
Paul. I said at the beginning, I don't do organized religion. This is something
Where
in
does
my
the term
heart.
Jesus Christ come from if not organized religion?
Jesus was at the beginning of everything. He is the Alpha and the
Jesus is
Omega.
not the beginning of everything. The
For me,
world
he
wasn't
is.
created 2,000 years ago. That's your delusion.
I'm not worried about the history of the world. I'm
I know
going
you're
off.
not worried about anything that's observable or historical or
Actually, that
patently
isn't
obvious. You're
true.
more interested in
Paul, I
your
don't want to
beliefs
fight
that
with
were
you.
given to you because you're a selfish person. Just like Jack
I am not.
Talcott, just like Dominic and the rest of them who sit over
I'm
there
not
and let
going to
him do
fight with
whatever
you,
he wants
Paul.
to do and don't check
I
him on the
care.
truth.
I
You're
care about you,
selfish
Paul.
people.
I care for you, Paul, and I'm not going to
What
fight
have
with
you
you.
done selflessly, not only for yourself, because you could be selfish and selfless, what have you done for yourself and the world and your country and what's true and what's right?
I'm kind and I'm good to
Right, the
people.
same thing Jack Talcott and most likely Dominic and the rest of the
You're
yappers
not letting
online.
me
Little to
answer. Paul,
nothing
you're
except
wanting to
believe
be
and yap.
argumentative as usual. I
Right,
don't wish to
argumentative as
argue with
usual
you. I don't.
because you are misled and
Why
mistaken
do
and you
you
don't care
think,
to correct yourself in the record and truth.
Paul, why do you
None of you
think,
on here do. You
why
just
do
want a
you
community
think,
and a bunch of friends and family, and you want to yap yourself
Benton, can
into
you mute him for
delusion.
just a minute? Paul, why do you think that you have to tell everyone else how to be as a person or a
Simple,
human?
because over the next 6 to 8 months, you're going to watch how you and everyone else come back to me in my inbox and ask me
No,
how to be a better
you
version of
are not.
you.
You are
Just
not
watch
my.
and wait for it.
No,
Just watch and wait for it. It happened
you're
last
not.
time. It's going to happen
Hey,
again.
you're not my
Who are you
savior.
kidding?
You're not my savior. Jesus Christ is my
There you go.
savior.
Jesus Christ. No,
He
Fauci's going to be your
is.
savior again. Don't you get it? And Jesus ain't
Paul,
coming to stop you and everyone else from following the misleaders of this world. Don't you get it?
so Paul, you can believe whatever you want. You can do your life however you want to
No,
do.
you
I
can't. I
respect
can't. I
that.
didn't wake up one day and say I could do my life however I want. I said what needs to be done based in truth. That's how principles work. So when
Paul,
you
there
all
is
want to
one
start
truth.
serving objective logic, morals, ethics, and principles, we'll have
At
a
the
kingdom of heaven
beginning,
here. If you keep waiting on Jesus to do it all, we gonna have hell on earth.
you're twisting my words. At the beginning of Benton's, or in the middle of it, because I didn't catch the beginning, Benton made the statement that the evil in this world is from Satan, and I agree with him.
And what is Satan, ma'am?
Satan is the opposite of Jesus Christ.
Right. And do you think it's in us, on us, around us, out there?
I think
Where
we
is it?
all have the potential to either be walking with God or we can choose to walk with evil. That's the choice we have to make, and
Right.
I'm not
And
backing
don't
down.
you think that most
I'm
people in
not
the
backing
world
down on that.
don't you think that most people in the world think they're walking with what's good and what's true while they're being deceived? Do you think everyone in the world that's doing evil wakes up every day and says, I'm going to do evil? No, they're deceived. They think they're doing what's true and what's right. And when a motherfucker tells them the truth, they rebuke it.
I don't know, Paul. I find value in
I
some of
know
the
you
things
don't
that you
know.
say,
Majority of people on
but
here
in
don't
some of
know.
what you do and say. Well, have you ever thought that you might be wrong and that some
Yes,
people
I
might
spent my whole
lead?
life questioning myself and this information. Have you?
And so have I. Yes, I have.
I
That's
don't
what I
hear
was.
it and see it in
Did
you.
you? Well, because I'm not going to get angry and yell. I'm trying to
It's
keep
got
my
nothing to
voice
do with being
calm.
angry. It's called a passion for truth. You don't have it. You got
And
more
the
of a
times
passion
that
for
I
your
have
feelings
been
than belief.
passionate, the times I've been passionate and raised my voice, that was the wrong thing to do
Oh,
as
that was the
well.
wrong thing to do. What made it wrong, ma'am? Could you tell me other than your
Oh,
feelings?
well, observing how other people responded when I
Oh,
would
because
read.
other people respond and react in their
I'm trying
feelings
to
to
be
a truth that's said in the
respectful.
way they don't like.
I'm
That
truly.
delegitimizes it, right? Because like I just said before, you're selfish. You
I'm
and Jack
trying
and
to
the
be
rest of you people of this
respectful.
world are
Being
very
respectful to
self-centered and
other people
selfish.
is
You're
not
more interested
selfish.
how you all feel and react to the truth than
I'm
accepting
not,
it.
Paul, you're not going to trigger me today. I'm
It's
in a
not about
peaceful
triggering. I'm
place.
calling y'all out because I'm tired of watching the same
Paul,
fucking nonsense day
you're
after
not
day. It's a
God.
fucking embarrassment.
You're not God, Paul.
I don't need to be
You're
God
not
to speak
God.
for that motherfucker. It's called bearing witness and testimony. That's all we're here to do.
And that's what I'm doing. I'm
No, you're
sharing.
not. You're
You're
speaking
not
you're
allowing
a
me
child
to.
of the lie. You're a
All you
worldly
want to do
fool,
is
and
talk
you're
over
speaking a
other
doctrine
people.
that was written 200 years
No,
after a
I'm
being you can't
not.
prove existed.
You're right. I can't prove it. It's not science. It's
Right. So
faith.
you all believe on shit you can't prove, and it doesn't help you in your life because you haven't done or changed nothing about yourself and your life. So what good is
You
it?
are making a lot of judgments on me based on a few
Isn't it
interactions.
interesting? Everybody who always believes on Jesus has a horrible love life, has no real core group of friends and family, has no community and no principles they live on. Isn't it amazing? It's almost as if you had all that, you wouldn't need some kind of sublimation and substitute like Jesus Christ to
He's
believe
not,
on.
I don't see Christ as a substitute. I see Christ as the all in all. I see Christ like you observe what you call the way or the Tao. That is Christ for me.
Right. You took something that is unnameable that you can work with, and you put a name on it, and you chose to believe that it was going to be all that you can be, and that's not how life works.
That's how my life works. Like
Right,
I
because you're
can.
delusional and in denial.
So basically, what you would like for me to do is to
It's not
deny.
about what I would like for you to do. It's about what you want to do and understand. It's about
No,
how
it's
deep
not at
you want
all.
to take the understanding.
I had to hit rock bottom, and I had to cry out to God, universe, whatever you want to call it. I had to cry out to that which is greater than I am. And I had to ask questions. And there's been a lot of times in my life where I've literally cussed at God. I have cussed at
Sophia, you
God.
don't have a special and unique relationship with this universe. You're
I'm
not.
not claiming to. I am
But I'm
simply
just saying, you
speaking.
talk to other people as if you have a special experience that no
No,
one
I'm
else has
not
had.
claiming that. I'm not claiming that at
Probably
all.
every one of us here at some point has either had a gun in our
Of
mouth or on
course.
our knees
Of
crying after the
course.
universe because we're broken, lost, and confused and powerless.
Absolutely. I agree with that. I am not in any way claiming to be unique or,
Okay, so
or
you and
special.
I and probably everyone else cried out to the universe, and what came back?
Well, for me, I had to go back to the faith of my childhood,
There you
not
go.
a
You regressed. You
religion.
went into
No,
regression. You went
no,
into
Paul.
regression and went back to the only
No, I
thing you thought
didn't.
you knew that you
No,
were
I
told.
didn't. No, I didn't. I found it for myself because I told God, I said, look, you are a blankety blank blank. And I had it out with God. I wrestled with God. And then came that still small voice inside of me that took me back to my faith in Jesus Christ, not a religion, not a doctrine or a dogma, but my understanding and my belief and my faith that Jesus is the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, the only way that I will ever have salvation. And I will stand on that, even though my faith is eclectic and I do believe other things because of my background and because of spiritual things that have happened to me in my life. For example, Miss Jackie Fox, she's got a gift with her tarot cards, and I believe that that can be integrated into who the Christ was because Christ is very metaphysical. Christ brings many gifts. Christ gives us spiritual gifts. So I think you are rushing to some judgments on me,
Well, I'm
Paul.
not rushing to judgment, Sophia. It's pretty clear. You all need to be able to call it someone and something in order to have your limited understanding of it.
I'm not, see, that's the thing. I will not put God in a box. That's why I just brought up.
You did. You
No,
keep
I didn't.
calling it Jesus
No,
Christ.
I didn't. That's why I just referenced Miss Jackie and the gifts that she has that she's been sharing with
Okay,
people.
and that's why you'll all never be able to co-create with the rest of the world because you can't understand outside anything than your cultural limited
I will
bias
never,
of Jesus
ever.
Christ.
I will never put God
so
in a
when we merge
box.
the New World Order and the
I'm
Muslims
just
and everybody
saying.
else comes in, you can tell them all about Jesus Christ. I'm sure they'll be willing to listen.
Are you like trying to talk Southern, or are you mocking the way I talk? Because I don't even think I sound that way.
Well, there you go. That shows your level of self-awareness.
He's
Okay,
pretty good.
well,
He's
and
pretty
my-
good with voices.
This
also.
is what's
And
so
my voice,
fascinating about
like
awareness
I
is you
said,
don't
my
even know what
voices.
you sound like.
Well, I don't go around listening to myself, so I
Right.
could
Maybe
only
you should.
assume.
Maybe you should go record yourself and listen back.
I can't help the way I speak. This is my
I
voice.
didn't tell you
How
to
do
change how you speak. I've told you in the past, I think that your accent at times is endearing. So I didn't tell you to change anything about who and what you are and how you speak. I just asked you if it was possible for you to question what it is they put into you and see beyond a limited purview and
have.
understanding
That's
into
my
a
whole
universe that is bigger
point.
than Jesus Christ and a
That's my
story
whole
told.
point. I have questioned and I'm still questioning. I'm still on my path. I'm still learning and growing. I'm just trying to say that right now, that is where I'm at, that I will hold on to my faith in Jesus Christ, and I am not ashamed of it. And I will not stop
Why do you keep
speaking
saying
on
you're
it.
not ashamed of it? It almost speaks to the fact that you are ashamed of it.
No, I'm not. That's a
Is
point to
anyone
be
asking you to be
made.
ashamed of anything right now? Why
Well,
did that even
okay,
come up in you?
I'll explain it this way. The devil, Satan, if you will, Lucifer, whatever you want to call it, Shaitan, evil, whatever you want to call it.
You seem to be
Paul,
conflating all of these words in
listen,
terms as if you
please
don't
please
understand the
give me a
difference.
chance. Please give me a chance to speak. When you guys first met me, was I not suicidal?
I don't know what you were.
That was well known that I was suicidal
No,
when
that
I
was well
first
known.
came.
That was well known because you're a victim and you tell everybody everything to get attention and to make
No,
false
that's not
promises.
true. I'm not doing this for attention.
Most people who are suicidal don't come online and tell everyone and make it well known. Just so you know, I think you wanted attention and you got it.
That is not the case. I was truly trying to find a way to end my life. I was. And you all know that. The people who know a little bit of my story, you all know that.
We all know that
And
because you
you
came
know
online
why?
and told us all about you. Everyone's always so honest about themselves when they come online and tell us about them.
Could I please finish my statement? I
So
do
you
not
were
want to.
looking to find a way to end your life, yet you couldn't figure out how. And then you wound up online in a chat board telling everyone.
Paul, the
So that sounds
reason,
like a cry for help to me. It doesn't sound like an actual attempt at suicide, just so you know.
Paul, I was in a spiritual battle at that time. And I now realize that I was in that spiritual battle because Satan wanted me gone, because Satan knew that I was going to talk about Jesus Christ. That's what happened.
Okay.
That's my truth and my story.
Right. Because your truth and your story matters more than universal truth.
I'm not saying that. You are twisting my words. I'm not going to be upset with you. I care for you very much. I care for your story and your journey. I know that you almost died several times with heroin. I know that you've been to
Right. And my
jail.
story and my feelings and my thoughts
And
don't
you've
matter
even
as much
said,
as the
oh, it
universal law and the common law and what we need to do right now.
matters of everyone, every soul on the planet right
It
now.
only matters to prove to other people that you can make a 180 transformation in your life with some kind of a spiritual guide.
Which is what you did, and that's what I'm doing
And I
too.
didn't disrespect it
Mine
and
doesn't have
blaspheme it
to
by
look like
calling it Jesus
yours.
Christ. I allowed
Mine
it to be
doesn't.
what it is,
It's okay.
unknown and unnameable.
Mine doesn't have to look like yours. I can be who I am,
I
separate
understand
from
that, but
you.
but it would seem to me, and just maybe this is my selfish ego, it would seem to me we're not going to get anywhere with any of this non-understanding because it makes no sense, and you can't explain it to anybody other than people who've heard the bullshit you've
Well,
heard.
I can't. You're absolutely right. I can't explain it, but I know someone who can, and that is the Holy Spirit and the power of God. And God's word does not return void. God does not return void. God is very real. And we have two choices. We have God or we have Satan. We have good or we have evil. I choose God.
Okay, so are you going to choose to believe on that, or how does it?
I choose to walk in that. I choose to live my life in that way. And that encompasses that I will love other people as I love myself. And I am learning to love myself so that I can love other people. And I will continue doing it. That's my path. Whether you like it or not, Paul, that's my path. And I'm not going to change. I'm not going to.
Try to understand. It's not about what I like and don't like. It's about what I'm seeing as truth, and I have a passion for that. If I'm
And
wrong,
you
then
have
let
a
it be.
right to your opinion. I respect your
Again, you
opinion.
think that it's an opinion because you all seem to think, okay, I'll give my opinion. You all seem to think we need more love right now. That's the theme that keeps coming forward with all of you online. We need more love right now. You don't think that's a deception?
I don't think love is a deception.
Right.
I
Okay.
think
Because you're emotionally appealing and because you
I
don't
think
understand yourself and you haven't
oh, I
practiced
do
self-control
understand
and
myself.
self-discipline.
I
So you're
very
being
much
deceived right now, just like they did in the
no.
60s, where they gave everybody the counterculture of love was all they need and they let everybody have their drugs. And we know that it went nowhere because it wasn't meant to go anywhere. So we'll just do another 20 years of love is all you need. And
That's
if you
not
just
what I'm
come
saying.
together, it's going to be okay.
That's
While
not what I'm
everyone in their life
saying.
individually does little to nothing to change themselves and the dynamic. So you better get a lot of love in you because when the slavery keeps proliferating, you're going to need it. I hope it's not false love and false light. I hope it's
It's
true
not.
feminine care from the
What I
beginning of
have in
time.
my soul is very real to me, and I
I'm
am at
sure it is.
peace. I am at
What's in the
peace.
heart of a heroin addict is very real to them too until they detox.
I don't know why. You know, I don't know why you want to, what is that verse? Why do you, like Paul on the road to Damascus? You know, Paul had went around and killed all the Christians, and he was blinded on the road to Damascus. And Jesus asked him, "Why do you kick against
Were
me?"
you there?
I wasn't there, but it
Right.
resonates
So
with
you're
me.
repeating anecdotal books that were remixed and 30 of them banned and telling me what happened for something you weren't there. That's the height of foolishness.
Well, it's very real to me.
I
And
know it's very real to you and everybody else who's been living out of a storybook for their whole life. I get it.
okay, I know that there are some things that were either added to or taken away, but I know that there is enough in my Bible that helps me come to the Lord. Even though if I didn't have that Bible, I still would have my Lord in my heart. I would, because it was written on my soul when I was born. It
I
was
know I
written
heard that
it
already,
was
but you couldn't
written before
explain
I
it. So
ever
you
came
got like
into
this
this
really
world.
romantic and profound and an interesting sounding story, but you can't explain it and it makes no sense.
I'm explaining it fine. I'm
I asked
doing
you, no,
well
you're
explaining it.
explaining it fine to you, not for someone else who isn't you to
Do
understand.
you know what? The Holy Spirit can do anything the Holy Spirit wants to do, and these words might resonate with someone
There
who
you
you
go.
just
And
say
that's why
different.
you're online, just like all of them, because you think you have the story and you're
Isn't
going to
that what you
resonate with
do?
someone and you're
Paul,
going to
you
bring
do it every
everybody
day,
into your
7 days a
falsely
week.
empowered, codependent deception of romantic love while we abandon discipline and principles and true care. I got it. You're being used by the devil that you keep talking about, and you all don't
No, I'm
even know
not.
it. You
No, I'm
all don't
not.
even know it.
No, I'm not, Paul. I'm
Okay.
not.
I bet we'll
I'm
see in the next. Hey, you want me to do a little bit of soothsaying like they used to do back on the road to Damascus? I bet over the next year you find out that you don't
I'm
have what it
gonna
takes in
I'm gonna
yourself.
tell
And
you.
I
I'm
bet
gonna
that
tell
you come
you,
crying out
Paul.
to the
If you
universe
want to
again and to
argue, I
others
can
who are
argue.
walking in that way and that
Do you
truth.
want to argue? Because I will tell you something.
Argue
Every
means to make the
knee,
fact clear and presently known. What do you think it means?
every knee shall bow and every tongue confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. And you can make that choice, Paul, or you can
And
keep
how do you
running
know
from
that? Who
it.
told you that? And how do
You
you know
know
that?
it
Who
in your
told you
heart.
that?
The Holy Spirit told you,
Oh, I
Paul. You're
know it in my heart.
denying
So now
it.
you're going to do passive aggressive
Yes.
manipulation to try to project
No, that's
your
not
mind
passive
control onto
aggressive.
me.
I'm
Thank you,
straight up
ma'am.
telling you.
Thank
I'm
you.
straight up telling you,
Thank you
you're
for
running
spreading
from
your
God.
disease even further on the
You're
planet.
running from
Thank you.
God, Paul, and it's going to catch
Why
up
don't
to
you
you.
go to the rainforest and tell people who've been living the same way for thousands of
And I've
years
said
that
that.
Jesus is going to be their savior? They'll
I've
laugh you
said
out of the place.
that. I have
They're going
said
to
many
laugh you out of the
times.
place.
I have said many times that people who've never heard the
Okay.
name Jesus
Yeah, you know what?
Christ
I think I'm done. I
doesn't
don't know why I
mean
would.
that they can't know
Again,
the Lord.
I'll concede. I am always the fool online.
No, I'm
Accept
not
it.
saying that.
No, I'm saying it, right? I don't know why you're getting upset. I'm saying it. I'm looking at me once again objectively and saying, Paulie, you are a fool. for coming into these venues and thinking you're going to compel anybody to objective truth when they're selfish, self-centered, and only care about their own thoughts, feelings, and lifestyle, and aren't willing to truly question themselves and others and change. They're too emotionally appealing. So I'll bow out as always. It was my fault. I was animated by a need to share something as always, and I should just keep it to myself and experience it and give it to those who ask. I shouldn't try to give it to those who don't want it and can't conceive of it.
I value you, Paul. I've learned a lot from you. I value
you. Don't value me.
Yes, I do.
You don't value me and you don't value the truth I've lived. The majority of folks on here don't. And I'm not really interested in hearing what people tell me or what they feel. It's meaningless to me. So save it.
That's fine. That's fine. You can take my care for you or you can reject it. It's okay. Whatever you choose to do is fine with me. It's your business. I'm just
really don't
talking
think
to
that you and many others on here know true love and true care. I think you know your version of it.
I'm sorry you feel that way. I'm very sorry you feel that way.
Yeah, Soul Sister Sophia, I think you're going to need to listen to Paul on this one. It's going to work out for you in the long game. How old are you, Sophia? I know you're not supposed to ask women these questions, but I think it's essential here for what I'm about to follow up with.
I'm old enough.
Right, okay. Well, thanks for totally dropping that for me.
Well, I don't
It's
need to
okay.
say my age.
But, it's interesting because I've spoken to people that talk about Jesus Christ and like Christianity, and there's this religious foundation, but then they'll go and also speak on things that maybe like have to do with Buddhism or metaphysical stuff, quote unquote, maybe for lack of better words, new age stuff. So like you seem to be a mixture somewhere in between. Like you're not totally giving in over
I
to the
said my
religious
faith
dogma,
is
but
very eclectic. There are many parts to my spiritual path. I don't put God in a box. I do not.
but the whole Jesus Christ terminology and conception, that is the box.
For me, it's not. It might be for some others. For me, it's not. For me, that's what gives my life power, meaning, and
Okay, yep.
purpose.
Right on.
I mean, laugh if you want to, or
I'm not
disagree if you
laughing.
want to. I don't care. It's
I'm
okay.
acknowledging.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thanks for the stream, Benton.
Yeah, man, and I really enjoyed that back and forth with Sophie and Paul, definitely, and I can certainly, I feel like I believe I can feel some of Paul's frustrations there, and I haven't really heard him express, what he just expressed with some of his own, what seems to me his own frustrations, right? Which, I think it is important that. That he's able to at least express those things. What do you think, Christos? I think that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, 100%. This was a great interaction.
Yeah.
It just goes to show why it's good to stay live. Kind of like you were pointing out earlier.
Yeah, no
want to
kidding.
end it just yet.
What's always fascinating to me, Benton, is the fact that this presentment of mine, I don't know if it's just my tone, my energy, that the fact that I'm kind of East Coast and the way that I show passion and love and care, Italian, Irish, I don't know what it is. They always act like I'm demonic and that I'm angry and that I'm hating and all the rest of this. They don't seem to understand that this is purely a motivation of care and wanting to reveal an understanding.
Well, it's also a lack of trust, Paul, because why would we ever trust and believe that somebody could actually have a pure intention? See, people make a lot of mistakes because they want to believe that these people have a pure intention, and that's who they end up. A lot of folks serve themselves up to be victimized and preyed upon through just assuming another human has a pure motive. Then, maybe somebody like Paul does have that motive. He certainly, if he doesn't have that motive, he's doing a damn good job consistently behaving as if that is his motive, right? So
You know why it is too, Benton?
Yeah, go
Because
ahead.
I poke fun at everybody's presentment one way or the other, and I don't think folks realize how much I make fun of myself in that way. I mean, it's a container, it's a body, the voice, the accent, everything that is the body and in this world to me is expendable, right? It's just here to be experienced, and we use the body in order to communicate from that spiritual realm, right? From that metaphysical. We are non-metaphysical. We have a physical experience. We use physical to communicate with the non-physical. So I just don't hold that much stock in my own physical beingness and what it represents here, other than the ability to use it to do what's true and what's right and communicate that to others, to have the co-creative experience and truth and principles, right? So it's like they go, oh, he's being so mean and so rude and so this. How many times you see me make fun of my own container or the way that I speak or just play with the whole thing, right? It doesn't matter to me, So I'm purposely pressing buttons on folks' ego to reveal what really matters, and I think that's oftentimes confused. And I just like to have fun with it, right? I like the idea of different names and accents, and
Well,
it's interesting.
and you're good at it, because I don't like when people make fun of my accent because they don't do it correctly. As long as somebody actually has a skill level, I think it's funny when somebody makes fun of an accent. So you do have an ability to do that. So I didn't feel like it was demeaning or anything of that nature, me personally. But sometimes people try to make fun of the way I talk, and they're so bad at it that it is kind of offensive. But if somebody can correctly do those things, it is humorous and entertaining, and
I
it's
wasn't
endearing. It's
I wasn't
endearing.
offended. I just wondered if that's what he was doing.
Yeah.
But
Because it's simply
Sophia.
because
Yeah, that's definitely what he's doing, Sophia.
Yeah, Sophia, and that's what I'm alluding to here. Many times I've done what seems to be picking on people, but this is how we've learned awareness coming up where I come from. Is people tease you, they play with you until you get it. I mean,
And
how
I've
could you not know what I was doing in that moment? Jesus
and
didn't reveal to you with the discernment and self-awareness what I was doing in that moment?
and I've told you that I like your New York, Boston way that you do things. I've told you that before. Like, I don't have a problem with it. I was just like, what? Do I really sound that way? Because I guess I just don't hear myself. So if, whatever, like, I'm not
All right, give me
self-conscious
one time,
about it.
just one time, give me the line again for posterity. Jack Talcott saved my life. Can
Well,
we get the
and that's why I said what I said. I mean, I'm not gonna knock him. I'm not gonna put anybody down. But due to the fact that that happened, that should show y'all where I was and where I'm at now. There has been growth. God has helped me. I'm getting stronger every day. I mean, God will take a joke or a person's weakness and use it for his glory
why
and use it for his good.
why are folks in chat comparing a verbal back and forth to violence, to fraternal organization initiation? You guys are very bizarre, right? You're very hypersensitive, emotional, and bizarre
I'm
and
not
broken.
reading the chat because I'm on my phone. I can't get
Well,
on
no,
this StreamYard without.
Sophia, it's not all about you. I'm not trying to be a
Oh, I
dick,
didn't
but
think it was. I
separate
was
things
just
happen.
interested.
No,
I
it
was
is,
like,
Evan.
I
It
felt
is.
like I was missing what was going on because I can't see it.
Oh, it's okay. Well, it'll be all right. But yeah, I want to talk about the frat boy thing. And I know it's Mitchell, so I'm already probably shouldn't even. I'm stepping on a grenade here, but and it is about me also, Mitchell. I went to a college, and my grandfather was a big fucking deal at that college, and I could have joined a fraternity, and I would have been what they call a legacy, and I would have been a big fucking deal legacy. But Benton's GDI, I'm goddamn independent, sir. So you could take that frat boy stuff and shove it up your ass, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, again,
'Cause I
this
had the
is like,
chance. I had the chance. I said no, but go ahead, please, Paul. Please go ahead.
yeah, I think all of us who are circling the drain on whatever this is we're trying to explain have this down, this understanding of kind of being cast out and going through the dark and the pain and reconciling it. When you truly love yourself, they could say and do anything with you and about you. It doesn't matter, right? So again, this is oftentimes how I reveal others. They say they want to love themselves and care for themselves. Well, why should anything anyone says about you or to you online affect you and your purpose here? Like, why even comment on it? I didn't attack her. Like, I'm teasing her about her accent. You don't think I know? You don't think I can hear
didn't feel
myself right
attacked.
now?
I really did not feel attacked. I
Right,
was,
but this is my point,
yeah.
Sophia, is you got a bunch of weak people who proliferate on this metaverse who want to make everyone a victim so they can substantiate why they have an attacker. And they always make me the attacker, right? Like as if I don't hear myself and know I don't have somewhat of an accent or an affect or whatever you want to call it. You know, when they make fun of my voice, what do? I crack up laughing. I don't sit there and do what they do and shout, oh, you're attacking me. This is a fraternal order. You're punching yourself and punching me. This is all abuse. It's really not. You have to have an ability in this life to play with your personality and with the consciousness and be aware of certain things. And it's not always pretty. Are you okay with it? It's reconciliation.
Yeah, that was cold. I expect nothing less from Mitch down there in the chat.
Yeah, these are people who can't make fun of themselves at all, then want to call me egoic. You know how you know I'm not egoic? Because I'll come on here and make fun of anything about myself. It doesn't matter as much as the truth and the power of principles that I live in.
Indeed. Hey, thanks for not leaving, Sophia. I honestly thought that maybe at some point here you were gonna, head out.
No, I appreciate the interaction. I appreciate what you had to
Says
say.
good about you, yeah.
And by the way, I got to comment on these maniacs. See, this is something I've noticed, folks, about some of these people. No, this is called a maniac in poker because they raise all bets. A maniac, anytime it's their turn, they either bet or raise. That's what a maniac is. So when I see Mitch, it doesn't matter what I say. He raises the bet every single time. That's a literal maniac. And
well, just like Snap Who Snaps, Benton, who was in the hospital, the report is yesterday, and still in the hospital in the bed, was yelling out his nonsense, raising and hating, because he has no other purpose here, right? Even at destroying
Are you on
himself.
damage control, Paul? Because you just tripped out and cried like a little fucking, whiny baby. And now you're talking about me.
I'm a prosperity preacher.
On my deathbed,
No,
I call out fucking fake ass fuckers like you.
No, I'm a prosperity preacher now, right? That's the new rap. Because I watch a bunch of people chasing numbers, begging for money in the chat last night, looking embarrassing and pathetic, coming up with $27, having to give a third to YouTube and another third to the tax man. So I guess I'm a prosperity preacher because it doesn't matter how many numbers y'all get. You can't even make a living being who and what you are and doing what you do without begging the people and only getting contributions from other folks who identify with your weakness and failure. Pretty embarrassing and pathetic, huh? See, when you're really doing what's true and what's right and you're living something and bringing value and creating value in the world and with other people privately, they will continue to contribute and support. Daily. Ask Jamie Shively. We're all mad about that, right? See, we see them for who and what they are, right? We see Moose and the rest of them over there begging for money when they say money's evil and they want to end it. We see them begging for Jimmy Shively to get wrenches and to be endeared so they could try to get that $20 every day they see him send over to me before I even start broadcasting. It's pathetic. We see you all for who and what we are. Better yet, we feel you. And the ones who don't, well, you're going to get deceived and you're going to learn the hard way over the long game.
It was a little eerie how quickly Snafu hopped in here. But I mean, I guess he was probably in the live chat the whole time. I haven't been looking at live chat. So.
Well, I got to call you out too because I got reason to believe you created a second name just to go over there and not be seen. And I got reason to believe last night You were trying to
Hold
get
on.
people to.
You're accusing me of a stock account. I've never made a stock account. And
Okay,
honestly,
that's
at this
what the
point, I
news
never
said.
will.
The news is over there telling lies again. Then what else is new?
Yeah, fuck that, bro. And this is one of the reasons I feel the moment I would ever even make a stock, shit like this, it just, there's a loss of credibility and accountability that I know comes with that shit. It's like too many games on the internet behind the screen, so you can make a stock account and that makes you not less honorable. Mitch talking about honorable and shit. Yeah, he has all these stock accounts. Like what?
Yeah, he
Just
talks
about
about being honorable, and policy enforcement comes up to him. He shakes in fear
he's
and then
just
yells
about the
curses.
most dishonorable person on the metaverse. As far as his behavior on the metaverse, it's just about the most dishonorable.
And that's the thing, man, is the metaverse is a crazy creature because you
So Ben,
come
are you
here.
gonna be culted up and block me?
When are
born
we
in
going
a
to drop
cult,
this narrative of culted up?
I know.
Man?
What the fuck? Dude, the Jehovah's Witnesses beat everybody to the punch. I couldn't cult up if I wanted to, man. This is crazy. Yeah.
It's just
I
really
can't even
pathetic.
start. Paul, I can't even start my own cult because of what they did to me, for God's sakes. Because Lord
Man, I
knows
went
I would
over
not
there last
join
night.
one. I would start one. Go ahead, sir.
I went over to the Beta Boy hole last night, and I didn't put on any airs. I didn't get energized. I just spoke completely calm and peaceful and said, let's address the issues. They wouldn't have it. They said, we have to throw him out and have to continue fighting with him, because if not, we have no energy and traction. Right? This is how pathetic it is. I become their source of energy and traction. They need an enemy to substantiate their own existence. The odd part is they already have an enemy and won't substantiate their own existence resisting that enemy. It's more important to resist me online. So I don't know what they're up to exactly. We were all pretty much aware of a quote unquote enemy that needs to be dealt with or resisted or understood and transcended. They're not interested in doing that work.
Absolutely. But some of these people have been victims. And I know I'm sort of changing topics a little bit, but Mitch is like, we are victims. You are the perp. Mitch, I've never victimized anybody in my entire life, sir. And I'm proud of that. And I stand on that, Mitch. Now, I don't know what Mitch has done in his life. Has he victimized people or has he been the victim, right? And the fact is, I do have certain personality traits and aspects of my character where I, in a less evolved form, I might have fallen into that, or if my life had turned out differently. So what I've noticed, Paul, is that some of these folks who are these perpetual victims, dude, they're just attracted to me because they can detect that I might have a little bit of what they're looking for. But guess what, Paul? Nobody. I've victimized nobody, and I'm proud of that. I'm very
well.
proud
That's
of that.
a classic. Again, I'm not any kind of like the rest of these people claim who fail their own assessments. I don't claim to be an online psychologist. However, I've done a fair bit of study of what is out there, and this is all classic interactions and traits, right? When they find somebody who's powerful, who has a grounding in their own reality, who seems to be immovable, they will be attracted to them, and then they will make themselves a victim through an interaction with those people because they already know how it's going to go, right? Like when they see and hear me on my broadcast, they get right up there and try to show how loving and kind they are, knowing that I'm going to be unwavering in truth and I'm not going to be as interested in being polite and kind as I am in being truthful. Soon as that truth comes out they don't like, they go, see, he's not being polite and kind. He's too busy being passionate for truth. He's abusing us. This is classic covert narcissism. They try to project that you're an overt narcissist because you're a pragmatic. They don't want to live the truth. They want to be in a constant cycle of blaming other people and making excuses for why their life is bad. My life isn't bad. I like my life now more than ever. I'm happy with the results. Go and see these people online who claim I victimize them and ask them how their day-to-day life is going and if they like who they are and where they're at. They don't. So how could Paulie Boy Online be a reason for their horrible existence in life separate from a metaverse? It's not. It's just the best excuse
it's not
today.
possible. Exactly.
Paul, I
Well,
don't
and
feel
then-
like you've ever done that to me, honestly. I don't look at you that way. I know some people do. I don't look at you that way.
No, I see that, Sophia. I've spoken with you about this in the past. What I perceive with you is that, like, again, we all have the same story. Usually there's something happens. Usually there's home issues early on. we get some issue with a mate, we have some kind of traumatic heartbreak experience, and then we start living from this coping space rather than this space of understanding and thriving and response and resolution. It becomes a coping space of living, right? And that's all I'm saying, is that I perceive with a lot of the folks who are attracted to me and or Jack Talcott is they're currently in a space of trying to cope. And they're usually led to me at some point because they feel that power and they know they need it, but the truth is too much to confront. So they regress back to someone like Talcott, who is not living in the truth, who is not expanding his comfort zone, who's not challenging his own ideas and others around him, but he wants to talk about a feel-good energy of love. That's what people want. It's not what they need. Searching for love in all the wrong places in this life has got us into this problem. Seeking truth to be set free of the romantic bondage and addiction is a spiritual discipline and principle. It's worked for me, and I believe it's worked for others because they've told me so privately. Folks who've had a train ran on them by their pastors, their community, and their devouring mamas that they have all around them, who keep pushing emotional standards on them rather than principles and purpose, which is what a man needs to thrive in this realm.
Bam. Well, and I'm still kind of dealing with the Mitchell stuff a little bit because he tried to come up on the panel. But here's the thing is, Mitchell, I'm not some of these other people on the metaverse. You better kiss up a little bit now and then if you think you're going to get something out of me, buddy. You better kiss a little bit up. Or the day is going to come when Mitchell wants to join the broadcast. No, fuck you, Mitchell. You've been shitty. Now, I can deal with Mitchell's shittiness, but he better be nice to me and kiss up a little bit from time to time also. Because if I also have a powerful personality in my own way, Paul, and I recognize that some of these folks, they need somebody like me with a strong personality to play against. And part of that is they're going to need to give me what I want every once in a while. I don't ask much, Paul. Just don't come into my
hypocrisy of
go
it.
ahead. Go ahead. You know,
that's the
what's
hypocrisy of it, is they come to a place that is started or created by someone like us, right? And they know on some level they either want it or need it. Either they want to be next to it, a part of it, they want to use it for their self-expression, but they won't acknowledge that, right? So it's like, oh, how dare you have a criteria for how I come here and what I need to show you respect while they're coming to use you and force themselves to be part of what you created. It's a bizarre logic. You know, it's the same way as if someone opened up their backyard and said, we're going to do this every day and do fellowship and do an event, you know, and then people want to come there with their chip on their shoulder and you go, hey, could you show some fucking respect for what we're doing here and what we created if you think it's based in truth, which they always do, right? It's like they can have a criteria and a need that has to be met. And then if you don't meet it or you expect the criteria back, you're unreasonable. And then your only criteria is just show the damn respect you all come in with before we don't love you the way you all think you need to be loved.
Yeah, man, it's wild. And, you know, again, I don't even know what to say at this point. I mean, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? You know, it's bad when I don't have, it's bad when I don't know what to say.
Well, Benton, you have in the past, though, even though you don't use a word for it, you have said your life has been protected. You feel like that you have a relationship with Source, Divine, Creator.
Exactly.
Whatever you
And
want
I'm
to
never
call
gonna
it.
let,
Yeah.
I will never ever let other human beings twist that up into now I have to
Right.
behave a certain kind of way. See,
Right. And I
that's the
respect
trap.
that.
That's
Yeah.
the trap. Because he said this over here, now we
Right.
expect that he's going to manifest and he's going to present this other way. That's bullshit.
Especially
That's
since,
bullshit.
like you said, you were forced to be in that cult when you were growing up. So I get it. I just wanted to interject.
But I don't know that people do get it. It's, you know, I'm going to speak on what I need to speak on in the way I need to speak on it. What I'm going to say is I'm never going to let other people turn that into, well, now he has to behave this other way over
I
here.
completely agree. That's why I said that I don't put God in a box, because like it's funny to me some of the people that I know, they think they'll call me, they say, oh, she's a pagan because I'm very into nature. Other people think, oh, she must be one of those kind of people who believe such and such way, when that isn't the case at all. I am who I am, and I'm at where I'm at with my relationship to my creator. That's all it's about for me. I'm not trying to force it on nobody else. And I was trying to be respectful of what Dominic had said earlier, that if you want to tell your story, but don't be trying to force it on nobody else. And I don't mean it in that way at all. And I'm in complete agreement with you, Benton. You're walking your walk, and you have some sort of something with whatever you perceive is greater than yourself or equal with yourself. Does that make sense? I hope.
Well, yeah, of course. And then, but people just, I say these things over and over, and it gets ignored when I talk about the Christian or the Jesus context. I almost always add in, and this is the way I was socialized. It was a part of the culture I grew up in. So of course I tend to think that way. And then Paul was addressing that also, and it seemed to get missed a little bit. And then even somebody like Alan Watts, who I've listened to, a lot of his lectures, and he even mentioned in a specific example of a person from Arkansas, this is what Alan Watts said. And he said, if they have some sort of direct experience of a Christ consciousness or whatever we're calling it, of course, they're going to interpret that as Jesus Christ, right? In the Christian biblical context. Of course they are. So, I'm recognizing and making note on some level, I sort of don't have a choice in a way. Like I do, but I don't. So my interface or my way of working with these concepts is going to necessarily be through a Christian, a specific context. But I know that in the moment, so I'm working within that. And I can't speak for Paul, and he's right here, and I'm sure he'll speak for himself, hopefully, when I wrap this portion up. But I don't know. I don't think enough people really recognize that. But then you see how these folks try to put me in a box of like, I got to be on team Paul hating Jesus from their perspective, or I got to join TBE, team EBT and team Drew and be all about Jesus all the time. It's like, no, I don't. I can be me and know what I know without clicking up. And there's been a lot of
I
clicking up,
agree.
and I'm
I
not a fan
agree.
of it.
That's
Not into
why
it.
I will say, I've said it before, I've typed it, and I've spoken it. I care for people. I care because there's been times in my lives when I needed for someone to care for me, and there was no one, and I had to go within and find that for myself. And maybe the term Jesus Christ is the wrong term to use. That's just where I'm
No, I'm not
at.
saying that. No.
No,
I'm
I was
saying
just going back to,
for
the
me.
way
Yeah,
Paul
for
approaches
me.
it. Maybe that's the wrong term for me to use, but that's what I found
I
within for
never said it was the
myself.
wrong term to use. All I'm trying to reveal here is that the beingness has a way of filtering experience through what it is aware of rather than leaving it open to be interpreted farther down the line. So Benton just said, when it's spoken upon from an objective point of view, someone who may not have an awareness of Jesus, they still have the same experience, but they may interpret it as a Hura Mazda did it. And I'm
Yeah.
saying this is dangerous. It's very subtle and nuanced. It's very insidious and dangerous because the world is doing it. Everyone in the world is having an experience with the unnameable force that leads, guides, protects, and reveals. And they're all calling it something, making it a personal God for them, and then acting like they can curry favor with it through an emotional space. And I think it's very dangerous.
I
Because
have
what
to agree
I've
with
been
that.
revealed about this force is you cannot know what it is, like the Tao says. This is why I encourage people to walk with the Tao, because it speaks about this force as the unnameable. You cannot know it, but you can be it or work with it. That seems to make sense to me. And that has
That
been my experience.
and I have to applaud you on that and agree with you on
It's
that. But
not
the
about
part,
applauding, ma'am. I'm
well,
telling you that I believe that if you name it something that it's not, you cut yourself off to a limited experience of it. If you just leave it open and walk with it, it will be more to you than what you've already experienced.
the saddest part of it is there are people that don't ever seek what you're talking about. They don't want it. They don't seek it. You're saying everyone's having an experience. There are some people choosing not to. There are some people choosing to not want that which is greater than ourselves, yet is within ourselves. Does that make sense?
Right, but a lot of it is a choice, non-choice, because, ask Flow State, he'll tell you he's agnostic. He's grown up in a environment that has pushed him to a place of being disconnected from the all. And this is why I say folks don't understand their choices a lot of times, and they don't understand the implications and the consequences. You will not be able to have a discussion with someone like myself about creation completely with understanding if you still do not see program and creation and order everywhere you look. So again, this is like 101 when it comes to someone who makes life a study and consciousness a study, who seeks truth and does it forever. They're going to tell you 101 when someone comes before you and tells you they don't believe in God or they don't see program and order in the simulation pretty much everywhere written into the plants and animals and everything else. They're delusional and they're disconnected and they're
I
a danger
agree.
to themselves and
I
others.
agree. That's why I say it's written on our souls. Whatever it is, I hate to use that word it, but for lack of a better way to say it, it's written on our souls if we want it.
Why do you hate to
And
call
some
it?
people don't
Why do you
want
hate?
it.
Why do you hate to call it an it?
Well, if I say Jesus Christ, that's going to offend
There you go. You need a daddy. You hate to call it an it when it isn't it. It's an I am that am presence. That's all it could be called as an it. You want to name it and make it your daddy and your pet to hold you and care for you when sometimes that motherfucker reveals through pain and suffering.
Oh yeah, that's why do you think I've cussed at God? Can you imagine having to lose your
Because you're
sister?
selfish and you think that you deserve love and you deserve happiness and you deserve.
Oh, I don't deserve anything.
You don't.
That's my whole point. I deserve nothing.
But
Everything
that's
I
all it's
have,
meant. But that's all.
everything I have in my soul is by the grace of the Most High. I deserve nothing. I don't deserve forgiveness or mercy or blessings. I'm no one. I deserve nothing.
Right,
Yet
and you don't deserve a
I have
personalized.
love. I
And you
have
don't
love.
deserve. And you don't deserve a personalized version of God that you can understand, that no one else can, unless they've had that indoctrination program.
Can you say that again? I don't know how to interpret that. I'm
Nobody
not
here deserves a personalized God that they can name so they can choose to understand it in the way that they like.
Is it okay
That's a problem.
Is it
That's a
okay?
problem. We have three main religions running this world into hell, claiming they're all following God that they've named and personalized and rebuked everyone else on that path. It's foolishness.
Is it okay for me to say it this way? I have
It's okay for you
something.
to do whatever you want. You get free choice in this realm with consequence.
Okay, then I'll try to explain it this way. For me, where I'm at on my path, I feel that I have been given mercy and forgiveness and help and love, even though I didn't deserve it. That the creator, the universe, spirit, divine, God, whatever you want to name it, has helped me. And I don't deserve it, and I feel
And how have
thankful
you
for
served
it.
it, right? Because the word deserve, we could do a little word game. It could either mean of serve or the absence of service. So how have you been of service to that force that has revealed that you are all the things you thought you were entitled to that you're not, because you just are it? How have you served that? How have you helped to give back to that and show that you care for yourself and the truth that's been revealed?
I can answer that. I am learning to love myself. Therefore, I'm learning to love others. And there are acts of kindness that can be done in the world that do help other people who perhaps need help. Food pantries, being
You
kind
mean
to
like Jack
someone.
Talcott, who saved your life, how he's going to need a food pantry soon because he won't take an active role in his life and his family and his career?
Well, and that's part of my journey too. I have to be
Right. Most people
responsible.
don't need help. God helps those who help themselves. Most people think they're entitled and don't help themselves and then wait for other people to help them. It's called a political system. Have you
And
not
I'm
noticed?
not, and I don't like the political system. It's a mess. That's not
Right.
what
And
I
what's
follow.
political system about? It's about being politically correct. Acts of kindness. Acts of kindness are not going to get us out of slavery.
You
Acts
asked
of truth
me,
and
you
will and
asked,
discipline and principle will.
you asked me a question. You said, what do I do for others? And I
Right. If
was
everyone
only,
was not deceived in some romantic love bondage fetish system, they would have already been on Jack's panel and everywhere else telling them the truth they need to hear, not worried about cupcaking so they can be seen and heard and be kind.
no, I was just trying to answer your question. You asked me, what have I done to be of service to other people? And I was trying to answer that question.
The answer is little to nothing. And that's what you don't want to hear. That's what you and Jack and everyone else don't want to hear. That's what I didn't want to hear. Doesn't
See,
matter what you feel. Doesn't matter what you make other people feel. Acts of kindness are not going to change the devilish bondage and slavery and genocide that we're under. It's
then
making it
what?
worse.
Then
It's
please
making
tell
it
me,
worse.
then please tell me what you think I can do
I
to
just
be,
told you, when you see people, presuming you even have the discernment, who are bullshitting themselves and everyone else, trying to pretend to be kind and loving, call them out. Ask them who they are and what they're doing and what they're about. Ask them what their results are. When they can't show any, they're a charlatan.
I have results. I'm on a path. I'm still learning and growing. How is that not being, how is that not having results? I'm getting there. I'm not perfect. Never
It's
claimed to
not about
be.
being perfect. There comes a point in this, it would seem to me, it's not total completion, but it's true enough completion where there's a certain level of actualization and realization. Then you can facilitate for others. Folks have really no business being on here talking about their thoughts and feelings and opinions and how they think it's right when they can't show results. You're creating more confusion. Why do you need to be on a metaverse to walk in a path that the rest of us took thousands of hours with no one watching to complete? You're all here wasting your fucking time, energy, and attention with other confused, lost, broken souls who are begging for money and a career and not helping themselves in the world or anyone else. Get with it. If you really wanted this walk and this path, you'd give everything up to be given everything back. You go out in the middle of nowhere and commune with that force. You all ain't doing it. You want to get on here and make false communion with lost, broken, wayward souls who have no completion and salvation. You're lying to yourself and everyone else, and you're failing to call them out on their failures. And it's pathetic in the eyes of this thing as far as revealed to me. Can't tell you what it is. Can only tell you what's revealed to me.
Yeah,
And I
And
can
there's
only
Simple
speak
Jack
on,
down there. Simple Jack, you're a punk coward. You know it. I know it. The rest of us know it. You're an online video game nerd. You have no purpose and meaning in your life, and you will be under judgment over the next 1 year to 3 years. Bet on it, coward. And no one cares here. No one that matters here cares what you think and feel about it.
You know, greetings, everybody. Morning, Benton. Greatly
Hey, what's
appreciate
up?
you, brother.
good morning, wizard.
One of the things I appreciate about Benton, I've never once known him to lie. That's the problem. People are so willing to walk around in this life and let everybody else lie to them. Until you learn how to accept nothing but the truth, you'll have no idea who you are because you're lying to yourself. When you learn to quit lying and accept nothing but the truth, your world is going to change, and it may not change for what you like, but it's going to change for what's better for you. And that's a matter of having that little spoonful of castor oil to make things go good. You have to deal with the things that are not good for it, taste good to you in your life. And I'm not just talking about food.
I'm talking about the uncomfortable feelings. See, when you learn how to get out of your feelings, then they no longer matter, because the truth is the absorbent thing in life that you're supposed to be dealing with. And again, if you're walking around letting anybody lie to you, you're the bitch. Thanks, Ben.
Hey, man, I appreciate that. Thanks for being here, Wizard. I hope you hang out. I thought you were leaving, but yeah, please hang out. But yeah, that's all well said. And I'm not here to, I agree with what Paul said about the people who are not going off by themselves and doing whatever they need to do. That's the thing, is some folks, and I'm not even talking about Sophia here, I'm just talking in general. And I think this is maybe part of Paul's frustration, is a lot of these folks can't do anything on their own. They have to be on a team. They have to be in a group. And, some people, I don't have to be necessarily. And in fact, in a lot of ways, I'm not going to be in a group. And I tend to be the leader of the group. And we see in Paul, he's the leader of his group for the most part. I'm sure Word Wizard, I'm sure Keith here in his life, he's been the leader of his group, whatever that was, many times, I'm assuming. And that just tends to naturally happen. But part of that is I'm able to be off by myself. So I wasn't on the internet all day, every day for most of those 10 years when I was off figuring my stuff out. And I had to figure it out for my own purposes, or I wasn't going to be of any use to anybody. And in fact, I was going to be a burden on my family. I was going to be a burden on society unless I got these things together, under control. And I was such a broken person from childhood that it took a really long time, and I'm still doing it. Right. So I had to progress on this journey that Sophia's talking about. It took me years to get to the point to even be able to come on here and have this sort of interaction with people, and to even talk about especially religious concepts with people. After what they did to me as a young person, I couldn't even entertain a notion of Jesus or Christ or anything for years. I couldn't even, if somebody tried to preach to me, I couldn't hear it. I got mad. I got angry. So some of the reasons why I speak in those terms is just that was a lot of my experience. And, what I know inside, that's not up for debate. That's not up for a group's opinion. I know what I know, period, end of story. And I'm going to ride on that and potentially die on that as well, as is everybody. Right. And I'm not here to challenge people and say, hey, go off and take years and years and meditate and figure it out. But I'm going to say this. The people who don't put the effort into figuring it the fuck out, they're the ones suffering the most. Now, maybe part of Paul's thing is he sees how much suffering there is. And then because of all these processes and people are refusing, to get out of their imaginations or whatever. But what I'm saying is if people think they're going to go onto a spiritual path, they think they're going to do these things, going on to the metaverse and talking to people, that's not what that is. Now, I'm on the metaverse talking to people, but I don't view this as me progressing on my spiritual path, right? That's not what this is entirely. And there's nothing wrong with having friends. There's nothing wrong with being in a group. But, my understanding of the spiritual concepts is it's all individual. It's all, me and whatever those forces are. It's not me and whoever happens to be here on the panel and in the live chat today. That's not what it's all about, in my view.
Yeah, you have to be able to deal with those forces. Like Paul was saying, you can't name it. It doesn't have a name. It's a force. And you can name it all you want. But if you recognize it as a being, then you're probably disillusioned. If you recognize it as a force that works with all of us, but independently, and learn how to work with that force, I think you're going to be better off.
I'll be right back. I'm staying on panel, but I have to answer something. I'll be right back.
And so
there goes Simple Jack down in the chat, trying to be a worldly deceiver and manipulator, hungry for worldly power, telling Benton he lost a subscriber because of the childish moderator. I suspect Benton is always going to ride with me because of what I stand on, whether he likes me or not and what I do, as long as I don't get a little bit too arrogant and egoic, as I'm accused of. So I would suspect in the world, on the ground, separate from the metaverse, Benton respects me as a man to man, than more than he respects you. You just acted like the bitch-ass child, threatening him with subscribers rather than coming up here and speaking the truth man to man. You're a fucking coward, and you just convicted yourself again.
Yep, absolutely. I was reading that comment as it's being struck. Jack, you're an idiot. You're a slave. You're a cuck. You're one of the group. You would never survive on your own. You have to have the plastics and a servant. You have to have the things that everybody else is placed in your mind as an ideology. You could never survive in the natural world. When the world goes to shit pot, you'll be one of the first ones to go, because you're going to look for someone that's going to help you out, and they're going to say, yeah, I'm going to help you out, but you're going to be part of their meal. You don't know.
Well, that's the thing, right? That's the thing, right, Wizard? We now live in a realm where all the beta males have different mechanisms, they believe, to equalize with the real men who understand and are willing to apply and have gotten results through wisdom and experience. I don't care about age. Age is not a barometer of wisdom and experience. So the reality of it is that world is an illusion. We're coming back to the real world where you're going to have to show and prove your worth in life on the ground. And if you can't, you won't eat, and you won't be respected either. And you'll have no status and standing and position. You will be one of the collectivized group of followers, and you will either be allowed passage with those who have the resources and the power, or you will be cast out from both sides. The masters won't have you, and the men and women on the ground who understand truth won't have you. You'll have your own little simple Jack Talcott, slow state, beta male-like community where no one has any understanding, any application, any resources, or any ability to show otherworldly power. You don't even have worldly power, let alone otherworldly power.
He doesn't even have the power to speak appropriately. See, this is one of my things. I love people that know how to speak. But those that babble, as soon as you start babbling, I know you're a bitch-ass slave. So I'd rather you just shut the fuck up, stay silent, relearn what you're supposed to learn, and then learn how to speak again. Because otherwise, you only prove yourself to be a fucking idiot.
There goes Chuck in Tennessee. He's another example constantly of no discernment. He thinks he knows people online. I don't presume to think I know Benton, but I can make some suspicions. I ride alone as well. Till I meet other people who are like me, then we may ride together. So what applies to him, I suspect applies to me as well. I ride most of the time of my life alone until I meet other people who get it, and I may work with them or ride with them in a limited fashion. And I suspect that's true for him as well. Benton rides alone most of the time when he meets Simple Jack, when he meets Chuck, when he meets Moose, when he meets all the other beta males he doesn't respect. I'm sure when he meets a man he respects, he rides with them. That's usually how it works.
Gentlemen, I do agree that both of you are right about something very important in the system that we do all live in, globally and in North America, where the three of us are probably at. The world is evil, and it's being ran by some evil stuff. And 2020 brought all of that to the surface. And it's still going on. And if we don't get strength and get right within ourselves and be solid within ourselves, we may not be able to handle what's coming. And that's what I'm working on. I'm working on standing in. I'm not going to be under that tyranny. I never did comply with it. I never got tested. I never got a shot. I never wore a mask. Like, something inside of me knew this is not right, and I'm not doing it.
Where do you, I don't believe the never wore a mask. Where do you live and what do you do on a daily basis? I don't believe you.
I walked right into my local Walmart.
Where do you live? And
I live in Kentucky.
Where do you live and what do you do? Where do you live?
I live in Kentucky.
Okay.
And it's
what
a small,
do you do?
It's
where
a small
do you go
town.
on a daily basis? You live in a small town. Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, if you lived in Louisville, you'd have had a fucking mask on.
I don't live in Louisville, thank
If you
God.
lived in Louisville, you'd have put a mask on.
Well, I don't live there.
But if you had, you'd have put a mask on.
I wouldn't have. There were people
yes, you
that
would
did.
Have. Yes, you would have. Yes, you would have.
Why do you think that?
because
Or
I was
you
a
were
truck
gonna go to
driver, and
jail.
I went to places in this country, and I had to go in a store. They don't let you in there without a mask. It doesn't matter what you know and what you can say to them. You ain't coming in the door without a
Well,
mask,
the only
lady.
place I really went was to Walmart to get groceries, and I
Exactly.
didn't walk
And
in there
some of
with
those
no.
Walmarts won't let you in without a mask. I
Well,
know
the
because I
one where
went
I
to them.
lived did.
Exactly. So if the one where you lived had required a mask, you would have put a mask on. That's what I'm telling you.
Or go to jail like I did.
Yep. Or they would have put the, yeah, exactly, Paul. Exactly. I wasn't willing to go to jail, so I put the fucking mask on so I could get my goddamn groceries so I could drive my big rig. See, I chose to do that, right? Some people chose not to do it.
Jail saved my life.
What's that?
Jail saved my life.
Well, good.
I have a cousin. I have a cousin whose daughter just got out of jail, and I think she learned enough that she don't really want to go back.
That's not what you're supposed to learn from jail. If you're there for the right reasons, you're supposed to learn you can go
She
back and get
wasn't.
through it.
She wasn't there for the right reasons, and
Well,
yeah.
yeah, I mean, again, I understand that side of it. I never want to go back to jail for drugs, pills, and powders and street activity, but I'm more than willing to go back to jail for doing what's true and what's right. So the alternative is slavery and cowardice and dishonor.
And I guess that's where I was going. People hear my voice or they see my picture and they think, oh, that's a weak female. She'll never withstand what's coming. When I know in my heart that because I have a relationship with that which is greater than me, I'm not going to name it. I'm going to take your advice, Paul, and I'm not going to try to give it a name. But because I'm connected to that and have a relationship with that, I will withstand whatever they got planned coming
I
down the
agree
pike
with
for
you.
us.
I agree with you. As long as you don't mistake other people as you, even though we're oneself, and this is what I've been watching you all do on here, is you keep pretending like other people are you because they are you on the highest level, but they don't have the same discernment and sense of
That's
honor and
correct.
commitment and discipline.
Yeah, that's
Right? So
correct.
you can't be equally yoked with an infidel. And this is what I'm telling you is the last 3 years was supposed to teach you that all the people who told you they loved you and cared for you were lying.
Oh yeah, the governor of Kentucky is
Forget about that. Your friends, your family, your
exactly.
community, the
I'm just
people
trying to
why are
say,
you
no,
climbing all the way up the chain? I'm telling you, if not you, because most people didn't care about themselves and love themselves in truth, if you didn't do with yourself, your friends and family showed you they don't really love and care about you. It's not true love and
Could not
care.
agree
It's
more.
not-
Could not agree more.
Right.
Right.
So that's all I'm here to do is to show you that this romantic idea of love and bondage and vice is insidious and it's very subtle. And a lot of people are being deceived away from truth and stealing themselves and disciplining themselves and walking in principle because they're still reaching out for that love that they don't have or feel. And it's going to take you down if you keep looking for it in all the wrong places. This is why I get on Jackie Fox and others, because they're too loving. They're naive and they're gullible and manipulatable. And when Snafu Snaps comes here, they say things like, great to see you, Snaps. Is it really great to see Snaps show up again and project his hate and evil and resentment and bitterness and false claims all over me and everyone else who walk in this walk? No, it's not great to see. It's pathetic and embarrassing. And if you really love Snafu Snaps and yourself and the truth and cared about him, you'd fucking tell him that instead of telling him how great it is to see him in his dysfunction again.
It's like my mom and dad when I was 50 years old, and they looked at me and said, Keith, the police are your authority. Now, at that point in time, I knew it was set in their heart that they honestly thought that the police were my authority. So I had to let them know how ignorant they are. And that's when my dad said, fuck you. See, I don't give a fuck who you are. You're not going to tell me who my authority is when I already know who I am. I already know what I'm supposed to do in this life. You're doing nothing but distracting good people from doing good things by telling that some son of a bitch wearing a clown suit is their authority. Well, if that's the case, then why didn't you send me to Barnum and Bailey's when I was born? Why didn't you put me in the fucking circus right from day one? You said you was
Wow.
Wizard, I got your birth certificate right here, and it says place of birth, Barnum and Bailey. So you might want to look over that again. Center ring.
Oh, man.
So it comes down to being that ringmaster. You know, if you really think that you have any control in this world, then you need to step up as a ringmaster, because that's all you're playing as a part in a circus.
Right here is a perfect example. I just saw a banner where Jackie had put up some fire emojis because I think she was agreeing with Paul. And then Paul spoke on how she sometimes will greet people. And then I just saw another banner come up where it said, I'm working on that, Paul. And that's what I would like to address. Like, it's okay for people to be nurturing and kind to each other. And we don't answer to Paul.
You're not being nurtured. Again,
I'm not
you're going
finished.
into
I'm
your
not
ego.
finished. I'm not
going
finished.
into your ego,
Please
telling
let
you
me
answer to
speak.
me.
Please let me speak. Can I please finish my
tell
thought?
you you're doing it again. I didn't tell you to
Then I
answer to
haven't.
me.
Then I have a question for you. If
You think you're being loving and nurturing while you're enabling.
Let me ask you a question.
Because you're a covert narcissistic personality. Don't you get it?
Let me ask Paul a question.
You're not loving and nurturing and caring for Snaps by telling him he's okay when he's not. You're enabling.
So I want to talk about this. Hang on,
Here's my
Sophia,
question.
Sophia, hang on, Sophia. Hang on.
All right.
We're going to get to your question, I promise. So I do some of what Paul's saying here. I also, hey, good to see you. Great. I do that to pretty much everybody. I don't know if you noticed that. But I think what Paul is trying to point out is that I'm being sort of I'm being kind of on a surface level, right? It's more of a pleasantry, right? I think, and this is just my perception, is Paul might be, he's reading into that a little deeper, where some of the folks really are, in the dysfunction, right? The drama bonding and the dysfunction versus, so I'm not, when I hear Paul say that, I don't internalize that like, oh, I've done something wrong and now I need to seek Paul's approval, because I think about it in my own mind. I'm like, yeah, I do my own version of that. And then this is why I do it. And I pretty much do it to everybody. And part of it is being a host. But see, he's speaking very specifically. And I don't think you're waiting to really try to figure out his meaning, because you're responding so quickly, which is okay. But, you might just consider just thinking about what he's saying, and maybe you will still come to the same conclusion. I have no idea. But please go ahead with your question.
Okay, thank you for that. I couldn't get my mic turned back on. I understand what you're saying, and I know that there's value in that. My question was, I've noticed that when Paul corrects someone, that person will say, and I've done it too. I've done it too. I'm like, yeah, Paul, you're right. I'm going to work on that. But I noticed that, I've listened to Jackie on her channel, and I've heard her journey. I've heard how she grew up and how she changed her life and went a different way. I have a lot of respect for Jackie, and from what I'm learning from her on her channel. The banner that came up from Jackie after Paul sort of corrected her or whatever, it said, I'm working on that, Paul. So my question is this: do we answer to Paul, or do we answer to something greater than Paul? I don't
Why do
understand.
you think you're answering to me by me pointing out what should be obvious to you that isn't, because you lack awareness?
Then why does Jackie and others, myself included, we feel like we have to say, oh yeah, Paul, you're right, I'm going to work on that.
You don't have to do that. This is more evidence of your disingenuousness, because you think I have power and you respect me. If you
I do respect you, actually. I
okay,
do.
But again, what I'm saying is either true for you or it's not. You don't answer to me. I reveal something that's true to you if I'm able. It's true to you or it's not. If it's not, say, go fuck yourself in the most nice, polite, kind, nurturing way you know how. And I'll take that. You don't have to answer to me. If you think I'm going to go quiet to make you feel better and not hold you accountable to whatever you say back to me,
No.
I'm not going to. So I don't know, maybe you want to avoid the conflict and the controversy. Maybe you respect me as a person, so you think you have to take my critique or my awareness that I'm providing. You don't. You're not answering to me. It should be obvious to you at this point. The fact that it's not is frustrating to me, and it's causing you suffering, or is going to cause you suffering.
See,
You
it's
keep
kind of like
telling
mom and
people
dad.
you love and care for them, and it's not helping them. They need the truth. They don't need you to love and care for them and nurture them in their dysfunction. You're enabling. When someone won't get a job and wants to be addicted on drugs in the house, you don't tell them they're doing so great and tried so hard. You tell them, get the fuck out, get your life together. I'll help you if I'm able to, but I'm not going to enable your dysfunction. That's how it's dealt with and treated.
When you seek the opinion of your mom and dad after you're an adult and you've got a separate life and you're still seeking that opinion, what you're doing is you're getting more and more information from them to live their life. If you really want opinions about how to live your own life the way you want to, then you need to learn how to seek it out in other people. And it's not always a matter of going up and just asking them. It's really a matter of observance first and foremost. That's the thing that people forget the most. They don't want to observe. They want, just like an addict, they want what they want. They want it now. So they're going to do everything they can, and they'll come back every night when Paul suggests to go ahead and do a show. They'll come back every night incessantly, insanely looking for the same thing and never getting it, just like Jack. When are you going to learn how to be yourself? When are you going to learn how to grow your own roots?
Well, Wizard, that's the thing they're not getting, is so many people are coming here daily looking for something they never get. I come here daily with a mission and an understanding, and I always leave fulfilled, living my purpose, even if I don't get results with people for whom there is no salvation, because they're too busy focused on themselves and what they want and don't want and how they feel. I feel fine. I did my purpose. I'm in my meaning. I gave the word, bear witness and testimony. I entertain, and I leave. And guess what? Motherfuckers contribute and support. They don't even get that.
Yep. I'm at a point in my life where I've already lived my life. There ain't much else in this world that I think I can do. So as long as I'm here, I'm going to keep doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm not going to fuck around, but I certainly don't give a fuck anymore.
I just wanted to come up and just speak for myself for a moment. Yeah, I am working on that, because the fact is, whenever I did write that in chat that day, it wasn't truth. And Josh, Paul wasn't the only one who pointed it out. Josh pointed it out to me also. He said, are you? I said, oh, Paul called me out. I'm like, I don't get that. And I had to think about it for a second, because it's my automatic response is to greet somebody or give love or do whatever. And he said, well, Jackie, are you glad to see him that day? And I said, no, I really wasn't. And so I wasn't speaking truth. I wasn't being honest with myself and the truth, because I wasn't glad to see him that day. I was kind of like, oh, I was kind of glad he wasn't around for a few days. And then whenever I saw him come in on whatever stream that was, that was just like my automatic response, which was not truth. So if I'm going to walk this path of truth, I need to be accountable for even a simple greeting and just hold back and not have an automatic response, because I want to be loving and caring.
Right. Radical authenticity
Yes.
and accountability. So
And
are
I
you
am working on that for me, and I'm not working on that for Paul or because I'm
right?
part of a cult. I'm working on that for me, because it's being truthful with me and what I'm putting out there in the universe. And at that moment, I was not. So I stand accountable for what I did and what I put out there that was not truth to the universe when it wasn't. And it wasn't in my mind as that.
So, Sophia, you see how that's an ego place for you to say, are we answering to Paul? No, I'm calling on behalf of God for you to answer your truest self. Does that make sense?
Yes, it
So
sure
when she
does.
checks in with
It
herself and
does.
realizes it wasn't good to see snaps, she was bullshitting, being politically correct, like we've all learned to do in this
Yeah.
society. What she really wanted to say was, it was good to not see you here for 3 days
Yeah.
because we got shit done and it was
Yeah.
more of a peaceful,
So-
empowering energy. Why
And
don't you
that's-
say
yeah.
what you really mean and mean what you say?
So she was just automatically wanting to greet someone as is part of her personality.
Right,
And
but
I
here's the point.
appreciate how she explained it.
Your personality, especially as a woman, enables dysfunctional behavior for men. If they show up to the party and you all say good to see you, they think they're who and what they need to be. So they keep doing the bad behavior. If they show up and all the women tell them, you ain't shit, you need to get your life together, they start to think about becoming the best version of themselves.
Yeah,
So they can
I
get
see
a
the
damn
point.
woman.
I do.
That's
I see
why
the
they don't
point.
have any women, because all you women keep telling them they're okay when they're not. So they're bound to be alone. Thank you.
100%, because the women cannot respect a man who's not behaving like a man. So, yeah, he's right in that regard. And I, again, I'll own some version of bullshitting and sort of just wanting to be seen as a certain kind of way. But you see where Paul's coming from is that, he has a specific purpose behind having that viewpoint, right? That's what I think is getting kind of lost in that, is that he's so locked into his view, or what, he's got his stuff figured out. So, he's going to apply this across the board. And even with me, I know at times I'm going to probably run up against that, but great. I mean, to me, that's great. I like a
just
challenge.
want to,
I
can I
enjoy it.
apologize
Go
to
ahead.
Jackie? I'd like to apologize to Jackie. I did not mean to speak for you in any way. And maybe you didn't mean that, but I just did have that question. Like, does that mean you're answering to Paul? And you answered the question that you're not answering to Paul, that you're working on yourself and you're doing it for yourself. And I respect that.
Right. This is the same way that I go to triggering when I talk about pimping and hoeing. There's supposed to be a strong man with an understanding. Obviously, he's not supposed to be there to manipulate you and get you to sell pussy. But the idea is that a strong man with an understanding will bring a revelation and a perspective to a woman about herself so she could be better at whatever she's doing for the unit in the group, right?
And if
So
there
this
were
is-
more
this is-
men like that in the world would be a
Right,
better
but
place.
forget about wishing. Forget about wishing. There's not
I
more
didn't
men
say
like that.
wish. I said if there could be.
Okay, there can be, and that's what we're here doing. As men and women, we have to come together in truth to facilitate the best opportunity for men to rise to the occasion. The way they do that is by becoming aware of their weakness, not by being loved and nurtured and supported in fake love and light to continue to do what they've always done. You women should be up in arms, and you should be so full of discernment. You should be checking these weak ass beta males and being their mama in the right way, telling them who and what they need to be in order to get a woman like you, instead of just giving over your love and care and nurturing and body and everything else, making them think it's okay. It's not.
That's powerful, Paul. I respect that.
Well, and Spike Lee made an entire movie about that concept. It was called Chirac. He was more or less telling the women, hey, quit having sex with these guys until they do right. The guy made a whole movie about it. So,
They don't
lest we
understand
forget.
how powerful a woman's mere beingness in this realm is, that it can inspire a man or destroy them if they let it be. That's
Man,
a personal choice on both sides.
And I don't want to sound this way, but I really don't know how to say it. For years and years and years, almost all I could think about is a specific body part on a female. Like I don't think the ladies will ever understand, for a man who's making a proper amount of, hormones in his body, when we're younger, it's just about all about. Like, that's so fucking powerful. And I know y'all know
Right,
that to
and
some
that's
extent,
why they give us
mean,
the
it's a real thing.
stories about. That's why they give us the stories, the double entendres about forbidden fruit, right? And how we're in the garden with a woman, and she's tricked by this fork-tongued reptile. So we wind up going in and listening to, and that was the first simp, right? The first simp was Adam, because he let a goofy bitch get tricked out of position by a snake in the garden, telling them that if they just took the apple of the state, right? If he just focused on that pussy, that forbidden fruit, and he ate the apple of the fallen knowledge, that we would become like God. So you got all these people across the world that have simped on to get a woman and child, accepted a woman's ways, which came from the state and all the stories they were told, and they've been tricked out of their true destiny and empowerment and leadership and guidance and protection for a beast system. It's all right there. It's been there from the beginning of time. If the man does not hold the knowledge, he does not hold the power. If he does not hold the power, his woman is property of the state and the beast system in the mind and heart first, if not physically.
So, Paul, do you agree, based on what you just said, do you ascertain that the natural order is God, man, woman, child?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Good. We agree on that. We agree on that.
Absolutely. Because without a strong man who goes out into the world to meet challenges and tests and overcome them, you cannot have a proliferating society that is backed by goodness and greatness. If there are no strong masculine men who are godly, then there are no women of such, because we will just live by the woman's standards and conditions, which are given by the state and society.
Which is messed up.
Which is basically what we have now, by the way.
Right. And every man who sounds and lives like me and holds a woman to his standard becomes a narcissist. And every woman who can't apply a godly standard becomes a victim of one. How convenient.
And any man that doesn't have a good godly power through his knowledge, remember, folks, it's you can't sit around like a lump on a log and have some kind of spiritual power. You might think you have, but you would be deceived just like Jack. You have to do something about it, and you have to have knowledge to do those things. So the strong spiritual sense in a man has to be there in order for a woman to attach to and then be a strong, solid woman. And those two factors together have to work so you can produce solid, strong children. If one of those is out of alignment anywhere, you have children that are retarded.
And that's why this world is so messed up.
Yeah, that's
you
exactly
just said
why.
it. You just said it, Mr. Keith. That was perfect, because without that structure, we have a chaos in society.
Right, and I would bet anything that this divine spirit 313 woman down there is toxic femininity all day, every day, because she has a bent with her perspective. I could see it and feel it all over just in the chat. She's been rebuking me since I started talking. Every one of these toxic feminine.
Are you talking about Heidi? Heidi is precious. I'm not reading the comments, so I don't know.
I don't know. We haven't had an interaction yet, but you know what I do. I will push buttons to reveal. And I've already seen her make multiple comments that seem to me to relate to what I'm used to with a lot of these women. They have an issue with men. They're daddy first and foremost.
Daddy issues. Literal daddy issues.
Yeah, and any other man who speaks in a powerful and profound way with clarity and energy and passion, it scares them.
I run into this all the time, Paul. All the time. If I'm in public, just my voice triggers them. Just
there you go. She's doing it now. You don't rule over me. What makes you think that I want to rule over you, or that I would even rule over you if you gave me the opportunity? I want nothing to do with you if you didn't walk in the true way. So there you go with your bent coming out right now. You think that men are here to rule over you, and that's what you see and feel, and that's what you receive when I speak. I'm here to get you right, little lady. I'm not here to rule over you. You're here to rule over yourself. It's called self-governance. You obviously can't do that. They always have the same responses too. I have a daddy. Yeah, if I had a guess, another inauthentic corporate beta male who's weak and has no principles he stands on. So you're used to him. And when you hear someone like me speak, you take it as a threat because you've never had it before in your life.
Well, and I just want to say it right now. I'll speak for myself, and most likely I'm retired and I'm never going to have another wife or a relationship in a romantic sense. But the reality is, if I did, you're not allowed on the internet for the most part. You ain't going to be on Facebook. You damn sure not going to be. And I don't mean divine spirit. I just mean if a woman was going to be my partner, sorry, you're not going to be on the metaverse all day. Now, I might be on the metaverse all day. Hell, I might make my living on the metaverse all day. You're not going to be there. I can guarantee you that.
And I think that's more as a matter of, at least this is the sense I get from you and how you present yourself, Benton, is that because if you've got a woman, You don't want her on the internet, not as a matter of control or anything, but as a matter of protection. It's a protection measure to live in reality. And if you've got somebody that sits there on the internet all day long, they're not probably living in reality, and they're open to much further attacks, particularly financially.
Well, and here's what happens is she's going to be talking about her life or whatever, and these whoever is going to want to know about me, and they're going to try to drive a wedge. So now I'm back to spending a lot of my time in some version of a pimp game where I'm having to program her mind. Now she's on the metaverse. Now the metaverse is programming her mind.
But Benton, you're running out of game. This is the point. When you got the understanding and that woman's got the ability to be teachable, you give her the game and she could go wherever the fuck she wants, and she ain't subject to the same games that a dumb broken hoe is subject to. Jennifer, go wherever she wants at this point with this understanding. She's going to check these bozos. They're going to drive a wedge between me and her. They try it all the time at the gym. They come up to her running this fake ass shit. She comes back, tells me, we laugh about it together. She goes, I got some big black guy came up to me today wanting to show me his thighs and see mine. I told him, well, get out of here with all that. I see what you're doing. Then he tried to say he wasn't sexual. He was too godly. She said, if you're a man and you ain't sexual, there's something wrong with you. You could definitely get out of my face now. See how they try to play on her and bullshit her, and she just takes it as an offense because I've told her so much about what a man is. They can't bullshit her no longer. They just wind up, look, now the next time she saw him, he came in with his head down, wouldn't even look her in the eye. She goes, hello. He goes, hello, like a little boy, right? Checked right back into his position. That's how it's supposed to be.
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, and I've experienced some versions of that with my second wife, so I hear you. It's just, I guess, me and just the internet in general with the ladies, maybe. I don't know, but I hear you, Paul. And
the majority of men prioritize physical attractiveness before anything else. They go and wind up getting with a woman who's had everything given to her all her life because of her physicality. So she's not teachable. Then you wind up at war with her, right? So there are women who they're pretty perceptive and they could be as physically attractive as whatever. They get it at a certain point after a certain amount of experiences. The majority don't. So again, it's the siren song idea. If you go after the most beautiful, right, because of your whatever inside of you, you will wreck your own ship and your own course and your own purpose. Now that may be there, and if it comes forth in a certain way, that's one thing. But you don't chase after it because, again, once you get it, what are you going to do with it? With a woman who's not teachable and doesn't have discernment, if she's physically attractive and young, she's going to be a cause of destruction for your home and your lifestyle. Because she's going to be running around town wanting energy and attention, wanting validation, and she's not going to have the discernment to realize who's bullshitting her to give her that experience to get something from her and you. So yeah, that is what pimping and hoeing is about. Again, we're back to it. The man is supposed to have the knowledge. He pours into the woman. She goes out into the world, and she's not a threat to herself or anyone else. And there's no control and domination necessary. They get it. They start to get it on their own and see every move.
A woman today does not automatically submit because of safety, guidance, and love. Women today are driven more so by the economic feature than anything. That's why they have this placation of the patriot being the daddy. They can always go to somebody that's richer for that love, safety, and guidance.
Right. These are women who still keep conflating their inner space with a man's. A man's typical orientation is not to seek love if he's not broken and lost and confused like you all. A man's orientation in life, never in history, was to seek the love of a woman. The reason you're here right now on the metaverse is because a man decided to make his purpose the most important thing in his life. So he succeeded and created something that was never here before. It's called the fucking device you're all communicating on. Now, if that man decided to prioritize the love of a woman over a purpose, you wouldn't even be here right now. You'd still be in the fucking jungle banging on pots and pans. So let's cut it the fuck out. The same women who talk about men supposed to be oriented to give a woman love don't understand a man's place in this realm is purpose. Without that, women don't exist the way that they do in their desired form. There's some other man's property. We're seeing that now. All you women who selected for men who are so loving and feminine have now given over everything, and you're all going to become someone's property, and your property is going to become someone else's. It already is, technically on the record, because you didn't self-select for genetic qualities of discipline, of purpose, of courage, of faith. You selected for love and resources. First of all, they usually don't come together. Men who seek resources and worldly power are usually not the most emotionally available. So you're fools. The man who seeks purpose in life and is fulfilled and has the love in his life for what he does usually is more emotionally available and can connect to life on life's terms because he sees self as self.
Nice. And I thought about what I said about the ladies. If I was to be in a relationship and then, with how I view the internet, and then I realized that I tried to give, the reality is I just don't want my woman on the internet. I mean, I think that's what I've come to realize. If I was to have one, Paul, I just don't want her there. I mean, I think that's because I've never really had this problem with the in real life. I've had my second wife was very charming, and I used to tell her she was easy to hit on, and she would do what Paul's talking about, where she would get hit on, and because I treated her very non-judgmentally, she would tell me what had happened and all of this, and I was able to sort of counteract a lot of that. But the more things have gone on, I realize I'm just not interested in it anymore. I'd rather just do my own thing and not have to concern myself with those dynamics. But yeah, I certainly see that the social media is absolutely can cause a lot of problems. Although back to Paul's point, if the person in question, and he's referencing Jennifer, who is I'm assuming fairly intelligent and has a pretty good understanding of some things. And I'm sure Paul's helped her with that, but yeah, I think that's really all I want to say. I just wanted to be clear with what I'm saying. And I'm not about control, by the way. I have controlling aspects to my personality, but it's not about me saying, okay, lady, you have to do X, Y, and Z. I'm just saying if she chooses
you have a
to
protected, you want to protect her.
Well, hang on,
You want
Sophia.
to,
What I'm saying is real quick, and then I'll let you in. But what I'm saying is that I just, if that's what she wants to do all day, she's probably not the one for me. But I might want to be on the internet all day. I know that kind of doesn't make sense, but it's not like, oh, well, you're on the internet all day. Yeah, I might be, but that's just not who I would want to be with. But it doesn't mean there's anything wrong with that. I know we got a lot of ladies here who are on the internet a lot, and they have relationships and everything's fine. I'm only speaking for me, right? Just speaking for Benton. But go ahead, Sophia.
yeah, I was just going to say that you want to protect her. Should you have a relationship again, you would want to protect that woman, is what I'm hearing from you.
I think I just don't want her on the internet ultimately. But yeah, I'm a protector by nature. I do that naturally. Like I do that like I breathe. It's just,
yeah, we don't have to
naturally.
ascribe some kind of altruistic motive to this. It's pretty common sense. No man wants a woman to be part of his problem rather than part of his peace.
Exactly.
And a woman on the internet all day is going to lead to some kind of problem if she doesn't have an extreme discernment and purpose in her life. You could argue the same thing with a man.
Absolutely.
I see it in myself. If I don't check myself and guide myself, it causes me and probably her some level of, if not a problem, there's less peace than there could be. But again, there's purpose there. The reason I'm on here is not to find friends and the love I didn't have and to do family with broken and lost people. I'm on here to lead, guide, and protect with the understanding and the knowledge that I perceive that I have and have employed that gets results. So it's a completely different intention and motivation. Most women are not on the internet all day to lead and to raise other people up. They're on the internet to get validation. I don't get validation from the internet. If anything, they try to invalidate me for the most part. And I like that. As a man, I want competition. I want to be challenged and questioned. So if anything, I come on here to keep myself sharp in the truth. So if I'm not leading and guiding and protecting, I want you to try to invalidate me so I can prove a concept to myself and others that will work for all of us. Right? That is the mechanism a man is supposed to employ or embody in the community, whether it's online or offline.
Well, and I want to be clear too that, there is a bit of a self-selecting group here with the ladies who come to this channel, and then Paul's channel as well, I would say, in that, these are ladies for the most part who enjoy talking about intellectual ideas. They like talking about these concepts. I typically dated ditzy chicks, right? I've never wanted an intellectual challenge from my woman. I'm not into that, me personally. Now, I'm not saying these were dumb people. They were very intelligent in their own way. They were ditzy though. They're not trying to read books. Now both of them read books for enjoyment, like fiction. They're not trying to come on here and talk, about ideas. That's great. Yeah, but the ladies who are here, this is a bit of a different group, I would say. So,
Right, but you see how
I don't date those kind of women, is all I'm saying, Paul, but go ahead.
But you see how a man, again, is in a way programmed. It's almost like a predator idea to seek a woman who is beneath him in certain ways. You want to seek an equal. You want a woman who can challenge you intellectually, if that's what needs to be done.
Yeah, I should want that. Yeah, I'm not saying I did it the right way, Paul. I'm saying this is what has happened historically. I know,
but I'm sort of bringing a perspective for other folks that relates to all of us.
Please do.
Because we're all oneself, right? At some point, you become aware that what you want is not what's needed. So, the more as someone like us deals with the women in the world, doesn't matter how young or hot they are, if they don't have the discernment, they wind up becoming a detriment to themselves and us and what we stand for, right? Behind every great man is a good woman. You think a woman could be good if she doesn't have an intellectual capacity to understand? Of course not.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying, I agree. I don't want to push back too much, but I'm hearing what you're saying.
Yeah, so the phrase doesn't go behind every great woman, behind every great man, there's a young or hot woman. It's a good woman. And a good or great man or woman has to have an intellectual and spiritual capacity for understanding and application as well.
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, and I think so. So,
yeah, I mean, a man may be put in a cell or be put in a compromising position. If you can't lean on your woman to be an example of who and what you are, an extension of who and what you are in tough times, she ain't one of the ones that needs to be part of that situation. It should almost appear that if I went to jail tomorrow and I had to tell Jennifer, take over the broadcast till I get the fuck out, whether you just let the link run and you let other people up, you just keep my name alive and you keep the broadcast going and you keep a panel open for people to discuss whatever's going on. She could probably get it done without me telling her anything. She's an extension of who and what I am, because I am that am, right? If I got somebody who's a liability that I got to wrangle and corral and can't be wrangled and corralled because they got too much feminine ego, think I'm supposed to love them rather than lead them, we're going to have a problem. And they're going to wind up doing what Joe Cool's girlfriend did, stealing the account, draining it of all the money, and not keeping his name alive, embarrassing his bitch ass. Because he don't know how to pick a woman, because he don't know how to lead himself, and definitely can't lead a woman. So they all have the same results, right? I would bet anything tomorrow. If I went to prison for 3 years, I could turn everything over to Jennifer and come out and not worry about a motherfucking thing. That's the difference.
Yeah.
I couldn't even turn my shit over to my father without him coming on here every day and promoting his bullshit book that I asked him not to. That's the difference. So I got a woman in my life who could lead if necessary more than the damn man who was supposed to lead me from the beginning.
Yeah. And, I want to say this just because of how, unsuccessful many males are with the opposite sex, just because for whatever reason I was, somewhat successful. I think it's easy for me to just sort of ignore the things that I could do better because, well, I'm doing better than most of these guys, right? But then somebody like Paul, I can see that, well, that is something I could have done better in the past, or that, there's more potential there than me just saying, well, I'm doing better than these bozos, so it's fine, right? Because the reality is neither one of my wives would have, there's no fucking way they could keep this broadcast going. They're just not capable of it. So I'm understanding what he's saying. And it's not to their discredit. It's more to my discredit that's, even though I was somewhat successful, or I was successful in a way, compared to just how ineffectual most males are, again, that's still not success totally, just because I'm doing better than a bunch of bozos. So I definitely recognize that. And I didn't know this about Joe Cool. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, no, that's the thing, is the successful comes from within. It has to be something you recognize as true and real for you and whoever's in your life. It can't be validated or invalidated by other people who aren't walking that. So
Exactly.
yeah, I mean, again, you see, that's the difference between you and everyone else. They'll blame and make excuses. You see immediately what I'm talking about, which is the good game. That when a man is who and what he needs to be, and his discernment is right, he's going to call in that woman or those women who need to be there for that time, and he's going to give them what they need to be the best version of themselves, so that when they're not there, much like their daddy, they could still be the women they need to be. Right? He's doing the work with them their daddy never did.
Well, and then the man or the male in that scenario is going to have done that work himself, or have grown up in such a way that that was all in place. So the reality is, some folks may view me as, oh, he's Benton has, grown and changed and progressed. But the reality is, my skill level in having a relationship, I intentionally did way better with the second one than I did with the first. But the reality is, if I wanted to have a third and to have that be successful in the way I now know success to be, I would have to do more growth from where I am now, because I've been growing in other areas, but I haven't grown in that area. So I myself am not the type of woman that I think, I would need in my life. I'm probably not even on her level. It's probably not equal, as far as maybe not even able to give her what she needs until I
Right.
work on myself more.
But she's doing it down there right now. Let's do a little decode. Divine Spirit 313. I've stood on my own 10 years, so if that bothers someone, it's a me thing. It's not a me thing, it's a you thing. So we're still talking indirectly, because she just can't come up here and have a conversation.
Well, it doesn't bother
I
me, by
don't
the
just
way. But go
I
ahead.
don't just have sex, of course. I could. It's sacred and spiritual. Wrong. And you'll project that onto a man like me, and you'll try to force me into an interaction where sex always has to be sacred and spiritual. It's primal and instinctual. Okay? So I know you want to create a reality where every little thing has to always be sacred and spiritual, because you can't cope with the reality that for a man, it's primal and instinctual. That's scary to you. Right? And the reason why you've created that reality to cope with the real reality is because most of the men you're fucking aren't spiritual beings. So it scares you that they're primal and instinctual sexually, and when they're back to base consciousness, they have no conviction and no values. So what you're looking for is a spiritual man who lives by spiritual principles, who's reconciled his primal instinctual nature. And you can't find that. So don't tell me that you could have sex. Yeah, every woman can, because a man has to get pussy. A woman doesn't have to get dick. It's coming in 24/7. The
Yep.
question is, does she want it and what it's attached to? And the answer for a woman middle-aged is no. So of course you could have sex all day, every day, but you won't like yourself, because you'll be in an instinctual, primal experience with a non-spiritual, non-principled man.
Wow. Yeah. And that was me in the past, certainly. And yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree
Right.
more.
Imagine how freeing it is when a woman can reconcile and engage in a primal instinctual experience and not feel guilt afterward, because she's doing it with spiritual principled beings. It's called reconciling the conscience, the angelic spirit, and the animal body and nature. Hello? Right. You're still at war with yourself and men, and you don't even know it. You're divided in self and in the world. That's why you've been alone for 10 years, because you can't pick a man worth dealing with, and no man worth dealing with is going to deal with you.
Man, good stuff. Probably going to wrap up in about 20 minutes, Paul, unless you just want to hang out longer. Or never quite know how this is going to go. I'm assuming you're going live later, so I might just push on
Sterling
through.
Ray is doing it again because he's a toxic feminine personality disorder. I never said entertaining primal fantasies to orgasm, so sex doesn't seem spiritual. See, instead of you just addressing it directly, you're making veiled statements, but I'm pretty good at decoding them and then answering. And I'm also pretty good at reverse engineering what you're actually saying. So no, it's both. It's not this or that. You folks are at war and divided. You make everything a black and white rather than the gray area going up the middle of the yin and yang. It is both a primal instinctual function. It is also a sacred spiritual experience if you let it be. It's not a sacred spiritual experience if you're doing it with the wrong people.
Oh yeah, Sterling is female, by the way. That
But great.
causes
I
some
could have
confusion.
guessed. I thought it was a man with a feminine affect, but even more
Oh, you
telling.
said that.
It's
Yeah,
a
you said
woman
that.
with a masculine affect. Even more telling. Because if you didn't know that was a woman, all of her typing and presentment comes across as overtly masculine. So it's very telling about the being and why they reject me, because they want to replace the man and be the man rather than adhere to the understanding that a man gains through wisdom and experience and application.
Shout out to JG, I believe, who might be in the chat. Good to see you, brother. And it
Sterling
is good to
Ray,
see you,
you're a
by the way.
woman.
I
You're
do
not a
mean
better man than I am. And you're not going to teach men how to be a better man than I am, being a woman who doesn't know themselves or a man. Thank you for trying.
that. Oh, man. That's funny.
And when a woman thinks she has the power to pick a man, she might be disillusioned. It's a two-way
Right.
street, gals.
Right. They're used to getting all their own way in all their interactions. They think that they choose a man and a man chooses back. Oftentimes, a real man, when they get chosen, doesn't choose back because they don't want to have to deal with what's presented.
Women have become accustomed to picking men because, as Paul said earlier, they have that power. They grow up knowing that they can get dick anytime they want. That's a false power, ladies. When you think you have the right to choose your man, that's a false power, because like I said, it's a two-way street. He has to choose you too. And if that ain't so, then you're operating on a slave system, whether you like it or believe it or not.
Right. The majority of these women down there are going to have a past experience with having relationships with men who've not chosen truth. That's why these men have chosen them back. They chose these men, and these men chose them back, and they haven't chosen truth, quote unquote, God. And that's why they rebuke a man who has, because I have an unconditional, or I have a conditional standard for who I give my unconditional love to completely, especially when it comes with trust and respect and honor and all the rest of it. So again, you all don't know what it's like to be in a relationship with an actual honorable man, because you just choose these men and they choose you back, and they don't even have a condition you all have to live by in order for it to work. They're low value men, and you've turned into low value women because you think you can be desirable by low value men, and you think all men are the same. They're not.
I just want to say thank you to Benton for letting
Hey,
me be a
you're
part of
welcome.
everything today. I do appreciate the interaction and the exchanges. I know that I have a lot to learn, but I'm okay. And being okay is better than where I was. And I'm going to
Amen.
be getting better every day. So God bless all of you. And I do care for all of you. I'm appreciative of these panels and of the people I've met. So with that being said, y'all have a good rest of your day, and thank you.
Thank you, Sophia.
We all have a
Benton,
lot.
let's just real quick, if I may, if you'll
Yeah, go.
indulge me.
Absolutely.
Sterling Ray is continuing, and now we're coming out with all the subconscious hating because they can't recognize greatness when they're in the presence of it. That's one of the qualities of a low value woman who's been with low value men. They rebuke greatness and value when they're in the presence of it. So I have driven a car. I have my own car. Better yet than drive it, because a chauffeur drives, I travel freely, because that's what an honorable, righteous man does, is travel freely under God. So you would know that if you were a high value woman, you'd recognize high value in a man and greatness, that I don't cuck to the state in order to travel freely under God. All the men you've ever been with answer to other men. That's why you rebuke me. That's why you admit freely you've been with all the men before who listen to the state and have worldly masters and authorities. They're cowards. So as I said, all you know is low value men. That's all you've ever been with. And when you're in the presence of a high value man who has a high standard of condition for faith and truth, you rebuke it because you're low value. Go ahead, sir.
And when you're looking for honorable people that have car insurance, You're looking for a slave to a system. Because I believe back in the romantic days when they were placating all this chivalry, the chivalrous guy rode up on a motherfucking horse and didn't need insurance. You fucking slave ass bitches.
Imagine a man rides up like an old, the older version of man when it was a true man who would lead guys
in a
with that.
fucking Cadillac and a BMW.
Imagine he rides up on a horse and says, "Get on, honey. I'm going to ride you off in the sunset." And she says, "You have insurance for this thing given by Caesar?"
Yeah, has this thing been inspected lately? Is the government said that this steed is properly, outfitted for this journey?
But Benton, isn't that where as a man you go, you know what? I had something wrong, bitch. You don't get to ride with me. You ain't the one. Bye. Right? You don't want a woman riding on your horse who thinks that the slave system has to ordain your movement. That's a goofy, broken hoe. Let somebody else take care of
her. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's interesting to talk about, and I'm glad we're talking about all this. So, fuck, man. Yeah, the spirit of wrath. Yeah, Roy wants to get. What's up, Roy? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it came out a little bit earlier, Roy. I'm dealing with my own anger stuff, but Wizard outdoes me sometimes. So actually, I realize now he means Wizard and the wrath, but that's fine. But sometimes I wonder how Wizard doesn't just blow a gasket. I know how I feel after I get that angry. How do you do that at your advanced age?
He doesn't have gaskets. He has gills, and you can't blow them.
Okay, that's what it is. It's got to be, man. I've never seen nothing like that.
I keep in the mentality of knowing that people are going to try to trigger me, and they're going to operate as Hitler's willing executioners, and they're going to do all these things to try to corporatize me, just like they've been corporatized. You big dummy corporations. That's all you are. You keep placating to the name. The name is what they use to disposition you from your spirit. The name belongs to the man. The man belongs to the spirit. So just like before, if there's no good spiritual connection between the spirit and the man, and then a development to a woman, and then to the children, if anything in that spiritual chain is broken, you're fucked.
Well, and just I'm confused sometimes of just the focus on car insurance and the potential damage to the cars and all this. It's like, because like Music Holds a Secret pointed out, he lived in Tennessee at a time in which there was no insurance requirement. So we just assume, oh, well, every time, people have been driving cars that people just assume that the entire time people have been driving cars, there's always been required insurance. Hell, I don't think Wisconsin to this day requires liability insurance. I may have to double check that, but the reality is, if I damage somebody's property now, I'm liable. If it can be shown that I damaged their property now, I'm liable. What insurance, I think, is, well, we don't trust each other and it's a scam. So, if nobody can be trusted to make things right, well, now we get into insurance and people are, willing to go along with that. But I don't give a fuck about insurance. I never have. Why would I care about that? And in fact, before they put this database into place, I would just get the proof of insurance. I never cared about having insurance. I just wanted to be able to, if I got pulled over and had to explain myself to the man in the uniform, right? And again, I'm explaining a thought process. I just wanted to have the piece of paper so he would leave me alone. I didn't care about, well, I got to make sure if I damage somebody's property. Well, guess what? I never did. And if I had, I would have made it right. Had I done that, I never did. So what's the good of the insurance if I don't care about my car?
Right. Well, the insurance system is just basically a conviction of the idea that our word has now become worthless. Because there was a time where it was basically understood that everybody did what was true and what's right. And if you did wrong and you were found to be at fault, you took care of it for your own conscience. Because you didn't want to live leaving loose ends untied in life. Most people had an ethic to not live that way. Now they run right into you drunk and drive off and let you get stuck with the bill. So because people have no more ethic and moral and logic, and they have no more successful societal principles, insurance is necessary because life and word has no more value.
It's the very basis of indentured servitude. See, when you get a citation for dogs at large and a dog causing damage, instead of going to court because of insurance purposes and stuff, you go directly to the guy who your dog injured and you pay him. You don't pay some fictional court. You do an indentured servitude and say, hey, listen, I don't have the money to pay you for your bills and stuff right now that was caused because of my dog, but I'd be willing to work it off. Or I've got a job, but I can't pay you right now. Here's 25 to start it off, and I'll be back every week with $50, $100 until your bill's paid.
100%.
That's how an honorable man does it. He doesn't need a court. So that if they want to drag him back into those courts, he's got evidence with a handwritten statement and signature between him and the other man that it's already been taken care of. What are you doing interfering with our private agreement?
There's also a thing called credit, right? Like when you establish relationship with people in equity and you're in a community, you say, you ran into me. It's going to be whatever. You ain't got it right now. Don't worry about it because I got it. I'll take care of it. But you owe me one. Right. And then there may come a time where you cash out on that credit. You tell somebody, hey, I got to go to war now and possibly die for what's true and what's right. Would you mind staying here and taking care of these kids in this house while I go off to secure rights, freedom, and principles? And that person said, yeah, I'll do that on the strength of it. And I know you want anyway. Right. So they'd have done it anyway. And then it's just kind of bygones be bygones, water under the bridge. Right. You understand that sometimes in life you take a loss because in the future, you may need somebody, and they may be there for you anyway, but you just look at it like, well, they looked out for me. They took the L for my shitty behavior, and now they may need me, so I'll look out, right? It's a sense of credit and equity, the same thing with my buddy. He fucked up a battery, cost me $300. So instead of getting his ass like I wanted to do, I said, bro, just tell me you fucked it up and that you'll take responsibility for it. He goes, yeah. I said, all right, forget the money. You know why? Because he spent thousands helping me get on the land and moving shit around and everything else and never asked me for nothing. So when he fucked up and cost me $300, I was still ahead of the game. Long as he takes responsibility for it and I can trust his word and he's not going to bullshit me like they all do, that's what means the most. It's not the $300. He spent way more than that on me and us.
See, and that's the thing. It doesn't matter to me if it's $300, $3,000, $3 million. I'm still in the game. I'm still in the game. I've got something I can still put on the table. Good, let's go. That's all it is. Just because you perceive that you lost something, did you really lose? Because some way or another, you can still reach out and grab that same $300. That $3,000, whatever it is, you still have the opportunity to achieve it again. This is the principle of riding a bike. You don't live automatically knowing how to do it. So you get chance after chance after chance, and it's called building experiences so you can learn from them so that the next chance you get, you do better. And better the next time, and better the next time. Everybody placates that they're already perfect. You ignorant fucking slaves.
Well, and I want to talk about this freedom of movement also. And I don't think folks are really viewing this properly in a way, because the reality is all of these electric cars, those things can be shut down remotely. And then just the nature of the vehicle, the reality is, if this system's, once it's all electric cars, it almost becomes a moot point as far as the driver's license and the insurance, because where the vehicle can even physically go to can now be controlled remotely. So now we're even beyond the idea of insurance or driver's license. It's like, no, the vehicle itself won't physically go where I'm trying to tell it to go to. It just stops and tells me, well, you're not permitted to go to that destination.
And let me ask you, how many four-wheel electric vehicles are out there?
Oh, there's already a ton. It's a ton already.
I mean four-wheelers that can go off into the canyons and stuff. None.
Oh, yeah, I got you on that.
Because to go off on into the canyons, you're talking about a 4-hour trip, 5-hour trip, an all-day trip, an all-week trip. Ain't no electric car going to last more than an hour or two.
Well, and Yeah. Well, and in the long run, I think it's going to be some version of not a battery, because like he's right, sitting on top of lithium batteries is insane. I do tend to agree to some extent, but this is just like an early version of whatever it's going to be. But yeah, Keith's right. And I'm not, you know, I prefer internal combustion myself because I used to be a car guy back in the day. But that's the reality is that, you know, and I think a lot of these recalls, some of the used cars I've gotten, it's just I'm sent this just endless stream of letters from the manufacturer talking about a recall. I think a lot of that is they're bringing these vehicles in, and I think they're retrofitting them with the remote shutdown, you know, where the anytime the law enforcement wants to, they can just shut my vehicle down and press a button, and then now I can't. Now I stop, right? That's what it seems to me, because there's no way like all these cars is just, oh yeah, your airbag has a problem. Your airbag has a malfunction. Bring it in and we're going to just fix it for you. Like, we know these car companies, they do everything they can to get out of any kind of recall. It's too expensive. But then now all of a sudden they're worried about my safety. I don't understand it. I don't think that's a thing.
Yeah, and they've been computerizing cars since the 80s.
Oh yeah.
Even the gas combustion engine cars have computers that run them without the proper timing, which is what they're doing. They're switching to a more efficient timing thing through the computer timing. And it times so many different parts on your engine that if one little thing goes out, the car might actually stop and not run until you fix that one tiny little $1.50 part. Thousands of dollars, but it's dependent on a $1.50 part.
So I just want to touch on what RT's saying down there. And the problem is him and people like him are so focused on this system and what they think it means. If the victim gets a judgment against you, you must pay with your own assets. They can come take your house and whatever else. They can if you argue and you're belligerent and you won't reconcile. If you reach out to someone in good faith, honorably, privately, and you offer to settle within some kind of a reasonable amount of time, which again, good luck trying to agree on reasonable when everyone has their own standard of what reasonable is. So you have to find an objective standard. That's what court is. So if I say, hey, I hit you and I don't have insurance and I owe you $2,000 and it's going to take me a month to get it to you, it's pretty reasonable. You know, I mean, with all things considered, most people can't cover a $500 emergency. They live paycheck to paycheck. So good luck coming up with an objectively reasonable standard, and good luck trying to apply the court standard of reasonability to someone like me. Because I'm going to tell you, I promise to pay. I'm giving you my word. We can reconcile, even if it's not right now. Now, if you use an agency or a system to come take my fucking house and put me out in the street to pay for your car repair, you've now done harm and wrong and loss. That's not what the system is there to do. And we don't do pre-crime to avoid accidents from happening either. So you're mistaken.
Yeah.
You're
Okay,
mistaken.
well, I agree, Paul, and I want to jump in here. Now he says all people driving on the roads are not reasonable men and women. How's that my problem, RT? Why does my behavior have to be modified? If I'm doing better and there's a problem, the solution can never be, hey, Bitten, you do something better. Wait a minute, I already am. But we know that you can't wrangle cats. These people who are incompetent and unreasonable can't be reasoned with, and they can't be made competent. So nobody's going to direct their efforts at them. It's all going to fall on me. Guess what? I'm already doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm already taking care of my business. So I'm not the one you need to worry about. It's these other people. Okay, go deal with them and leave me out of it. Why am I the one who's being told these things? Go and deal with them. And this is sort
right.
of what
So I lose my right to. I lose my rights to travel freely without forced contracts to multiple corporate institutions because some people are incompetent and unreasonable. This is a failure of your logic. Furthermore, you institute a system that then wants to govern people who are unreasonable and not willing to reconcile. It doesn't work. So you never actually get compensation, right? Because you can't get blood from a stone.
But
if somebody hits you and they can't pay and you put them in jail, it doesn't make the person right for what they lost. All you did was vengeance and retribution. There is no order in that.
Well, and now I have, real quick, Keith, now we have Americans who don't understand freedom. Yes, RT, because those people could crash your vehicle and cause you bodily harm and property loss. Yeah, it's called freedom, RT. That's something that could happen. Or we can have an authoritarian society and dictate everybody's behavior and what they can do in what circumstance, which is slavery. So yes,
Right.
I
So
know I
when
have
you're out
Americans
now,
who don't believe in freedom.
so when you're out now in the forest, what do they tell me out here in the middle of nowhere? Well, you can't smoke because there's a city ordinance because people might drop cigarettes and burn up everyone else's property in the forest. So now I don't have a right to enjoy certain things out in the open because of what may happen. You're doing pre-crime. You're doing pre-crime.
That's the concept of addressing risk via insurance. That's pre-criminal.
I'm guilty.
Right. You're using a
I'm
corporate
guilty.
construct and rubric to arbitrarily address risk. You know how they do that a lot of time? By age, dummy. So your corporate construct says it believes that people who are 25 are more of a risk every single time than people who are 45. Not necessarily true. So your risk management department makes arbitrary decisions that are not found objectively, logically in our experience. They're just tendencies. So you're taking tendencies and trends and you're trying to set policy to create order by governing people out of tendencies and trends.
Yeah, those
That's
are
authoritarianism.
Well,
yeah,
and now
those
we're
are statistics.
Yes.
And that's what's created when you're born is a vital statistic jurisdiction, and it's exclusive to each individual, and they are part of the statistic. Don't be part of the statistic.
And all life is risk. And this is a very feminine thing to seek safety and security.
Right.
There is no security in this realm. There is no safety. Your entire life is a risk, no matter
Let's
what you
help
do.
RT out now. The same way that he thinks is the same way his wife thinks, because you attract who and what you are. His wife did a risk assessment when she met him. She said, this guy's a weak, manipulatable, emotional coward. I'll have my way with him most times. So if you want to live by this way, great. Just understand it's being done on you. Your wife's done a risk assessment management on you and I. She will not get with me because I'm too much of a risk. I have conditions she has to live by that are honorable. You don't.
Yeah.
So you're very low risk for her and her ego.
Well, and real quick, Paul, I want to say this. I'm going to beat RT at his own game. Okay, RT, I will happily pay car insurance for the next 10 years. When I don't cause loss, injury, and harm, and when I don't have one single ticket or wreck, I want 100% of my money back. So if you
I want
give me
120% back.
Real quick. But let me finish real quick. So yes, RT, I will agree to your insurance system. I will pay into that. But when a decade goes by and I've never had a ticket and I've never had a car crash, I want my money back. How about that?
Yeah, and I want 120% back, because if I have to set it aside for 10 years, that would be known as an investment.
Yeah.
And I want
why am I equal to people who can't drive properly? I'm one of the best drivers there is. Why am I treated like them? You know why? Because it's a corporate system. And under the corporate system, I am the same as the person who crashes into everything. The person who can't go a week without crashing into somebody, I'm exactly the same as that person as far as the corporation is concerned. So I'll play your game, RT. I'll play your game. I want my money back after a decade of no problem.
Well, no, Ben, that's what the insurance system is really for, just like the political system and the religious system. It's all there for the ones who can govern themselves and experience with God and politic on their own to pay for all the ones who can't create that experience in their life.
Yes.
And just pointing out how difficult it is to change
$91 a month I pay. And I don't fuck up anybody's shit ever. Go ahead, Keith.
Well, that's what your taxes are for, too, for everyone else to be governed who can't for themselves. You don't need it, but they do. So you're going to pay for it.
And just pointing out how difficult it is to change the system. See, I'm not here to change the system, RT. That's your problem. You refuse to change yourself, you bitch ass slave.
Well, and I want to say this. I'm not going to crash into your car, RT. I've been driving since I was 16. I've crashed into nobody's cars, ever. Not one time. I drove a big rig. I never crashed into anything.
Is it possible that you would have crashed if it wasn't for all those policies and codes they put on you?
That's right, yeah. Or maybe just I know how to do things properly. Perhaps that's the case when it comes to driving an automobile or whatever we're calling it, when I'm the conveyance, whatever terminology you want to use. But the point I'm making is that If this was a fair system, RT, the system would decide, okay, based on these metrics, we're not worried about Benton. Benton doesn't need to pay 91 a month. Okay.
Yeah, at what
Somebody
point
else
do you
needs
buy
to
your
pay double
freedom?
that a month. What's that?
At what point can you earn your freedom like a slave used to?
Yeah,
Like after 20 years of Benton
exactly.
having no instances of breaching the peace and causing harm, does he get to earn his freedom now to travel?
Yeah. Well, and this
Because
is
he's
what
low risk.
Yeah, exactly. Have I done enough? And also, $91 a month on a bullshit car that's worth almost nothing, then that's just liability. It's a fucking scam. We all know that. But now it's not enough for me to get scammed out of my $91 a month. Now I have to put a smile on my face and say, thank you, fucking B system, while they're ramming it up my ass. Fuck you.
Well, Benton, don't you realize that if you did insurance for $91 a month for 20 years, you already bought someone else a whole new car?
I did. You're right.
So, yeah, it doesn't even matter. Someone else out there just ran into somebody, and they're going to take Benton's money and give it to them to buy a new damn car off the lot.
I love
You
it.
put in 20,000 over 20 years. What's the problem?
Oh,
And it
man.
doesn't matter in today's society whether you're at fault or not. They consider you at fault automatically, despite the fact that the other dumbass was the one doing 90 mile an hour. If you weren't there at that time, then that one doing 90 mile an hour wouldn't have crashed. So you do play a part in every crash, whether they say you're at fault or not.
Oh,
so the
100%.
real issue is your responsibility, again, when it's all said and done with, to admit your own faults. So quit trying to change everybody else, you dumb fucking bitch ass slaves.
Well, and now, now we're back to the commercial system, because what Keith is right, but that is the commercial system, because I'm educated in this as a truck driver. They taught me all of this from the perspective of operating in commerce. So the reality is,
reporter, right?
Yeah, the reality
you're a
is, absolutely,
mandatory
100%.
reporter.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to. If there's anything happens, I have to let everybody know what happened. And when I hit that deer in Colorado, I didn't do anything wrong. A deer ran in front of the truck, but the truck had to be towed. That's considered an incident. And in fact, I did nothing wrong, but if I had a poor driving record, I could potentially lose my job because a deer ran out in front of me and the rig had to be towed because it got disabled. Enough damage was done that it had to be towed, right? So that we're talking about the commercial system. This is not supposed to apply to me. And we see why Paul is the way he is about freedom of movement, right? I'm here in the realm. Y'all are here in the realm. I get to move around the map, whether y'all like it or not. I think that's where Paul's coming from. And I get a little more militant when it comes to like guns and gun rights. When we had
Hey, Ben, do you remember Grand Theft Auto? Never in Grand Theft Auto did anyone ever have to get a license or none of that. You
That's
just got
right.
in the car and rode around.
That's right.
So we got more rights in a video game than we do in life.
Mm-hmm. I literally had more freedom in this country when I was 10 years old. That's not an exaggeration. I was fucked with and told what to do less when I was 10 than I am now. And that's not an exaggeration. That is absolutely true. Yeah,
Maybe
it's
that's
fucking
why
crazy.
they created video games, so we could act out in an alternate world that's not real. All the fantasies and all the freedoms that we no longer have here.
Well, and I got to say this to RT. I love you, brother. And I'm not like Paul. I don't say I love you to a lot of people on here, but I love you, brother, RT. So yeah, I don't know. RT does. He does kind of trigger me for some reason. But me and him get along also. It's bizarre. So
Well, it's
I don't
not
know.
some reason. The incompetence and cowardice tends to trigger. I know that's the new hot word, trigger, right? As if it's not supposed to.
Well, but RT's a highly competent person in many ways. I think that's the thing. So I don't view him as incompetent, but perhaps you do in a specific
Well, that's the thing
way.
is you must have a different venue and metric, because when I say incompetent, I mean against real men who stand for real principles. So when it comes to real men with real principles, he cannot compete. Obviously, he's too busy worried about risk assessments from a corporate construct. That's called an inauthentic corporate male. Can he compete and be competent around other inauthentic corporate males? Probably. When they get in a room with a real man, oh no.
That's interesting. I don't know. Oh,
Right.
man.
It's easy to call yourself competent when you're competing against a bunch of loser, coward failures like you with low standards. Get in a room with somebody who has higher standards, and you will not be able to compete.
Well, and you actually, that happened right here, Paul, when me and you were talking about ladies and relationships. That's exactly what happened. I realized that I was comparing myself against a bunch of bozos, and same thing, right? So I'm basically modeled what Paul's talking about here. See, that can happen to any of us, at any time. So it's for me to correct those things and to improve over time if I want to be in the future, what I believe I'm meant to be in the future. That's
Right.
for
They'll
me to
say to you,
internalize.
I'm competent. Look at my degree. Look at my salary. Look at my wife. Look at my children. To a real man, none of that is evidence of competence. It's not even evidence of co-creation, really. It's evidence of your failure. Because a real man who has to stand for something, as the Christed being showed us, oftentimes winds up killed or in a box. These people are scared to be killed or go in a box for what's true and what's right. They're too busy worried about competing with other beta males about who's going to have the biggest salary and the nicest wife and the prettiest kids. Baby goat.
And all those beta males positioning for being the alpha male, professing that they're real men because of that certificate and this and that, and I'm smarter than you. And that is what proves you're not a real man, RT. If you were a real man, you wouldn't stand on somebody else's certificate saying you have knowledge. You would stand on your own knowledge and use that as the base foundation of your reality, and not somebody else's fucking placation that, yeah, he did a good job under my tutelage, and therefore we'll let him license and do business.
Hold on, Wizard. Yeah. Roy Duggins now confirming indirectly what we just said. RT appears to have a lot to lose by going against the system. No, he has a lot to gain. All the things he's already lost: his self-respect, his honor, his dignity, his lineage, his personal choice, his freedom, his destiny. But to an inauthentic corporate beta male, they don't even notice they don't have those things and have already lost them. They're too worried about losing their house, the wife, and children for not being men. See how it works? Ironically, the housewife and child go anyway when you're not a man at some point. The question is how long?
That's the whole point, Carl. It's easy to be cavalier and take huge risks when you have nothing to lose. So if you give everything up, guess what? You become the hero, you dumb fuck.
Well, and I do want to say it is possible to actually, have a wife and have children and have community and have property and not cuck to the system. It's called the motherfucking Amish. They managed to do it somehow. Now, I know. Yeah, go ahead.
Benton, he's doing it again down there. It's easy to be cavalier and take huge risks when you have nothing to lose. You're presuming that everyone else sees value the way an inauthentic corporate beta male does. My time, energy, attention, and life are the most important things to I. To you, your time, energy, attention, and life are less important and valuable than your money and your house and your career. So when you say things to lose, you're really saying the things you think you have that you've already lost the rights to even manage are more important than your life, your time, your energy, your attention, and your rights. That's the difference. A real man prioritizes value with the metaphysical, eternal concepts. The inauthentic modern-day corporate beta male thinks he has things to lose because he has none of those principles and points to things in the world that have been given to him by his masters. Let your chain sit lightly upon you, lick the hand that feeds you, and let posterity ever forget that you were our countrymen. That is what the founders, the real men, told inauthentic corporate beta pussies like you that tried to talk down to them because they served an aristocracy.
See, it's when you think that you've got everything you need in life and you got 3 houses, 17 cars, 3 kids, a good wife, and somebody gets in an accident. And now you're left with a house, a car, a wife, and 3 kids. What was all the extra about? What was all the extra about? See, that's what you think you need is a house, a car, a wife, and some kids, when all you really need is yourself.
Could we please not ban Carl? I mean, if you have to, that's fine, Paul. But I just asked if you please.
I don't have to do anything, Benton. I'm just tired of the same names and non-faces and non-voices coming here strictly to hate and not caring anything about the truth and our future and our rights, as I just spoke about. I'm tired of looking at them and seeing them get their attention fixed, typing down there.
Yeah, I get it. And I want to say this, just this might help RT. I grew up on 5 acres in a nice custom home that was kind of a big deal when it was built at the time, because I'm from fucking Podunk, Arkansas. And we had European luxury brand new automobiles in the driveway, sir. I did not grow up in a way where these things were viewed as unattainable, or, how in the world do I get to a big house and nice cars if that's what I want? No, I grew up like that. I never gave a flying fuck about any of that. That's just who I am. Don't care. Now, for some people, the reality is they have personalities and they have to be accepted by the people around them. And some people grow up a kind of way where they have to go out and get their own nice house. They have to have their own luxury automobiles in the driveway. They have to be able to pay cash for their kids' school, just like my dad did when I went to university. The man he just out of his fucking bank account paid for it. There wasn't no college fund. We had it like that, right? But what if the only way I would ever be accepted going forward is I probably would have towed the line to some extent, although maybe not. So some folks, the reality is they never had a choice. They had to go out and get these things and behave these ways, or they're not going to be accepted by their families. They're not going to be accepted by their friends, period. They don't want nothing to do with you if you're not living up to all that. That's the reality. And that's what people don't want to talk about. Me, I just never cared. So that has never been my, that's never what I've been set up for. But certainly if I wanted those things, I'm pretty sure I could have done that.
Right. There was supposed to be what we would call, real quick, Wizard, loyalty, true loyalty, which they think is me doing a cult. When I tell people that we have to, in some senses, choose sides, even though we don't want to, they think I'm saying choose me and what I stand for subjectively. I say, no, we all know the truth, the facts of the matter here. You wouldn't trust the majority of these people online as far as you could throw them, because they've showed over the past 3 years they're inactive cowards who will give themselves and everyone else up for what they're told to do out of fear. So you can't trust them. You can't even really love them because they're a liability. So at some point, you have to be truly loyal and you have to choose what's true and what's right. What are your principles? And you co-create with people like that. The Tao even speaks of that. Don't live and work with men and women who don't care. And when they come here, they should be blocked and banned and cast out back to their holes where the infidels proliferate.
Israel wins. Back in the time, another man didn't really give a fuck what you used as an abode, as long as it wasn't his. Another man didn't give a fuck what you used as your woman, as long as it wasn't his. We didn't give a fuck whether you had children or not, as long as you weren't taking ours. Today, we live in a world where if you live in a house, it's got to be of a certain standard. And that standard is set by everybody else. I don't give a fuck what your standard is, you bitch ass slaves. I don't give a fuck whether you think I should live in a $5 million house or a rundown fucking shack. I don't give a fuck whether you think I should be driving around in a Mercedes-Benz or a 1981 fucking hatchback fucking Turismo. I don't give a fuck about your opinion. My standards is what allows me to stand. And it has not a fucking thing to do with you. So get off your high horse. Quit trying to placate that somebody else's ideology that you now hold in your fucking mentality is somehow expressed as mine and I'm subject to it. Fuck you. I don't have your same God. I don't have your same beliefs. I don't worship the same things you do. Fuck off. I gave up everything for a reason. Now find something you can take from me, you fucking dumb ass motherfuckers.
Well, and yeah, I think we can agree on that. RT says we don't care what you think either, but you are free to give your opinion. Yeah, exactly. I like that, RT. And yeah, I don't have any beef with RT. We do tend to get into these little whatever it is kerfuffles from time to time. So, yeah, some bizarre names coming in. But yeah, Carl, I'm just, that's a preference. Just, I'd rather not have Carl banned, but
Yeah, it's all Carl though, Benton. That's the thing. It's not a bunch of names. It's Carl all on 10 different, 20 different accounts because he's a broken, lost, wayward, infidel soul. He shows it every time. They all show it every time in their own ways.
yeah, could be Carl. Yeah, could be.
So it's
But,
absolutely him.
yeah, I think you're probably right. But anyway, I got to eat something. I'm going to stay live if you guys want to hang out, or I never quite know what we're doing.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for something to eat too, Ben. I'm gonna drop out, but I'll jump back in at some point.
All right. I may just wrap up then. I'm not exactly sure. We got 60 in the house. I'd kind of like to keep it going. Maybe some other people want to join the panel. I haven't dropped the link in a while. So, but yeah, man,
Yeah,
thanks
I'm
for
gonna drop out
thanks
and
for
get a
stopping
bite
by,
too,
Paul.
Jake.
All right, guys. Yeah, I'll probably solo it for a little while then, and I'll either wrap up or we'll get something else going. So that'll work. Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate it, Keith, and thanks for being here, Paul. Man, much appreciated. It's good stuff. Well, yeah, I mean, and I'm trying to have a broadcast here, so I might give folks a little more leeway than what Paul would, but that's fine. We're not doing exactly the same thing, as far as broadcast. Yeah, I'm squishing your head. I used to love that. I'm crushing your head. What's up, Look Within? Good to see you. I don't know. I have a good rapport with Carl, so me and Paul don't see it. We don't always see eye to eye on everything, and that's okay. All right, man. Thank you all for being here, by the way. 9 hours and 19 minutes in. Actually, right when I said that, it was 9:19:19, whatever that means. Oh, man. Anyway, you know how I feel about you, Carl, so I'm probably just going to try not to defend you too much more. I'll let you handle it, and I'll let Paul handle it. Yeah. I hope I do. I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting to be sure. And again, thanks to Paul for swinging through. Thanks to Wizard for swinging through as well. But if I don't eat pretty soon, I don't know, man. 12:22. I'm off my normal regimen, I guess, and this is my first day fully. Yeah, he does. That's probably part of the attraction that I have to Carl. Yeah, that's probably part of it, Gary Baxter. So I don't know. Anyway, it's been good so far. Enjoying it. What do y'all want to do? There's already some folks leaving, and when I see 65 in the house or 60, I know some of that. Some of that is that nobody else is live. Probably some of that is that Paul was here, right? So I don't know. Maybe I could just eat and talk to the. Play a video of me drunk and shouting. That's not a bad idea. Although, as we know, my equipment will probably not hold up to that. Earlier, I was doing the screen shares, and then that wasn't working. But yeah, no kidding, dude. Well, I will tell the story of because this would have been too hard to explain while Paul was still here. But in fact, many years ago, I crashed my car into a fence, and it was It was rainy and foggy, and maybe I was coming from a bar right at 2 a.m. on a Sunday morning, but to me it was still Saturday night. And then, so maybe after I slid down an embankment and crashed into a fence, damaging it, although not that bad, right? Just did some damage to the fence. And then ended up leaving my car there because I didn't want to risk the authorities showing up and wanting to inquire as to my BAC, right? And again, this was a foggy night and rainy and a hairpin curve. And I was familiar with the road, but the alcohol, the fog, and so as much as I say that I don't crash, well, I didn't crash anybody's car, right? But and certainly shouldn't have been driving under the influence, but this is what happened, right? But the reality is, after my vehicle was towed later that night, and I went and paid the money to get the car back, because of course the police eventually, somebody called and was like, "Hey, there's somebody down in the ditch," or whatever. I wasn't there. Didn't want to have to explain myself to the authorities. So then eventually the cops showed up at my house and they ended up writing me a ticket for leaving. It was leaving the scene of an accident, but it wasn't any big deal. And in Arkansas, it's a bizarre thing where I knew if I just went to court and paid the ticket that probably it's never going to go on my record. It's not even going to be a thing. So, well, then we got around to the matter of the fence, and I told the judge, basically, like, I'll just go to the fuck. And this kind of is where Paul is talking about with the giving of the word, that I went and spoke to the judge, and this was before I had any concept of what we're talking about here. This is when I just fully accepted the authority of the system and all these things for the most, although I guess I never really did, but this is me just saying, okay, I'm going to make this right. And I told the judge, hey man, I'll go down there and, Monday, I'll go down there tomorrow or whenever, I'll go down there and take care of it. And the judge believed me. The judge actually took me at my word and did not, try to facilitate this and did not try to punish me or try to, he believed me, right? Just man to man, I guess. And I went down there and it was a cable company. It was like the local cable provider actually owned the fence. And so I went down there and met with the manager, whoever was in charge of the building, and went and sat down in his office, told him what happened, and he just kind of thought it was funny, I guess, because clearly it was a night at the bar and then the fog and the rain. And of course he was familiar with how probably he somewhat knew that there'd been a weather event, and there's a hairpin. Again, it's like a series of hairpin turns, and I'm familiar with it, but with the conditions. And I had my friends in the car, so I probably was a little bit distracted, and all of these things coming together, right? As much as I bragged on my abilities, but still didn't endanger anybody, other than the people in the car. But and ultimately I hit the brakes, but then, and I knew the curve was there, even though I couldn't see it. And then, we do tend to drive a little more aggressively when we're in certain states of mind. And so when I hit the brakes, we slid and then just sort of slid down the embankment into the fence, right? So nobody was harmed. I wasn't able to get the vehicle unstuck. And then, but yeah, the judge just believed me. And then I went and talked to the guy that ran the Cox, it was Cox Communication or whatever. And I was trying to pay for it, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I don't want to pay too much. So, but I'm trying to get I'm talking to him. I'm going to get estimates and all of this. And he was just like, oh man, don't even worry about it. And I'm like, are you sure? Because I'm responsible for this, because I'm trying to do the responsible thing. I'm like, I damaged the fence. I need to make this right. And I didn't do it because the judge told me. I did it because I told the judge, I was like, yeah, I'm going to, I want to go make this right with these people. And that's what Paul was talking about, is we've lost that's now been lost in society. So now it's like Adam Carolla talked about years ago. He said because Adam Carolla is very financially responsible, apparently, and it has been. And, he made his own money and all this to some extent, although I'm sure he's a predator. The system glorified him through entertainment. So he's got to be a predator, right? So let's just go ahead and put that out there. I'm sure he is. However, he used to say there's no such thing as good credit. There's only bad credit, right? It's just the fact that although I did just tell a story involving a vehicle, right? But the fact that I am predisposed to do the right thing, the fact that I'm not out here damaging people's automobiles, although, I did get a ticket in that incident, but that was when I was also living a different style of life, right? And that was years and years ago. Certainly in the last decade, I haven't been involved in anything like this. So why should I be out here paying for people's cars that I haven't damaged, when if I do damage your car, there's a pretty damn good chance I'm going to make it right? See, but there's no such thing as good credit. I don't get credit for doing the right thing or being a good person. I'm treated like everybody else, meaning, well, we can't trust this bozo. See, that's fucked up. It's just not right. It's just wrong. And the fact, oh, well, irresponsible people are out here doing irresponsible things. What's that got to do with me? Because I did an irresponsible thing and still made it right, and nobody got hurt. And I paid a lot of money, by the way, even though I didn't have to pay for the fence, whatever, probably $300 to get my car back, right? I don't know what the judge fined me. It's just the same thing as always in Arkansas. Can you pay today? Fuck yeah. They just want the money. I just told the judge, I just don't want anything on my record. You have the money. I take it. I just don't want nothing on my record. But again, I'm not saying this is the way to be. I'm saying this is the way I was. Even in my not understanding things fully, necessarily back then. I still did the right thing in a sense. And that's in me somewhere to do the right thing. And I believe it's in most of us. But the fact that people choose not to do the right thing, how does that have anything to do with me? Why do I have to be governed by a system because other folks won't do the right thing? Okay. And you can say, well, Benton, you weren't doing the right thing. You were driving irresponsibly under, potentially under the influence. The system may have determined that I was not fit to drive, right? And I'm here to tell you I was. And the fact is, without all of those factors coming together, the accident never would have happened, right? But again, I was responsible for it. So I did everything I could to rectify the situation. Meanwhile, I had to pay for my own vehicle, of course. That's my vehicle was damaged to some extent during all this, although thankfully not. It was still drivable. It's a very minor thing. Well, but who cares, Trap? That's the thing, Trap. Who cares what you have to say? Like, who cares? Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood what you said. My bad. I misread that. Apologies, Trap. Apologies. Yeah, apologies. I see. I misread. Yeah, there you go, Roy. And I guarantee you, Roy, even if you didn't have car insurance, the damage would have gotten paid for with or without car insurance. Yeah, he had a row of parked cars when he was 19. You see what I'm saying? Like, is the insurance really the mechanism by which these people are made whole? I don't think so. I really don't think so. If Roy had been driving with no license and no insurance and had done this and wasn't just able to flee, and maybe let's just say he's the type to stay there and do the right thing. I believe he is. What does insurance have to do with it? That just ensures that the other person is going to get, made whole. That's all that does. What's that got to do with me if I'm going to make you whole anyway? Right? Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. I might play. I like that one from the Super Center in Jacksonville, Arkansas. I want to play that one again, but I'm not sure I know where that is. Oh, he tried to run off and got caught. Yeah, that's the thing is, he tried, but he did not succeed. But I would say that how did the insurance help? It's a scam. It's a scam, just like I know every single one of us has one of these, if not multiple. I've got a couple of them, right? Every single time y'all pay your bill, you're paying for homeless people and poor people to have free phones and free internet. You're paying for that. So we can talk about car insurance. Somebody, might hit my car and run off. Okay. So you don't have no problem with paying car insurance. What do you think about the fact that whenever my bill is $60 a month prepaid, but then they actually charge me $71, and most of that most of it goes to pay for internet access and phones for poor folks. What's your opinion of that, RT? I don't personally have a problem with it, but I'm kind of curious. What does RT think about that? Or what do the people who are in favor of car insurance? So are you in favor of paying for, and maybe you are, I don't have a problem with it personally. Are you in favor of paying for, mental health services for people? Like, to what extent will you not pay for things in society? That's what I'm curious about. Like, will you just pay for anything and everything that the system says you should pay for? I'm just curious. Like, I'm genuinely wanting to know what is the answer to that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'm not made exactly. I've just I've never crashed into anybody and then car insurance has been involved. It's never been a thing. Certainly didn't report the deal with the sliding into the fence down the embankment. I never informed my insurance about that. Why would I? So my insurance can go up. It's crazy. Yeah. So where's my refund for my fucking life of safe driving? Why don't I get, if this thing is really what it says it is, if the purpose of it is because somebody might damage RT's property, why am I not refunded my money? because it's a fucking scam and because America's a business and everything in America is a business, including when I go get in my Nissan Versa and I drive to buy a watermelon like I did yesterday. That's a business. Somebody's got to make money off of that. Somebody has to be able to profit when I go get in my Nissan Versa and I drive across town to get a watermelon in a very, it's not economical. The amount of gas, the amount of money it costs to go there and back is probably $1.50, right? Even in a little bitty economical car. So I paid $1.50 to go pay $7 for a watermelon. It's kind of a dumb thing to do, but I did it. And, but see, somebody's got to make a profit, if not multiple people. The government, we say, oh, well, we got to pay for the roads. Well, have you driven on the roads, by the way? Because I understand they're collecting my taxes from the gasoline tax. They're not building roads with it. I don't know if you've noticed that. They're not building roads with the tax. So what are they doing with it? Because as somebody who drove a 18-wheeler all across the country not that long ago, half of the roads need to be replaced yesterday. Because when you drive your car and you feel that little bump, you're on the interstate and it's like every once in a while your suspension is just compressing and your suspension loads and then unloads. Well, in an 18-wheeler, here's what that's like. Kaboom. Hours of this. Hours of this. Kaboom. Then back to this. Then kaboom. Then back to this. Then kaboom for hours because the fucking roads need to be replaced. Oh, but who's going to pay for the roads? Nobody's paying for them now. Or at least your money you're spending for the roads, it's not going to roads. What's it going to? I don't know, but not roads. It's not paying for roads because I drove an 18-wheeler, air seat. And so I'm already bouncing on the air. And then about every 30 seconds, kaboom. I'm not exaggerating. About every 30 to 60 seconds. Kaboom. Every truck driver in this country is going through that. Oh, but who's going to pay for the roads? Nobody's paying for the motherfucking roads. They're stealing your money and they're doing other things with it. They're damn sure not replacing the fucking roadways. So fuck you if you think that, oh, well, who's going to pay for this? Who's going to pay? Nobody's paying for it now because we're just giving money to people who are not doing with it what they're supposed to be doing with it. So forgive me for saying, well, I just don't see what's the benefit to me personally of paying all these taxes when it's not being used properly. So can I pretty please, I can deal with the part where I'm in the big rig and it's every 30 to 45 to 60 seconds of kaboom, right? I can deal with that. That's fine. Okay. I can't deal with the part where, oh, we got to pay for all this stuff. Somebody's got to pay for the road. Somebody's got to, yeah. Okay. So why do I have to have the equivalent of a fucking car crash every 45 seconds to some extent? Because the money don't go to what they tell you it goes to. Think about that, folks. How is that reconciled? Oh, it's just, oh, well, the government's incompetent. Oh, well, I guess we'll just vote harder. Oh, well, no, fuck you. The system's broken. I don't feel like I need to do anything to support this system. I'm trying to live the best I can in certain ways. Fuck your car insurance. Fuck your gasoline tax. Fuck your sales tax. Fuck your income tax, because they're not doing one thing for me with any of that. I'm getting no benefit. They're just stealing from me and stealing from me and stealing from me. At least the $11, at least a poor person or a homeless person gets on the internet and has a phone for my $11. What are they doing every time I put gas in my car? What are they doing with that money? Because a lot of that is gasoline tax. What's happening to that money? We don't fucking know. And apparently we don't fucking care, RT, because we let these people just do whatever the fuck they want with that money. Okay. So shout out to Highly Suspect for correcting his status and no longer paying into the federal income tax system. Because why would I want to pay into that when I know that the vast majority of my federal income tax goes to already rich bankers in the form of interest on the national debt? That's right, folks. The vast majority of your federal income tax goes directly to already rich bankers to pay the interest on the national debt. So forgive me for being like, Why the fuck would I want to pay that? And in fact, I never would have paid it, except the government is smart enough to know they better take it out of my check. They better require my employer to withhold it, right? At least a portion of it, because they know I'm probably never going to pay them otherwise. And they know that's the case for tens of millions, if not literally hundreds of millions of Americans have that same attitude. But let's just wake up in a beast system every day, and half the fucking roads need to be replaced 10 years ago, right? It's appalling what's going on in this country. This country has collapsed. Go get an 18-wheeler and drive the fucking interstate and tell me that the infrastructure hasn't collapsed. The fucking bridges are collapsing, for God's sakes. Okay. How often does a bridge just collapse in this country? Pretty fucking regularly if you read the news. It happens fairly fucking, and I don't mean because there was an earthquake. I just mean, hey, the fucking bridge collapsed. You know why? Because it was built in 1958 or 1963, and it's never been replaced. That's why. That's most of this country. I don't know if y'all know that. Most of this country is horse shit that was built in the fucking 60s, and it hasn't been replaced. Now, in some parts of the country, now we get into the idea of the when Alex Jones was talking about this North American Union and all this stuff, and the fucking Trans-Texas Highway and, NAFTA superhighways. In some parts of the country, they're building super nice, gigantic, brand new interstate. Like it's happening I know in Fort Worth, they're replacing the I-35, I-35W or whatever the fuck it is. They're replacing they're rebuilding the entire fucking road, as far as I can tell. So there are certain roads that are being replaced and built up, and there's other roads that are intentionally being allowed to fall into disrepair. So I would ask you this. So if we view that as like these are our public servants, these people work for us, why are the people not saying, hey, we can see clearly that y'all are allowing certain roads to crumble, but you're building up certain other roads? We would like to know what's the reason for this. We would like to know, or could we have some input into which road is built up? Maybe we would prefer that the road we drive on every day is one of the nice roads. See, no, it's just the beast system will just based on its own purposes will decide which road to build and then which road to just allow to fall into disrepair. Based on what, by the way? Thank you, Talcott Express. It's real though, and this is probably part of the reason why me and RT kind of get at cross purposes is, dude, the country's in motherfucking shambles, and I'm talking about the physical country, like the actual roads, the actual bridges, the actual buildings, right? The actual fucking wiring, the actual fucking plumbing. The physical infrastructure is collapsed. Okay. So what the fuck am I paying for exactly? It's a slave tax. It's just we own you, Benton, to some extent. And then we've just decided that we're entitled to a portion of your labor. They've just decided that. Now, I'm living in that system. I'm confused as to why people feel the need to defend it and justify it. How is any of that justifiable? I'd like to know. Go ahead and try to justify that. Oh, well, it's just government incompetence. Okay, why, RT, do you accept government incompetence? Why does anybody accept it? When the system presents itself as incompetent, when it's anything but, this system is nothing but competent. Okay, there is no incompetence. In Benito Mussolini's helicopter hand don't have incompetence. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to do, very efficiently and very effectively. The fact is the roads are crumbling because that's part of the program, while other roads are built up. Some areas are thriving while other areas go into depression, economic depression. The people, are just dying in record numbers, right? Off the charts fucking death rates, even before the fake pandemic, while other areas do really well. In America, wouldn't we want every state to do well? Wouldn't we want every county to do well? Wouldn't we want every city to do well? Why has that fallen by the wayside? Why do people just accept that I can go on YouTube and some of my favorite content creators go to different parts of the country and show how fucked up things are? My own hometown, the downtown is literally just bombed out and depleted and collapsed. Where I grew up, the downtown is in a literal state of collapse, physical collapse. But you want to tell me, oh, the sky's going to fall and man, it's about to get bad, y'all. Bullshit. It's a nightmare. It's been bad for a long time. So please forgive me when I don't quite want to fully accept the premise that I should pay for the fucking collapse with my labor as a blue collar worker, the common man, doing what's supposedly one of the most important jobs there is, long haul truck driving. Why should I break off a portion of that and give it to criminals? Why? Tell me one reason why I should have to pay for the roads, by the way, through my gasoline tax. Why should I have to pay for roads that aren't being repaired and replaced? Why? They're not spending the money like they say they are. And we know every road project, pretty much any public works project in this country, just go and read about it. Anything. The Big Dig in Boston, anything. Well, they at first they say, oh, well, total budget $15 billion, because that was a gigantic thing. The Big Dig and whatever it was projected to cost. Every single one of these projects, by the time it's done, it's at least doubled in cost, minimum. So it always costs at least double what they say. Why? Because the politicians steal half the money. That's why. Because the politicians steal half the money. So if it actually costs $15 billion to do the public works project, well, there's nothing to steal unless we're willing to just, now the politicians could steal, but then now, we can't have the fucking Big Dig collapsing, all the tunneling they did under Boston. We can't have that collapsing physically, because now we get into liability, certainly. So no, we'll just inflate. It will inflate by double, 100% minimum. So then now we can steal 50%. It's so obvious. It's so obvious that people just accept it. Oh yeah, the politicians, every fucking road project it doubles in cost because the politicians got to steal half. We just accept it. Okay, I'm not even saying to try to change that. I don't think that's a thing that can be changed necessarily. I'm saying, why in the hell do y'all want me to pay for it? That's what I'm saying. Why do people like RT want me to pay for car insurance? Why do they want me to pay sales tax? Why do they want me to pay income tax? When pretty much none of that money is accomplishing fucking anything, right? Meanwhile, if RT's got enough money to drive a brand new luxury automobile or a full-size pickup truck or whatever he likes to drive, I don't know, maybe maybe just have full coverage like you already have. Because RT's insured, by the way. RT is insured, lest we forget. I guarantee you he's got full coverage on every vehicle he owns. So if I crash into him, he's covered, lest we forget. I'm the one driving out here with liability, RT. I'm the one, if somebody crashes into my car and doesn't have insurance, guess what? Benton's just out of fucking luck because I choose to have the minimum, which is $91 a month in liability. Because I'm the only reason I do that, because I said before the database, all I cared about was the proof of insurance. I didn't care about having insurance because I knew I wasn't going to crash into nobody. And if I did, I'll handle it. I'll deal with that when I get there. If that was to happen, I'll just deal with it. But now with the database and the license plate scanners, well, now I have to pay the $91 a month, or I know I'm going to get pulled over and they're going to know I don't have insurance. See, it's a scam. It's a fucking, it's graft. And almost nobody has a problem with graft, which is widespread corruption, more or less built into the system. Almost nobody has a problem accepting that. That's just a foregone. That's just neither here nor there. But we can't view Benton as grifting, right? Oh my God, we can't tolerate what is a grift. It's like a small time fucking, peanuts level, confidence scheme, right? Oh, we can't stand a grifter, but graft, yeah, no problem. So on a massive scale, sure. On a minor scale, can't fucking tolerate it. So the same people who can't even potentially tolerate a grift have no problem with all the graft in the world. It's fucked up, man. It's fucked up. And I'm not here for it. I got to tell you, I'm not here for it. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, it's a it's a ripoff. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I see what Rob's saying. Yeah. Well, but you chose to have that, right? Does the government require you to insure your home? Probably your mortgage does or whatever, right? But if you own your home outright, you're not required to have any sort of insurance, I'm assuming. Now, without homeowners, you could have some liability if somebody came on your property, blah, 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 blah. Sure. But see, I'm more talking about the forced requirements. Yeah, it works out for some people. It's a scam, but it's not just, not everybody just gets ripped off necessarily. I can see that. I can definitely see that, Rob. And good to see you, by the way, Mr. Rob G. And I might have misconstrued your comments potentially. So if I did that, I certainly apologize. And it's good to see you. And look, I remember, I think Rob G's, he's contributed. See, I'll kiss up a little bit to the contributors, certainly. But I'll kiss up to people who don't contribute also. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. It's a disaster. Right now, today, America is a motherfucking disaster. So please forgive me for thinking, well, okay, but let me continue to pay for a disaster as if that's just everything's wonderful. It's a great system. I'm living in a utopia. So of course I will want to break off a portion of my money to pay for the fucking utopia. This ain't Denmark, y'all. I don't know if y'all know that. This ain't Denmark. This ain't Iceland, for God's sake. This is a damn near a third world country in some ways. Damn near. And we certainly saw it during the fake pandemic. Whether those videos were real of the people breaking into the, it looked like something from Africa or what you think of like Rwanda or somewhere. People, breaking into fucking slow moving trains, freight trains, downtown LA or wherever. Or God forbid the thing has to just stop, It's laughable, to borrow something Paul likes to say, although he's certainly never the first person, not the first person to ever say that, right? Oh, is it? What? Oh, homeowners insurance is required? Okay. I don't know. I mean, I know it is if one has a mortgage or whatever. I just mean if one actually owns their own property, right? Or at least isn't paying a note on it. Well, and by the way, I might choose, if I owned my own house and my own property, I might choose to spend some of my resources and have insurance. I might choose to do that. It's the part where I'm compelled to do it. That's what I'm not resonating with and never have, by the way. Now, I've paid car insurance for much of my life, although not always. I've driven uninsured quite a bit, RT. Had never, ever, ever damaged anybody's property. Well, and I wasn't insured. I was, in the fence and all that. I chose not to claim it on my insurance, and I would have paid out of pocket. Right. So it's a business decision at that level. Shouldn't I be allowed to run my own affairs, RT, even if I crash into RT, who's, by the way, fully insured, who's most likely has full coverage? And as is anybody with a fucking brand new nice vehicle, is, especially if they're paying a car loan, they have to have full coverage. So what are you even talking about? It's not about me crashing into your car at that point. It's about me doing what everybody else is doing. That's what it's about. It's about you will fucking submit, slave. That's what it's about. Face it. That's what it's about. Thanks, Rob G. Wasn't asking for it. Wasn't soliciting, but thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Yeah, contribution towards my slave tax. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, sir. Shout out to Rob G with the $10 super chat. But we're probably going to wrap up pretty soon. I think it's almost 1. We're almost 10 hours in. I've done enough 12-hour broadcasts, Lord knows, that I don't feel like there's certainly nothing to be gained if I try to go to 12. I don't think that's going to help anything. But yeah, and the realm is actively poisoning me. Yeah, exactly. Your tax dollars at work actively poisoning you. Oh, well, that's not the government doing. Oh, well, sure it's not. Yeah, okay, whatever. Meanwhile, my hometown, Actually, we used to have towns in Arkansas that just the local people never accepted the fluoridated water. And in fact, my hometown growing up, I didn't have fluoride in my water, believe it or not. But at a certain point, there was a couple of holdouts in Arkansas. There was a couple of towns. I know Fayetteville was one of them, and might have been my hometown. Now that I think about it, I'd have to go back and look. Who just were like, no, we're not gonna fluoridate. So of course, state law got passed. So the state said, well, yeah, actually you are. Benito Mussolini's helicopter hand, right, in action. Yeah, here it is. Well, now, yeah, you will put the poison in the water. You know, how much of my sales tax goes to pay for the poison in the water? Think about that. And then what is fluoride? Sodium fluoride is a byproduct of the fertilizer industry. So the reality is that comes from like mining, right? Mining operations. So the thing is, this fluoride, they have this sodium fluoride in high enough numbers that would be an expense for the mining industry to have to get rid of all that literal toxic waste. But instead of them having to pay to dispose of it, well, now it's an asset because they can sell it to your local fucking municipality so that it can go into your drinking water. So that Benton is now choosing to pay fucking $5 for a 2.5 gallon plastic jug filled with water that doesn't have fluoride in it. Hopefully, I mean, that's some natural fluoride is in there certainly, but you see what I'm saying? But so I need to pay for the water treatment, and I need to pay for the fluoride to be added because Benito Mussolini's helicopter hand has deemed it so. But then now the water's not fit to drink because of that and the chlorine and God knows what else is in it. So now I'm actually just paying for all my own drinking water. But some of my sales tax and if I paid property tax, I do pay property tax, by the way. Some of my property tax, because I own an automobile, some of that money is going to pay for the fucking sodium fluoride that the fertilizer and the mining industries should have to pay to have it disposed of. Instead, we'll just put it in a certain parts per million and we'll put it in everybody's drinking water. And now we don't have to pay for it. And now they'll actually pay for it. It's fucking insane. So fuck anybody who thinks I should pay for all of that with my blood, sweat, tears, and my my limited ability to even earn a living at this point. So yeah, I might be able to go get a nothing job, but I certainly can't live on it. Could I go find a $15 an hour job and work 40 hours a week? Yeah, I probably could. But I can't live on it after the government takes their portion. Now it's not enough to live on. If the government would just leave me alone, I could actually eke by an existence and probably work 2 bullshit part-time jobs. Right? I could work 5 hours a day, 7 days a week. No problem. 35 hours. What's 35 times? I don't know. What could I make in Arkansas? 15 probably. Whatever that is, it's probably enough to live on. But not after the government gets done with me. Now it's not enough to live on. Isn't that amazing? What a great society we fashioned for ourselves. So 15 times 35. Or yeah, let's just make it 6 hours. Let's make it 42. But we're not going to get overtime because we're going to do it with 2 different jobs. $630 a week. Yes, I can live on $630 a week. But let's take out what the government's going to want. What's that going to be? Somewhere around, let's just say 25%. And I think it's going to be more than that. But let's just say that's what, and since I don't file, let's just say that's what the withholding is going to be. So where did my 630, but now can't live on it now. See? So because of the fact that the government feels it's entitled to a portion of my wages, meanwhile, it's not doing anything constructive that benefits me or anybody else, as far as I can tell. It's at the level of just the common man and woman. So now we've gone from, in my state of illness, I could still probably work 6 hours a day, 7 days a week, by the way, because I don't need days off. Yeah. So we went from me being able to support my existence to not being able to, solely based on federal income tax and state income tax. Think about that. So probably I'm just not going to be in the workforce and I'll just figure it out on my own, as I did for damn near a decade. So I know I can do that, right? So if the government would stay off of my back and stay out of my pocket, see what I'm saying? By the way, this is like a moral hazard. you know, or it's not even a moral hazard. Actually, it's something I don't quite have the words for, but it's just fucked up, man. I mean, it really is. It's fucked up. And do we think this is a coincidence that if you look at what the wages are for just some low level bullshit, nothing job that I could actually do in spite of my, you know, what I'm dealing with, that I could find a $15 an hour job, even in Arkansas, but I can't live on that, even in Arkansas. If I give the government their share. Does anybody think this is a coincidence? I don't. I don't believe in coincidences. How could it be a coincidence? I can use mathematics. I mean, with simple math, I could say, okay, if the government would let me keep 100% of my pay, I could earn a living and I could sustain my existence. All right, at least in the near term. But the reason why I can't is literally because of the tax money that the government wants from me. That goes to pay for already rich bankers in the form of interest on the national debt. And the debt went to pay for things that I never asked for, never had a part in, and didn't want nothing to do with. And I can go get in a big rig and on some roads, every 45 to 60 seconds, it's the equivalent of a car crash to some extent. It's just a kaboom, kaboom. Like it's a literal, we go down into the pothole and then it kind of throws us back up violently for my entire driving shift sometimes because the roads need to be replaced yesterday. Half the roads needed to be replaced yesterday. But we're paying for things that are never happening. See? Fuck it, man. It's bullshit. So I'm just going to fuck off and I'm going to go do my own motherfucking thing and fuck everybody on some level. I mean, seriously. I'm just going to go do what it's been working for Benton. And when it worked for Benton to pay into the system and it worked for Benton to drive a big rig and all of this, that's what I did. And I just let the government have a portion of my money. I just let them have it. It's extortion, by the way. That is extortion. That's extortion. Yeah. Oh, exactly. Exactly, Rob G. Yeah. And a lot of those people have jobs. Believe it or not, a lot of those people have jobs, and the government is taking a percentage of homeless people living in their cars' wages. Think about that. A homeless person who sleeps in their car in the Walmart parking lot has to break off a chunk and give it to the government. Are you serious right now? And meanwhile, in Denmark or Canada or other countries, yeah, the people would still be paying taxes, but they would not be, as far as I know, the government would at least put them in an apartment, right? Even countries like Ireland, I believe Ireland has this. But no, I'm dumb enough, I live in America where the people are dumb enough to accept socialism, but with none of the perks. See, what America has is socialism with none of the benefit. Americans, we are the biggest chumps in the realm to some extent because we will accept the downfall that comes along with socialism, but we don't demand any of the upside, right? It's insane. So forgive me for living in this system and knowing all of this and not just putting a smile on my face and saying, yeah, this is great, as they're fucking me up the ass. And just, so forgive me for not going as they're doing it to me, right? So please forgive me for that. As it's just happening to me, right? With no lube, just bend over and take it, right? This is your American bending over and taking it. Greatest country on earth, yay! Living in a portion of the population living in their car in the Walmart parking lot. They've got jobs. They're working class, right? Paying their fucking fair share, yay! But is it their fair share? Oh, thank you. What did I do? What did I do, Dow? Dow forgives me. Thanks, man. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, again, please forgive me. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dow. He forgives me. I said, for what? And I was like, no, for exactly. I'm making jokes and don't even know I'm making jokes sometimes. No, absolutely not. And I'll tell you why, because it's too expensive to operate. Those are expensive to operate in the long run. But I did live in the sleeper cab of an 18-wheeler or a big rig, and I loved it. It was great because it did not cost me any money, and in fact, that's how I was earning my living. But I view RVs and vans and the like as too expensive. I would rather pay $800 a month for this thing than try to live in a RV or a and if you mean mobile and not having property, if I and I never wanted to have my own property, but yeah, if I chose to have a piece of property and put like a travel trailer on it and live in that's different, and just have solar and maybe a generator and bring in my own water or whatever, right? Just go buy my water, and just have it delivered, right? Some version of that. But as far as actually driving the thing around, no, it's just too expensive. The repairs cost too much. The gas costs too much. If you look at the fuel, they're so uneconomical. It costs so much to drive them. No, not interested. Me personally, no. And I don't even like sleeping in a car. I'd rather just pitch a tent. Me personally, which I've done many times. Yeah, and exactly. Yay, winning, greatest country on earth. like for real. This and no offense to RT, man, but it's probably gonna. Okay, no offense, but here comes a thing that's probably offensive. Like I do view RT as some version of that, although to his credit, he's probably not just straight up taking it up but he kind of is to some extent too. But it's like, yeah, right. But at least he's presumably earning enough money to where he's not suffering to that extent. So he is winning in a way, right? But yeah, nice. Yeah. Oh, it can be done. Yeah, full time out of a vintage motorhome, and it was economical. Well, but was it? I mean, I think if you add up the total costs in a month, if you actually look at your complete and total living expenses versus me just, and I'm not talking about food. Forget about food because that's going to be about the same either way. I'm just talking about whatever you paid for that vehicle on a month on a total base. I'm talking about what did it cost you? Total cost, then divide it by the number of months you lived in it. I'm wondering how much less than $800 was that, right? Because I'd rather just pay the $800 and stay here. That's just me, though. That's what I would do. What I would rather do. But yeah, it's interesting to think about ageless, timeless being. It's interesting to think about. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh man, dude, I can cheese it up with the best of them. I can guarantee you, dude. I could cheese it up with the best of them. Yeah, exactly. I'm asking myself a question. Indeed, that's exactly what I'm doing. I think I am anyway. Oh, I'm not renting, sir. This is a motel. This is hey, if I give them the $800, they'll let me stay here for 30 nights. That's what this is. Yeah, no, I'm not interested in renting. I haven't rented a house, an apartment, or in probably 15 years. Like I can try to think when was my last apartment was with ex-wife number 2, and that would have been 2011 would have been the last time I rented an apartment. So that was 12 years ago. 12 plus years ago. So yeah, more than 10 years ago since I paid rent anywhere. But yeah, I don't view this as rent. This is I give the motel $800 and they let me stay here for 30 nights, and I'm free to fuck off anytime I want. So yeah, I'm definitely not trying to rent. Not involved in renting. Not interested. Not interested in renting. Yep. Oh yeah, you're good. It's just this is just how I am, ageless, timeless. And I don't know how much you've been around. I feel like I've seen your name before. So yeah, no, this is just what I do. So yeah, it's we're good. We're good, sir. We're good. I guess we're gonna wrap up. Oh, Moose. Okay, I got you, Walt. We'll drop the link one more time for anybody that might want to come up. If not, we're probably going to get out of here pretty soon. Yeah, thanks for. Oh, Walt is Moose. What? Oh, I don't even know what's happening now. I'm lost. But yeah. Well, the main thing I'm saying about RVs is if one doesn't have property to park it on, you're still going to get into the thing's going to have to be moved at various times, which means it's going to have to either be in working order or it's going to have to get towed, right? And what I'm saying is, in the long run, to keep such a vehicle operating is expensive. I don't care what anybody says. Now, maybe a person could just be given an RV, right? And then it just happens to never break down, and the person happens to be able to park it somewhere where they're not having to move it around all the time, right? Like, I understand these are things that can happen. I just mean, generally, for me, it never seemed like the way to go. Oh, mouse. I got you. I see what you're saying. I got you. Or mousse, like hair gel mousse. I got you. I get you. That makes sense. But anyway, we're out of here. I'm going to calm down enough to eat, because I certainly, with my digestive issues, I certainly can't eat in my my excited state. Although I feel like I'm calming down a little bit, so maybe we won't click the button. Maybe I'll just sit here and see what happens. Yeah, thanks, Sunshine Time, and thank you again for your generous donation. I certainly appreciate it. That was one. I was not expecting that. Woody also, by the way, Woody definitely hooked me up also. So this is, other than my birthday, this is the biggest day the channel's ever had. So I think, and not just for the money, but obviously in part because of the money, I'm definitely going to be focusing on the weekends a little more. Although I enjoy doing these anyway, right? And in fact, I feel like I could have stayed live longer yesterday, which is why I said, hey, I'm glad OTW went live. So, because I'd forgotten that it was Saturday, and I was expecting Z to go live, and then I was like, oh fuck, I shut mine down, and Z never went live because he doesn't go live on the weekends usually. But yeah, I got too much energy going right now. Still adjusting to the being off of the synthetic cannabinoids. Shout out to the THCO. Shout out to I Am the Dow. Always good to see him in the house. I have adopted some of the folks that Paul doesn't get along with anymore. So I do want to thank Mr. Unslave for hanging out. And actually, though, I'm wondering if Highly Suspect might want to call. I actually told him I was going to be wrapping up in about an hour. So yeah, let's go ahead and shut it down. Yeah, we have no country as the topic. That's right. It was mostly just Benton going in on America, the very concept of America, right? Enjoy your day. Get those, America's Great t-shirt. Yeah. Yeah, the merch. Yeah, we need merch. Anyway, appreciate everybody for being here. Thanks for watching. Bye.